Pain. Fucking pain. Lu Ming screamed and bounced up from the bed, his body arching like a shrimp out of water, panting heavily. Sweat dripped from his chin onto the bed sheet, instantly darkening a small patch. He instinctively reached under the pillow. Empty. No gun, no dagger, ground down to half a blade. His heart tightened, his eyes turning fierce, the look of someone who had killed and seen blood. He scanned his surroundings warily. No moldy walls, no stench of dead rats, and no howling blizzard outside the window. Where was this? Lu Ming froze. He looked down at his hands, fair and clean, no frostbite, no grime under the nails. He touched his belly, it wasn't hollow against his spine, there was even a bit of soft flesh. The phone on the bedside table suddenly rang, startling him. He grabbed it, the screen light stinging his eyes. The time on the screen made his pupils contract sharply. November 1st, 2051, 030 a.m. Lu Ming stared blankly at the date. Back. I'm really back. There was still a whole month before the extreme cold apocalypse that would freeze 95% of the world's population. Lu Ming gripped the phone tightly. He remembered clearly, a second ago, that bastard Su Fei and that bitch Lin Qian had cornered him in the shelter. Supplies were gone. Su Fei said, "Brother, let's borrow your 2 legs to eat." Lin Qian smiled beside him, holding a pot of boiling water. The searing pain of flesh being cut. Lu Ming shuddered, not from cold, but fear ingrained in his body. He let out a long breath and dropped heavily back onto the bed. Soft, truly soft, this was a place for people to sleep. He lay still until his heartbeat slowed, then picked up the phone again to check his balance. But as soon as he swiped the screen, a pitch-black icon popped up. Doomsday Blind Box. Lu Ming frowned. Virus. So many malware apps these days. He long pressed the icon to uninstall, but nothing happened. He swiped left, right, dragged it to the trash bin. Even the factory reset screen wouldn't open. This app seemed rooted to the screen, completely immovable. What the hell is this? Lu Ming cursed and accidentally tapped the icon. The screen went black. Without any flashy opening animation, it directly displayed a picture of a delivery box. The box was crudely drawn as if the artist had run off. On it were 4 words: today's blind box. Below was a line of small text: refreshes daily at 000, tap to open. Lu Ming was stunned. A golden finger. As an old bookworm, he knew what this meant, but never expected such luck to fall on him. No cute system elf appeared, no binding successful sound effect. The entire interface was as silent as a corpse. Open. Lu Ming tentatively tapped the box. Light flashed on the screen. Then his hand suddenly dropped with a heavy weight. Lu Ming flinched, almost dropping the phone. A cold, heavy object materialized in his hand. The texture. Tiny dewdrops on the surface, cold air rising. It was a bottle of cola, the large 2-liter size of happiness. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He looked at the phone, then at the cola in his hand. The screen displayed a line of text: congratulations. Obtained infinite happiness cola, permanently chilled version. Description: even if the world ends, this bottle stays full forever. 3C fizzy sharp. Never empty, as long as you don't smash the bottle. Lu Ming swallowed his Adam's apple, bobbing. He had survived 3 years in the apocalypse, even drunk urine. But cola? He only dared dream of it. It was divine water. In his past life, an expired flat bottle of cola could buy a female college student on the black market, one at the campus bell level. If it were chilled, it could make the arrogant neighborhood bully Zhang Chong kneel and call him grandpa. PSST. Lu Ming twisted off the cap. The sound of gas escaping was the most beautiful music in the world. He eagerly raised the bottle and took a deep gulp. Icy black liquid rushed down his throat, countless bubbles exploding on his tongue, sweetness instantly flooding his entire mouth. Ha! Lu Ming drank for half a minute and let out a huge belch. Awesome. Fucking awesome. The cold sensation traveled down his esophagus into his stomach, sobering him completely. This was not a dream. The heavy bottle in his hand was real. The sweetness on his tongue was real. He glanced at the bottle. He had drunk at least 500 milliliters, but the liquid level remained unchanged, still full. Truly infinite. Lu Ming placed the cola on the bedside table, his gaze slowly turning cold. Since heaven had given him this chance, and this golden finger in this life, he would never be a dog. Not only would he not be a dog, he would be a wolf that eats meat. He picked up the phone and opened the banking app. Balance 32500. 5 yuan. 30,000. In peacetime, that was a few months' salary, not even enough to buy a toilet. But 1 month before the apocalypse, that was a few tons of rice or dozens of cans. Not enough, far from enough. To live like a human in minus 70 degrees, this money was nothing. He needed to make money, big money. Lu Ming jumped off the bed and walked to the window. Outside the sun was bright, traffic busy. A few elderly women were chatting with grocery bags, and a delivery guy weaved through cars on his bike. Who would have thought that in 30 days this place would become hell on earth, snow burying the first floor. These people would turn into frozen statues or meat in someone else's pot. Lu Ming drew the curtain blocking the sunlight that felt too bright. He looked around the apartment. It was an inheritance from his parents downtown, 90 square meters, nicely decorated, worth about 3 to 4 million at current prices. In his past life, he treated this house like his lifeblood, but when the apocalypse came, it was a frozen cave. Windows not bulletproof, walls not insulated, easily smashed open. Back then he and neighbors huddled in the stairwell fighting over a blanket. Keeping this house was useless, better to sell it for supplies, for steel plates to reinforce a safe house. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ming scrolled through contacts and found an agent's number he had saved long ago, tagged as Lianjia Manager Wang. Ring. Ring. Hello. Mr. Lu. The voice on the other end was oily with professional fake warmth. What's up? Planning to raise the rent? Let me tell you the current market. Am not renting. Lu Ming cut him off. I want to sell the house. There was a 2-second pause on the phone. Then the enthusiasm in the voice shot up an octave. Selling. Oh, great news. The market is hot now. That property is in a school district. It'll fly off the shelf if the price is right. I want the money today. Lu Ming cut him off again, his tone brooking no argument. Full cash. We're able to complete the process and release payment this week. Manager Wang was stunned. Mr. Lu, are you joking? Getting the money today? The fastest process takes at least a month, unless. Unless what? Unless you're willing to drop the price for a quick sale. A hint of greed and probing crept into Wang's voice. The scent of wanting to take advantage could be smelled through the phone. A quick sale means a discount. What discount? Lu Ming asked while picking up the cola and taking another gulp. Well, your place is worth about 3.8 million on the market. For a quick sale, especially with full cash. The sound of a calculator clicked in the background. Around 3 million. If you need the deposit today, maybe even lower. A cut of 800,000. If it were the old days, he would have crawled through the phone to curse them out. But now a mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. 3 million. In 1 month, 3 million wouldn't even buy a pack of instant noodles. It would be worthless paper, too hard even for wiping ass. If he could trade this pile of paper for a warehouse of supplies. 2.8 million. Lu Ming said the number without hesitation. I know you guys sometimes buy properties yourselves. 2.8 million. I want the full payment within this week. Take it, or you'll find another agent. Manager Wang's breathing quickened on the other end. 2.8 million for a downtown school district home. A flip would net a 1 million profit. Was this kid crazy? Or being chased by loan sharks? Deal? I can do it. Absolutely can do it. Wang's voice cracked with excitement. Mr. Lu, don't go to anyone else. I can buy it. You can come over now. I'll prepare the cash for you. Good. After hanging up, Lu Ming didn't hesitate. He turned and rushed into the bedroom, stuffing his ID card, household registration booklet, and property deed into the old backpack. Before leaving, he turned back to look at the room, the home he had lived in for over 20 years. On the wall hung a photo of him and his parents, the frame polished spotless. Dad, Mom, Lu Ming murmured softly. I won't keep the house. If you're watching from above, bless your son to stockpile more food. He turned off the light, locked the door, tossing the keys in his hand with a crisp jingle. Downstairs he hailed a taxi. Lianjia Real Estate, the flagship store in the city center. The driver stepped on the gas, the car merging into traffic. Lu Ming wasn't idle in the back seat. He pulled out his phone, fingers flying across the screen. App Store search keyword loans. Instantly hundreds of colorful icons popped up. Jiebe Weidai 360 IUJD Baitio, even obscure fly-by-night platforms. Download. Download all. In the past, Lu Ming would have avoided these apps, their interest rates terrifying. Getting involved would cost you skin. If you were a day overdue, collection calls would wake up your ancestors from the grave. But now? Huh? A cold sneer curled at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. Interest. Credit report? What are those? Can you eat them? In a month even the banks will be gone, servers frozen into ice. Who's going to come asking for money? Who would collect? Back then, the only hard currency was food, antibiotics, bullets. As for RMB, just worthless paper, too rough even for toilet use. Ding! The software finished installing. Lu Ming opened the first one, registered, uploaded his ID, face recognition. His movements were painfully practiced. Congratulations, your limit has been approved, 200,000 yuan. He clicked withdraw. The money arrived instantly. The phone vibrated, a bank balance change notification popped up. Lu Ming didn't even bother to look, directly opening the next app. Paydai limit 500,000 yuan. Withdrawal. Duxiomen limit 180,000 yuan. Withdrawal. Lu Ming was like a soulless money printing machine, daring to take any loan, official or usurious. Some platforms had outrageous interest rates. For a loan of 10,000, you got 7,000 in hand, annualized over 100. But Lu Ming didn't even blink. Sign it all I want, repay anyway. What's this called? This is called borrowing money on one's own merit. Why should I return it? In his past life, he worked honestly, paid his mortgage diligently. And what happened? He starved like a dog devoured by others. This life, he would be the cruelest. Outside, the window scenery sped backwards. Sunlight was warm, shining on his face. A roadside billboard read, "Integrity wins the world." Lu Ming glanced and laughed. The driver in the rearview mirror looked at him oddly. The young man looked decent but seemed a bit crazy. "Young man, something good happened?" the driver casually asked. "Yeah," Lu Ming said without looking up, still operating his phone. "Got rich, a windfall." The driver chuckled. "That's great, won the lottery." "Something like that." Lu Ming pressed the final confirm loan button. The phone warmed slightly. In just a 20-minute ride, the bank balance on his card had gone from 300,000 to 2 million yuan. But it wasn't enough, far from enough. This amount could only cover 2 bedrooms with the thick explosion-proof steel plates. He still needed the house. "We're here." The driver hit the brakes. Lu Ming paid, got out. It was a large agency store with a red banner hanging at the door. A few young men in suits stood outside smoking. Seeing Lu Ming approach, manager Wang was already waiting at the door. The fat man was sweating profusely, his balding head glistening in the sun. He looked at Lu Ming like he was his long-lost father. "Oh, Mr. Lu, you're finally here." Manager Wang threw away his cigarette, stamped it out, his face wrinkled with smiles. "The money is ready, all inside. Let's go inside and talk." He was afraid Lu Ming would back out. After all, this was a huge bargain, buying a school district house worth 3.8 million for 2.8 million. Once the contract was signed, the turnaround profit was 1 million. These days, fools were rare. Lu Ming didn't speak, just nodded and followed manager Wang into the VIP reception room. The air conditioning was strong, chilly. On the table lay several thick stacks of cash, red and festive-looking, along with 2 bank cards. "Mr. Lu, this is 500,000 in cash. Would you like to count it? The remaining 2.3 million is on the card. Just sign and it'll transfer immediately. Well, get it notarized. I'll handle the rest, you don't need to worry." Manager Wang rubbed his hands, his eyes narrowed to slits with smiles. In the past, Lu Ming would have scrutinized every clause, every word. But now, he directly picked up the pen and flipped to the last page. Scratch, scratch, scratch. He signed his name on the last page. His speed stunned manager Wang for a moment. "Mr. Lu, don't you want to read the terms?" Manager Wang felt a bit uneasy. The kid was too eager, too abnormal. Was there something wrong with the house? Did someone die in it? Title disputes? No need. Lu Ming tossed the pen aside, swept the cash into his backpack, and zipped it up. "The house is fine, perfectly clean. I just need money urgently." He lifted his head, his pitch-black eyes fixed on manager Wang, making the man shudder inside. "Transfer now." Lu Ming's voice was flat, without any inflection. "Yes, yes." Manager Wang quickly took out the POS machine and phoned to make the transfer. Ding! Ding! The arrival notifications chimed one after another. Combined with the online loans, Lu Ming now had nearly 4 million yuan in hand. 4 million? In the apocalypse, that was a granary and impregnable fortress. Lu Ming stood up, slinging the heavy backpack over his shoulder. The weight on his shoulder felt incredibly reassuring. Take care, Mr. Lu. Let me know if you have more good deals. Manager Wang bowed and scraped, escorting him to the door. He watched Lu Ming's back disappear into the crowd, then spat bitterly. Pa! Prodigal. He touched the still-warm property deed, grinning ear to ear. Moron in a hurry to burn money. Gambling dogs die hard. Lu Ming walked on the street. The midday sun was harsh, burning his scalp. He found a shady spot, took out a bottle of infinite cola, and took a gulp. Ice. Refreshing. Just then his phone vibrated again, a WeChat message from the company group that had fired him. Everyone finance noticed this month's salary delayed. Please understand the company's difficulties. Also mandatory overtime this weekend. No leave allowed. Then the bald boss, specifically Lu Ming. Lu Ming, why isn't this month's report submitted yet? Don't want to work anymore. Get back here and work overtime. Young people today have no spirit of hard work. Lu Ming looked at the screen. Hard work. I've endured more hardship than you've eaten salt. He tapped lightly. Lu Ming, get lost. Send. The group instantly fell silent, like a duck whose throat had been squeezed, deadly quiet. A few seconds later the group exploded. Boss. Lu Ming, are you crazy? Say that again. Boss'll make sure you can't survive in this industry. Lu Ming didn't waste a word. He directly clicked mute. Group blocked the boss. All in one smooth motion. So satisfying. Is this what it's like to not be a corporate slave? In the past, he was timid, afraid to lose his job. But now, you're nothing. In a month you'll be a frozen corpse or a beggar kneeling at my door begging for a biscuit. The reason he didn't leave the group was pure malicious pleasure. He wanted to see those good colleagues suffer when the apocalypse came, especially that dog boss. Just as he dealt with the boss, WeChat buzzed again. A familiar avatar, a retouched selfie, big eyes, pointed chin, half-exposed cleavage. Lin Qian. The woman who had gotten him killed in his past life, saying, how could you be so selfish? Lin Qian, brother Lu Ming, where are you? Lin Qian, I saw you leave. Lin Qian, bring me a Starbucks latte on your way back, hot, half sugar. And a bagel from that trendy shop downstairs, the cranberry one. Lin Qian, hurry up, I haven't eaten breakfast, my stomach hurts. The tone was practiced and natural, as if Lu Ming was her personal delivery boy. In the past, Lu Ming would have obediently queued up, bought it, and worried about it getting cold. Then had handed over, not even get a thank you, just a door slammed in his face. Lu Ming stared at those lines. Stomach ache. You'll know what real stomach ache is when you're gnawing on tree bark. He typed 2 words, no time. The other side clearly hadn't expected this response. Lin Qian. Lin Qian, Lu Ming, what do you mean? Just bringing breakfast. How can you be so stingy? Lin Qian, I'm so done with you. Men like you deserve to be single. Lu Ming sneered and directly switched his phone to silent mode. Stingy. When you're on your knees begging me for a sip of dishwater, you'll know how generous I am. Lu Ming shoved the phone back into his pocket, ignoring those worthless people and trivial matters. Time was life now, every second wasted was suicide. He had money now. The next step was to turn that money into real supplies. But his home was too small, and stockpiling in a residential complex was too conspicuous. Tons of rice, dozens of crates of cans. Hauling them upstairs would definitely catch the eye of that security captain Zhang Chong. The apocalypse hadn't arrived yet, he couldn't expose himself. He needed a warehouse, big, remote, unattended. Lu Ming hailed a taxi. To the West Shuffle Logistics Park. That area was on the fringe of the old city with many abandoned factories and warehouses. Few people, not even ghosts, perfect for big plans. Lu Ming touched the phone in his pocket where the blind box app lay quietly. Tonight at midnight, he could open another box. Hope it brings something fierce. Lu Ming licked his lips, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. Shuffle Logistics Park. Though called a logistics park, it was in truth a stretch of unfinished factory buildings overrun with waist-high weeds and a few stray dogs scavenging through piles of refuse. No surveillance, no security guards, not even a ghost in sight. It was practically tailor-made for stockpiling before the apocalypse. Lu Ming stood there and nodded with satisfaction. "Boss, don't you think? This place is a bit too rundown." The rental agent beside him, a scrawny man, looked embarrassed. "It's spacious, sure, but the water and electricity are unreliable. Usually only those dealing in shady goods dare to come. I'll take it." Lu Ming cut him off, pointing at the large red brick warehouse at the far end. "That one. I want it. 1 month lease." The scrawny man froze. "Huh? 1 month? Our minimum lease is half a year. I'll pay extra." Lu Ming pulled a stack of red banknotes from his backpack, about 10,000 yuan, and slapped it directly into the agent's arms. "No contract needed. Give me the keys and leave. This is the deposit and rent. Is that enough?" The agent's eyes went wide. The monthly rent for this rundown warehouse was at most 2,000. "Enough. More than enough. You're a generous boss." Afraid Lu Ming might change his mind, the agent shoved the keys into Lu Ming's hand, counted the money, and scurried away gleefully. Lu Ming took the rusty iron lock key and opened the warehouse door. Creak! The heavy iron door let out a piercing screech. Inside was empty, roughly 2,000 square meters, with a concrete floor and a high ceiling. Though a bit drafty, it didn't matter. This was just a transfer station. Lu Ming wasn't planning to store supplies here permanently. Instead, he intended to turn it into a black hole. As long as things came in, and the door closed behind them, they would be his private domain. With the warehouse secured, Lu Ming rushed straight to the city's largest agricultural wholesale market. That was the real battlefield. At the Chang'an Agricultural Wholesale Market, the air was filled with the clamor of haggling and the roar of trucks unloading goods. A pungent mix of fresh produce and spices hung in the air. In the past, Lu Ming found the smell overwhelming. Now, it smelled wonderful. It was the scent of life. He walked straight to a shop bearing the sign, "Grain and Oil General Agent." The owner, a bald man, was smoking and playing cards with some friends. "Boss, I want to buy rice." Lu Ming knocked on the counter. Without looking up, the bald man said, "That pile over there is for retail. 5 yuan a caddy. Help yourself." "I don't want retail. I want premium Wuchang rice and flour, Wadeli brand. The oil should be Jinlongju." The bald man threw down his cards impatiently. "How much do you want?" "A few bags. I'm busy here. Rice 50 tons. Lu Ming held up 5 fingers. "Flour 50 tons. Oil 2,000 barrels." The air suddenly went still. The cigarette fell from the bald man's mouth, burning his thigh, and he jumped up with a yelp of pain. The others playing cards were stunned, staring at Lu Ming as if he were insane. "Little brother, are you messing with me?" The bald man picked up his cigarette, scowling. 50 tons. Do you know how much that is? It would take several big trucks to haul it all. Even if you ran a restaurant, you wouldn't need this much. Are you in or not?" Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with nonsense. He unzipped his backpack, revealing a thick stack of red bills. "Cash on delivery. Deliver the goods to Shanthong Logistics Park, and I'll pay the balance after unloading." Lu Ming casually pulled out 2 wads of cash and tossed them onto the table. "Hey, raise the deposit." The moment he saw the money, the bald man's expression shifted from a furious deity to a smiling Buddha. "Oh, boss, please have a seat." The bald man shoved aside his assistant, his face crinkling into a beaming smile. "You're doing big business. I failed to recognize your greatness. I'll arrange the shipment right away. 50 tons is nothing. I could get you 500. Deliver as much as you can before tonight." Lu Ming checked the time. "I also need pork, beef, and seasonings. Who's the biggest wholesaler in this market? Take me to them." "Sure thing. Follow me." The bald man now saw Lu Ming as his personal god of wealth and scurried ahead to lead the way. Over the next 2 hours, the entire wholesale market buzzed with excitement. A madman had appeared, buying up everything in sight. "Pork. I want whole pigs. 500 of them. Only today's slaughter. Salt. 5 tons. Sugar too. Pickled vegetables. Legama chili sauce. Clean out the entire stock." Lu Ming was like an emotionless shopping machine. If it was edible and storable, he wanted it. The vendors' hands cramped from counting money as they gazed at Lu Ming with awe. Was this the legendary someone who owned a mine? Some even wondered if war was imminent, but a glance at the bright sun outside made them dismiss the thought. Who cared? Only a fool would turn down easy money. At 10 o'clock that night, Chiffon Logistics Park, the once dead warehouse district, was now ablaze with light. Dozens of heavy trucks lined up in a long convoy. Back up! Back up! Keep going! Unload! Move it! Workers stripped to the waist hauled bags of rice and crates of canned goods into the warehouse. Lu Ming sat on a broken chair by the warehouse entrance, sipping an iced cola as he watched the scene unfold. This was bliss. The feeling of watching supplies pile up was more satisfying than anything else. Boss, this is the last truck. The bald man, drenched in sweat, ran over and handed Lu Ming a cigarette. Want to check the count? Lu Ming glanced at the warehouse. The empty 20,000 square meter space was now half filled. Rice was stacked like small mountains, and rows of hanging pork, red and white, gave a reassuring sight. No need to check. Lu Ming took the cigarette, but didn't smoke it, tucking it behind his ear instead. The balance has been transferred. Great. You're a straightforward boss. The bald man checked the payment notification on his phone and grinned from ear to ear. After the convoy departed, it was already past midnight. The noisy warehouse fell back into silence, leaving only Lu Ming standing amidst the mountain of supplies. A cold wind seeped through the cracks in the door, but he didn't feel cold at all. Instead, his blood was boiling. He pulled out his phone. 0000. A new day had arrived. On the screen, the Doomsday Mystery Box icon glowed once more. Lu Ming took a deep breath. Yesterday was a newbie bonus, unlimited cola. Today was the second day, and according to the rules, Monday through Saturday offered small rewards. Even though they were small rewards, they came from the system, and system items were always top-notch. Open! Lu Ming tapped the screen. A flash of light later, a heavy cardboard box appeared on a bag of rice beside his feet. Congratulations. You've obtained military-grade self-heating warm patches, 1 box, 500 patches. Description: specially designed for special forces. Apply 1 patch for continuous heat lasting 24 hours at a steady 55 C. Even if you're running naked in Antarctica, covering yourself with these will make you sweat from the heat. Lu Ming opened the box and took out a patch. Tearing open the packaging, warmth radiated through within 3 seconds. Fast. In the apocalypse, this was life itself. Many people had frozen to death, clutching tens of thousands in cash, unable to trade it for a single warm patch. Lu Ming stored them away with satisfaction. Over the next 2 days, Lu Ming worked like an unceasing top, receiving supplies during the day and guarding the warehouse at night. On the 3rd day, the mystery box yielded a high-intensity tactical flashlight, another excellent item. Its beam could reach a kilometer, it could double as a club, and it had a strobe function that could temporarily blind an enemy. Lu Ming tested it by shining it on a wall, nearly blinding himself. If he aimed it at someone's eyes, it would likely send them rolling on the ground, clutching their face. Time passed quickly, and soon it was November 5th, Sunday. That day Lu Ming woke up exceptionally early, or rather he hadn't slept at all. He sat atop the tallest stack of flour bags in the warehouse, his eyes fixed on the time displayed on his phone screen. 235958. 235959. 000000. It changed. Today was Sunday. According to the system rules, Sunday's mystery box offered an intermediate reward if small rewards yielded life-saving items like warm patches. What would an intermediate reward be? A gun? An armored vehicle? Or? Lu Ming didn't hesitate. He directly reached out and tapped the long-awaited icon. At the same time, he squeezed his eyes shut, praying to the Jade Emperor, Guanyin, Bodhisattva, Jesus, Confucius, and even Satan, hoping they would bless him with something good. As the icon was tapped, a dazzling violet light burst forth, nearly blinding Lu Ming's eyes. The intermediate reward was no longer the cheap white light. This time the radiance exuded an air of nobility. Holding his breath, Lu Ming felt something appear in his hand. It was cool and hard. It was a black ring devoid of patterns, looking like an iron band, but when touched its texture was as delicate as a woman's skin. Congratulations on obtaining the intermediate reward subspace ring. Capacity 1,000,000 cubic meters. Characteristics: time freeze, vacuum preservation, no living beings allowed. Lu Ming's hand trembled, nearly dropping the ring. A spatial storage device. It really existed. The most overpowered cheat item from apocalypse novels was now adorning his finger. How much is 1,000,000 cubic meters? Lu Ming had no idea, but it was definitely far larger than the school stadium. With such a vast space, how much rice could it hold? How much meat? Lu Ming abruptly looked up, staring at the mountain of supplies before him, the fruits of his relentless scavenging over the past few days. 50 tons of rice, thousands of barrels of oil cramming the shabby warehouse to the brim. Collect. Lu Ming focused his mind. Whoosh. There was no sound, no special effects. The mountain of rice vanished into thin air. Not a single grain remained. The floor was spotless, with only a few bewildered cockroaches crawling around. Damn! Lu Ming cursed, this time out of excitement. He then turned his gaze to the pork and flour over there. Collect. Whoosh, they were gone too. The warehouse, once so cramped you couldn't turn around, was now empty, with only echoes drifting. Lu Ming closed his eyes. In his mind, a gray space appeared. The rice, flour, and pork were neatly stacked there, suspended, as if in a frozen painting. That piece of pork had been dripping blood, but now the droplet hung midair, motionless. Time freeze. What did this mean? It meant he could store cooked food. A roast duck fresh from the oven, left for 10,000 years, would still be scalding when taken out. And ice cream. And a steaming hot pot. Lu Ming laughed, laughing like a madman. In the empty warehouse, the sound was eerily chilling. With this, who needed this shabby warehouse? The whole city was his backyard. As long as no one saw him, he could take anything he wanted. This was true zero-cost shopping. Lu Ming put the ring on his index finger. It fit perfectly. Moreover, it could turn invisible as long as he didn't want it seen. No one could see the ring. Let's go! Still, the warehouse wasn't rented in vain. Although Lu Ming had bought a lot, he had a bigger plan requiring more supplies. After thinking it over, Lu Ming simply told Skinny Monkey to keep an eye on things, saying that people would deliver rice, flour, oil, and grain every day. Skinny Monkey, seeing the money, didn't ask questions and agreed immediately. After settling things here, Lu Ming decided to do something bigger, getting oil. In the apocalypse, no oil meant death. Generators needed oil, vehicles needed oil, and heating needed oil. Lu Ming drove the rented beat-up minibus straight to a suburban gas station, a private one serving large trucks. The boss had connections. As long as you paid he'd sell anything. Fill it up. Lu Ming tossed a pack of cigarettes to the attendant. Bro wants some in barrels. They're cracking down lately, but I've got stock. The attendant whispered conspiratorially. Just what I wanted. How much? Lu Ming rolled down the window, letting the cold wind rush in. 2 tons. But I only have big iron drums. They're hard to transport. He'll take them all. Lu Ming got out and followed the attendant to the backyard, where a dozen large iron drums of diesel were hidden behind piles of junk. The smell was strong. But to Lu Ming, it was the scent of security. Boss, the money's been transferred. Lu Ming took out his phone, scanned the code, and paid, his movements fluid. As the attendant turned to get the receipt, Lu Ming waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dozen drums of diesel vanished instantly, leaving only muddy imprints on the ground. When the attendant returned, his eyes nearly popped out. The drums? They've been hauled away. Lu Ming pointed to the door. I have a fleet. The attendant scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Had a truck come in? Maybe he was hearing things. Lu Ming ignored him and floored the gas pedal. He was gone. Doing this once was enough. More times would attract attention. Now that he had the space, he needed to fill the 100 cubic meters. Besides oil, he needed generators. Yamaha silent generators, 2 of them, plus high-capacity batteries and coal. Smokeless coal, long-burning with high heat value. Lu Ming drove around, randomly stopping at every hardware store and supermarket. Buy like crazy. Whenever the car was full, he'd store everything in the ring when no one was looking. He was like a gluttonous taukia, taking in without giving out. He kept at it until afternoon, when his stomach began to growl. Ahead was a large mall with a ridiculously expensive imported supermarket in the basement. Oh, in the past Lu Ming wouldn't even dare to enter. A bunch of grapes cost hundreds, daylight robbery. But now it was his cafeteria. Lu Ming pushed his cart straight to the fresh section. M9 tomahawk steak, 1800. You want a slice? He took 10 slices. King crab alive, still blowing bubbles. The ring couldn't take live things, so it had to die. Kill it and chop it up, Lu Ming said, pointing at the largest crab. The server looked at this ordinary dressed young man with a hint of disdain. Sir, this crab costs over 3,000. Are you sure? Kill it. Lu Ming didn't want to waste words. He took out his phone and showed the balance to the server. The server shut up. The chopped crab meat was packed in an exquisite box. Lu Ming pretended to put it in his backpack, but it went straight into the ring. He also grabbed a few bottles of Matai, several cartons of Wazi cigarettes, and some ridiculously expensive Evian water. He pushed the cart full of items to the checkout. He swiped his card. Insufficient balance. Lu Ming calmly switched to another card. It was a credit card anyway, might as well max it out. Carrying bags and bags, he walked out of the supermarket as the sky was darkening. Streetlights flickered on, casting a dim yellow glow. The streets were crowded. Couples held hands, children cried. A scene of peace. Lu Ming looked at them, his gaze like that of someone watching livestock awaiting slaughter. In 25 days, half of these people would freeze to death, and the other half would stab each other for the box of beef in his hand. Humph. Lu Ming sneered and turned toward the parking lot. Just then a voice suddenly came from behind. Lu Ming! The voice was familiar, so familiar that Lu Ming's back instantly tensed, as if had been targeted by a venomous snake. He stopped and slowly turned around. Behind a pillar not far away stood a man with gold-rimmed glasses and a white shirt, looking like a refined scoundrel. Su Fei, the beast who in his past life had smiled while handing him a cup of poisoned wine, then said with knife and fork, "Brother, lend me some flesh." Lu Ming slipped his hand into his pocket, ready to pull a tactical flashlight from the space and blind that son of a bitch. What a coincidence! Su Fei walked over with a smile, his eyes sweeping over the bags in Lu Ming's hands. That gaze, greedy, venomous, was exactly the same as in the past life. Struck it rich. Su Fei pushed up his glasses, hiding the sharp glint in his eyes. Buying all this good stuff and not calling your brother. What? Got rich, and now you don't recognize your brothers. Su Fei reached out, intending to pat Lu Ming on the shoulder, his hands slender and knuckles prominent. Lu Ming remembered it clearly. It was this very hand that held a boning knife, slowly slicing open the flesh of his thigh. Back then Su Fei was still smiling as he cut, saying, "Mingzi, don't blame me. I'm hungry too." That searing pain, that utter despair. Lu Ming instinctively stepped back, dodging the hand. Su Fei's hand hung in midair, awkward. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, masking the faint shadow in his eyes, yet still wore that sickening fake smile. Lu Ming, what's wrong with you? A few days apart and we're strangers. Su Fei sized up Lu Ming's cheap clothes, then glanced at the expensive shopping bags in his hands, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. Nothing much. Lu Ming's voice was icy. Something on your mind. If murder weren't illegal, if he weren't afraid the police would arrest him now and ruin his stockpiling plans. Right now, this instant, immediately, Lu Ming would first blind his eyes, then pull a dagger from his spatial storage and plunge it into Su Fei's throat, draining his blood. Hey, nothing major. Su Fei rubbed his hands together, putting on a troubled expression. Just a bit tight on cash lately. You know, I just changed jobs and the rent went up. Seeing you bought so many nice things, you must be pretty well off, right? Here it comes, borrowing money. In his past life, it was the same excuse. Back then, Lu Ming foolishly lent him 30,000, money he had set aside for his mortgage. And what happened? Right when the apocalypse hit, Su Fei used that money to buy a stash of supplies, only to later lead a group to rob Lu Ming of his meager food reserves. How much do you need? Lu Ming looked at him, a playful curl at the corner of his mouth. Su Fei's eyes lit up. This fool was still so easy to deceive. Not much, just 30,000. I'll pay you back next month with interest. Su Fei raised 3 fingers, swearing solemnly. Pay back. With ghost money. Lu Ming chuckled. He set his bags on the ground, freed a hand to slip into his pocket, and grasped the cold, sturdy flashlight. Su Fei. Lu Ming called his name. Yeah, I am here, bro. Get lost. One word, simple and blunt. The smile on Su Fei's face instantly froze, as if someone had pressed pause. He wondered if had misheard. Lu Ming, what did you say? I said get lost. Lu Ming stepped forward, closing the distance to less than half a meter. He stared into Su Fei's eyes, his gaze devoid of warmth, carrying only the indifference of looking at a dead man, even tinged with a hint of bloodlust. I have no money. Even if I did, I'd rather feed it to the dogs than lend it to you. Lu Ming's voice was low, but Su Fei was intimidated by his look. He had never seen Lu Ming like this. The old Lu Ming was honest, weak, and would only giggle foolishly when taken advantage of. But now, the man before him seemed like a wolf that had just feasted on human flesh. A chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to his crown. Su Fei instinctively stumbled back 2 steps, nearly tripping over a pillar behind him. You're insane. Su Fei's face flushed with anger and humiliation. If you want Len, just say so. No need for insults. What trash. No wonder you'll always be a broke loser. After cursing, he turned and walked away quickly, even a bit frantically, as if a ghost were chasing him. Lu Ming stood still watching Su Fei's fleeing figure, neither pursuing nor angered, only finding it ridiculous. Run! Lu Ming murmured under his breath. Eat well, fatten up. He'll come collect the debt in person next month. That was a blood debt to be repaid with life. Lu Ming picked up his bags and walked back to his battered golden minivan. Once inside, he pulled out his phone, found Su Fei in his WeChat contacts, tapped the profile, deleted the friend, blocked him, and also added Su Fei's phone number to the blacklist. The world was at peace. Every extra word from such a person felt like dirtying his ears. But being disturbed by this flight did sour Lu Ming's mood a bit. What to do when upset? Spend money, stock up. Only by watching the supplies in his spatial storage grow could the sense of security suppress the murderous intent within. Lu Ming started the engine. This time his target was the city's most famous roast duck restaurant. Jude. Not the vacuum-packed junk, he wanted freshly roasted one straight from the oven, fragrant with fruitwood. The car sped all the way and stopped at the restaurant's entrance. It was dinner time, and the place was buzzing with noise. The aroma of roasted duck fat filled the entire street. Lu Ming took a deep breath, his stomach growling twice. He had survived 3 years in the apocalypse on tree bark and frozen rat meat. This smell was pure poison. Boss! Lu Ming walked into the shop and slapped a bank card on the counter. I want roast duck. The receptionist was startled. Sir, how many are in your party? There are no private rooms available now. Not dining in. Take out. Lu Ming glanced at the rows of golden red ducks hanging in the open kitchen. How many can one batch roast? About 50. I'll take them all, Lu Ming said flatly. Huh? The receptionist was dumbfounded, thinking she had misheard. All of them. Are you hosting a company team building event? Stop the chatter. Swipe the card. Lu Ming had no desire to explain. And the next batch and the one after that, I'll take all the ducks your shop makes tonight. Also double the portions of lotus leaf pancake, sweet bean sauce, and shredded scallions. The manager was alerted. He rushed out, confirmed the card payment, and grinned from ear to ear. Quick! Tell the kitchen to turn up the heat. All chefs on deck. After arranging everything, the manager personally poured tea for Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't drink, he just sat there watching the chef slice the ducks with masterful precision, each slice with skin and meat steaming hot. Box packed, the takeout bags piled up like a small mountain. Sir, shall I help you carry them to your car? The manager asked eagerly. No need. I'll do it myself. Lu Ming carried dozens of bags of roast duck in several trips to his van. After closing the door and ensuring no one was around, he thought, store. With a mental command, the hundreds of boxes of piping hot duck vanished into his spatial ring. Their time was frozen. These ducks would forever retain the crispness and heat of the moment they left the oven. When it was 70 degrees below zero outside and others were gnawing on ice chips, he would be in his warm, safe house, wrapping hot roast duck in pancakes, taking a bite, and feeling the grease run down his chin. What a taste! TSK. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. But duck alone wasn't enough, too greasy. He needed something to go with drinks. Lu Ming drove to a century-old braised meat shop in the west of the city. Long sauce meat. Their pig head meat was legendary, fatty but not greasy, lean but not dry. They also had sauce beef, braised trotters, and pork intestines. Boss, 1,000 gene of pig head meat, 500 gene of sauce beef, and all the intestines. Lu Ming was like a scavenger, leaving nothing in his wake. All the enticing glossy braised meats hanging on hooks were turned into inventory in his spatial storage. He even took 2 buckets of the braising broth. That stuff, when used to cook noodles, was a delicacy even the gods would envy. That night, Lu Ming's footsteps covered most of the city. KFC family buckets, McDonald's, Big Macs, Pizza Hut pizzas, and street stall treats like grilled cold noodles, jianbing, and stinky tofu. Anything hot, anything edible he took without refusal. This frenzy of spending gradually calmed the violence in his heart. Looking at the specially designated cooked food area in his ring space. A dazzling array steaming hot, this was happiness the most tangible kind. He worked until the early hours, then dragged his tired, but exhilarated body back to his empty home. Meanwhile, in a cheap rental room on the other side of the city, Sufei sat on the curb, holding a bottle of cheap beer, taking a fierce gulp. Pa! He spat, his eyes venomous. His phone screen glowed, showing a chat with Zhang Chong, the head of security for Lu Ming's neighborhood, and a thug himself. Sufei, brother Chong, let me tell you something. That kid Lu Ming has gone crazy. Looks like he struck it rich. Zhang Chong, rich? That coward. How? Sufei, seriously, I saw him today. Driving the beat-up van, but he was buying all high-end stuff. Wagyu beef, Matai king crab. Tens of thousands worth. And the kid's gotten kinda creepy. Zhang Chong, creepy how? Sufei, his eyes are off like he's killed someone. And he blocked me. Wouldn't even lend me a few thousand. Acts like hot stuff. On the other end, Zhang Chong sat in the security booth, legs crossed, smirking at his phone. Zhang Chong, haha, struck it rich. That's good news. I've been a bit short lately. I'll go visit him in a couple of days. Sufei, brother Chong, count me in. That punk's too cocky, we need to soften him up. Zhang Chong, don't worry, you'll get your share. Sufei stared at the words on the screen, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lu Ming, go ahead and be arrogant. Keep at it. When brother Chong comes knocking, let's see how you still act tough. The morning sunlight was blindingly harsh. Lu Ming stood in the living room, his feet on the empty concrete floor. The furniture had long been sold. Those rosewood sofas and genuine leather beds were hauled away by a junk collector a few days ago, exchanged for a few thousand yuan. Now the house looked like a bare shell, but the property deed was no longer in Lu Ming's hands either. That manager Wang from Lianjiao was probably clutching it in his dreams right now. When signing the contract, Lu Ming had deliberately added a clause the house would be rented back for 2 months after the sale, with the rent deducted from the purchase price. That chubby manager Wang agreed with remarkable alacrity. In his eyes, Lu Ming was just a prodigal son desperate to cash out and plug his financial holes. 2 months. He could wait even 2 months and a day. As long as the house was his flipping, it would net him over $1 million in profit. Huh? Lu Ming took a sip of iced cola, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. In 2 months, that fat man would probably be frozen into an icicle. Would he even care about the house then? The house was nominally manager Wang's now, but in reality, the keys were in Lu Ming's hand, the usage rights were his. This was his territory. Since it was his territory, it needed renovation, a thorough, ruthless overhaul. Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Lu Ming set down his cola and walked over to open the door. At the entrance stood a middle-aged man in a black suit, his hair meticulously combed, followed by 2 assistants carrying measuring instruments. Black Shield Security, the top security company in the country, once specializing in protecting tycoons and politicians. Word had it that if the price was right, they could turn your bedroom into a vault. Mr. Lu. The middle-aged man glanced at Lu Ming, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Too young. And his attire. Too ordinary. He didn't seem like someone who could afford hefty security fees. It's me. Lu Ming stepped aside. Come in. The man named Li Gang was a senior consultant at Black Shield. He entered the house, surveying the empty, bare-walled space. His brow furrowed slightly, but professionalism kept him silent. Mr. Lu, you mentioned full house reinforcement on the phone. Li Gang pulled out a tablet. Here are some of our packages: grade A for anti-theft and Enterprise, grade B for bulletproof and blast-resistant, grade C for... No need to look. Lu Ming cut him off, walking to the wall and patting its flimsy surface. I want a custom job. No offense, but your grade C package. Lu Ming turned to face Li Gang, his tone flat. Is trash. Li Gang's face stiffened, turning sour. Mr. Lu, grade C can withstand standard grenades. I'm not guarding against grenades. Lu Ming stared into his eyes. It's the apocalypse. Li Gang froze. Is this guy insane? A lunatic? Lu Ming ignored his reaction and raised one finger. First full 6-sided reinforcement. Walls, floor, ceiling, all covered with 20-centimeter thick alloy steel plates. Welded in one piece, no gaps. 20 centimeters. Li Gang yelped, nearly dropping his tablet. Mr. Lu, do you know how heavy that is? The floor will collapse. It won't, Lu Ming said calmly. This building is a frame structure. I've had the load bearing calculated. It can handle it. In truth, he hadn't calculated it. If it collapsed, so be it. By then everything would be ice frozen solid. Second, Lu Ming pointed at the massive floor-to-ceiling window opening. I want bulletproof glass, not the cheap pistol-resistant kind. I need the type that can withstand sustained fire from a Barrett sniper rifle, double-layered, vacuum-sealed in between with one-way privacy film. Li Gang wiped the sweat from his forehead. A madman, definitely a madman, or maybe some underworld prince being hunted by enemies. Third, ventilation system. Lu Ming pointed at the ceiling. I want an independent air circulation system with top-grade nuclear, biological, and chemical filters. Even if poison gas is outside, I shouldn't smell a thing while smoking inside. Li Gang listened, stunned. This wasn't renovating a house. It was building a bunker. A nuclear war-grade bunker. Mr. Lu. Li Gang swallowed hard, his throat dry. The scope of work. And the material costs. This is no small sum. And with such major modifications, the property management. I'll handle the property management. Lu Ming interrupted. Just give me a quote. Li Gang took a deep breath, his fingers flying over the tablet in rapid calculations. After 2 minutes, he looked up, his gaze complex. Mr. Lu, a rough estimate, materials plus labor, at least 8 million. And the fastest timeline is a month. 8 million could buy 2 villas in this third-tier city. Spending 8 million to renovate a 90-square-meter-old house. Was he out of his mind? 8 million. Lu Ming smiled. I'll give you 10 million. He tossed his old backpack onto the table. Shoo! The zipper opened, revealing bundles of bright red cash. About 500,000 yuan he hadn't deposited yet. Li Gang's eyes locked onto it instantly. Cold hard cash. Its visual impact far stronger than any transfer screenshot. This is the down payment. Lu Ming casually pulled out a bundle, slapping it in his palm. The rest will be settled within a month. One condition only. Lu Ming raised a finger. 1 week. I want it finished in 1 week. The extra 2 million is overtime pay for the crew. Deal or no deal? The air went still. Li Gang looked at the money, then at Lu Ming's unnervingly dark eyes. Finish in a week. That meant 247 shifts. But 2 million in overtime. Money could make the devil turn a millstone, let alone a bulldozer. Deal? Li Gang gritted his teeth, a greedy glint in his eyes. Mr. Lu, rest assured. I'll call in the best men right now. 3 shifts. With the money right, I'll have it done in 5 days, not just a week. Good. Lu Ming pushed the backpack forward. Sign the contract. After seeing Li Gang out, the house fell silent again. Lu Ming leaned against the wall, letting out a long breath. Done. The biggest worry was finally being resolved. Once this turtle shell was built, not even Su Fei and Zhang Chong, let alone the army, could breach it without shelling for hours. As for the 10 million. Bullshit. He couldn't pay it even with his life. When Doomsday came, go collect from the heavens. He glanced at his phone. Time to open another blind box. Had been so busy stocking up these days, had almost forgotten. Hope for something good. Lu Ming tapped the familiar black icon. A flash of light, not purple but blue. A small gem. Congratulations. You've obtained Polar Special Operations Suit, full set description, made with nanothermostatic material, lightweight, breathable, stab resistant. Built-in micro-thermonuclear battery for active heating. Cold resistance limit 80°C. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Clothing. With active heating. This was a treasure. In his past life, had bundled up in 3 layers of down jackets, and still froze, like a dog barely able to walk. Wearing too much meant he couldn't even run from danger. But this suit. With a thought, a black outfit materialized in his hands. The fabric felt strange, cool to the touch, like silk yet metallic. It was incredibly light, the whole set, including boots, probably weighed no more than 2 jeans. Let's try it. Lu Ming stripped off his t-shirt and pulled on the suit. It conformed automatically like a second skin, tightly wrapping his muscles without any constriction. The next second, a wave of warmth surged from the suit, spreading instantly through his body. It wasn't a stifling heat, but a gentle, perfectly balanced warmth. Solid. truly solid. With this gear, he could roll around in the snow without fear. And it was black with a hood, a sleek design that would make him a perfect shadow assassin on the streets. Lu Ming checked himself in the mirror. The reflection showed a man with cold eyes clad in black. Not bad. He nodded in satisfaction. This was how the apocalypse should look. That afternoon, after stocking up more supplies, Lu Ming drove back to the neighborhood. He needed to grab a few things and see what his lovely neighbors were up to. As soon as he parked his beat-up Jinbei at the community entrance, he saw a crowd gathered around the guardhouse bickering noisily. The ground was piled high with express boxes like a small mountain. A woman in a pink miniskirt stood there, phone in hand, barking orders loudly. "Oh! Careful! That's my new cosmetics! That one! Don't crush that box! It's a limited edition handbag!" Her voice was shrill, carrying a grating, spoiled air. Lin Qian. Lu Ming frowned. What a small world, paths crossing with an old nemesis. He intended to drive around, but the only route was blocked by the pile of packages. Lu Ming honked the horn. Beep! The sharp sound startled Lin Qian. She spun around, brow furrowed, face etched with annoyance. "Who's that? No manners. What are you honking for?" Spotting Lu Ming's beat-up Jinbei, she rolled her eyes so hard they nearly disappeared. "TCH, and I thought it was someone important." Lin Qian crossed her arms, clicking over on high heels. "Lu Ming, are you blind? Can't you see this stuff piled up?" Lu Ming rolled down the window, staring at her coldly. "Move! Oh! Getting cocky after a few days, huh?" Lin Qian let out a sarcastic laugh. "You want me to move? Do you know how much all this stuff costs? Can you afford to replace it if you damage it?" She pointed at the boxes on the ground. "My Singles' Day purchases just arrived, and am struggling to carry them up." Lin Qian's eyes darted, her tone suddenly turning syrupy. "Perfect timing, brother Lu Ming. How about helping me carry them? Look, I'm wearing heels. I really can't manage, and I have a few big items. You're so strong." Same old act, whining, playing cute. In the past, Lu Ming had fallen for it every time. One brother Lu Ming, and head go weak in the knees, eagerly playing the pack mule. But now, he looked at her powder cake face and felt only disgust. The apocalypse was coming, and she was still buying bags and makeup. Was she brainless? Oh right. She didn't know the end was near. She thought life would go on forever, live streaming, fishing for rich guys, playing the goddess. But Lu Ming wasn't about to warn her. Since the car couldn't get through, he simply parked elsewhere and walked past her without a word. Lu Ming walked straight ahead without any intention of stopping to help. Lin Qian froze, instinctively reaching out to tug at his sleeve. "Brother Lu Ming, didn't you hear me?" Her voice carried a mix of 3 parts grievance and 7 parts disbelief. Where was the Lu Ming who used to come at her beck and call, who would have gladly ripped out his heart for her? Lu Ming sidestepped with the agility of an eel. Lin Qian grasped at empty air, her stiletto heels wobbling beneath her, nearly sending her sprawling face first. Ouch! She clutched her knee, tears welling up in her eyes from the pain. This scene happened to be witnessed by Annie Lu, who had just returned from grocery shopping. She was the neighborhood's notorious gossip, always eager to preach from her moral high horse. Seeing the situation, she dropped her wilted vegetables to the ground with a thud. "Oh my! Isn't this Xiao Lu?" Auntie Lu planted herself in the middle of the path, her hefty frame jiggling. "What's wrong with you, young man? Didn't you see the girl fall? Why didn't you help her up? And Qian bought so many things. We're all neighbors here. What's the harm in lending a hand? Young people these days have no sense of humanity at all. Cold-blooded." Auntie Liu's spill flew in all directions, splattering across Lu Ming's face. Emboldened by the support, Lin Qian straightened her back. She rubbed her ankle, gazing at Lu Ming with tearful eyes, a pitiful sight that could melt anyone's heart. "Auntie Lu, please don't blame brother Lu Ming. Maybe he's just in a bad mood." Such masterful manipulation. Truly exquisite. In his past life, Lu Ming would have been overwhelmed with guilt, ready to slap himself and obediently serve as a pack mule. But now, Lu Ming watched the 2 drama queens, young and old, and felt his stomach churn. Disgusting. Utterly revolting. He reached out and brushed off his sleeve where Lin Qian had almost touched him, as if it had been contaminated by filth. "Auntie Lu." Lu Ming's voice was flat, betraying no emotion. If you're that bored, go shovel the manure at the village entrance instead of spewing crap here. And you? He turned to Lin Qian. Are your arms broken or your legs broken? If you can't carry it, don't buy it. Nobody's here to indulge you. The air was dead silent. Auntie Liu's mouth hung open wide enough to fit a fist, and she couldn't close it for a long time. Lin Qian was dumbfounded. Was this still the same Lu Ming? This was a rabid dog. You? Who are you cursing at? Auntie Lu finally snapped back, trembling with rage. You ill-mannered brat. Your parents died young, so nobody taught you manners, huh? At these words, Lu Ming's gaze turned icy cold. In that instant, the temperature around him seemed to drop several degrees. He took a step forward, his hands in his pockets gripping the tactical knife he had acquired 2 days ago. A murderous aura born of true bloodshed and death radiated from him without restraint. Auntie Lu, intimidated by his glare, swallowed the curses on the tip of her tongue. She felt a chill on her neck, as if a blade were pressed against it. Scram! Lu Ming uttered a single word. A good dog doesn't block the path. Without sparing another glance at the two clowns, he skirted around the pile of designer shopping bags and strode purposefully into the building. Behind him came Lin Qian's shrill shrieks and Auntie Liu's curses. Lu Ming! Just you wait. If I ever talk to you again, I'll take your surname. Pa! What a piece of trash. You deserve to be a bachelor for life. Lu Ming stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 18th floor. The doors slid shut, sealing out the noise. Huh? He let out a cold laugh. Take my surname. You're not worthy. Wait until next month, when you're kneeling begging me for a moldy piece of bread. I hope you'll still be so arrogant then. Back home, the apartment was empty. He walked to the window and looked down at Lin Qian, still sobbing, to Auntie Lu. Her figure in that pink dress looked especially fragile in the twilight. In just over 20 days, those proud long legs would be covered in frostbite, oozing yellow pus. That delicate, tender flesh would become rations for the mobs. Lu Ming drew the curtains, blocking out the last rays of sunset. No more thinking. Thinking too much leads to soft-heartedness, even though his heart was now harder than a butcher's cleaver. After a drink of water, Lu Ming decided to stock up on more fuel. Though he had the special combat suit to keep him from freezing, a vehicle was essential in the apocalypse, for escape, scavenging supplies, and even running down the mobs. And fuel was non-negotiable. If he ever got his hands on heavy machinery, it would be useless without fuel. Lu Ming pulled out his phone and opened an online store. He ordered a batch of solar panels, monocrystalline 500W each, the highest conversion efficiency. 50 of them. Plus the necessary controllers, inverters, and batteries. Lithium iron phosphate batteries. 20 sets. These were durable and long-lasting, even though the sun in the apocalypse would be as good as dead, perpetually hidden behind thick clouds. But as long as there was a glimmer of light, the solar panels would work. Every little bit counts. Another energy source meant another lifeline. After paying, his balance shrank again. But that was fine. The next supplies he needed wouldn't cost much, or rather a small investment for a big payoff. Lu Ming changed into a dark tracksuit, put on a cap and mask, and slung his old backpack over his shoulder. The backpack was empty, the real warehouse was in the ring on his finger. He went downstairs and started the battered Jinbei van. V-room! The engine coughed like an old ox, belching a cloud of black smoke. The van was beat up, but it had plenty of space, was tough, and most importantly, it was inconspicuous. Driving a Land Rover to steal fuel would be brainless. Lu Ming drove out of the city, heading straight for the private gas stations along the national highway. These places had lax management, plenty of blind spots for cameras, and the fuel quality. Well, it wasn't great, but as long as the engine could drink it. The night was pitch black, the streetlights dim and yellow. A station with a sign reading, Zhongyo Petroleum, Note Not PetroChina, appeared by the roadside. There were few cars, just a drowsy attendant. Lu Ming pulled in and parked at the farthest pump, which was conveniently hidden behind a parked truck. Fill it up, Lu Ming called out. The attendant, rubbing his sleepy eyes, shuffled over, inserted the nozzle into the tank, set the amount, and went back inside to continue his nap. Self-service was the norm these days, and these small private stations couldn't care less. Lu Ming watched the numbers on the meter spin. He glanced around. No one in sight, and the surveillance camera was aimed at the back of the truck. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming pulled a large fuel drum from his ring, a 200-liter iron barrel he had picked up from a scrapyard. He yanked the nozzle out and shoved it into the drum. Gurgle, gurgle. The pale yellow diesel emitted a pungent odor. But to Lu Ming it smelled like heaven. This wasn't fuel, it was liquid gold. One drum filled. Store. The heavy barrel vanished into the ring space. A second drum, a third. Lu Ming's movements grew smoother, like a seasoned thief who had been at it for decades. The numbers on the meter spun wildly. 500 yuan. 1,000 yuan. 2,000 yuan. He didn't stop until he had siphoned nearly a ton of fuel. Then he put the nozzle back into the van, added the last 100 yuan worth to fill the tank. He went inside to pay. The attendant's eyes nearly bulged at the total. Holy crap, man. Is your Jinbei a gas-guzzling monster? Over 2,000. Modified it. Lu Ming pulled down his cap, spinning a random lie. Bigger tank. Long hauls. The attendant didn't think twice as long as he got paid. Lu Ming settled the bill and sped off. He moved on to the next station. That night Lu Ming was like a tireless hamster roaming the city's edges. East side, west side, national highways, provincial roads. Every remote station bore the shadow of that beat-up Jinbei. By the early hours of the morning, a quarter of his ring space was piled high with over 100 barrels. Dozens of tons of diesel, and a few tons of gasoline. Enough. Enough to last a lifetime. Lu Ming pulled over, bought a can of Red Bull, and downed it. Satisfaction. Just then several roaring sports cars sped past, their speed so fierce the draft nearly tipped over his van. Vroom. Ferraris and Lamborghinis. The car stopped in front of a convenience store ahead. A few rich kids with dyed hair and trendy clothes got out shouting and laughing. Hey, did you see the news? One of them, a blonde, waved his phone excitedly. They're saying there's going to be a massive meteor shower in the next few days. And auroras. Really? We're inland here. Can't we see the aurora? The experts said so, didn't they? Something about abnormal solar activity and magnetic storms. Awesome. We've got to go to the mountaintop. Bring some girls, pop some champagne, it'll be epic. The group continued their merry chatter, planning their scenic outing. Lu Ming sat in his van watching these clueless fools. Aurora? Huh. That's the light of Hell's Gates opening. A solar flare eruption, the collapse of Earth's magnetic field. What follows isn't romance, but an eternal winter. Enjoy it. Lu Ming started the engine and slowly drove into the darkness. Take a good look before your eyes freeze blind. After all, this is the last glow of human civilization. The very next morning Lu Ming was awake at the break of dawn. Not that he had truly slept, for he had barely rested at all. Having just been reborn, the tension in his mind was wound too tightly to ever loosen. He splashed cold water on his face, the chill sharpening his senses. Today a monumental task awaited: acquiring medicine. In the apocalypse, such supplies were more precious than gold. A common cold could kill. A fever could kill. Even diarrhea could prove fatal. A minor infected wound could lead to amputation. In his past life, he had witnessed a burly man slice his finger on a shard of glass. With no medicine, his entire arm rotted away, and he died in excruciating pain. Even now, the memory of those agonizing screams sent a chill down his spine. Lu Ming shuddered, pulled on his clothes, slung his worn-out backpack over his shoulder, and stepped out the door. He didn't take the Jinbei, and this time it was too conspicuous and hard to park. Instead, he scanned the code for an electric scooter. The little scooter was nimble, perfect for darting through alleyways. More importantly, he hadn't set up automatic payment. He simply wouldn't pay, enjoying the free ride. His first stop was a small, inconspicuous pharmacy. Lu Ming didn't dare ask for too much. Boss, give me 2 boxes of ibuprofen and a box of amoxicillin. These days, all pharmacies were networked. Buying anti-inflammatories required registering your ID, and buying too much would draw unwanted attention. Got a cold? The boss, a bald middle-aged man, made small talk as he scanned the items. Yeah, got a big family, just stocking up. Lu Ming lied casually, paid, took the medicine, and left. He turned left out the door and crossed 2 streets to another pharmacy. 2 boxes of Fenbid, 2 boxes of norfloxacin, iodine, and gauze. He'll take all of it. Lu Ming worked like an industrious at weaving through every corner of the city. East, west, south, north. Wherever a green cross sign hung, his footsteps followed. In one afternoon, he visited over 50 pharmacies, stuffing his backpack until it bulged. Then he ducked into an empty public restroom. Collect? The backpack was empty. Inside the ring, the designated medical zone had grown into a small mountain, hundreds of boxes of cold medicine, hundreds of anti-inflammatories, and hundreds of painkillers. There were also vitamins. In the apocalypse, they were the only source of trace elements. Without vegetables, if you didn't take these, your teeth would fall out, and you'd bleed everywhere. Ming gazed at the medicine boxes, a sense of relief washing over him. But it wasn't enough. These were all prescription or OTC drugs. The real heavy hitters couldn't be bought at a pharmacy. Things like potent antibiotics or surgical anesthetics. Ming found an internet cafe, booted up a computer, put on headphones, and deftly entered a string of garbled text that was a URL. The dark web. He had learned this from a hacker in his past life to find supply channels. The interface was crude, all black text on a white background, like a BBS from 20 years ago. But the things sold there could terrify anyone: guns, drugs, fake IDs. Ming ignored all that and searched directly for first aid kit and antibiotics. Soon a seller popped up. Russian military first aid kit complete, includes morphine syringes, potent hemostatic powder, and surgical sutures. Price 5,000 USDT. Expensive. Damn expensive. Almost 30,000 RMB per kit. But Ming didn't even blink. It'll take 10 sets. And I want cephalosporin injections. As many as you have. The seller, clearly unused to such a decisive buyer, sent an OK emoji. Send the deposit. Pick up at the usual place midnight tonight. Ming transferred the funds. It stung a little, but knowing these supplies could save lives, he felt it was worth it. By the time the medicine was sorted, the sky had gone pitch black. His stomach growled in protest. Ming patted his belly. He had been so focused on hoarding supplies that he had lived on street food and takeout. It was decent, but it lacked something. Time for a good meal. Ming eyed the opulent hotel by the roadside. Cloud Top Restaurant, the city's only Michelin 3-star establishment. In the past, Ming wouldn't have dared to even glance up at it. Rumor had it a single glass of water cost 88 yuan. Was that water for drinking? No, that was blood money. But now, let's go. He tossed his shared bike to the side of the road, straightened his clothes, and strode in. The hostess at the door, dressed in a cheongsam, was quite pretty, but her eyes were sharp. One glance at Ming's cheap clothes and mud-stained sneakers was enough. Sir, do you have a reservation? Her voice was polite, but her body subtly blocked his path. No. Ming didn't even look at her, pushing forward. I'll make one now. I'm sorry, sir, but we... Snap. A black card slapped onto the reception desk. It wasn't a bank card. Well, actually, it was just an ordinary bank card. But Ming had just withdrawn 20,000 yuan in cash from an ATM, tucking it under the card, so a corner of red peeked out. The hostess' expression shifted instantly from contempt to honeyed sweetness. Sir, a private room just became available. Right this way. Ming shot her a cold smile. Money makes the world go round. The ancients were not wrong. Inside the private room, the decor was indeed luxurious. A crystal chandelier dazzled the eyes, and floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the city's nightscape. Streams of traffic, brilliant lights. Who could imagine that this bustling scene would soon become a dead city? Sir, here is the menu. The waiter handed over a thick book with a leather cover and gold-embossed lettering. Ming opened the first page. Australian M9 tomahawk steak 1,888 yuan, black truffle foie gras 988 yuan, caviar 2,888 yuan. Tisk, daylight robbery. But anyway, this money would be worthless paper soon. This, and this. Ming's fingers swept across the menu. I'll take this whole page. The waiter froze. Sir, how many are in your party? Just me. But? That's far too much. You won't be able to finish it, the waiter kindly advised. I want to. Ming closed the menu. And some red wine. Open that bottle. What's it called? Romanticanti. Sir, the bottle costs 160,000. The waiter's voice trembled. Open it. Ming said just one word. Half an hour later, the table was piled high with plates. Sizzling steaks exuded an irresistible caramelized aroma, the foie gras melted on the tongue, rich enough to make one weep. And the caviar, one spoonful, and the salty briny flavor burst across the palate. Ming didn't eat like a gentleman, savoring each bite. He tore into the food with his hands, gorging on meat and guzzling wine. His table manners were atrocious, like a starving ghost reincarnated. In truth, he was a starving ghost. In his past life, for half a moldy bun, he had his ribs broken. For a mouthful of rancid porridge, he had lain in a garbage heap for 3 days. That feeling of hunger, stomach churning with acid, the urge to gnaw off your own hand. Lu Ming took a savage bite of the steak, juices splattering everywhere. It was delicious. This was the feeling of being alive. After a while, Lu Ming greasy-lipped tossed a half-eaten piece of top-grade steak onto the plate. He was stuffed his belly round with more than half the food still untouched on the table. Waste? Not at all. Waiter, check please, Lu Ming called out. Yes, sir. The waiter walked in with the POS machine, his gaze complex, as he took in the mess of leftovers. How hungry could this guy be? That will be 235,800 yuan. The waiter recited the number. Lu Ming pulled out his credit card. Beep. Insufficient balance. The machine let out a harsh alarm. The air went still. The waiter's face changed, the former respect vanishing, replaced by wariness, even a hint of contempt. Sir, your card. Oh, it's maxed out. Lu Ming wasn't embarrassed at all. He almost wanted to laugh. This lousy card maxed out at just over 200,000. The bank was so stingy. Try this one. He pulled out another card. Another credit card with a limit of 50,000. Not enough. Far from enough. Sir, this one isn't enough either. The waiter's tone had turned cold. You're not trying to dine and dash, are you? At the door, 2 security guards were already peeking in. Lu Ming didn't mind. He leisurely fished a car key out of his pocket, the key to the old Jinbei van. Worthless, of course, but he had more in his backpack. Russell. He unzipped his backpack and dumped the remaining bundles of cash onto the table, about 100,000 yuan. Swipe 50,000 first, and he'll pay the rest in cash. Lu Ming said flatly. If that's not enough, I have more. He reached into his pocket, pretending to pull something out, but actually taking more bundles from his spatial ring. Now it was enough. The waiter stared at the pile of red bills, eyes wide. Who carries this much cash these days? A nouveau riche? Or a fugitive? Who cares as long as he pays? Yes, sir. Right away. The waiter's smile returned, his hands trembling as he counted the money. Keep the change. It's a tip. Lu Ming stood up, burping. While the waiter went to the front desk, he waved his hand. Collect. The uneaten steak, the red wine, even the plates, knives, and forks vanished instantly. Clean as a whistle, not a crumb left. When the waiter returned with the receipt, he stared at the empty table, dumbfounded. Where did everything go? Packed it up. Lu Ming patted his backpack. What, afraid I'd steal your plates? No. The waiter scratched his head, utterly bewildered. There had been a whole table full of food just a moment ago. How did it vanish in the blink of an eye? Was this guy a magician? Lu Ming ignored him and strode out. The wind outside was chilly, but his body was burning with the heat from the beef and wine. He glanced back at the restaurant ablaze with lights. Inside, people were still clinking glasses, laughing and chatting. They talked about the stock market, housing prices, and their next vacation. No one knew that the train to hell had already sounded its horn. And he, Lu Ming, was the one holding the only ticket. On the outskirts of the city, an abandoned chemical plant stood. This was the usual place agreed upon with the dark web seller. There were no streetlights, only nameless insects chirping in the grass and irritating sound. Lu Ming rode a shared bicycle and stopped before a rusty iron gate. He didn't enter, merely standing in the shadows, a titanium alloy spade clutched in his hand. Beep! 2 car horn blasts sounded from afar. A black Santana without plates pulled up, stopping 10 meters away from him. The window rolled down a crack. The heaven covers the earth. A hoarse voice came from inside. Lu Ming's mouth twitched. What era was this, using such an outdated code? The pagoda suppresses the river demon, he replied. Only then did the window fully lower. A hand tossed out a black canvas bag. Count it. Lu Ming picked up the bag and unzipped it. Under the moonlight, he could see neatly stacked medical kits inside. Morphine syringes, hemostatic powder, surgical sutures, and those few boxes of potent antibiotics that could pull a person back from death's door. All genuine. That unique medicinal scent was exclusive to military-grade goods. Thanks. Lu Ming stuffed the bag into his tattered backpack, turned, mounted his bike, and vanished into the night. With the medicine secured, the last weight lifted from Lu Ming's heart. Now it was time to reap the true big prize. Shufeng Logistics Park. At 2 in the morning it was as quiet as a graveyard. The scrawny middleman who was supposed to be guarding the gate had long since taken Lu Ming's bribe and gone off carousing somewhere. Perfect. Lu Ming tossed the shared bike by the roadside and climbed over the low wall. The warehouse door was tightly shut. Through the crack a rich aroma of rice wafted out, the scent of grain. Lu Ming unlocked the heavy lock and pushed open the iron door. Creak! The sound carried far in the empty night. He switched on his high-powered flashlight. As the beam swept across, even with his mental preparation, Lu Ming was stunned by the sight before him. The 2,000 square meter warehouse was packed to the brim, truly mountains of goods. On the left, neatly stacked bags of Wuchang rice, 50 jin, each piled to the ceiling. On the right were cases upon cases of Jinlongju blended oil, red plastic buckets gleaming under the light. In the center were various vacuum-packed cured meat, sausages, and countless cans. This warehouse of supplies could feed 1,000 people for a year. But now they all belonged to Lu. He walked up to the mountain of rice and pressed his hand on the lowest bag. Absorb. With a mere thought, there was no sound like a magic trick. In an instant, the towering mountain of rice vanished into thin air, leaving only a thin layer of dust on the concrete floor. Lu Ming didn't stop. He moved like a ghost, darting swiftly through the warehouse. Absorb. The oil was gone. Absorb. The cans were gone. Absorb. The cured meats were gone. In just 10 minutes, the once packed warehouse, where there was no room to step, became completely empty. Even the few rats stealing rice in the corner were bewildered. With half a grain of rice still in their mouths, they stared blankly at the suddenly vast world, as if questioning their own existence. Lu Ming looked at the ring's space. In his mind, that gray hazy space was now 1/3 full. Those supplies floated silently. This was his foundation, his capital, to live like a human in the apocalypse. But he couldn't leave just yet. The sudden disappearance of such a large batch of supplies would be seen as a supernatural event if discovered. Though the apocalypse was near, and no one would investigate such an unsolved case, Lu Ming didn't want trouble. From his space, he pulled out dozens of empty cardboard boxes left over from before, and scattered them messily on the floor. Then he produced the battered Jinbei van, and wildly reversed and braked at the warehouse entrance. Screech, screech, the tires' friction against the concrete leaving chaotic black skid marks. He was staging the scene to make it look like a panicked convoy had moved everything out overnight. After finishing, Lu Ming dusted off his hands. Perfect. Even if someone came to investigate, they would only assume it was taken by creditors or gangsters in a rush. Who would imagine that thousands of tons of goods were inside a tiny ring? Leaving the logistics park, Lu Ming didn't go home. He drove the battered Jinbei to the most upscale sports hotel in the district. A room, please. I need the fastest internet. The front desk girl looked oddly at this dusty man with a tattered bag. But upon seeing the red bills Lu Ming slapped on the counter, she immediately beamed. Very well, sir. Our premium suite has 10 gigabit fiber. Download speeds will be blazing. Lu Ming entered the room, locked the door, and powered on the top-tier Alienware computer. The internet was indeed fast. A speed test showed a download rate of 1,000 MBs. From his bag, he pulled out the black box he'd bought at the computer mall yesterday. A Synology NAS server packed with 16 terabytes enterprise-grade hard drives. 20 drives in total, 320 terabytes of capacity. This was the arc for his mental world. In an apocalypse without internet, without entertainment, only slaughter and cold, a person would go mad without these. Let's begin. Lu Ming's fingers flew across the keyboard, launching Xuanlei Bitcomet and Baidu NetDisk. All open. Movies. The top 250 on IMDb. Download the entire Marvel series. Download Stephen Chow's complete works. Download those. Action films. Ahem, the instructional videos from the teachers also needed to be downloaded. Games. He opened Steam. Elden Ring, Cyberpunk 2077, Red Dead Redemption 2. Any major single-player title, all downloaded. And those 100 softbyte AAA games had hesitated to buy before. Now, straight to crack versions. Beyond entertainment, there was serious business. Lu Ming opened a dedicated folder: Survival Guide, The Friend of Military and Civilian Talents, The Barefoot Doctor's Manual, The Encyclopedia of Wilderness Survival, plus various video tutorials on mechanical repair, farming techniques, and even how to make explosives by hand. These things might gather dust in normal times, but in the apocalypse, they were a legacy. The computer fan spun wildly, roaring like a helicopter taking off. The hard drive read-write lights flashed in a sea of red. Lu Ming sat in the ergonomic chair holding a cold cola, watching the green download progress bars on the screen, his heart utterly at peace. Outside the window, the sky was faintly brightening. Early morning on November 10th, the wind grew stronger. Not the cool autumn breeze, but a bone-chilling sinister wind. Pedestrians on the road had already wrapped their coats tighter, shrinking their necks, and cursing the wretched weather. Why is it suddenly so cold? The weather forecast didn't mention a temperature drop. Lu Ming stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the tiny figures below. A temperature drop. This was nothing. In a few days, they would realize how gentle this cold was. Just then his phone rang, an unfamiliar number. Lu Ming answered. "Hello. Is this Boss Lu?" A rough, loud voice came through, thick with a local accent. "It's old Wang. The renovation guy. The steel plates and bulletproof glass you ordered arrived overnight. So, when can we start?" Old Wang's voice was tinged with excitement. Lu Ming was paying a fortune. For this job, had turned down other work and called in over a dozen of his best men. Lu Ming checked the time. 8 a.m. 20 days until the apocalypse fully erupted. Now, bring your men in immediately. I want you to turn my home into an impenetrable fortress within a week. Old Wang on the other end of the line thumped his chest in assurance. "Got it. Just you wait. With enough money, I could build you a golden palace." At 9 in the morning, Lu Ming returned to Building 18 of Xingfu residential area. He pushed open the door. The apartment was bare, nothing but gray cement walls, and a floor thick with dust. A few days ago, this had been a warm, cozy home. Now it looked like an abandoned construction site. Lu Ming casually closed the door and tossed his token tattered backpack into a corner. He walked to the center of the living room, pulled a portable folding chair from his spatial storage, and sat down comfortably. A sharp hiss broke the silence as he opened an endless supply of ice-cold cola, the sound of fizzing bubbles echoing through the hollow room. He didn't find it crude. On the contrary, he found it clean. All that flashy decoration was nothing but a burden in the apocalypse, a breeding ground for bacteria, fuel for flames. Only this concrete, and the steel plates soon to cover it, formed the true canvas of survival. Time to take stock. Lu Ming closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the subspace ring on his index finger. The sensation was like a god surveying his own dominion. It was overwhelming. Even having seen it countless times, the sight before him sent a thrill straight to his bones. 100 cubic meters of space were packed to the brim. To the left was the grain zone. 50 tons of Wuchang rice stood like a white wall, exuding an enticing fragrance. Beside it was flour, Wadeli brand, also 50 tons. An entire air wall was hung with cured meats and sausages, their red and white mottled patterns glistening with oil. In the center was the liquid zone. 2,000 barrels of Zhejiangju blended oil, 5,000 cases of Nongfu spring water, and several hundred large iron drums filled with diesel and gasoline sourced from gas stations across the city. That was energy, the guarantee of tearing through icy wastelands in an off-road vehicle. To the right was the sundry zone. A dozen first aid kits lay quietly, containing morphine, hemostatic powder, and antibiotics. Each box could trade for a life. And there was the Synology NAS server loaded with data, just yesterday, its black casing gleaming with cold light. 320 terabytes of spiritual sustenance, enough to last him a lifetime. Abundance. Utter fucking abundance. Lu Ming opened his eyes, a grin he couldn't suppress curling at the corners of his mouth. In his past life, he had been trampled into the mud and humiliated for half a moldy biscuit. In this life, he sat atop a mountain of gold. This sense of security was more real than any luxury car or mansion. A sharp ringtone shattered the silence. The phone on the floor suddenly vibrated violently, breaking the calm of the room. Frowning, Lu Ming picked up the phone. The screen was filled with missed calls in red. Paipei collection. Jiabei customer service. XX Bank credit card center. And an unfamiliar landline number, probably from some outsourced collection agency. In the past few days, he had taken out millions in online loans and maxed out all his credit cards. Now the reckoning had come. Huh. Lu Ming answered the landline and put it on speaker. Hello. Is this Lu Ming? A ferocious voice came through the receiver with the clatter of keyboard keys in the background. Your debt of 200,000 to our company is 3 days overdue. Pay up now or we'll blow up your contact list. We'll go to your company and hang banners. We'll ruin your reputation. To an ordinary person, this would be terrifying. But Lu Ming just took a sip of cola and belched. A loud burp echoed. You? What's your attitude? The male on the other end was clearly enraged. I'm talking serious business. Do you want to go to jail? Brother, Lu Ming said calmly. Save your phone bill. You? Buy more rice and warm clothes. Lu Ming's voice was flat as if discussing something trivial. Don't freeze to death and come back as a ghost to collect debts. You'd have to wait in line. He hung up. The collector on the other end was probably furious, frantically redialing. Lu Ming watched the screen light up repeatedly, a mocking glint in his eyes. Blow up his contact list. Ruin his reputation. Jail time. In peacetime, those were mountains that could crush a man. But in the face of the apocalypse, they meant nothing. In 20 days, the law would be nothing but scrap paper. The only law would be the gun in your hand and the food in your belly. Lu Ming pried open the back of his phone and pulled out the SIM card. With a crisp snap, his fingers crushed the tiny chip. He tossed it aside, the broken card arcing through the air before landing in a pile of trash in the corner. Then from his spatial storage, he retrieved a backup phone he had prepared long ago, fitted with an unregistered anonymous SIM card. This was his dedicated line for contacting the renovation crew and receiving supplies. The world was silent. From this moment on, Lu Ming severed all social ties with the old world. He was no longer Lu Ming, the salaryman burdened by mortgages and car loans. He was the lord of the apocalypse fortress. Lu Ming stood up and walked to the balcony. The view from the 18th floor was excellent, overlooking the entire residential area and even half the city. Down below, the sun was still bright. Although the temperature was a bit low, it was still within human tolerance. The garden in the complex was bustling with people. At the entrance of the security booth, the burly security captain Zhang Chang was berating a delivery driver. Are you blind? Do you think you can just waltz into this complex? Register. Show me your ID. Zhang Chang was wearing an ill-fitting uniform, brandishing a rubber bat and spittle flying everywhere. The delivery driver kept his head down, apologizing profusely, drenched in sweat. Lu Ming watched coldly. In peacetime, Zhang Chang was nothing but a bully who preyed on the weak. Given a little authority, he acted like a tyrant. In the apocalypse, he would fully unleash the evil within, becoming the local despot of the complex, looting supplies, taking women, committing every atrocity. Keep laughing, Lu Ming said, shaking his cola can, while you still have the strength to yell. His gaze shifted. On the lawn, a figure in a white down jacket was walking a dog. It was Lin Qian, holding the leash of a poodle named Dodo, taking selfies with her phone. Pouting, making hard signs, looking up at a 45-degree angle. Hey family! It's so cold today, stay warm. Even from this distance, Lu Ming could almost hear her sickly sweet, affected voice. The poodle had taken a dump on the lawn. Lin Qian didn't even glance at it, she just pulled the dog and walked away. A cleaner came over silently and swept the mess away. A polished egoist. In his past life, she had used that pretty face to trick many men out of their supplies in the early days of the apocalypse, including Lu Ming. Brother Lu Ming, I'm so cold, I want something warm to eat. That voice, even thinking about it now, made Lu Ming nauseous. You won't get anything warm. Lu Ming's eyes turned icy. But you can have all the hot shit you want. Looking further, a group of middle-aged women were doing square dancing in the small plaza led by that Aunt Lu. The music was blaring so loud it disturbed the lower floor residents, who dared not complain. Boundless horizon, my love. Aunt Lu swayed her hefty hips, her face flushed with vigor. She was the information hub of the complex and a master of moral coercion. She knew everything about everyone, what they bought, how many people in their family. In the apocalypse, she was the one who led the mob to break down Lu Ming's door. We're all neighbors. Let your conscience ache hoarding all the food for yourself. Xiao Lu, I watched you grow up. Just giving me a little bit won't hurt, will it? Lu Ming's fingers tapped lightly on the cold railing. These vibrant, greedy, hypocritical people seen through the lens of the apocalypse were nothing but walking corpses. Some would freeze into ice sculptures, some would turn into beasts, some would become food. Pathetic. November 11th, Singles Day. In previous years, Lu Ming would likely have been huddled under his covers, scrolling through Taobao for discounted toilet paper or laundry detergent, racking his brain over a few yuan of savings from free shipping thresholds. But today, boom! A thunderous crash shook the entire building, followed by a rapid-fire rat-a-tat-a-tat, the piercing shrill screech of a heavy-duty hammer drill boring into concrete walls, like an electric drill burrowing straight into one's brain. Lu Ming sat on a solitary folding chair in the center of the living room, wearing a newly purchased pair of Sony noise-canceling headphones, a chill can of cola in his hand. Fizz! The cap opened, releasing a puff of white vapor. He tipped his head back and took a gulp. The icy liquid slid down his throat, jolting him with a shiver. Refreshing. Heavy metal rock blasted through the headphones, blocking out most of the external noise. Before him, Old Wang bare-chested swung a 12-pound sledgehammer, every muscle in his body quivering. 80. 80. 80. Old Wang chanted his rhythm, each blow crumbling a chunk of the non-load-bearing wall that had once separated the living room from the balcony. Brick fragments flew wildly, dust billowed like a thick fog. Cough. Boss, that's some power, right? Old Wang wiped the grime from his face, revealing 2 rows of stark white teeth, sweat streaming down his dark, sinewy spine. Don't you worry. They'll have this non-load-bearing wall down for you before noon. No way it's sticking around for New Year's. Lu Ming nodded, gesturing toward a case of Red Bull nearby. Hard work, brothers. Help yourselves. You got it. Thanks, boss. A dozen workers, energized like they'd downed a shot of adrenaline, went all out in the 9-square-meter apartment. Tear it down. Tear it all down. Apart from the load-bearing pillars and exterior walls, Lu Ming intended to demolish the place into an open-area loft. To hell with the so-called two-room living room layout. In the apocalypse, it was just clutter obstructing his view. He wanted a clear, unobstructed line of sight across the entire unit. Just then the phone on his lap began flashing wildly. The homeowners group chat exploded. 1802 Grandpa Zhang, what the hell is going on? An earthquake. You nearly gave me a heart attack. 1204 Sisterly, who's doing that? Renovations this early in the morning. Have you no decency? My kid is in online class. 701 Wang Chong, damn it. Can you go easy? I just got to sleep after the night shift. Lu Ming glanced at the screen, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Early morning. It was 10 in the morning, legal hours for renovation. What law was he breaking? Then a 60-second voice message popped up in the group, sent by a red avatar, a garish peony flower. Aunt Lu. Lu Ming didn't tap to listen, but he could guess her rant without even thinking. After a moment's consideration, he converted the voice to text to spare his ears. Aunt Lu, 1801 Lu Ming, you little brat, have you lost your mind? Huh? Is this how you tear down a house? You're going to bring the whole building down. You're trying to kill us all. Selfish. So selfish. I'm telling you, stop right now. Or he'll come up there and tear you apart. Another message followed. Aunt Lu, everyone don't hold back. This kid needs to be taught a lesson. He seems quiet usually, but now his true colors are showing. Come with me. Let's block his door. Stop him from renovating. Immediately a crowd chimed in. 1603 right. Let's go up and confront him. 1702 I'm in too. It's too noisy. Lu Ming stared at the text on the screen, his eyes utterly devoid of emotion. Block his door. Bring it on. In his past life, it was these same people who cursed him in the group chat on the third day after the extreme cold descended, then smashed open his door and stole his last half-egg of rice. Back then, Aunt Lu had even stepped on his face, saying, Xiao Lu, you're all alone anyway, you can't eat all this. Let Andy share the burden. The humiliation of that shoe grinding into his cheek still made his face ache at the memory. Bang, bang, bang. The security door was pounded thunderously, not a knock but a battering ram. Even through the noise-canceling headphones, he could hear the shouts outside. Lu Ming! Open the door. Get out here. Old Wang's hammer froze mid-swing, and he glanced awkwardly at Lu Ming. Boss. This. The workers also stopped exchanging uneasy looks. In the renovation business, they dreaded neighbor disputes. If things escalated and the police showed up, they'd have to halt work, and the money would be hard-earned. Lu Ming stood up, brushing the dust off his pants. It's fine, keep going. He walked to the door and peered through the peephole. Outside, a sea of people crowded the hallway. Aunt Lu led the charge, her chubby face quivering with agitation, flanked by the uniformed property manager. This manager was a snob, He'd practically kneel and call daddy to owners driving luxury cars, but wouldn't spare a glance for someone like Lu Ming in his beat-up vehicle. "Lu Ming! I know you're in there," the manager shouted from outside. "This is the property management. Open up. We've received complaints about illegal renovations. And you're damaging the building structure." Lu Ming reached out, grabbed the door handle, and yanked it open. Whoosh! The crowd outside, caught off guard by the sudden opening, nearly tumbled in. Aunt Lu stumbled, pointing a finger at Lu Ming's nose, ready to curse. "You motherless, shut up." Lu Ming shot her a cold, flat look. No anger, just the gaze one might give a pig awaiting slaughter. Aunt Lu choked on her words, the rest of her tirade stuck in her throat. Lu Ming ignored her, turning directly to the property manager. "Illegal? Which regulation?" The property manager, his face stern, clasped his hands behind his back in an officious stance. "We've received numerous complaints about noise pollution. And your commotion is too intense. I suspect you've tampered with the load-bearing walls. Work must stop immediately for inspection. And you'll be fined." "Right. Fine him." Aunt Lu egged him on. "Make him rebuild the wall. Cut the power. Shut off the water and electricity." Someone from the back shouted. The property manager looked at Lu Ming with a hint of smugness. Had dealt with plenty of these young guys. A little scare and they'd fold. "Mr. Lu, for everyone's safety, we'll need to cut the power to your unit until the rectifications are complete." Slap. A stack of red bills slapped into the property manager's chest. He caught it instinctively. It felt thick and heavy. He looked down and his eyes nearly popped out. Cash, all cash. 2 neat bundles of brand new 100 yuan notes, 20,000 yuan. "This is an advance payment for electricity, next year's property fees, and a little token for your trouble, manager." The property manager's hand trembled. 20,000 yuan. His monthly salary was only 4,000. This was half a year's pay, and it was cash. Untraceable cash. The manager's face, previously as dark as a pot bottom, instantly bloomed like a chrysanthemum, crinkling into a smile. "Oh, Mr. Lu, what are you doing? You're too kind. Too kind." The manager stuffed the cash into his pocket with practiced speed, almost pitifully smooth, as if fearing Lu Ming might change his mind. "Well, renovations do make some noise. That's normal." The manager cleared his throat twice, then turned to face Aunt Lu and the crowd, his expression stern. "Everyone, please be understanding. Mr. Lu is working within legal hours. And I've checked. No load-bearing walls have been touched. Everything is up to code." "Up to code, my ass." Aunt Lu was furious, spittle flying. "Are you blind? This building's about to collapse. Lu Guifan." The manager's face darkened, his voice rising an octave. "Watch your tone. Are you the professional or am I? I said it's fine, so it's fine. What are you all standing around for? Don't you have work to do? Meals to cook? Scatter. Scatter. Anyone else causing trouble is disturbing public order. I'll call the police." With the bribe in hand, the manager's combativeness skyrocketed. He transformed into Lu Ming's guard dog, shoving the crowd and herding Aunt Lu toward the elevator. You guys. Fine. Birds of a feather." Aunt Lu trembled with rage, pointing at the manager and Lu Ming. "Just you wait. This isn't over. Move it. Don't block the construction." The manager shoved Aunt Lu into the elevator, then turned back to flash Lu Ming an obsequious smile. "Mr. Lu, carry on. Carry on. Call me if you need anything. I'll make sure your power stays on. Whoever tries to trip the breaker will have to answer to me." Lu Ming nodded silently and closed the door. Thud. Peace returned. The faint sound of the manager scolding others drifted in from outside. Money makes the world go round. The ancients weren't wrong. Lu Ming turned back into the room. Old Wang and the workers were dumbfounded. In all their years of traveling for renovations, they'd seen offers of cigarettes, free meals, but never someone throwing cash at a property manager's face. "Boss, that's badass." Old Wang gave a thumbs up. "Get back to work." Lu Ming didn't elaborate. He walked to the bathroom, the only room with a door still intact, though its frame was nearly rattled off. The pounding of hammers resumed outside, louder than before. Old Wang and his crew were getting paid, and with a boss this tough, they swung with even more vigor. Lu Ming locked the bathroom door, sat on the toilet lid, and glanced at his phone. 1111, a lucky number. Today's blind box hadn't been opened yet. Now was the perfect time. He tapped the black app icon. Open! Though it was Saturday, supposedly a day for small rewards, this light. It was a bit too bright. Congratulations. You've obtained multifunctional tactical entrenching tool titanium alloy Supreme Edition. Description: full length 80 centimeters. The blade is forged from aerospace grade titanium alloy, hardness HRC 60. One side is an axe blade, the other a serrated edge. Capable of shoveling, digging, chopping, sawing, and even frying eggs. Comes with a built-in fire starter, survival whistle, and glass breaker. Note, this is a weapon capable of cleaving a human head like a watermelon. Do not use for slicing apples. A black entrenching tool materialized in Lu Ming's hand. His first impression was its weight. Despite being titanium alloy, the generous use of material made it substantial in hand, about 3 or 4 Gene. The entire body was matte black, non-reflective. The handle was wrapped in anti-slip paracord, offering an excellent grip. Lu Ming felt the blade's edge. It was razor sharp. A bone-chilling sharpness, even his skin tightened as his finger neared it. Nice piece! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In the apocalypse, a cold weapon like this could sometimes be better than a gun. Guns make noise and bullets run out. But this thing, as long as you had strength, it was a perpetual motion machine. Lu Ming stood up and swung his hand at the wooden towel rack in the bathroom, which hadn't been removed yet. Whoosh! A dark shadow flashed. The solid wood bar, as thick as a wrist, snapped in two like tofu, the cut so smooth it was reflective. Lu Ming barely felt any resistance. If this blade were to strike a human neck. His mind flashed to Aunt Liu's fleshy face and the bully Zhang Chang's throat. Heh! He let out a low, cold chuckle in the cramped bathroom. From now on, if anyone dared to smash his door, he'd use this to show them what a real open mind meant. Lu Ming stored the entrenching tool in his spatial ring and pushed open the door. Work continued until late into the night. Wrap it up! Old Wang shouted. The workers emerged, faces gray and grimy, as if they crawled out of a coal mine. Lu Ming surveyed his surroundings. The once cramped apartment, divided into several small rooms, was now a bare shell. The walls were gone, the floorboards pried up, even the tiles in the kitchen and bathroom were stripped clean. Exposed concrete and red bricks lay everywhere, the air was thick with dust. But in Lu Ming's eyes, this was far more pleasing than any fancy renovation. This was the embryo of a fortress. Boss! Old Wang sidled up, his expression troubled. He rubbed the dust off his hands. There's something I need to tell you. Go on. Lu Ming handed him a bottle of water. Old Wang didn't drink, he sighed. Those steel plates you ordered. The factory just called. They're almost here, but what? They're too heavy. Old Wang pointed outside. Those 20-centimeter thick alloy steel plates, each one weighs a few hundred Gene. This building's elevator is for people, not freight. It can't handle the load. And the size won't fit through the elevator doors. If we haul them up the stairs. Old Wang looked at Lu Ming, his eyes full of reluctance. This is the 18th floor, boss. Would need extra pay, and even then the guys' backs can't take it. It was a real problem. Manually hauling dozens of tons of steel plates up to the 18th floor would be using men like beasts of burden. Lu Ming frowned, walked to the window, and looked down. In the darkness, a heavy truck with hazard lights flashing slowly entered the compound, its bed laden with black steel plates. The elevator can't handle it. Lu Ming tapped his fingers lightly on the windowsill, his eyes glinting. Then there was only one option. Hoist them up. Lu Ming turned to Old Wang. Rent a crane, a big one. Hoist them in directly through the balcony. A crane. Old Wang was stunned. Boss, it's late at night, and setting up a crane in the neighborhood will cause a huge commotion. The property management. Money. Lu Ming said only a single word. He'll pay double the crane fee. And he'll go bribe the property management until they shut up. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed fiercely in the dark. The materials must be brought up tonight. Not even the King of Heaven can stop me. Old Wang swallowed hard, staring at this young boss. A madman, a true madman. But working for a madman like this. Damn, it was thrilling. All right. Old Wang gritted his teeth. He'll contact the crane. Tonight we'll bring in steel from the sky. At 2 in the morning, when most people were deep in slumber, the tranquility of Happiness Estate was shattered by a low rumbling roar. Two red Steyr heavy-duty trucks, their engines still running, were parked beneath Building 18. The idling sound was like two beasts panting. In the truck beds, pitch-black steel plates were stacked neatly, gleaming with a cold, hard metallic luster under the streetlights. Beside them, a yellow XCMG crane was extending its massive arm. For a crane of that tonnage, even the outriggers pressing into the concrete caused faint cracking sounds. Lift. The crane operator, an old hand with a cigarette dangling from his lips, gently pushed the joystick. The steel cables tightened, and the first enormous alloy steel plate left the truck bed, swaying as it rose. On the 18th floor, Ming stood at the edge of the balcony. The night wind was fierce, making his windbreaker rustle, but he remained motionless. Slow down. Slow down. Bring it left a bit. Old Wang, walkie-talkie in hand, leaned half his body out of the balcony to direct the driver below. With a dull thud, the 500-kilogram steel plate landed steadily on the living room's concrete floor, making the entire slab tremble. This commotion would surely have drawn complaints during the day, but it was 2 in the morning. Moreover, Ming had paid double the night shift wages. Whether it was the crane operator or old Wang's workers, everyone was energized, no one complaining of fatigue or the noise. As for the neighbors, let them wake up. Ming took a sip of his Red Bull, his gaze cold. In a few days, they'd be unable to sleep from the cold anyway. This noise was just an early training session for their nerves. Boss, this steel plate is top-notch stuff, old Wang remarked, touching the newly arrived plate. It was cold to the touch, and tapping it produced a dull, not a sharp sound. Q345B manganese steel. This is usually used for building bridges, and you're using it for flooring. Old Wang marveled. In 20 years of renovation work, had seen marble solid wood, but manganese steel flooring. Never. Lay it. Ming crushed the empty can and tossed it into a corner. As sturdy as possible. Got it. Old Wang waved his hand. A few burly men, bare-chested, chanted as they dragged the steel plates inside. Over the next few hours, the 18th floor was transformed into a steel mill. The blue light of welding torches was glaringly bright in the dead of night, illuminating the entire room in flickering shadows. The acrid smell of welding rods and the ozone from metal cutting filled the air. Ming demanded full welding. Not spot welding, not intermittent welding. Every gap had to be filled with welding material, fusing the steel plates into one solid mass. He wanted to turn this 9-square-meter apartment into an airtight iron box, walls, floor, and ceiling. A 6-sided absolute defense. In his past life, the riders had broken through his walls with impact drills and hydraulic cutters. Those walls were like cookies against professional tools. But now, Ming looked at the gradually forming black walls, a cold smirk curling on his lips. 20 centimeters of manganese steel plus the original concrete. Even an RPG would take a while to blast through. As for those neighbors wielding kitchen knives and axes, let them chop. They'd dull their blades before leaving a scratch. Downstairs, Lin Qian, dressed in a white silk pajama set and a down jacket, was walking her poodle named Dowdu on the lawn. She wasn't really walking the dog. She was escaping the noise upstairs, taking a break and watching the spectacle. She looked up at the flickering blue light on the 18th floor and the enormous crane arm suspended in midair. What a lunatic! Lin Qian pulled her down jacket tighter. The night wind was cold, making her shiver. Making such a big fuss in the middle of the night. How much money is this costing? She didn't know much about renovations, but the crane and those black plates looked expensive. Where did that poor guy Ming get so much money? Could he have actually won the lottery? At this thought, Lin Qian's eyes flickered with greed. She pulled out her phone, took a short video of the 18th floor, and sent it to Ming. Lin Qian, Ming dear, still awake? I see you're making quite a racket. What are you doing? Looks like you're preparing for a nuclear strike. After sending it, she stared at the screen, expecting a reply. In the past, he would reply instantly, fussing over her with messages like "Don't catch a cold this late." On the 18th floor, Ming's phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out and glanced at it. Nuclear strike. Huh. If there were a real nuke, you wouldn't be alive to see it. Ming swiped his finger across the screen, deleted the chat, and didn't even bother with a single punctuation mark. He had no time for this manipulative woman. His focus was on the walls. Boss, the steel plates are laid, old Wang said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Even in the late autumn night, he was steaming from exertion. Next is that. Air, something felt. Aerogel insulation felt. Ming pointed to the dozens of rolls stacked in the corner. looking like sponges. This pile had cost him 300,000 yuan. It looked unremarkable, a thin gray layer almost like tattered cotton wadding. But it was aerospace material, the insulation layer used on Mars rovers. Its thermal conductivity was astonishingly low. A mere 10mm thickness provided the same insulation as a meter-thick brick wall. In the apocalypse, cold was more terrifying than hunger. With temperatures plummeting to -70 degrees, ordinary insulation would fail, and the heat inside would drain away like water from a leaky bucket. In his past life, Lu Ming had wrapped himself in every blanket in the house, but his toes still turned purple from the cold and eventually necrotized. This stuff. Is this expensive? Old Wang picked up a roll. It was light as a feather. Boss, if you ask me, this money's wasted. Regular rock wool would do just fine. Not enough. Lu Ming shook his head, a stubborn glint in his eyes. Lay it. 2 layers. I want this room sandwiched between layers of steel, and felt turning it into a thermos. Old Wang opened his mouth to say the boss was rich and foolish, but remembering the 2 million yuan overtime fee, he quickly shut up. Lay it. Lay it carefully. Old Wang shouted. No gaps. This is a 300,000 yuan treasure. The workers carefully applied the aerogel felt to the first layer of steel, then covered it with the second layer. Lu Ming stood by, watching every inch, every corner. As he watched the layers of gray felt being sealed into the walls, his sense of security grew bit by bit. This wasn't just insulation, it was the boundary between life and death. With it, even if the outside world froze into an ice age, the inside would remain temperate year-round. He could even wear a t-shirt, drink an ice-cold cola, and watch through the window, as those who had bullied him shivered in the snow, eventually freezing into stiff ice sculptures. This contrast, this sense of superiority of having others beneath his feet, made Lu Ming take a deep breath, feeling the air itself taste sweeter. They worked until nearly dawn. Boss, the main structural work is done, Old Wang said, collapsing to the floor, in exhaustion, barely able to hold his cigarette. These walls, this floor, it's an iron barrel now. Even an atomic bomb wouldn't scare it. Lu Ming looked around. The originally spacious living room had shrunk slightly due to the thickened walls, but the feeling of oppression and solid weight was immensely reassuring. This was his safe room, his Noah's Ark. But suddenly a gust of cold wind blew in, making Old Wang sneeze. Lu Ming turned to look at the balcony. It was now a huge black void. The original sliding door had been removed long ago, and even the window frames had been smashed out to hoist the steel plates. Now the morning wind, carrying the chill of deep autumn, poured in without restraint. Old Wang Lu Ming walked to the edge of the massive opening, his toes touching the edge 18 stories above the ground. When will the windows arrive? Soon, soon. Old Wang scrambled to his feet and checked his phone. The manufacturer says it's on the way, should be here by noon. And that bulletproof glass is custom-made. I heard it can withstand sniper rifles. Old Wang was curious. Who had this boss pissed off? This wasn't a renovation, it was war preparation. Lu Ming didn't answer. He looked at the distant horizon. The sun was rising, a fiery red, setting the clouds ablaze. After a moment, Lu Ming turned back, his voice calm. Hurry, the manufacturer. I want the glass installed before dark. If it's a minute late, deduct 10,000 from the final payment. Hearing about the deduction, Old Wang jumped up and grabbed his phone, shouting, Hey, Old John, where the hell is your truck? The boss needs it now. If you don't get here, he'll smash your factory. Lu Ming smiled. He picked up his cola from the floor and clinked it with Old Wang's. Pleasure working with you. At noon. Behind the red stair truck, another air-cushioned vehicle designed for transporting precision instruments pulled up. Several workers in blast suits were carefully hooking massive wooden crates onto the crane. Slow down. Damn it, slow down. The factory technician's voice was hoarse from shouting below. Each piece of this glass costs 200,000. If you break it, selling yourselves won't cover the loss. At 200,000 per piece, Lu Ming had ordered 4 in total. This was his ultimate shield to seal off the massive hole in the balcony. When the first piece of glass was slowly hoisted to the 18th floor by the crane arm, even the seasoned Old Wang gasped. He tapped the freshly landed glass, but there was no sound. It felt like striking stone. Boss, you call this glass? This wasn't glass at all, it was a transparent wall with a total thickness of 100 millimeters or 10 centimeters. Slightly thinner than an ordinary brick wall, yet far more imposing. It wasn't a clear white, but bore a deep faint green hue, the color of a composite made from multiple layers of high-strength polycarbonate and tempered glass. Triple laminated, Lu Ming said, reaching out to touch the glass surface. It was cool, smooth, and hard as diamond. Sandwiched with aerospace-grade bulletproof film. Even a 12.7mm Barrett sniper rifle firing 3 shots at the same point won't penetrate it. As for regular rifle bullets, Lu Ming sneered, they're no different from a tickle. Old Wang swallowed hard. A sniper rifle. Just who is this boss guarding against? Aliens. Install it, Lu Ming commanded. Seal off the balcony for me. The workers sprang into action, and the sounds of drills and hammering filled the air once more. Just then a gruff voice bellowed from the doorway, laced with arrogance. What's going on here? What's going on? Lu Ming turned around. At the entrance stood a burly man in a security uniform, his face full of tough flesh, a rubber baton in hand, tilting his head to peer inside. It was Zhang Chong, the head of the community's security team, known for abusing his authority to extort bribes. Well, if it isn't the big boss, Lu. Zhang Chong swaggered, in his beady eyes scanning the steel plates and massive glass sheets, greed barely concealed. Quite the renovation, huh? Turning your home into an iron barrel. He walked up to the uninstalled bulletproof glass and tapped it with his nicotine-stained finger. This thick. What, afraid your wife will beat you? Or did you do something shady and fear ghosts at your door? With that, Zhang Chong burst into laughter, his fat jiggling. The nearby workers paused, uncertain how to react. Lu Ming didn't laugh. He stood in the shadows, toying with his titanium alloy entrenching tool. The black blade spun between his fingers like a black widow spider poised to strike. Something you need? Lu Ming's voice was soft but carried a chill. Of course I do. Zhang Chong dropped his smile, slapping the baton against his palm. This is an illegal renovation. You're altering the building's exterior. Don't you know the law? I should order you to stop work and tear it down, Zhang Chong said, rubbing his fingers together in a clear gesture. But hey, we're neighbors. I don't want to be harsh. How about a 20,000 yuan deposit and a few packs of cigarettes for my guys? Then I'll pretend I saw nothing. Extortion, pure and simple. In the past, Lu Ming would have caved, paid up, handed over the smokes, and forced a smile while calling him Brother Chong. But now, looking at Zhang Chong's greasy face, Lu Ming found it laughable. 20,000. Who do you think you are? And if I refuse? Lu Ming took a step forward. Refuse? Zhang Chong froze, seemingly caught off guard that this usually meek guy would talk back. His face darkened as he stepped closer, trying to intimidate Lu Ming with his bulk. Refuse? Then work stops. I'll have my men smash this cheap glass right now. Let's see how you install it. Zhang Chong waved his baton, pointing it at Lu Ming's face. Kid, don't be ungrateful. In happiness community, there's nothing I can't handle. The air went still. Old Wang wanted to step in and mediate, but a single look from Lu Ming stopped him. Lu Ming said nothing. He slowly raised his hand, gripping the entrenching tool tighter. The blade gleamed coldly, its serrated edge menacing. He just stared at Zhang Chong, his eyes devoid of anger or fear. He didn't even seem to regard Zhang Chong as a living person. It was the look one gives the dead. Calm. Deathly still. Zhang Chong felt a chill creep up his spine. Had been in fight, seen blood, but never a gaze like this. As if a wolf starved for winters had locked onto his throat. A cold shiver shot from his tailbone to his crown, and his bluster instantly halved. He instinctively stepped back. What do you think you're doing? Zhang Chong blustered, his voice shaky. I'm warning you, assault is illegal. The cameras are rolling. Get lost. Lu Ming spat out a single word, soft yet carrying such ferocity that it struck Zhang Chong's chest like a hammer. Zhang Chong opened his mouth to curse back, but the sight of that gleaming shovel choked his words. Instinct told him that one more word and this guy would act, and it would be lethal. Fine. Fine. You've got guts. Zhang Chong gritted his teeth, pointing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you wait. This isn't over. Don't ever come asking me for a favor. With that, he turned and fled, stumbling over a coil of wire near the doorway. Pa! What a piece of trash. Once outside, he spat bitterly. Psycho! Someone will kill you sooner or later. Inside, old Wang wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Boss! That's the security chief. You'll cross paths with him again, offending him. It's fine. Ming stowed the entrenching tool, his expression calm. Install the glass. It must be finished before dark. 5 in the afternoon. The setting sun cast its last rays over the city, painting the skyscrapers blood red. With a click, the final high-strength bolt was tightened. The 4 massive bulletproof glass panels sealed the balcony completely. The open gap was gone, replaced by a transparent wall of size. To ensure strength, Ming had ordered the glass to be made as a monolithic piece without windows. But at the seams, on the reinforced alloy steel columns, 6 concealed circular holes were left, firing ports. Normally sealed with special steel caps, they looked like decorative rivets from the outside. But once he unscrewed them from inside, a gun barrel could thrust through. Anyone trying to climb up and smash the glass, they'd be in for a headshot. Boss, it's done. Old Wang packed up his tools, staring in awe at the steel beast of a room. This wasn't a home. It was a fortress built on the 18th floor. Walls of steel, floors of steel, even windows that were bulletproof. Hey, raise part of the payment. It'll settle the rest by the end of the month. Ming tossed a few stacks of cash to Old Wang. The workers had it hard, and though his initial thought had been to freeload, he still gave them some money, a final indulgence. As for telling them about the apocalypse, even if they believed him, Ming wouldn't say a word. Their relationship wasn't there yet. No need to count. Generous boss. Old Wang grinned, pocketing the cash. This job had been satisfying. Sure, the boss was odd, but the pay was great. After seeing Old Wang and the workers out, the room fell silent again. Ming walked to the balcony, peering through the 10-centimeter thick glass. The outside world seemed distorted, and all sound was completely cut off. The car horns from the street below, the music of square dancing aunties, all gone. It was as quiet as being in the deep sea. Ming pressed his hand against the cool glass. Its unyielding texture filled him with an overwhelming sense of security. The hard renovation was done. This once fragile apartment had become one of the city's sturdiest bastions. Even if floods raged outside and zombies besieged the city, he could sip red wine in this iron box and laugh at the chaos. His stomach growled. Had been busy all day and hadn't eaten. Ming pulled a steaming box of Pizza Hut pizza from his space, a supreme durian flavor. As he opened the lid, the rich aroma filled the entire room. He took a bite, the cheese stretched, and the fruit was sweet. Truly delicious. As he ate, he checked the time on his phone, November 12, 2359. Soon it would be a new day, and Sunday at that. According to the blind box rule, Sunday offered intermediate rewards. Last Sunday had drawn the incredible subspace ring. What would it be this time? Ming wolfed down the last slice, wiped the grease from his hands, and felt his heartbeat quicken. This anticipation was 100 times more intense than waiting for his year-end bonus in his past life. Finally, at 0000, his phone vibrated. The purple glow on the phone screen slowly faded, replaced by a steady, murderous black luster. It wasn't an ordinary black, but a matte black that seemed to swallow light. Ming held his breath, his fingers trembling slightly. A mid-tier reward. What would it be this week? A Gundam? Or a nuclear missile silo? Of course, that was just him daydreaming. As the radiance dissipated, a long black box materialized on the coffee table, so heavy that it made the table groan under its weight. Ming reached out and unlatched the buckle. With a crisp click, the lid sprang open, revealing a killing tool imbued with industrial aesthetics. Congratulations. You have obtained Night Hunter Composite Tactical Crossbow equipped with 50 carbon fiber armor-piercing bolts. Description: a military-grade individual combat weapon crafted from aviation aluminum alloy and carbon fiber. Features a micro-winch cocking system, 200-pound draw weight, 420 frames per second initial velocity, 4x32 red dot sight, and laser pointer. Silent, precise, lethal. Note: in ancient times, this was called a divine arm crossbow. In modern times, it's a death warrant. A crossbow. Ming's pupils contracted sharply. In the early days of the apocalypse, this was the ultimate artifact among artifacts. Guns were good, but they made too much noise. Of course, the more crucial point was that guns were incredibly hard to come by. Though he was a reincarnator, he was still just an ordinary citizen. Where could he possibly get one? Moreover, bullets were a finite resource. Each one shot was one less, and in that chaotic environment, there was no way to replenish them. But this crossbow was different. It was silent. In the dead of night, it was the side of the Grim Reaper, reaping lives without a trace. And it was reusable. The bolts could be pulled out and used again. As long as the arrowheads weren't damaged, it was essentially infinite ammunition. Lu Ming gripped the crossbow with both hands, its icy touch causing his blood to boil. Heavy. It weighed about 7 or 8 Gene, feeling as steady as Mount Tai in his hands. He tried turning the winch. With a faint mechanical grinding sound, the bow arm slowly drew back, pulling the heightened-style bowstring to its firing position. The tension poised to release was enough to make one's heart pound. Lu Ming pulled a black bolt from the case. The carbon fiber shaft was as light as a feather, but extremely tough. The three-edged arrowhead gleamed with a cold light, each edge etched with a blood groove. Once such an arrowhead pierced a body, it would leave a gaping hole that wouldn't stop bleeding. Let's test it. Lu Ming looked around. The house was empty, making it a perfect shooting range. He aimed at a pile of waste with planks left over from the renovation in the corner, old door frames, and flooring that old Wang and his team had torn down, stacked to a thickness of 10 centimeters. He raised the crossbow, pressed it against his shoulder, and peered through the scope. The red dot locked steadily onto the center of the wood. Lu Ming took a deep breath, held it, and gently squeezed the trigger. Thud. There was no deafening roar, only a brief muffled vibration, like someone plucking a taut rubber band. The next second, the pile of wood in the corner exploded in a burst of sawdust. The bolt pierced through the thick stack of planks, like a knife through butter, then embedded itself deep into the concrete wall behind. 3 inches into the wall. The tail of the bolt still vibrated wildly, emitting a buzzing sound. Lu Ming walked over to look at the hole that had been punched through. His Adam's apple bobbed. This penetrating power. If it hit a person, forget body armor, even 2 layers of cotton-padded coats wouldn't stop it from going clean through. And it was silent. The victim wouldn't even know how they died before hitting the ground. A fine piece of equipment. Lu Ming grabbed the shaft and pulled hard, but it didn't budge. In the end, he had to brace his foot against the wall to wrench it out. The arrowhead was perfectly intact, not even a scratch on the paint. This crossbow was now his long-range ace. With it, even a brute like Zhang Chong 50 meters away would be brought to his knees singing surrender. Lu Ming fondled the weapon for a while, then found a hook and hung this deadly tool in the most convenient spot in the entryway. On the left side as one enters. If anyone dared to force their way in, he could reach out, grab it, turn, and fire an arrow. That would be his first greeting for any unwelcome guest. Simple, brutal, and lethal. After playing with his new toy, Lu Ming didn't rest. Although the hard renovation was done, there was one critical problem to solve for living in this iron box. Air. The apocalypse wasn't just about the cold, there was also plague. Logically, in such frigid weather, human corpses couldn't possibly decay. But strangely, some bodies defied the norm. Soon the stench of rotting flesh combined with the toxic gases from accumulated garbage, and even possible viruses, would fill the air. If he didn't open the windows, this place would become a gas chamber. If he did, the poisonous air outside would seep in. So a fresh air system was a must, and it had to be polyethylene. Lu Ming climbed a ladder and looked at the complex pipe interfaces reserved in the ceiling. Beside him were several large black cylinders, military-grade NBC nuclear biological chemical filter canisters he had purchased at a high price from the dark web. These filter elements contained special activated carbon and catalysts capable of filtering not only PM2.5 but also sarin gas and anthrax spores. With these installed, even if poison gas bombs were dropped outside, the air in his room would be as sweet as honey. Click. Lu Ming expertly screwed the filter canisters into the interfaces, tightened the screws, and applied sealant. This was a job old Wang couldn't do, nor would he dare to, because it was a matter of life and death. Lu Ming had to do it himself. 1, 2, 3. Sweat dripped down his cheeks, landing on the steel floor with a faint patter. But he didn't feel tired at all. Each screw he tightened felt like adding another lock to his life. He worked until the early hours of the morning. With a sigh of relief, Lu Ming jumped down from the ladder and dusted off his hands. Power on. Test run. The ventilator hummed to life, its sound as soft as a gentle breeze. Lu Ming placed his hand over the air outlet, feeling a stream of cool, clean air. He took a deep breath. There was no smell of renovation formaldehyde, no exhaust fumes from outside, only the pure scent of air that had passed through multiple layers of filtration. This was the scent of security. Lu Ming stood in the center of the living room and surveyed his surroundings. The walls were steel, the windows bulletproof, the air filtered, and a deadly crossbow hung behind the door. This once ordinary little house had been transformed into an impregnable fortress, though it was still a bare concrete shell looking cold and stark like a prison. But Lu Ming knew this was only the beginning. Next he would use his mountain of hoarded supplies to turn this cold iron box into the warmest, most luxurious paradise in the apocalypse. Soft furnishings. Lu Ming looked at the empty living room, a smile of anticipation curling at the corner of his mouth. In his past life, he could only admire luxury homes in other social media posts. In this life, he would live better than anyone else in this apocalypse. Tomorrow he'll fill it up. November 20th. 10 days before the apocalypse. Lu Ming saw off the last batch of workers who had installed the surveillance and smart home systems. Bang! As the heavy blast-proof steel door closed, Lu Ming locked 3 mechanical locks and secured the wrist-thick steel bolts. Click. That crisp sound meant this place was now his absolute domain, a forbidden zone where not even a mosquito could enter. Phew! Lu Ming leaned against the door, letting out a long breath. He gazed at the empty yet impregnable iron box before him, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Next came the most thrilling part, filling it up. The sensation of watching empty shelves gradually being stocked was the ultimate spiritual delight for anyone with a hoarder's soul. Lu Ming entered the second bedroom, once a guest room, now transformed into a fully sealed storage space. Heavy-duty steel shelves lined every wall, each layer capable of bearing 500 kilograms. Come forth! Standing in the center of the room, Lu Ming willed it, connecting to the dimensional ring he carried. Whoosh! No special effects, no sound, just a faint distortion in the air. Neatly stacked cases of Nongfu spring materialized out of thin air, auto-stacking on the lowest shelves, like Tetris blocks, their red packaging glowing festively under the lights. Next came instant noodles. Master Kong braised beef, unified pickled cabbage, tang Darren go-style tonkatsu, various flavors and brands, hundreds of boxes instantly filling an entire wall. The jumble of colorful packages created an intense visual impact. This was security, this was confidence. Lu Ming, like a king surveying his realm, ran his fingers over the rows of shelves. Luncheon meat here! Whoosh! Hundreds of cans of mailing luncheon meat lined up neatly, their metallic surfaces gleaming enticingly under the light. Self-heating rice here! Whoosh! Hai di lao kai de zao mo de xian, various self-heating pots piled up like small mountains. In less than half an hour, the once empty second bedroom had become a miniature Walmart warehouse. The feeling of being packed so full there was no room to step made Lu Ming's scalp tingle with pleasure. But this wasn't enough. Lu Ming went to the living room, which he had planned as the living area and energy zone. In the corner, 2 Yamaha silent generators were already in place, flanked by dozens of diesel-filled barrels. That was the heart of this fortress. Once the city's power grid collapsed, these 2 machines would be the source of light. In the center of the living room, Lu Ming placed a treadmill. He couldn't go out during the apocalypse, but he couldn't let his fitness decline. Running 5 kilometers daily would both exercise him and charge the batteries via the treadmill's generator module. Though the electricity generated was negligible, it was a statement, a declaration that, "I'm not just surviving, I'm thriving." The master bedroom was Lu Ming's comfort zone. A 2-meter-wide bed with a thick latex mattress and top-grade down comforter awaited. Beside it were boxes of hand warmers and portable heaters, along with the polar special operations suit he had pulled from a blind box. Lu Ming even took out a few pots of pothos and succulents from his ring and placed them on the windowsill. Though outside would soon become a frozen hell, this room must brim with life. The bathroom was stacked with massive white water storage tanks, each holding 500 liters. 10 tanks meant 5 tons of water. Combined with the thousands of bottled water cases stored in his ring, it was enough for him to drink for years. Moreover, Lu Ming walked to the sink and pulled out an unopened cardboard box, advanced whole house water purifier with reverse osmosis RO membrane. It was a small reward from a blind box a couple of days ago, but even a small reward like this was a divine artifact in the apocalypse. With it, even snow, rain, or water from the toilet tank could be filtered into drinkable water. Lu Ming expertly connected the pipes and tightened the screws. SSH! The sound of water flowing through the filter was soft and pleasant. He filled a glass and downed it in one gulp. It was incredibly sweet, free of bleach taste, with the pure texture of distilled water. With everything done, Lu Ming collapsed onto the genuine leather sofa in the living room. This sofa was salvaged from a bankrupt furniture mall, secondhand but with exceptional comfort sinking in and refusing to let go. So satisfying. Lu Ming took a self-heating hotpot from a nearby box, also from a blind box. He tore open the packaging, poured water, and covered it. Gurgle, gurgle. Minutes later, a rich, spicy aroma filled the air. Tripe beef-wide noodles, tumbling in the red chili oil. Lu Ming picked up a piece of beef and popped it into his mouth, hissing at the heat, but the spicy flavor instantly dispelled all fatigue. If only he had a game to play. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He remembered the PS5 and hundreds of game discs he had bought on a whim at the computer mall. He got up and connected the wires. The 85-inch Sony TV lit up its 4K HDR display, so clear you could see every pore. God of War Ragnarok, Elden Ring, Red Dead Redemption 2. Lu Ming gazed at the row of game icons, feeling overjoyed. Outside it was icy and zombie-infested. Here I am warm inside, eating hotpot, playing games. This wasn't apocalyptic survival, it was an apocalyptic vacation. Just as Lu Ming was immersed in the upcoming bliss of his shootin' life, he inexplicably picked up the high-powered telescope on the coffee table. He walked to the window. Through the thick bulletproof glass and one-way privacy film, the scene below was fully visible. Though dusk had fallen, the streetlights were still on. A black Porsche Cayenne was parked at the community entrance, its headlights piercing the darkness. Two people stood beside the car, one in a white down jacket, tall and slender, with long legs visible even through the bulky clothing. Lin Qian. The other was a young man in a trench coat, his hair slicked back, a cigarette in hand, leaning against the car door and speaking to Lin Qian. Lu Ming adjusted the focus. He recognized the man, a well-known local rich second generation named Zhao Tian, whose family was in real estate. Lin Qian had once posted a photo of this Cayenne on her social feed with the caption, "Thanks for the afternoon tea, Mr. Zhao." Now both wore serious expressions. Though Lu Ming couldn't hear them, he knew some lip reading, and the military-grade telescope had exceptional clarity. He focused on Zhao Tian's lips. "Tickets. Booked. Last. Chance. Really? Leaving. There. Safe." Lu Ming frowned. Fleeing abroad. It seemed the wealthy had caught wind of something. The extreme cold was a global catastrophe, but before it struck, some elite always got advance notice and scurried like rats to find stronger burrows. Unfortunately, Lu Ming lowered the telescope, a hint of mockery in his eyes, as he watched the two tiny figures below. Useless. This global freeze spared no one, not the equator, not the poles, not America or Europe. The entire world would become a giant freezer. Those trying to flee would only die on the road or in a blizzard in a foreign land. "Run!" Lu Ming settled back onto the sofa, picked up the controller, and watched Kratos on screen swing his axe at enemies. "Run as far as you can. Better than dying at my doorstep and making me clean up the mess." He bit into a piece of crisp tripe and mumbled indistinctly, "This hot pot is really something." After finishing the hot pot, Lu Ming collapsed on the sofa and let out a satisfied burp. The room was heated comfortably, making him feel drowsy, but there was still an important task left to do. Surveillance. In this apocalyptic world, information is life. If you are unaware of what is happening outside, or who is trying to pry open your door, living in a vault would still mean waiting for death. Lu Ming walked to the corner of the living room, where a custom metal control panel stood featuring a wall of displays, a surveillance matrix made up of 12 4K high-definition screens. "Start." Lu Ming pressed the main control switch. Buzz! After a faint sound of electricity, all the screens lit up simultaneously. The blue light illuminated Lu Ming's face, making his gaze appear particularly profound. The images were astonishingly clear, with the first screen displaying the elevator entrance. The 4K camera he disguised as a smoke detector was fixated on the doors of the two elevators. As long as someone exited the elevator, even a fly, Lu Ming could see it clearly. The second screen showed the hallway, where a pinhole camera hidden behind a fire hydrant covered the entire corridor, with no blind spots. The third and fourth screens. The unit door, the underground garage entrance, the community garden, even the outer wall of the 18th floor, the entire community was under his watch. Lu Ming recalled the 2,000 yuan red envelope he had slipped to the low-voltage technician that day. "Master, I want these points to be concealed, absolutely concealed. The kind that people can't even find, and if they do, they'll think it's a doorbell or a decoration." The technician had patted his chest and assured him, Don't worry, boss. I've been in this business for 30 years. I've installed devices for many big bosses to catch their mistresses. I guarantee they'll be completely unaware. Looking back now, that money was well spent. Lu Ming sat in an ergonomic chair holding the bottle of ice-cold cola he had just opened. He had to admit, this drink truly deserved the title of Chubby Man's Happy Water. It was simply never boring to drink. At the same time, the feeling of having control over everything made him think this was the true safe house. He could even see Zhang Chong in the security booth. In the footage, Zhang Chong was leaning back with his legs crossed holding a cigarette in his mouth while playing cards, with a few security guards, a messy pile of change on the table. A pair of kings. Do you want it? No. Pass. Zhang Chong's face full of flesh flushed with excitement, spitting saliva everywhere. He had no idea that a pair of eyes in a room on the 18th floor was coldly watching him. Like a god overlooking ants. Lu Ming switched the screen on screen 6. The usually opportunistic Aunt Lu was sneaking around the trash bins downstairs searching for something. She picked up several delivery boxes, looked around to make sure no one was watching, then quickly flattened the boxes and stuffed them into a huge woven bag. Tisk! Lu Ming took a sip of cola and shook his head. Aunt Lu actually didn't lack for money. Her son was a civil servant, but her habit of being frugal was ingrained. If she knew that these boxes could be used for burning firewood to keep warm in a few days, she would probably drag all the trash bins from the community back home. Switching again, screen 8 showed the hallway. Lin Qian was standing at the elevator entrance touching up her makeup with a small mirror that had an LED light checking her face repeatedly. She had applied a thick layer of foundation, and her lips were as red as if she had just drunk blood. So exquisite, Lu Ming scoffed. At this time, still caring about her appearance, he wondered if she would still be so vain when her face was covered in frostbite and oozing yellow fluid in a few days. Lu Ming sat at the control panel watching these ordinary lives. They were still arguing over trivial matters, scrambling for their meager salaries, and putting on pretenses for the sake of face and vanity. Meanwhile, the gates of hell had quietly opened a crack. This feeling of knowing everything yet choosing to watch coldly gave Lu Ming an intense sense of superiority. I am the prophet, I am the survivor, while you are merely NPCs on the verge of death. Ding ding! His phone vibrated. Today's blind box had not yet been opened. Lu Ming put down the cola and picked up his phone, the black icon on the screen quietly waiting. Open! There was no anticipation, just a routine task, because today was Monday, and according to the rules there would only be small rewards. Swish! A flash of white light, and 10 black rectangular objects appeared on the table, heavy like black bricks. Congratulations, you have obtained military-grade ultra-large capacity mobile power supply 200000 mAh X10 description, specially designed for special operations, equipped with a graphene battery pack, supports bidirectional 100W fast charging, comes with a solar charging panel, waterproof, shockproof, and explosion-proof. Note, this is not just a power bank, it is a small mobile nuclear power station. Lu Ming picked one up and weighed it in his hand, a good item. Although it was just a power bank, the capacity was frightening. 200,000 mAh. An ordinary phone could be charged 50 times, and 10 of them meant 500 times. Moreover, this device had a solar panel, meaning it could recharge as long as there was light. It was simply tailor-made for the apocalypse. Without hesitation, Lu Ming plugged all 10 of these black bricks into the power supply. Charging. This was the last line of defense for the surveillance system. In case the generator broke down or the diesel ran out, these 10 power banks could keep the entire surveillance system running for several months. At that moment, the surveillance footage suddenly flickered. It was not the kind of flicker caused by poor signal, but a strange flash accompanied by blue-purple light tearing through the night sky. Then, boom! A loud sound erupted as if the sky had been blasted open. Lu Ming suddenly stood up and looked outside. The originally pitch-black night sky was now shrouded in a strange purplish-red glow, with clouds rolling like boiling blood. This celestial phenomenon. He had seen it in his past life. It was a harbinger of extreme cold. The heat in the atmosphere was rapidly escaping, and the magnetic field was starting to destabilize. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he quickly grabbed the remote and turned on the television. All channels were broadcasting emergency news. On the screen, the usually composed female host had disheveled hair, a pale face, and was speaking rapidly. Emergency broadcast. Emergency broadcast. According to the latest monitoring from the National Meteorological Administration, due to abnormal solar activity and atmospheric circulation, global temperatures will experience a cliff-like drop in the next week. It is expected that the temperature drop will exceed 50 degrees Celsius. Citizens are advised to stockpile supplies immediately. Please take precautions for warmth. Do not go out unless absolutely necessary. The host's voice trembled as she held a script with a despairing number: expected lowest temperature 70 C. Lu Ming stared at the screen and slowly sat back down in his chair. It's here. It's finally here. The voice of the female host echoed on the television screen, laced with an unmistakable tremor. In the coming week, global temperatures are expected to experience severe fluctuations. The images showed red warning signals hanging at weather stations around the world, while outside the originally pitch-black night sky shimmered with an eerie purple glow resembling the bruised skin of some colossal creature. Lu Ming picked up the remote control. Snap! He turned off the television, and the room returned to a deathly silence. He did not need to watch the news. He was the news. Lu Ming glanced at the banking app on his phone. Balance 12450. 5 yuan. This was the last remnant of his funds after exhausting online loans, selling his house, maxing out credit cards, and ruining his credit. Still too much. Lu Ming frowned, thinking that in the apocalypse, this stuff was too hard even for wiping. Keeping it was a desecration of resources. He sensed the subspace ring on his index finger. There was a small patch of free space amidst the mountain of supplies, probably just a few cubic meters. His obsessive-compulsive disorder kicked in. It had to be filled. It must be filled. Converting this last 10,000 yuan into tangible resources to stuff into that corner was the greatest respect he could show to the apocalypse. Lu Ming stood up, grabbed his car keys, and slung on the shabby backpack one last time. Let's go! The streets in the early morning were already whistling with the wind. The leaves by the roadside rustled in the breeze, and the withered yellow leaves spun down onto the windshield. The battered van wheezed like an old cow as it drove into the night. The first stop, an outdoor supplies store. The owner was huddled behind the counter staring at his phone, which also played weather news. His brow furrowed. Boss! Lu Ming tapped on the glass counter. Solid alcohol in that. He pointed at the black boxes piled in the corner. Anthracite coal, I want it all. The owner paused, looking up at Lu Ming as if he were an alien. All of it. Young man, that's 2 tons of goods. Are you going to the North Pole for an expedition? Pretty much. Lu Ming did not waste words and scanned the payment code. How much? After the discount, it's 6400. It's transferred already. Lu Ming called over the store staff for help with the loading. Boxes of blue solid alcohol and bags of refined anthracite coal soon weighed down the van's trunk. This stuff was a good item. Solid alcohol burns without smoke and has a high calorific value, making it perfect for cooking noodles or boiling water. As for the anthracite coal, it was a backup. If the generator broke down or the diesel ran out, it would be the last means of warmth. Burning coal may be crude, but it could save lives. Having secured the fuel, Lu Ming checked his balance. Only 6000 remained. The vehicle turned a corner and stopped in front of a 24-hour bookstore in the city center. Xinhua Bookstore. The red sign looked somewhat eerie under the purple night sky. There was no one inside, only a sleepy staff member dozing at the counter. Lu Ming pushed the door and headed straight to the second floor. He avoided the so-called success and management shelves, as those books were useless paper in the apocalypse. He arrived at the practical skills and entertainment sections. Encyclopedia Britannica. The complete set. Take it. Barefoot Doctor Manual. Take it. Militia Military Training Manual. Take it. These 3 books were the foundation for rebuilding civilization in the apocalypse. Next was the comic section. One Piece, Naruto, Dragon Ball. The complete volume, the hardcover editions. And the novel section. The complete works of Jin Yong, the complete works of Gu Long, and even a few thick physical copies of online novels. Lu Ming pushed the shopping cart, making a clattering sound. The staff member woke up, wiped drool from his mouth, and stared blankly at Lu Ming as he swept the shelves like restocking. Sir, are you stocking a library? No internet. Lu Ming slammed a stack of books onto the checkout counter. Afraid of boredom. In that world without electricity, no internet, only long nights of freezing darkness, these physical books were a sanctuary for the spirit. When others were staring at the ceiling going insane in the dark, he could light a candle and hide under the covers watching Luffy set sail and Guijing shoot the eagle. This spiritual luxury was more satisfying than eating meat. Swiping the card, checking out the books were heavy, and as Lu Ming loaded them into the vehicle, he was drenched in sweat, but his heart felt much lighter. Balance 2500 yuan. Just a little left. Lu Ming drove past a KFC. Brightly lit. The smile of the old man with white beard seemed particularly kind in the night. Screech! He slammed on the brakes. Lu Ming pushed the door open. There were few customers inside, and the air was filled with a distinct aroma of fried chicken, a beautiful gift from industrial civilization. Welcome to KFC. May I take your order? Spicy chicken leg burger. Lu Ming looked at the cashier. I want 500 of them. The cashier's fingers froze on the screen, doubting her hearing. How many? 500. Lu Ming spoke calmly, as if requesting 500 grains of rice. If you don't have it, make it fresh. I'll wait. Also 50 family buckets and 100 boxes of Portuguese egg tarts. The entire kitchen was in an uproar. The manager ran out confirming that Lu Ming was not joking, and after he really paid, he immediately shouted for everyone to turn on all the fryers. The sizzling sound of chicken hitting the oil was the most wonderful symphony. Lu Ming sat in a corner watching the scene unfold, holding a cup of free ice cola. It's not as good as the system-provided ones. While waiting, he was not idle. Next door was a trendy milk tea shop. A little bit. Bubble tea. Lu Ming stood at the counter. 100 cups, full sugar, no ice. The staff was a young girl who widened her eyes at him. Sir, full sugar will be very sweet. I like it sweet. Lu Ming interrupted her. Sweet. In the extreme cold of -70 degrees, sugar meant warmth, dopamine, and life. If anyone could sip a cup of cloyingly sweet milk tea, then they would kneel and call you daddy. An hour later, Lu Ming's battered van was packed to the brim. The cabin was filled with the aroma of fried chicken and milk tea, so rich it was almost overwhelming. But the smell was truly enticing. Lu Ming casually grabbed a hamburger, tore off the wrapper, and took a big bite. Crispy skin, spicy oil, mayonnaise, the calories exploded in his mouth. He started the vehicle, steering with one hand, while the other held the hamburger, driving towards the abandoned logistics park. At 3 in the morning, the logistics park was eerily silent. Lu Ming parked the car in the empty warehouse and closed the massive iron door. He opened the trunk, looking at the haul of spoils, cold books, hamburgers, milk tea. This was his final plunder from the old world. Collect. Lu Ming raised his right hand, the black ring on his index finger flashing with a ghostly light. Swish, the truck was empty. His consciousness sank into the space within that vast subspace, the resources piled like an endless mountain. In the tightest corner, hundreds of hamburgers and milk teas were neatly squeezed together, perfectly aligned. Space utilization 99.9. OCD cured. Lu Ming exhaled deeply, his breath turned into a white mist in the cold air. It was complete. Bank card balance 0.00 yuan. Not a cent left. This total emptiness brought an extreme sense of relief. From now on, he no longer belonged to this monetary society. Those numbers, those debts, those so-called credits, all could go to hell. Lu Ming closed the car door and drove home, returning to the 18th floor, pushing open the heavy blast door, warmth flooding over him. Lu Ming took off the shabby backpack that had accompanied him for years. The straps were worn down. Not long ago, it held hundreds of thousands in cash, life-saving medicine, and the property deed. But now it was empty and useless. Lu Ming walked to the trash can and casually tossed the backpack inside. He no longer needed it. From now on, he wouldn't need to lug around a bag like a dog. He only needed to sit in this impregnable fortress, sipping ice cola and watching people outside struggle for survival. Lu Ming walked to the window and pulled down the thick blackout curtains. The moment the curtains closed, it felt as if two worlds were separated. On November 29th, the temperature had already dropped to 10 degrees. The pedestrians on the street had changed into thick coats, and the white breath they exhaled was clearly visible under the streetlights. Lu Ming stood at the entrance, performing a final check on the heavily fortified alloy explosion-proof door. This door was a full 20 centimeters thick, filled with bulletproof ceramics and lead plates. Even if C4 explosives were detonated against it, it would only leave a white mark. With a click, Lu Ming turned the heavy mechanical dial lock. Accompanied by the metallic sound of gears, engaging 18 solid steel bolts sprang out from the door frame deeply embedding themselves into the wall. That was not the end. He also took a thick steel bolt and hung it on the top and bottom hooks. With a bang, as the final physical lock clicked into place, this apartment on the 18th floor completely transformed into an isolated island. The outside world, whether it was the virus, the rioters, or the annoying property manager, was entirely cut off beyond this 20-centimeter thick steel barrier. Lu Ming leaned against the door, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. The air was infused with a faint scent of lavender, a sign that the new air system had just been refreshed. It was quiet, eerily quiet. This feeling of being cut off from the world caused every pore in his body to relax. No longer needing to worry about someone knocking for debt, no longer needing to worry about neighbors borrowing salt, and no longer needing to wear a mask to deal with those hypocritical social relations. So refreshing. Lu Ming walked into the living room and threw himself onto the soft leather sofa. The phone screen on the coffee table was constantly lit up with various group messages buzzing around like flies. Work group 32 people, boss, everyone. Why hasn't this month's performance report been submitted? Are you all planning a rebellion? Lu Ming. Especially you. Where the hell have you been? Still daring to block me. Not answering calls. Financially, brother Lu, the boss is furious. You better reply quickly. Lu Ming looked at the screen with a faint smirk. Performance? Reports? To hell with performance. I'm just sitting here hoping that when the apocalypse comes you can still be this tough. Since you care so much about performance, you might as well go die and serve the king of hell, dragging your relatives and ancestors along to meet the targets. I must say, Lu Ming held a significant grudge against this boss for being so inhumane. After a cold laugh, he opened another group chat, the Happy Community Owners Group, 500 people. At this moment, the group was bustling, everyone discussing the dreadful weather. 12:04 Legia, why did it suddenly get so cold? The heating isn't working. What is the property management doing? Property manager, everyone please remain calm. The boiler room is under maintenance. It will be fixed soon. 18:02 Old Zhang, property manager, maintenance my ass. I've already caught a cold. If the heating doesn't come soon, I'll complain about you. Watching these familiar IDs, Lu Ming felt no waves. Complaints? Soon you'll realize that the lack of heating is just the beginning. Soon the water will freeze, and even excrement will be stuck in the toilet. He did not leave the group after all. This group was an important channel for acquiring external information. He simply set his notifications to do not disturb. Just observing, not responding. Like a lurker in the shadows, watching these people revel in the last moments before the Titanic sank. At that moment, a WeChat message popped up again from that pink avatar Lin Qian. Lin Qian. Lu Ming clicked to open it. Lu Ming, why haven't you been out lately? I want to borrow your ladder. My light bulb is broken. Her voice was sweet to the point of being cloying, and in the background the sounds of a television could be heard, likely a variety show. Borrow a ladder. Lu Ming scoffed. It was the same in his past life, borrowing ladders, rice, and oil, and in the end, they took his life. This woman wasn't looking to borrow a ladder. She was clearly testing this licking dog, who hadn't been seen for a few days, to see if he was still around and if she could continue to exploit him. Lu Ming picked up his phone and pressed the voice key, his tone calm, as if discussing an unimportant matter. Broken, throw it away. He sent the message. Then he directly tossed the phone aside, ignoring it. Lin Qian on the other end was likely fuming, but what did that have to do with Lu Ming? He had more important things to do now, which was to perform one last check. Lu Ming walked to the bathroom and turned on the faucet. Whoosh! Clear tap water flowed out. He took out a water quality tester and dipped it into the water. TDS value 5. Perfect. The whole house water purifier was functioning normally. He then walked to the balcony to check the air intake of the new air system, where a military-grade NBC filter was installed capable of purifying even toxic gas from outside. The indicator light was green, and the filter had 100 lifespan left. Finally, Lu Ming arrived at the entrance, where his armory was hung. A compound tactical crossbow, a bright flashlight, an engineer's shovel, and that tactical dagger hidden in a secret compartment of the shoe cabinet. Each weapon was polished to a shine, ready to be fired at any moment. All set. Lu Ming ran his fingers along the cold crossbow body, his gaze sharpening, as all vulnerabilities were sealed and all supplies were ready. Now only the east wind was missing, the east wind that would soon freeze the entire world. Lu Ming returned to the living room and took out a bottle of 1982 Lafite. It wasn't bought, but rather packed from that Michelin restaurant the other day. Without a decanter, he directly blew into the bottle. The slightly sour red wine flowed down his throat, bringing a wave of warmth. He looked at the electronic calendar on the wall. November 29, 2052 355. There were 5 minutes left until the 30th, which was also the last day of the month. According to the rules of the blind box system, there would be a grand reward at the end of the month. Last Sunday, they gave something outrageous, like a spatial ring. What would the end-of-month grand prize be? This time there should possibly maybe be tanks, mechas, nuclear bombs, and the like. Just thinking about it made Lu Ming's heart race. This anticipation was 100 times more exhilarating than waiting for the college entrance exam results. Before long the time reached 2358. At 235900 the room was dark. Lu Ming sat in the pitch-black living room motionless as a statue. The curtains were drawn tight, not allowing a single ray of light to seep through. Only the faint glow of his phone screen illuminated his face, revealing eyes bloodshot from extreme excitement. Though the room was warm, Lu Ming's palms were slick with sweat. In the final 10 seconds, he held his breath, his gaze fixed on the black-up icon. 1098. 321. 0000. The moment the time ticked over, Lu Ming's finger jabbed the screen almost instinctively. With that single tap, he felt as though he had pierced through the display, reaching into another dimension. Boom. It wasn't sound. It was light and unprecedented brilliance. If the earlier white light had been a flashlight, and the purple light a neon sign, then this was the sun. A resplendent pure golden light brimming with boundless majesty exploded forth. It flooded the entire living room, piercing the darkness, illuminating even the dust motes in the corners with crystal clarity. Lu Ming instinctively shut his eyes, tears streaming from the intensity. A golden legendary. It truly was a golden legendary. Given the nature of blind boxes, this was undoubtedly a divine artifact surpassing current technological levels. The radiance persisted for a full 3 seconds before slowly receding. Rubbing his sore eyes, Lu Ming eagerly looked at the coffee table. There was no tank, no Gundam, not even the mecha he had dreamed of. Only a box remained. Black. About the size of a shoebox, with a matte finish resembling a perfectly cut block of obsidian. But on its surface a faint deep blue halo pulsed slowly, as if breathing. That shade of blue was profound, mysterious, and brimming with a sci-fi aesthetic. What is this? Lu Ming reached out. The touch was icy, like caressing millennial frost. It was heavy, extremely heavy. This small box weighed dozens of kilograms, its density astonishing. He looked at his phone screen, where a text description popped up. Congratulations on winning the end-of-month super prize, Micro Cold Fusion Battery, Civilian Version, Origin 7th Star Civilization, Dyson Sphere Ruins. Parameters: rated output power 500 kW, peak power 1000 kW. Battery life: built-in high-purity deuterium tritium fuel rods capable of continuous power supply for 50 years at full load. Features: absolute silence, zero radiation, extreme cold resistance, 273C explosion-proof, adaptive voltage output. Description: it is the heart of civilization, the eternal Prometheus fire. With it you become the only beacon shining in the dark universe. Note: do not attempt to disassemble, as it may cause irreversible. Well, you can't open it anyway. Lu Ming's breath caught. Fusion. It was actually nuclear fusion, and cold fusion at that. This was something still in the realm of theoretical physics on Earth, the ultimate energy source scientists dreamed of creating. And now it was sitting quietly on his coffee table. 50 years of battery life, 500 kilowatts of power. This wasn't a battery, it was a personal miniature nuclear power plant. Lu Ming's hands trembled with excitement. He had stockpiled dozens of tons of diesel-bought solar panels and generators, but he was still anxious. The oil would run out, generators were noisy, and solar panels were useless during the polar night. Energy anxiety, the greatest shadow over every doomsday survivor's heart. But this battery shattered that anxiety completely. Huh? Lu Ming let out a low laugh from his throat, then it grew louder, wilder. Ha ha! He laughed maniacally in the living room, tears streaming down his face. It's stable. It's stable. Everything was truly secure now. With this thing, his safe house would no longer be just a shelter, but a true divine kingdom. A frozen wasteland outside. Head turn on the floor, heating and air conditioning setting the temperature as high as he wanted. Pitch darkness outside. Head light up the whole house bright as day. Save electricity. To hell with saving. Lu Ming suddenly stood up, cradling the heavy black box, as if it were his own child. Connect it! Connect it now! He rushed to the distribution box in the hallway. During renovations, he had specifically asked loudly to install a high-power bus interface originally intended for the 2 Yamaha generators. Now it would serve this little treasure. Lu Ming opened the distribution box, revealing the dense tangle of wires and the black industrial socket. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out the silver wire from the nuclear battery, only as thick as a finger but exceptionally tough. He aligned the connectors. Click! It fit perfectly. Immediately, the blue light on the black box flared brightly, before softening, accompanied by an extremely faint hum, inaudible unless pressed close. That was the sound of energy flowing. Lu Ming grabbed the handle of the main switch. Witness the miracle. Click. He pushed the switch up. Hum! Instantly, the entire house lit up. The huge crystal chandelier in the living room, along with the spotlights and light strips, all blazed with the most dazzling brilliance at once. No flickering, no delay. Frighteningly stable. Lu Ming squinted, adjusting to the sudden brightness, and turned to look at the smart home control panel on the wall. Voltage 220 V constant. Current stable. Outside in the corridor, the meter, which had been slowly spinning due to the refrigerator and ventilation system, stopped. The red indicator light went out completely. This meant that from this second onward the room had completely disconnected from the national grid, becoming an independent energy island. Lu Ming walked to the control panel, his fingers tapping rapidly. Whole house floor heating activate. Temperature 30 degrees. Central air conditioning activate. Heating mode 30 degrees. Ventilation system maximum power. Kitchen oven preheat. Computer power on. He was like a madman, turning on every energy-consuming appliance in the house. Boom! The air conditioning unit outside roared to life, and water flowed through the underfloor heating pipes. The TV lit up, computer screens flickered, and the oven's interior glowed red. In the past, this series of actions would have sent the meter spinning until it smoked, inevitably tripping the breaker. But now, Lu Ming glanced at the monitor connected to the nuclear battery. Current load 15, only 15. Running all the appliances in the house didn't even count as a warm-up for this nuclear battery. This was a dimensionality reduction strike, the power of technology. Lu Ming stood in the middle of the living room, feeling the rapidly rising temperature. Waves of heat rolled over him, but he had no desire to remove his clothes. This heat made him feel as if he were standing at the center of the sun. Awesome! Lu Ming roared, pulling a bottle of iced cola from his ring and twisting it open with one hand. Fizz! He tipped his head back and gulped it down, a contrast of ice and fire. Even if it was already minus 10 degrees outside, even if it would soon drop to minus 70 degrees. This room would forever be spring, no summer. Lu Ming gazed at the glowing lights and the humming machines, a surge of unprecedented superiority washing over him. This sense of superiority came not from wealth or food stores, but from mastering energy, mastering light and heat. In the coming dark age, he would be the sole god. He even felt like smashing the meter. It was now nothing but scrap metal and ice ore on the wall. Phew! Lu Ming calmed his excitement and checked the time. It was already 1 in the morning. After all the fuss, he was drenched in sweat. Since energy was limitless and water was infinite, why wait? He walked into the bathroom, where the expensive massage-equipped double whirlpool bathtub sat quietly. He had been reluctant to use it before, as it wasted both water and electricity. But now, fill it up! Lu Ming turned on the faucet. Gush! Scalding hot water surged out, steam billowing, instantly fogging up the mirror. He turned the temperature to the highest setting. What else? Bath salts. Lu Ming grabbed a bottle of imported rose bath salts from the shelf, a souvenir from a shopping trip, and poured half of it in. The water turned a pale pink, fragrant and inviting. He also fetched a bottle of red wine and a goblet, placing them by the tub. He even brought in a waterproof tablet, playing a downloaded movie. He undressed and stepped naked into the tub. Ah! The scalding water enveloped his entire body, the heat seeping through his pores, drawing out all the fatigue accumulated from days of stockpiling. Lu Ming let out a long groan. Comfortable, damn comfortable. He leaned back against the soft pillow, sipped the red wine, and watched the movie on the tablet, feeling the water jets massage his back. This was no pre-apocalyptic night, it was a royal indulgence. Outside the window the cold wind howled, and the temperature crept toward freezing. Those still asleep had no idea that their nightmare was about to begin. December 1st noon. Normally the sun should be hanging high in the sky, radiating its meager yet reassuring warmth. But outside the window, the sky was a pitch black, like a sour rag gray, and oppressive, making it hard to breathe. It was the color of lead. Thick clouds pressed down almost to the rooftops. The wind had died, and the air was thick with the smell of earth and a dampness that seeped into one's bones. Lu Ming sat on the leather sofa in the living room, wearing a silk robe, his feet on the warm floor. A constant 26 degrees Celsius. His bare toes wiggled comfortably. Beside him a vintage record player spun, playing Tchaikovsky's Pathétique, a somber tune, but to Lu Ming it was a festive drumbeat. "Perfect," he said, swirling the wine glass. The red wine clung to the glass, its color like blood. The wine hadn't been decanted well, and was a bit sour, but he didn't care. Even if it were vinegar on a day like this, it would taste like honey. Because today was the death day of the old world, and the birthday of the new. A sharp sizzle came from the kitchen. Lu Ming put down his glass, and walked to the open kitchen counter. The pan was already hot, emitting a faint blue smoke. He picked up a 3 centimeter thick M9 tomahawk steak with tongs, and pressed it firmly onto the pan. He had bought this piece of meat at the old supermarket the other day. Its marbling was as beautiful as marble, costing several thousand yuan per kilogram. The moment the meat hit the hot oil, the sound was incredible. The fat instantly exploded, and a rich smoky aroma aggressively filled his nostrils. Lu Ming didn't rush to flip it, he even closed his eyes, and greedily inhaled. So fragrant. What was he doing at this time in his past life? Oh right, he was working overtime. His bald boss had asked him to revise the proposal, demanding a colorful black, and wouldn't let him turn on the air conditioner to save on electricity bills, leaving Lu Ming's hands stiff from the cold. Back then, if he could have smelled this meat, he would have probably swallowed his tongue. Salt. Lu Ming grabbed a handful of sea salt, sprinkling it over the meat like gold dust, then added some freshly ground black pepper. The texture. Flip. The caramelized crust had formed, sealing the juices inside still sizzling. This wasn't just cooking, it was a sacred ritual, the Last Supper. Not to die, but to bid farewell to the pathetic self of the past. When the steak was almost done, Lu Ming carried the plate back to the living room. He didn't eat immediately. Instead, he sat before the large surveillance wall. "Let's see my neighbors." Lu Ming cut a small piece of beef and put it in his mouth. It was juicy and tender, needing no chewing. He picked up the remote and switched the feed to the community gate. In the security booth, Zhang Chong, wrapped in an ill-fitting security coat, was rubbing his hands. There was no sound, but from his lip movements, he was clearly cursing. This damn weather. So thing cold. Zhang Chong stomped his feet, his face blue from the cold, occasionally breathing hot air into his hands. In front of him was an electric heater, its red glow so faint it seemed ready to go out. Lu Ming smiled. He glanced at the thermometer on the wall. Outdoor temperature 5°C. Only 5 degrees, and you can't take it. This is nothing. In a few hours you'll think 5 degrees now is like a Hawaiian beach. The feed switched to the 18th floor corridor. Lin Xian was standing on her balcony taking in laundry, wrapped in a white long down jacket curled into a ball. She looked up at the sky, her face filled with unease. Her brow was furrowed, her lips pressed tightly together, and those big eyes that usually sparkled were now full of panic. Women's intuition is always terrifyingly accurate. She might have sensed something. But it was too late. Lu Ming forked a piece of steak with a fatty edge, chewing it slowly. The burst of fat sent a shiver of pleasure through his scalp. "Look," Lu Ming raised his glass to the screen. "Take a good look. This is the last time you'll see a sky without ice." Just then. Tap. Lu Ming turned to look at the floor-to-ceiling window. On the 10-centimeter thick bulletproof glass there was a white mark. It was snowing, not the fluffy kind, but ice pellets. Then came a rapid succession of taps, like someone throwing a handful of sand at the window. Huge snowflakes crashed down from the sky, instantly blocking the view. The outline of the opposite building, visible just moments before, became a blur of white. The wind picked up. A howling, wailing sound like ghosts crying, the vibration penetrating even through the triple-pane vacuum glass. Lu Ming put down his knife and fork and walked to the window. He pressed his hand against the cold glass. Outside was a white hell, inside a warm paradise. He glanced at the professional meteorological thermometer hanging outside. The red numbers were plunging wildly. 5°C, 3°C, 0°C. In just 10 minutes, it had dropped below freezing, and it was still falling. 5°C, 10°C. This rate of temperature drop defied physics, but in the apocalypse common sense was meant to be broken. The atmosphere had been breached, and the absolute zero from the depths of the universe was pouring in. The entire Earth was like an apple thrown into liquid nitrogen. Rapid freezing. Ming could see the streetlights below flickering, wires freezing and becoming brittle or voltage instability. Zhang Chang, who had been cursing in the security booth, was now out of sight, probably hiding under his desk. Lin Qian's balcony door was firmly shut, and the curtains were drawn. Scared. This hasn't even started yet. Ming returned to the sofa. The steak on the plate was still warm. He cut another piece. This one was the best, the part near the bone chewy. So delicious. Ming even smacked his lips. This feeling of being untouched by the disaster was 100 times more satisfying than the food itself. What is this called? It's called a sense of superiority. As Ming enjoyed this last moment of peace, his phone vibrated. It wasn't a call, but a WeChat group. Happy Community Owners Group, 500 people. The group was in an uproar, messages flying by too fast to follow. 7:02 Bro 1 Damn. How is the snow this heavy? Is it trying to bury us? 12:04 Sisterly, my window got blown open. It's freezing. This wind is too creepy. 5:01 Grandpa Zhao, why is the sky as dark as midnight? It's only 1 o'clock. Is there going to be an earthquake? Panic. You could smell the panic through the screen. Everyone was asking, guessing and fearing, but no one knew the answer. Except for Ming. He watched the jumping text, his gaze as calm as a stagnant pool. Scream while you can while the internet is still on. Scream a few more times. Later you won't even have the strength. Suddenly the light in the room flickered. Not completely off, just a momentary dimming, then it immediately returned to full brightness. That was the instant fluctuation when the nuclear battery switched from external power to internal supply. Only 0.1 seconds. But outside. Zzz. Ming saw the lights of the building across from him vanish, as if wiped away by an invisible giant hand. The entire building, the whole neighborhood, even most of the distant city went completely dark. The power grid had collapsed. Under the dual assault of extreme cold and blizzard, the fragile urban power system had shattered like paper. The group was silent for a second, then went completely insane. 12:04 Sisterly, power outage. How can there be a power outage? 8:03 Grandson, my place has no power either. I was in the middle of a ranked match. FK. 16:02 and Joe, a power outage in this cold. Are they trying to freeze us to death? Where's the property management? Property manager, come out. Property manager, everyone don't panic. Don't panic. It should be a line fault. I've already contacted the power company. They'll be here to fix it soon. Fix it? Ming sneered at the screen. Fix my ass. The power company guys are probably running home right now. Who's going to brave a blizzard to fix power lines? And this isn't a fault, it's destruction. The power is gone for good, at least until human civilization restarts. Ming put down his phone and looked around. The crystal chandelier in the living room was still dazzling, casting a warm yellow light. The underfloor heating was still working, his feet toasty. The refrigerator in the kitchen was still humming, and even the 85-inch TV was playing a downloaded movie. Light. In this dead city already plunged into darkness and cold, this apartment on the 18th floor was the only island, the only lighthouse. Ming raised his wine glass and gently clinked it against the pitch-black world outside the window. Cheers to this thing apocalypse. Beep beep beep. The red alarm sound from the electronic thermometer was particularly jarring in this warm living room. Ming sat on the sofa, his eyes fixed on the data being transmitted by the professional-grade detection probe hanging outside the window. The originally red numbers had now turned into a heart-pounding deep blue. 5°C. 12°C. The frequency of the numbers jumping was frightening. Almost every minute the temperature dropped by 1 or 2 degrees. This wasn't just a drop in temperature, it was a free fall. In just about half an hour, the outside world had plunged directly from late autumn into a winter that hadn't been seen in decades. 30°C. Ming's eyelids twitched. This speed was even faster than in his past life. It seemed that the butterfly effect in this life not only altered his own fate, but also made the heavens more irritable. Whoosh! The snow outside was no longer merely falling, it was crashing down. Goose feather-like snow. No, it was more like a torn blanket falling in thick bundles. Outside the window was a white wall, stark white, obscuring all visibility. The distance one could see was probably less than a meter. Creak bang! A sudden, extremely piercing screech of brakes came from downstairs, followed immediately by the sound of heavy objects colliding, dull and loud. A chain collision. Ming didn't even need to look to know what had happened. The ground had frozen over in minutes, and the cars still on the road were now just bumper cars on an ice rink. They couldn't stop at all. Someone could be faintly heard screaming, but in the howling wind that voice was like a chicken with its throat cut, only able to call out half before being swallowed by the wind and snow. Ming didn't move, he merely sipped his red wine, the sour liquid flowing down his throat, bringing a wave of warmth. This soundproofing is really good. Ming set down his wine glass and walked barefoot to the floor-to-ceiling window. This bulletproof glass, which cost 800,000, was now the dividing line between two worlds. He reached out and pressed his hand against the inner side of the glass. It was warm with plenty of heating, and there wasn't even a hint of fog on the glass surface. But he could feel that on the other side of this thick glass and bulletproof film was a terrifying chill that could freeze a person's marrow. That kind of cold carried a murderous intent. The new air system above suddenly increased its power. The smart home detected the significant temperature difference outside and automatically adjusted the heat exchange efficiency. Ming glanced back at the monitoring screen connected to the nuclear battery. Current load 18, output voltage stable, core temperature normal. The black box still lay quietly in the corner, emitting a faint ghostly blue glow. Steady as a rock. As long as this thing was still shining, even if it turned absolutely 0 degrees outside, Ming could still dance the samba in his shorts in his little nest. Let's check on the unfortunate ones. Ming returned to the control panel. Although he couldn't see outside with the naked eye, his surveillance camera was equipped with infrared night vision and fog penetration functions. Military grade, this little snow couldn't obstruct his view. His fingers typed a couple of keys, and the image switched to the entrance of the community. The once lively street was now silent as the grave. A few cars that had crashed into each other were emitting black smoke, but under the pressure of the blizzard the flames that flickered out were immediately extinguished. What is that? Ming squinted, adjusting the focus. Under the street lamp at the entrance of the community stood a person dressed like an office worker, tightly clutching a briefcase with a thin overcoat over his suit. He was running, or rather attempting to run, but his posture was very odd. It was like a rusty robot. Each step he took appeared particularly stiff, as if his knees couldn't bend. 1 step, 2 steps, then the person suddenly stopped. It wasn't his choice to stop, his body had given up. Ming zoomed in. It was a 4K high-definition image. The person's face had turned completely white with ice crystals on his eyebrows and eyelashes. His mouth was wide open, like a fish out of water desperately trying to breathe. But every breath of cold air that went in turned into ice knives in his lungs. His gaze had already become vacant, staring straight ahead, where the community's entrance was less than 50 meters away. What usually took only a few dozen seconds to traverse was now an insurmountable chasm. Crack! Ming seemed to hear the sound of joints locking up, and that office worker, maintaining his running posture, fell straight down. There was no struggle, no convulsions, just like a poorly made plaster statue being casually knocked over in the snow. In less than a minute, the snow had covered him, first his feet, then his body, and finally only one hand remained exposed, pointing in the direction of home. That was death by freezing, true rapid freezing. In 30°C with an accompanying force 8 wind, the perceived temperature would instantly drop below 50°C. The rate of heat loss from the human body would be tens of times faster than usual, and hypothermia could occur in just a few minutes. Ming looked at the screen, his expression devoid of emotion, neither sympathy nor fear. This was the greeting of the apocalypse. Simple, brutal, and unreasonable. If you weren't prepared, you would die. There was no give me another chance, or ignorance is no excuse. That office worker might still be thinking about what to eat when he got home tonight, or how to revise tomorrow's PPT. But now, he was just a roadblock in this heavy snowfall. Ziz! The television in the living room suddenly flickered twice. Ming turned his head. The screen that had been playing emergency news had become unstable, filled with snowflake interference. The female anchor, who had just been smiling professionally, was now shaking uncontrollably. The air conditioning in the studio had probably broken down. She was wrapped in a military coat, her lips turning dark purple, and her teeth chattered as she spoke, producing a clack, clack, clack sound. "Dear citizens, please make sure to stay at home. The government is working at full capacity." Before she could finish her words, the lights in the footage suddenly went out. Immediately after, it seemed that the female anchor could no longer hold on, or perhaps she had become frozen stiff, and she collapsed onto the table. Zing! The signal was completely cut off, and the screen was left with dazzling black and white noise emitting an irritating static sound. Lu Ming picked up the remote control. With a snap, he turned it off, and the world fell silent. The last trace of official voice disappeared, signaling the official beginning of the collapse of social order. From now on, there would be no police, no doctors, no rescue, only the law of the jungle. Time to eat. Lu Ming tossed the remote aside and returned to the dining table. He picked up the knife and fork. The steak knife, imported from Germany, was frighteningly sharp, slicing through the meat with ease. It revealed the pink flesh inside, about medium rare, with blood mixed with juices flowing out. Lu Ming speared a piece and put it in his mouth. The fragrant oil burst on his tongue, and the spiciness of black pepper stimulated his taste buds, a warm and energy-filled sensation sliding down his esophagus into his stomach. Comfortable. Lu Ming closed his eyes, savoring the moment of satisfaction. Ding! Buzz, buzz, buzz! The phone on the table suddenly vibrated like crazy. The homeowners group, which had only had a few messages before, had now completely exploded. Lu Ming leisurely swallowed the meat in his mouth and picked up his phone to take a glance. At first sight, the show was about to begin. 12:04 Ligia. Lu Ming clicked to open. The background noise was a chaotic wind and the cry of a child. Help! Is anyone there? My window! The window is cracked! The wind is coming in! It's too cold! Someone help me! Woo-woo! The voice was sharp, filled with extreme terror. Following that, people in the group began to send messages one after another. 7:02 Wanggu Dam. My glass is cracked too. What kind of weather is this? I wanted to use tape to fix it, but as soon as I reached out, I lost feeling. 18:02 Jean de cold. Too cold? Does anyone have extra blankets? Lend me one. I can't take it anymore. 5:01 Zhao de, where's the property management? Where did they die? Come fix the windows. We're going to freeze to death. Lu Ming looked at these messages, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. Fix the windows. The current glass had become more fragile than potato chips in extreme low temperatures, and with the strong winds outside, ordinary single or double-layer glass simply couldn't withstand it. Once the glass shattered, even if it was just a crack, the little warmth inside would be drained in seconds, and the indoor temperature would quickly equal that outside, turning the space into an ice cave. A sharp crack resounded, as if someone had popped a balloon right by the ear. Then came a series of clattering, shattering sounds, enough to set one's teeth on edge. It wasn't just one household, it was the entire building. The wind outside howled like a mad beast, hurling ice shards with murderous intent. The ordinary window panes, already brittle as crackers from the frost, shattered instantly under the assault. Lu Ming cut a piece of steak and chewed it, glancing at his phone. The group chat was already in chaos. 6:02 at Wamomai. I can't take it anymore. The balcony door exploded. The wind is pouring in like knives. Old man, grab the quilt and block it. 9:03 Luchan can't block it. It's impossible. The wind is too strong. My hands are freezing off. 12:04 Sisterly boohoo. Someone help me. My child has a fever. All the glass is shattered. 3:01 Zhang Biao, stop wailing. Run to the stairwell. There's no wind there. Lu Ming chewed his beef, feeling not a shred of sympathy. Instead, he found it quite appetizing. This was the bane of modern architecture. For the sake of aesthetics and lighting, they installed massive floor-to-ceiling windows, chasing an ultimate sense of transparency. Normally, it was pleasant enough sunlight flooding the room, sipping coffee and snapping photos for a stylish social media post. But in an apocalypse, it became a colossal wind tunnel. Even double-glazed hollow glass, when the temperature difference between inside and outside exceeded 70 degrees, would have its tempered structure torn apart by the stress of thermal expansion and contraction. Not to mention the gale-force winds threatening to topple the building. Lu Ming set down his fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and walked over to the wall of monitors. He tapped a key on the keyboard and the screen flickered. The usually deserted fire escape was now as bustling as a market. It was packed with people. The residents on the lower floors were worse off. Closer to the ground the wind was slightly weaker, but the humidity was higher, and their glass had shattered first. Wrapped in garish quilts, like refugees, they dragged their families upward, crowding the stairs. Even the usually glamorous urban professionals had abandoned all pretense, their hair a mess of tangles, faces etched with sheer terror. "Move it! Get out of the way!" The monitor had no sound, but Lu Ming could read lips. A man with tattooed arms was shoving an elderly woman trying to seize the sheltered corner behind the fire door. Human nature. And it was only just beginning. Lu Ming let out a scoff, turned, and walked to his own balcony. It had once been a large floor-to-ceiling window, but now it was a transparent wall of size. Lu Ming extended a finger and gently tapped the glass. Hard. Steady. Not even a tremor. This was a composite bulletproof pane totaling 100 millimeters in thickness, sandwiched with 3 layers of SGP anti-shatter film and a layer of aviation-grade heating wire. Even though the outside was now a hellish minus 50 degrees, the glass surface remained warm. Not a crack, not even a trace of fog, crystal clear, disturbingly transparent. "This is the power of money." Lu Ming breathed onto the pristine glass and drew a smiley face. How ironic. On one side of the wall, people were frantically using tape, cardboard, and their own bodies to plug the gaping holes, letting in the wind, while he stood inside doodling. If the neighbors caught sight of this, they'd probably have a stroke from sheer fury. A WeChat notification chimed. Lu Ming picked up his phone and grinned. It was that pink avatar again. Lin Qian's vitality was quite tenacious. She still had the mind to send private messages in times like this. But this time it wasn't a voice message, it was a video. Lu Ming tapped it open. The footage was shaky, aimed at her balcony. The once proud 270-degree panoramic window now had a massive crack a full meter long running down its center. Though it hadn't completely shattered, the howl of the wind through the gap was bone-chilling. The camera turned to Lin Qian herself. She looked miserable. That usually delicate doll-like influencer face was now a mess of smeared makeup, with black eyeliner clumped messily on her eyelids, making her look like a panda. She was wrapped in a thick down jacket, clutching a roll of transparent tape, frantically wrapping it around the crack. She sobbed as she worked. "Boo-hoo! It won't stick! It just won't stick!" The tape froze solid the moment it touched the glass, then peeled off in the wind. Even through the screen, Lu Ming could feel her despair. Then a text message popped up. "Lin Qian, brother Lu Ming. Please, just say something. My window is cracked. It's so cold. Can I come to your place to hide? Just a tiny corner. Am begging you. Lin Qian, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have led you on. Just let me in, and I'll do anything you want. Anything. Anything." Lu Ming stared at the words on the screen, his eyes full of mockery. Where was this attitude before? In his past life, he had groveled like a dog to bring her food, and what did he get in return? A dismissive, "You're a nice guy, but I deserve better." Then she turned and threw herself into the arms of some rich second-generation heir, eventually leading a raid on his safe house. Now she knew how to beg. Too late. Lu Ming swiped his finger across the screen and deleted the chat. He couldn't even be bothered to block her, leaving her to rot on his contact list. Watching her slowly sink into despair was its own form of amusement. Boring. Lu Ming tossed his phone onto the sofa. This one-sided torment held little thrill. Since he couldn't go outside, he'd find some entertainment. He walked over to the massive 85-inch Sony TV and picked up the PS5 controller. Power on. The screen lit up. Red Dead Redemption 2. Arthur Morgan appeared on the screen, trudging through the snow on his horse. Lu Ming guided the character through waist-deep snow, the blizzard on the monitor mirroring the storm outside his window. But the difference was that Arthur Morgan was suffering while he was living in comfort. Lu Ming pulled out a bag of cucumber-flavored chips from the snack cabinet under the coffee table and crunched away. The warmth of the room made him drowsy. He wouldn't trade this life for anything. After about an hour of playing, Lu Ming felt a bit thirsty. "These chips have too much MSG," he muttered, setting down the controller to get some water. But as he stood up, something struck him. What date was it? December 1st. Thursday. Thursday meant a small reward. It would probably be junk, but a scrap was still meat. Had been having so much fun these past few days that had almost forgotten. Lu Ming took out his phone and opened the black app. Sure enough, the skull icon was pulsing with a faint light. Open! Without any expectation, he tapped it casually. A flash of light, and two rolled-up objects appeared on the coffee table. They were a deep green color and looked quite sturdy. Congratulations. You have obtained Polar Cold Weather Sleeping Bag Military Grade X2 description filled with high-tech aerogel fiber. Comfort rating 40C. Extreme rating 60C. Waterproof and moisture-proof, with a built-in inflatable pillow. Note this isn't a sleeping bag, it's a mobile thermal box. Crawl inside, and you're a hibernating bear. Sleeping bags. Lu Ming picked one up and squeezed it. The texture was indeed good, thick, fluffy, and very light. Without this safe house, this thing would be a lifesaver. But in his current home, kept at a constant 26 degrees Celsius, sleeping in it would be pure torture. Head breakout in a heat rash. Useless. Lu Ming shook his head and waved his hand. Stored. The two sleeping bags vanished instantly, tossed into the deepest corner of his spatial ring to gather dust. He'd keep them just in case he ever needed to go out, though the chances of that were almost zero. Lu Ming walked to the water dispenser and filled a cup with warm water. He gulped down half, soothing his throat, just as he was about to return to the sofa to continue his game. Suddenly, boom! A thunderous roar 100 times louder than the shattering glass erupted. The entire building shook violently. The cup in Lu Ming's hand wobbled, spilling a few drops of water. Earthquake. No! Lu Ming whipped his head toward the window. A massive fireball had just exploded from the middle floors of the adjacent building. The crimson flame blazed starkly against the white blizzard like a blooming flower of death. That was an explosion. Lu Ming squinted at the rapidly dying flames, a rough idea forming in his mind. The natural gas pipeline had burst. Extreme cold makes metal pipes brittle, and subtle shifts in the frozen ground would cause ruptures sooner or later. If someone was still cooking with an open flame, or some unlucky soul lit a cigarette. The blaze of the explosion lasted less than 2 seconds. Like a match snuffed out by a gale, the massive fireball rapidly shrank in the frigid air, leaving only a wisp of black smoke swallowed by the blizzard. But its consequences were catastrophic. ZZT! Lu Ming watched as the street lamp outside seemed to have its soul drained, extinguishing in an instant. Then the sparse light still flickering in the buildings opposite, those faint glimmers from flashlights, emergency lamps, or candles, seemed to sense a primal fear and vanished all at once. The world went dark, utterly dark. It wasn't just a power outage, it was the cardiac arrest of the entire city. The transformers had burned out. The power grid had collapsed. In this black night of minus 50 degrees, no electricity meant no heat source, and no heat source meant death. Whoosh, howl! Only the wind raged on like the roar of countless vengeful spirits. Lu Ming stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, the water glass in his hand still warm, but his gaze was colder than the ice and snow outside. Gazing at the city that was once prosperous, but now resembled a colossal corpse, Lu Ming felt no fear, only an indescribable calm. And a hint of relief. He turned to look at his living room. The crystal chandelier still blazed, casting a warm amber glow that illuminated every inch of the space. The TV was still displaying the paused screen of Red Dead Redemption 2. Arthur Morgan sat on his horse in the snow, awaiting his master's command. All of this was thanks to the unassuming black box in the corner. Micro-nuclear fusion battery. Current load 22, output status extremely stable. It was like an eternally beating heart pumping a ceaseless stream of life force into this small sanctuary. In this boundless darkness, this apartment on the 18th floor was the only lighthouse. Too bright. Lu Ming frowned. It was satisfying, but the light was too conspicuous. When everyone else was shivering in the dark, having your home lit up like daytime. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? It was like telling everyone, come quick. I have electricity. I have heating. I have countless supplies. Lu Ming walked to the window and drew the thick blackout curtains. These curtains were custom-made, double-layered, and reinforced with 100 light blockage. Even if he turned on a searchlight inside, not a glimmer would be visible outside. Shh! As the curtains closed, the stark contrast vanished. Lu Ming left only a slit less than a centimeter wide, his observation port. Through this gap, he saw the situation downstairs. The first floor lobby. It was now packed with people. Residents from the lower floors had been forced to flee because their windows had shattered, and those from the upper floors dared not stay in their apartments due to the blackout. They instinctively ran to the lower levels thinking that gathering together would keep them warmer. But in reality, it was just another ice house. Zhang Chong was huddled in that corner. The security booth had long since frozen through. It was made of sheet metal, and in -50 degrees, it was no different from a refrigerator. Staying in there for even 10 minutes would turn you into an icicle. He was now wrapped in a military greatcoat, wearing a tattered Lafite hat, and clutching a hot water bottle, though it was probably long cold. Damn. It's fucking freezing. Zhang Chong cursed, his voice trembling. Around him huddled a few of his lackeys, all shivering with snot, and tears streaming down their faces, looking like a flock of quails. Brother Chong, when will the power be back? One lackey asked, chattering. Back my ass. The transformer's blown. Zhang Chong spat, and the spittle turned into ice crystals before it even hit the ground. Stop fucking yapping. Huddle closer. If you don't want to freeze to death, don't move. Just as Zhang Chong was cursing, he instinctively looked up, and this glance made him freeze. On the pitch-black 18th floor, from the gap in the heavy curtains, a faint but undeniably present sliver of light seeped through. Yellow warm light. That was electric light. Not the flickering flame of a candle nor the pale cold light of a flashlight. It was the light only a high-power incandescent bulb could emit. Zhang Chong's pupils contracted sharply. How is that possible? He muttered. The entire neighborhood had lost power, even the backup generators were down. Why did the 18th floor still have electricity? And judging by the brightness, it wasn't something an ordinary battery could handle. Brother Chong, what are you looking at? The lackey followed his gaze. I see it too. That's Lu Ming's house, the lackey exclaimed. Holy shit. How does he have power? Zhang Chong squinted, his beady eyes glinting with greed and malice in the darkness. He recalled Lu Ming's frantic renovation some time ago, the truckloads of supplies hauled in, and the windows that had been hermetically sealed. That bastard. Zhang Chong licked his cracked lips. He must have a generator at home. And a high-power one at that. And fuel. He must have stockpiled a lot of fuel. At the word fuel, the eyes of the lackeys around him lit up instantly like wolves catching the scent of blood. In this hellish weather, fuel meant heat, meant survival. Brother Chong, so we. One lackey made a throat-slitting gesture. Not yet. Zhang Chong lowered his voice, a vicious grin spreading across his scarred face. Going up there now would be suicide. That kid's door isn't easy to get through. Wait. Wait until they can't stand the cold, until they're too weak from hunger. Then that apartment will be ours. Standing behind the curtain, Lu Ming watched the sneaky figures downstairs and curled his lip in a cold smile. Sure enough, a leopard can't change its spots. Already targeted. No matter. Let them stare. Seeing it but not being able to touch it, that's the real torture. Lu Ming turned and walked back to the sofa. As he sat down, he suddenly heard a strange noise from the bathroom. Crack! Crack! It sounded like metal being crushed, followed by a dull thud. Lu Ming went over to check and laughed. The faucet on the sink had burst. Although his apartment had heating and the pipes wouldn't freeze, the problem was the building's main water pipe was outside. Now that the power was out, the pressure pump had stopped, and the water remaining in the main pipe instantly froze and expanded. Boom! A series of cracking sounds echoed through the hallway. The building's water pipes were committing mass suicide. The residents' group chat exploded again. 1204 Sisterly awe. No water. The pipe burst. My place is flooded. This is just too unlucky. 702 Brother Wang, it's over. No power and no water. How are we supposed to live? I'm going to die of thirst. 903 Lu Chong, anyone have water? I'll pay top dollar. $100 a bottle. Cash. Lu Ming looked at the group messages and shook his head. This was the chain reaction of the apocalypse. No power meant no water, and without water a person could last 3 days. But in extreme cold, no water meant the inability to replenish bodily fluids, increased blood viscosity, and the probability of freezing to death would double. And most critically, the water from the burst pipes would freeze rapidly in the extreme low temperatures. Soon the entire hallway would become a giant ice rink or even an ice cave. Want to go downstairs to look for supplies? First you'd have to risk falling half to death. How tragic, Lu Ming remarked, then turned and walked into the bathroom. His place was different. During the renovation, he had cut off the main water line and installed an independent water storage system. The massive water tank was placed in the spare bedroom, a full 5 tons of water, enough to last him years. Plus the whole house water purifier came with a heating function. Lu Ming reached out and turned on the showerhead. Whoosh! Scorching hot water gushed out, steam instantly rising and fogging up the mirror. Water temperature 42 degrees Celsius. Perfect. Lu Ming shed his robe and stood naked under the shower, the hot water flowing through his hair and over his entire body, washing every inch of his skin. The feeling of warmth was almost enough to make him moan. He closed his eyes, letting the water wash away all the fatigue and the lingering bad luck from his rebirth. A shower. Now this is living. Midnight. Lu Ming stepped out of the bathroom wrapped in a thick cotton bathrobe, its belt loosely tied. His freshly dried hair still carried a faint lemon scent from the shampoo, a fragrance that in this apocalypse was the ultimate luxury. He walked to the bar in the living room, picked up the decanted red wine, and poured himself half a glass. The gentle clink of the glass against the decanter echoed softly. Lu Ming took a sip, the tannic astringency and fruity aroma mingling in his mouth. The slight intoxication eased his taut nerves. Outside, the wind howled like countless vengeful spirits clawing at the glass. But so what? In this climate-controlled safe room at 26 degrees Celsius, the hell outside had nothing to do with him. Lu Ming picked up his phone to check the time, December 2nd, 0000. It was time for the blind box again. Even though it was Friday, Lu Ming habitually held onto anticipation. After all, this thing was his only hope in this apocalypse, the very foundation of his survival. He tapped the black icon. Open! But instead of the usual flash of white light, the screen erupted. A dazzling golden light exploded. Lu Ming's hand jerked, nearly dropping his wine glass. Gold? No, wasn't today Friday? How could there be such a legendary visual effect? Before he could react, the golden light condensed into a heavy black cylindrical object that landed on the coffee table with a dull thud. Congratulations. You have obtained military-grade thermal imaging binoculars, penetration mode modified version. Description: this is no ordinary infrared night vision device. It is the hunter's third eye, equipped with a 4th-generation uncooled infrared focal plane detector and AI edge algorithms. Functions: 1. Penetration mode can penetrate concrete walls up to 30 centimeters thick, as well as wood and thin metal sheets, to directly observe heat sources. 2. Lock-on tracking automatically marks moving heat sources and calculates distance and speed. 3. Extreme temperature range operates normally in environments from 80 C to 100 C. Note: in its sight, no one can hide a secret unless they are dead. Lu Ming set down his glass and picked up the hefty device. It was substantial, weighing about 3 or 4 G. The body was crafted from aviation aluminum alloy with a matte non-slip finish, feeling cold and solid in his hand, a masterpiece of brutalist aesthetics. The lens was a deep purple, like a sinister ghost's eye. Penetration mode. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This wasn't just a telescope, it was a wall hack. In this apocalypse, intelligence was everything. If you could see others through walls while remaining unseen, you were a god. Let's test it. Lu Ming walked to the center of the living room. Instead of going to the window, he raised the binoculars and aimed them directly at the floor beneath his feet. He pressed the switch. A faint hum of electricity sounded, and his view instantly transformed. The wooden floor patterns vanished, replaced by a strange blue-black background. Within this blue-black field, several red-hot spots writhed, the residents of the 17th floor below. Through 30 centimeters of concrete slab, Lu Ming saw them clearly. They were among the few tenants who hadn't yet fled the building. Right now, those clusters of red heat sources were huddled tightly together. Lu Ming adjusted the focus, and the image became disturbingly clear. A family of 3, a man, a woman, and a small child. They were wrapped in several thick quilts, huddled like a giant dumpling in the corner of the bed. Though he couldn't make out their faces, the thermal color distribution showed their body temperatures dropping. The child's heat signature was especially alarming, already tinged with blue, a precursor to hypothermia. The man was frantically rubbing the child's hands, trying to generate some warmth. But that faint friction heat was like pouring a cup of hot water into the ocean against the minus 50 degrees Celsius cold. Utterly futile. How tragic! Lu Ming murmured, but his voice was devoid of any emotion. Just as he was about to turn off the binoculars, his peripheral vision caught something. He spun around, aiming the lens at the entrance door, or more precisely at the hallway outside. Though he couldn't see through the heavy blast door, he aimed at the adjacent wall. In the blue-black field, a red dot appeared. It was bright and moving. Lu Ming squinted, gently turning the focus ring. The red dot sharpened into a human silhouette. The figure was climbing the stairs, moving slowly, 2 steps then a pause, like a frozen gecko. But it didn't stop. Its goal was clear: upward. It had already reached the 16th floor. Lu Ming studied the heat signature's features: a thin, somewhat hunched figure holding what seemed to be a long metallic object. Metal appeared as a cold black tone in the thermal image, starkly contrasting with the red heat source. A crowbar. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. Climbing to the top floor with a crowbar at this hour. Surely he wasn't here to fix the pipes. Courting death. Lu Ming lowered the binoculars, his previously lazy gaze sharpening instantly. He had a good guess who it was. The thug from 1503. Everyone called him Liangzi. Usually he was a loafer, a petty thief. During the renovation, had even come up to bum a cigarette, and Lu Ming had sent him packing. It seemed the little light that had leaked out had attracted this starving rat. Lu Ming didn't panic. His heart didn't even race. Calmly he placed the binoculars on the coffee table and walked to the entrance. There hung his ultimate weapon, Night Hunter compound tactical crossbow. Lu Ming took it down. The heavy metallic feel was deeply reassuring. He drew a carbon fiber armor-piercing bolt from the quiver and loaded it into the groove. Click. He cocked it. The motion was fluid, without a single wasted movement. Then he pulled a chair to sit facing the front door, crossbow in hand, with a half glass of red wine on the side table. He sat there silently, like a patient hunter waiting for his prey to walk right in. Meanwhile, in the stairwell, Liangzi felt he was dying, truly dying. He wore 2 down jackets over 3 sweaters, but the cold still pierced him, like needles burrowing into his bones. His snot had frozen into icicles on his upper lip, stiff and hard. Damn. It's fucking cold. Liangzi cursed through chattering teeth, his voice echoing in the empty stairwell. He gripped the rusty crowbar tightly, his only weapon and his only hope. Earlier downstairs, Zhang Chong had told him that Lu Ming on the top floor had electricity, light, and surely food. Why? Why did that bastard get to enjoy heating in this hellish weather while he froze like a dog under his blankets? A vicious glint flashed in Liangzi's eyes. He didn't believe Lu Ming would dare not open the door. A little intimidation, or if worse came to worse, prying the door open, and all the supplies would be his. Gasping for breath, Liangzi finally reached the corner of the 17th floor. Just ahead was the 18th floor, paradise. He looked up at the closed fire door and swallowed hard. If he could just get up there, there would be hot food and warm water. This temptation infused his frozen legs with a sudden surge of strength. Liangzi scrambled up the last few steps on all fours, like a wild dog catching the scent of blood. Finally, he stood before the door of 1801. The heavy custom-made blast door stood coldly before him like a black tombstone. Liangzi didn't act immediately. He pressed his ear to the door and listened. Silence. No sound at all. This only convinced him that something was off inside. He sneered, pulling a screwdriver from his pocket, lifted from a hardware store, to use alongside his crowbar. He eyed the gap in the door, his greed almost palpable. Lu Ming! You little bastard! Open up for your uncle! Liangzi raised the crowbar, aiming it at the lock. A harsh screech of metal friction exploded in the dead silence of the corridor, like nails being viciously dragged across a chalkboard. Liangzi gripped the crowbar with both hands, wedging its flat end deep into the gap of the steel door. Heh! Huh! His face flushed crimson, his cheeks puffing out like a toad's, as he threw his entire weight, over 100 Gene, onto the crowbar. Open. Now. In his simple mind, no door in the world was unpryable. He had pried open many old apartment doors before, those flimsy things of iron sheets over cardboard where a couple of good yanks would snap the locked tongue. But this time... Huh? Liangzi felt something was off. The crowbar in his hand seemed to be jammed into a solid steel ingot, utterly immovable. Not only was there no gap, but the door frame itself showed no sign of deformation. Damn it! What kind of door is this? He cursed, exhaling a puff of white mist and rubbing his numb, frozen hands. Refusing to accept defeat, he raised the crowbar again, this time aiming at the keyhole from a different angle. Clang! A sharp ring echoed, jarring Liang's hands, and nearly sending the tool flying. Looking at the keyhole, there wasn't even a scratch. Instead, the head of his crowbar, bought for 10 yuan at a hardware store, had chipped off. On the other side of the door, Lu Ming sat on a chair holding the bottle of infinite ice cola. He had realized that deep down, he was still a man of simple tastes, unable to appreciate high-end things like red wine. Though drinking red wine might look impressive, the problem was that he was home alone with no one to see him. Upon realizing this, Lu Ming decisively abandoned the wine and grabbed his otaku happiness drink. Fizz! The sound of bubbles rising was especially clear in the quiet hallway. He looked at the surveillance screen on the wall where Liang Zi was hopping around the door like a jumping clown. One moment, he was kicking, the next he was ramming with his shoulder, and then he was peering through the keyhole. Heh! Lu Ming chuckled softly and took a sip of cola. This door was a bank vault-grade blast door he had custom-made for 500,000 yuan. The door panel was 20 centimeters thick, filled with bulletproof ceramic and alloy steel plates. It had 18 solid special steel lock tongues. Forget a crowbar. Even if someone stuck C4 explosives on it, it would take half a day to blow it open. Against you. Lu Ming shook his head, picked up a bag of chips beside him, and tore it open. Crunch! A crisp sound. The noise faintly drifted through the door gap to the outside. Liang Zi froze, his movement suspended in midair, his ears perking up like a rabbit's. What was that sound? It sounded like someone eating. And something very crunchy, very fragrant. Chips. Liang Zi's Adam's apple bobbed wildly, and his stomach growled uncontrollably. Gurgle. In this frozen hell of -50 degrees, he was cold and hungry, a fire burning in his gut. And the person inside was eating chips. The feeling of humiliation surged to his head, turning his eyes bloodshot. Lu Ming! I know you're in there! Liang Zi dropped the pretense, swinging the crowbar and slamming it madly against the door. Thud. 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 The dull impacts were like heavy hammers pounding on a chest, echoing through the narrow corridor and shaking dust from the ceiling. Open the damn door! You son of a bitch! You're in there eating and drinking while I'm freezing my ass off out here. Open up now, or I'll fucking kill you! Noise, pure noise. Lu Ming frowned. He wasn't worried about the door. It wouldn't break even if Liang Zi pounded on it for 100 years. But he was annoyed. It was like a fly buzzing in your ear. It couldn't kill you, but it was disgusting. Lu Ming put down his cola and took a black over-ear noise-canceling headset from the cabinet. Sony WH-1000XM5. He put it on activated noise cancellation, and the world instantly fell silent. The pounding outside became a distant muffled rumble like thunder miles away. Lu Ming closed his eyes, enjoying the brief tranquility, but he knew he couldn't let this guy keep banging away. What if the noise attracted the hungrier, fiercer ones from downstairs? He wasn't afraid, but dealing with bodies was a hassle. Lu Ming opened his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing through them, and pressed a red button on the wall. It was the door's video intercom system connected to a high-fidelity speaker outside. ZZZ! The sudden sound of static startled Liang Zi, who had been hammering frantically, making him stop. Then an icy, emotionless voice came from above. Get lost. Just one word, concise and to the point. Liang Zi froze for a moment, then was overcome with ecstasy. Someone. There really was someone. And the voice was full of energy, nothing like someone starving or freezing. What did that mean? It meant there was not only food inside but also heating. Liang Zi's greed instantly overpowered his fear. Instead of running, he pressed his face against the peephole, forcing a vicious sneer. Yo, brother, Lu Ming, finally talking, huh? Don't be so heartless. We're neighbors after all. We see each other every day. Look, your big bro is nearly frozen stiff. Your place is so warm, let me in to warm up, won't you? Open the door, and I promise you'll be safe. How about it? A threat, pure and simple. He was sure Lu Ming was a coward. After all, the old Lu Ming always walked around him and never dared look him in the eye. A pushover like that would be scared into peeing his pants with just a little intimidation. But the icy voice came through the speaker again. Knock once more. And you die. Die. Liang Zi was taken aback, then burst out laughing, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Ha ha ha. He roared with laughter in the corridor, doubling over, almost choking on his own spit. Die! Who are you trying to scare, you little brat? I was running the streets when you were still in diapers. Liang Zi's eyes turned venomous. Since the soft approach didn't work, he'd go hard. Fine, you want open up? Then he'll keep banging. Let's see how long you can hold out. You motherless little bastard, now you dare talk to your grandpa like that. Before the words even faded, the amusement in Lu Ming's eyes vanished, completely replaced by a chilling, deathly stillness. A dragon has its scales, touch them, and you die. Because of his parents' early death, Lu Ming hated nothing more than being called motherless or fatherless. He hated it to the point of fighting to the death. Very well, Lu Ming said softly. He took off the headset, tossed it carelessly onto the sofa, and picked up the already loaded composite tactical crossbow. Lu Ming approached the blast door with light footsteps. Instead of grasping the handle, he extended a finger and pressed it against an inconspicuous metal sliding cover beneath the peephole. This was no ordinary peephole, it was a specially customized tactical firing port with a diameter of 5 centimeters. Normally it was shielded by a steel plate appearing from the outside as merely a decorative metal nameplate. But with a gentle flick from the inside accompanied by a faint click, the steel plate camouflaged as a nameplate slid open, revealing a dark hollow aperture. Outside the door, Liang Zi was cursing vehemently, spittle flying against the door. Open up. I know you're in there playing dead. Do you believe ill? Suddenly he saw the small metal plate on the door slide aside. Liang Zi froze for a moment, then ecstasy surged within him. It's open. Has this coward finally decided to speak through the window? Almost instinctively, he leaned his face in trying to see inside. His purplish-red fleshy face instantly filled Lu Ming's field of vision. Less than 30 centimeters away, Lu Ming could even discern the frozen blackheads on his nose, those repulsive nose hairs, and the murky bloodshot eyes glazed with greed. Had Lu Ming you. Liang Zi's words were cut short, as if a dead rat was stuck in his throat. For he saw behind that dark aperture not Lu Ming's panicked face, but a three-bladed metal arrowhead glinting with cold light. Cold, sharp, exuding a deathly aura that made one's scalp tingle. Goodbye. Lu Ming's lips moved slightly, his voice so soft only he could hear. Without hesitation, without a word, his fingers steadily squeezed the trigger. Twang. A most pleasing twang echoed in the hallway, the sound of high carbon fiber limbs releasing their kinetic energy in an instant. Followed by a sharp whoosh, the carbon fiber armor-piercing arrow, driven by a terrifying 200-pound draw weight, vanished into the firing port. Fast, too fast. So fast that Liang Zi's retina couldn't capture the image, so fast that his pain nerves failed to transmit the signal to his brain. Thud. A muffled sound came from outside, the noise of a sharp blade slicing through flesh, shattering cartilage and piercing the windpipe. Outside the door, Liang Zi's body jolted violently, as if struck head-on by a speeding truck. The immense kinetic energy lifted him off his feet, sending him flying backward. Bang. Another loud crash. Liang Zi slammed heavily into the opposite wall, hanging there. The arrow had pierced straight through his neck, its remaining force driving it deep into the concrete wall behind, embedding itself 3 centimeters into the surface. It pinned him to the wall like a piece of dried, cured meat. Ah! Ah! Liang Zi clawed frantically at his own neck, his eyes bulging, as if they would pop out of their sockets. He wanted to speak, to scream, but his trachea had been severed. From his mouth came only a hissing sound, like a broken bellows. A gush of scalding blood erupted from the wound, splattering all over the wall. The blood was hot, yet in the bone-chilling air of -50 degrees it instantly turned into a plume of white steam, spreading a thick metallic rusty scent. Red blood, white wall, white vapor. The scene was eerily enchanting. Liang Zi's body convulsed violently a few times, his legs kicking aimlessly in the air, the soles of his shoes scraping against the wall with a scratch-scratch sound. Gradually his movement slowed. The light in his eyes swiftly faded, turning into a fish-belly gray. Finally, as his hands dropped limply, the man was completely dead. Lu Ming stood behind the door, watching coldly through the firing port. His heartbeat was terrifyingly steady, even slower than when he had been drinking his cola moments ago. Was this what it felt like to kill? In his past life, when he first killed someone, he vomited for half a day, his hands trembling so much he couldn't even hold a knife. But now, he felt nothing but calm, as if he had casually swatted a buzzing fly or tossed a bag of stinking garbage into the bin. Clean, neat. Click. Lu Ming reached out, and pushed the firing port's cover back into place, instantly sealing off the biting chill and the stench of blood outside. He did not go out to retrieve the crossbow bolt, even though he only had 50 of them. But getting out was easy, getting back in was the problem. To risk even the slightest, almost imperceptible danger for a single bolt was something Lu Ming did not want and was unwilling to do. He turned and walked back to the living room, hanging the tactical crossbow back on the wall. His movements were gentle, afraid of chipping the paint, though that was nearly impossible. He walked to the coffee table, where the half-eaten bag of chips was still open. Lu Ming reached in and grabbed a chip, putting it in his mouth. Crunch. Crispy, truly delicious. This was the essence of overwhelming power. While you freeze like a dog outside with a crowbar, struggling for a bite to eat him inside with the heating on, snacking, and can take your life with a flick of my finger. This sense of superiority, of holding life and death in one's hands, was more intoxicating than any drug. Lu Ming picked up his phone and checked the surveillance feed. In the footage, Liangzi's body was still. In that extreme cold, the hot blood had almost instantly frozen into red ice crystals upon hitting the ground. His body was also rapidly stiffening, his face still frozen in an expression of utter terror and disbelief. Like a grotesque ice sculpture hanging in the corridor on the 18th floor. Not bad. Lu Ming took a sip of cola, burped, and said, "Let it hang there." This corpse was the best signpost. It would tell everyone in this building, especially those restless rats, the 18th floor is a restricted zone. Anyone who dares to come will die. Thump. Lu Ming placed the cola can on the table, feeling an inexplicable surge of relief. The irritation from the noise earlier had completely dissipated with that single arrow shot. He even felt like humming a tune. I should be able to sleep well tonight. Lu Ming stretched, yawned, and walked into the bedroom. Behind him, the heavy blast door stood cold and silent, like a silent beast guarding the only sanctuary in this apocalypse. As for the dead man outside, who cared? Soon enough, he would be buried with this city under the eternal ice and snow, becoming an insignificant speck of dust in this cruel new world. December 3rd, early morning. The wind outside had stilled, but the cold persisted, the kind that seeps into the marrow. Lao Zhou from 1602 wrapped himself in 2 quilts and, trembling, pushed open his apartment security door. Hungry, unbearably hungry. The last pack of noodles at home had been eaten yesterday. The child was wailing from hunger, and his wife lay in bed too weak even to speak. Go and see. What if? A sliver of hope flickered in Lao Zhou's heart. There had been a commotion upstairs last night, knocking, banging, and then silence. He wondered if that bastard Liangzi had pried open the door on the 18th floor. If the door was really open and Liangzi was eating meat, surely it would be acceptable for him to have a bowl of soup. Even scraping up a few crumbs of leftover biscuit would do. Holding a kitchen knife to steady his courage, Lao Zhou climbed the stairs step by step. The corridor's motion sensor lights had been out for ages. It was as dark as a coffin. The higher he climbed, the more oppressive the cold became, and the air carried a peculiar stench. It smelled like rust, and yet like the metallic tang from a butcher's stall. At the corner of the 17th floor, Lao Zhou switched on his phone's flashlight, its beam wavering as it swept upward. Who's there? He saw something hanging at the end of the 18th floor corridor, very large and reflecting the light. Swallowing his saliva, he summoned his courage and took 2 more steps. Liangzi! He recognized the gaudy down jacket. No one answered. The figure was plastered to the wall, its feet half a foot above the ground. When Lao Zhou drew near, the flashlight illuminated the man's face. Ah! A piercing, horrified scream instantly shattered the corridor's deathly silence. The kitchen knife in Lao Zhou's hand clattered to the floor. He moved as if possessed, tumbling and crawling as he fled down the stairs. A warm wetness had spread in his pants, hot urine trickled down his leg and froze before he reached the first floor. In 1801, Lu Ming sat at the dining table peeling a boiled egg. So noisy! He frowned and popped the just-peeled tea egg into his mouth. It tasted divine. Slow braised overnight in the rice cooker, savory, the yolk crumbly, paired with a steaming bowl of millet porridge. It was heavenly. Beside it lay a stack of fulling pickled mustard greens drizzled with sesame oil. Such a Chinese breakfast was a royal feast in the wasteland. Lu Ming picked up his phone. The owner's group was exploding. That scream had woken many. Everyone was asking what had happened. 1602 Lao Zhou, there's a dead person. Dead. Liangzi is dead. Nailed to the wall. 702 Wanggu Lao Zhou, are you kidding? Nailed to the wall. 1602 Lao Zhou, he sent a blurred photo though his hands shook violently. The flash rendered the scene disturbingly clear enough to haunt dreams. Liangzi, the hoodlum who swaggered through the compound, now resembled a ragdoll impaled by a black lethal projectile that pinned him to the concrete wall. His face had turned a purplish black dusted with a layer of frost. His mouth was agape, eyes bulging, his expression frozen in utter terror. The most terrifying detail was the wound. There was a large hole in his neck. Blood had sprayed across the wall, and now hung like a crimson waterfall, frozen and crystalline, shockingly vivid. The group chat fell utterly silent. No one dared make a sound, not even Lu Dama, who usually loved to argue. Behind the screens everyone felt a chill surge from their soles to the crown of their heads. This was not death by cold nor death by hunger. This was murder, and a brutal one at that. How powerful had that blow been? It had pierced the body, and then lodged into the wall. 501 Zhao Date, who could have done this? It's too cruel. 1204 Li Jiahua. So terrifying. I wondered about those noises last night. No one had Lu Ming, no one dared utter the name. People weren't stupid. Who had Liangzi tried to break into? From which direction had that projectile been fired? The answer was plain as day. No one expected that the quiet, somewhat aloof young man was a ruthless killer, a demon who would slay without blinking. In the lobby on the first floor, Zhang Chong huddled in a corner staring at the photo on his phone. The lit end of his cigarette had burned him, and he didn't even feel it. He drew in a cold breath. Fear finally showed in his eyes. He was an ex-soldier, albeit from the mess unit, but had handled weapons and seen the world. Carbon fiber shaft. 3-edged armor-piercing head. Zhang Chong enlarged the photo and fixed his gaze on the fletching of that bolt. This damn thing is a military crossbow bolt. A heavy-duty one. He raged inwardly. Such a crossbow at close range carried more force than a pistol. It could easily pierce ordinary body armor. And it was silent. Zhang Chong had planned to wait for the snow to stop, gather a few men, and smash Lu Ming's door. Now. Smash away my ass. Before you even reach the door you'd be riddled with holes. Xiangda, are we still going? A trembling underling asked. Go to hell. Zhang Chong slapped him away. If you want to die, don't drag me along. This isn't someone we can mess with. Tell everyone no one goes near the 18th floor. That kid's packing serious hardware. Zhang Chong stuffed his phone into his pocket, his eyes dark. A frontal assault was impossible. They'd have to be clever or wait for his ammunition to run out. I don't believe you have that many bolts. On the 18th floor, Lu Ming finished his last spoonful of millet porridge and wiped his mouth with a tissue. He was watching the group, seeing the arc from shock to fear to curt silence. The effect had been achieved, a lesson from violence. Liangzi was the chicken, the rest of the building were monkeys. If he had not shown his hand, the ones who might have come knocking today could have been Zhang Chong, then Andy Lu tomorrow, and soon the whole building might have erupted. People are base creatures. Reason seems weakness to them, but a blow makes them respect you. Lu Ming tapped his screen. This was his first message in the group since his rebirth. 1801 Lu Ming, this is the consequence of crossing the line. 8 words. No explanation, no threat, merely the statement of a fact. Sent. The group remained silent. No one dared reply, not even with an emoji. Beneath that silence lay deep awe. From that moment, the 18th floor had become a forbidden zone, like the hall of the underworld. Comfortable. Lu Ming tossed his phone aside. The sensation of controlling the situation was intoxicating. He rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows. Snow still fell outside, blanketing the city, so that only rounded mounds of buildings poked through. What had once been low buildings now looked like lumps under the snow. The world had truly become apocalyptic. Lu Ming stretched and suddenly remembered something. What day was it? December 3rd, Saturday. Another blind box was available. He opened the app. That familiar black icon reappeared. Open! With a casual tap, a white flash and a small white medicine box appeared on the coffee table. The packaging was crude with no logo, only a single black serial number. Congratulations, obtained. Potent broad-spectrum antibiotic, military emergency edition X1 description, 3rd generation broad-spectrum antibiotic, treats various bacterial infections, sepsis, gangrene, potency 10 times that of ordinary antibiotics. No skin test required, no allergic reactions. Note: in the apocalypse, This can mean life itself more precious than gold. Quantity 12 pills box. Medicine. Lu Ming inspected the box. Was the system being a little too solicitous? Sending medicine right after he had killed someone? Was it concerned his blood might cause infection? Or that he might later be wounded with no cures? Still, it's a fine thing. Lu Ming stored the box in his ring. In the wasteland, apart from food and water, medicine was the scarcest commodity. A simple fever could kill, let alone infected wounds. Though he had stockpiled medicine, one could never have too much, especially if it came from the system quality guaranteed. At noon, Lin Qian curled up beneath the covers, her stomach convulsing from hunger. She had not eaten for 2 days, the fridge had been empty for a long time save for half a bottle of expired La Gamma chili sauce. She scooped a spoonful and ate it. It burned her stomach and left her hungrier. Her stomach growled like thunder. Lin Qian buried her face in the pillow and couldn't stop crying. Cold, hungry, afraid. She had seen the photo in the group. Liangzi's death was horrific. She knew it had been Lu Ming. The quiet, obedient Lu Ming who never raised his voice had somehow become a murderer. She should be afraid of him. She truly was. But the hunger. That gnawing emptiness felt like countless ants devouring her stomach, eating away her reason inch by inch. When one is driven by hunger, morals, dignity, and fear all become meaningless. As long as a bite can be had, she would do anything. Memories of better times with Lu Ming surfaced involuntarily. How kind he had been. He brought her breakfast every morning, bought her snacks, and if she mentioned craving something, Lu Ming would scour half the city to find it. He used to like me so much, Lin Qian murmured. Her once delicate face was now gaunt. Her mascara had run from crying, smudged darkly across her skin. He must still have feelings. He killed Liangzi because Liangzi wanted to hurt him. I'm different. Qian. She clung to the last straw and force-fed herself comforting lies. Although Lu Ming's behavior toward her had been off for the past month, she convinced herself he was only angry that she had been toying with him. If she humbled herself, if she wept enough, he would soften. After all, men were like that, weren't they? Lin Qian curled up under the covers, clutching her phone, which was down to just 10 battery. Despite her attempts to convince herself otherwise, she still dared not approach Lu Ming. One reason was the cold. Even though she had wrapped herself in every thick garment she owned, including her down jacket, the chill still seeped through the gaps in the blanket, pricking her skin like countless needles. More crucially, the mere thought of the dead body hanging in the hallway, Liangzi with his bulging eyes and an arrow protruding from his neck, made her legs too weak to stand. She didn't dare go, truly didn't dare. That left only one option: sending a WeChat message. With trembling fingers, Lin Qian tapped on the familiar gray avatar. Earlier, Lu Ming had treated her harshly, and in her anger, she had blocked him. Now she had to unblock him. Her fingers were stiff, and it took several attempts before she succeeded. The chat window was empty. Lin Qian bit her lip. It was her last shred of dignity. But at this moment, dignity meant nothing in the face of hunger. She cleared her throat, forced a sweet tone into her voice, and sent a voice message. Brother Lu Ming, it's Qian. I know I was wrong before. I shouldn't have blocked you. But I'm really starving. Woo-woo. Could you give me something to eat? Just a bite. There's nothing left at home. Her voice was soft and pleading, laced with sobs and occasional coughs enough to tug at anyone's heartstrings. This was her trump card. In the past, whenever she used this tone, Lu Ming would get up in the middle of the night to buy her cold medicine. After sending the message, Lin Qian stared intently at the screen. 1 minute passed, then 2. No response. Lu Ming hadn't replied, as if he were dead. Panic set in. Was he still angry? Did he think she wasn't sincere enough? Gritting her teeth, she reached out from under the covers and tugged at her collar, pulling it down. Despite the goosebumps from the cold, she revealed her delicate collarbones and a patch of fair skin. Click. A selfie. Photo editing was out of the question. The battery was too low. Besides, this haggard, pitiful look would better stir a man's protective instincts. Image: Lin Qian, brother Lu Ming, am so cold. Just look at me. If you give me something to eat, I'll do whatever you say. Meanwhile, in room 1801, the heater was cranked up to 26 degrees Celsius. Lu Ming, dressed in a short-sleeved t-shirt, was busy in the kitchen. A small pot sat on the gas stove, water boiling with a lively gurgle. He tore open a package of Master Kong braised beef noodles, dropped the noodle cake into the pot, and added all the seasoning packets. The familiar artificial aroma filled the air. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was the most exquisite scent. Sizzle! Lu Ming fired up a frying pan, sliced 3 thick pieces of mailing luncheon meat, and fried them until both sides were golden and glistening with oil. Then he cracked 2 eggs, frying them sunny side up with runny yolks. A luxurious top-tier instant noodle feast. Ding! His phone rang. Lu Ming carried the pot to the coffee table, picked up his phone, and glanced at it. Oh, the green tea bitch was making her move. First a voice message, then a photo. Lu Ming opened the picture and snorted. She'd lost weight. Her collarbones were prominent, her face pale. She did look quite pitiful. In his past life, seeing his goddess in such a state would have made his heart ache and head have given her everything. But now, he only felt disgust. Those collarbones were covered in goosebumps, making her look like a plucked chicken. Want some? Lu Ming looked at the noodles bubbling in the pot, then took a photo with his phone. The composition was deliberate. The steaming noodles sat in the center, topped with crispy fried luncheon meat and a butter-yellow fried egg with a can of icy cola on the side. The background showed a warm living room and a game playing on the TV. Scent. Lu Ming freshly cooked with 2 eggs and meat. Downstairs, Lin Qian's phone vibrated. She opened it eagerly, and her eyes widened. They were truly fixated. That photo exploded in her mind like a bomb. Noodles. Hot, oily braised beef noodles. And meat. And eggs. Even through the screen, she could almost smell the aroma and feel the soothing warmth of the broth sliding down her throat. Saliva uncontrollably filled her mouth. Lin Qian's throat bobbed wildly as her stomach let out a thunderous growl. Give it to me! Give it to me! She typed frantically, her nails tapping loudly on the screen. Lin Qian, I want to eat. Brother Lu Ming. Please. Let me have just 1 bite. Even the broth would do. I can't take it anymore. Lin Qian, it'll come up right now. Am not afraid of Liangzi anymore. Am not afraid of anything. Just open the door, okay? As soon as she sent it, Lu Ming's reply came back. Just 1 sentence. Lu Ming wants some. Too bad. I'd rather feed it to the dogs than give it to you. Staring at those words laced with naked malice and provocation, Lin Qian froze. It felt like countless knives were stabbing into her heart. Feed it to the dogs. Rather than me. In his eyes, am I worse than a dog? No. Impossible. Lin Qian's hands trembled, and her phone slipped, smacking painfully against her face. She grabbed the phone, looked at the photo of the noodles, then at the cruel words. The plunge from heaven to hell shattered her completely. Ah! Lin Qian screamed under the covers like a mad woman. She seized her phone and hurled it viciously against the wall. Bang! The screen shattered and went black. Lu Ming! You bastard! You're inhuman! How could you do this to me? Qian. Lin Qian wailed, her face a mess of tears and snot. She didn't understand, truly didn't understand, why the man who had once groveled at her feet like a dog had become so heartless. Cold and hungry, she curled into a ball like an abandoned maggot. On the 18th floor, Lu Ming set down his phone, feeling immensely satisfied. Phew! He blew on the steam rising from the noodles, then picked up a large bundle with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. Slurp. The noodles were chewy, the broth rich and savory. He took a bite of the runny egg, the yolk coating the noodles. So delicious it made him want to swallow his tongue. Perfect. Lu Ming took a sip of the icy cola and burped. It wasn't just the pleasure of eating noodles, it was the satisfaction of revenge. In his past life, had given his last piece of bread to Lin Qian only for her to mock him as a fool. Now watching her writhe in despair felt more gratifying than feasting on dragon meat. Take your time suffering. This is just the beginning. Lu Ming finished the noodles in a few bites, even drinking all the soup. His body felt warm, a light sweat forming. He stood up and walked to the surveillance wall. After dealing with Lin Qian, it was time to check on his other good neighbors. The screen switched to the hallway. Though most people were too terrified by Liangzi's corpse to venture upwards, some were driven by hunger or malice. Lu Ming spotted a furtive figure on the 12th floor corridor. It was an old woman wrapped in a red cotton jacket, her head covered with a scarf revealing only a pair of shrewd triangular eyes. It was Aunt Lu. She held no weapon, just an empty large cola bottle, and was crouched by the door of room 1202, eavesdropping. This old hag. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. Room 1202 was home to a quiet, introverted young woman. What was Aunt Lu doing there? Borrowing water. No. Ming adjusted the camera's focus. He saw a thin wire in Aunt Lu's hand. She was trying to pick the lock. Her movements were clumsy. She fiddled for a long time without success. Pa! Though the monitor had no sound, Ming saw her spit on the floor, her face twisted with frustration. She didn't give up. Instead, she turned to the opposite door, room 1201. It seemed the old woman was taking advantage of the power outage and the disabled surveillance cameras to go door to door, scavenging. She thought no one was watching, unaware that from a corner above a pair of eyes were fixed coldly on her. Interesting. Ming leaned back in his chair, idly playing with an empty lighter. The evil in this building was beginning to sprout. People like Aunt Lu, who usually only seemed fond of petty advantages, would turn into merciless demons in the apocalypse. In the corridor of the 12th floor, after much effort, the wire in Aunt Lu's hand finally snapped. Damn it! She muttered under her breath, hurling the broken wire to the ground with fury. That ordinary security door, usually unremarkable, now stood like an insurmountable chasm separating her from the food within. Hunger gnawed at her, her stomach churned, as if a blender were at work inside. I can't do this alone. Aunt Lu's murky triangular eyes shifted, fixing on the door of apartment 1204 next door. There lived two brothers, Dodong and Ergang, who usually worked at construction sites, strong, straightforward men. The key was that these brothers were from out of town and had no food reserve stored. Half an hour later, the door of 1204 creaked open. Aunt Lu, wrapped in her bright red cotton-padded jacket, clutched half a moldy steamed bun, her last remaining provisions. Dodong dear, I see you boys are starving. Share this bun between you. The brothers, their eyes green with hunger, looked at the bun as if it were their own mother. They snatched the bun and wolfed it down in a few bites, barely chewing. Auntie, is there more? Dodong licked his fingers, staring at Aunt Lu with pleading eyes. No more. Aunt Lu sighed, her face a mask of compassion. I've run out too, but I know who has some. She pointed downstairs. That girl Wang went on the 6th floor. I saw her carrying a big bag of rice home the day before yesterday. She lives alone, no man in the house. Aunt Lu lowered her voice, a seductive tone creeping in. Let's go borrow some from her. Borrow? Ergang was taken aback. Will she give it? Give it. Aunt Lu let out a cold laugh, her wrinkles bunching together like a dried-up chrysanthemum. If she won't, we'll take it ourselves. This is about survival. Even the heavens would have to step aside. Besides, we're borrowing. We'll pay her back when the snow stops. The brothers exchanged a glance. Hunger, that gnawing emptiness, overpowered the last shred of their conscience. Let's do it. Dodong grabbed a rusty wrench. We're with you, Auntie. In apartment 1801, Ming sat before a wall of monitors, holding a plate of sliced hominy melon, air-fried from Oxu, crisp, sweet and juicy. Crunch! He took a bite, the sweet nectar bursting in his mouth. On the screen, the three-person mutual aid group was stealthily creeping downstairs. Aunt Lu walked in the middle with Dodong and Ergang flanking her, each brandishing a weapon. So it begins! Ming raised an eyebrow. It was faster than he had anticipated. Once the thin veil of human decency is pierced, the rest crumbles to dust in an instant. The view switched to the 6th floor, where the motion sensor lights in the corridor had long failed, plunging it into darkness. Dodong lit a lighter for illumination. Aunt Lu stopped in front of apartment 602, smoothed her hair, and plastered on her trademark hypocritical smile. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed eerily through the silent hallway. Who? Who is it? A timid female voice, trembling with fear, came from inside. It was Wang Wen, a recent college graduate, usually quiet and prone to blushing. Xiao Wang, it's your Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu pressed her face to the crack of the door, her voice dripping with false kindness. Annie's out of rice at home. Could you lend me a bowl? Just one bowl. I'll pay you back double when the snow stops. There was a moment of silence inside. Aunt Lu. I don't have any rice either. Wang Wen's voice was faint, clearly lying. No rice. Then how had she survived until now? Xiao Wang, you can't be so selfish. Aunt Lu's tone shifted, dripping with insinuation. Hasn't Auntie always been good to you? When you first moved in, I even brought you some pickled vegetables. Now Auntie's starving and you just watch me die. You'll face retribution for this. Moral blackmail, Aunt Lu's passive skill wielded with masterful precision. Inside the apartment, Wang Wen cowered by the door, clutching a fruit knife, tears welling in her eyes. She did have rice, but only half a bag left. It was her lifeline. Auntie, I really don't have any. Please try another door. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink. Aunt Liu's face darkened instantly, the false kindness replaced by a vicious scowl. She stepped back and signaled to Dagong. Smash it. He'll take the blame. Dagong, already impatient, swung the wrench and slammed it hard against the lock. A deafening crash echoed the entire door, shuddering. Ah! Wang Wen's terrified scream pierced the air. Stop! Stop! I've called the police. The police! Ergang snickered beside her. Girl, do you have any signal on your phone? Crash! Crash! 1, 2, 3 blows. The flimsy security door, under the relentless assault of the two burly men, finally gave way as the lock cylinder failed. Click! The door swung open. In the darkness, 3 figures charged in like ravenous wolves. Ah! What are you doing? Stay back! Help! Someone help! Screamed sobs, and the sound of ransacking filled the air. Through the audio collector Lu Ming had placed on the ventilation vent in the hallway earlier, these sounds reached the living room of apartment 1801 with crystal clarity. Tragic, desperate, like a little rabbit being torn apart by a pack of wild dogs. Lu Ming listened expressionlessly, spearing a piece of melon with his fork, but not eating it. He didn't rush down like the heroes in novels to save the damsel in distress. Why? Because it wasn't worth it. Wang Wen was no relation to him. Saving her would drain his energy, expose his firepower, and risk being bitten back by these 3. In the apocalypse, the grass on the graves of the overly merciful grows the fastest. This was her trial, and the trial of all the weak in this building. If you lack the power to protect yourself, you become fodder for others. 5 minutes later. Found it! Aunt Liu's excited voice rang out, followed by a clatter of footsteps. The 3 emerged from the apartment. Dagong carried a sack of rice on his shoulder, about 20. Jean Ergang held a carton of milk in his arms, with half a sausage dangling from his mouth. Aunt Liu's hands weren't empty either. She lugged a jug of oil and stuffed something into her pocket, a pack of sanitary pads. Wah! That's mine. Give it back. Wang Wen stumbled out after them, her hair disheveled, her face swollen, and red blood at the corner of her mouth. She clutched desperately at Aunt Liu's coat. Get off! Aunt Liu swung her hand back and slapped her. Slap! Wang Wen fell to the ground, covering her face and sobbing. You little tramp, borrowing your stuff is a favor. Scream again, and he'll throw you out to freeze to death. Aunt Liu spat viciously, then turned to look at the rice on Dagong's shoulder, her face crinkling into a grin. What a thrill, what a rush. Was this what robbery felt like? Before, she only dared to take petty advantages, swiping a few scallions, or stealing a package, and even then she'd get pointed fingers. But now, break down the door, take what you want. Who dares to complain? Let's go! Back to divvy up the spoils. Aunt Liu waved her hand with the air of a bandit chieftain. The 3 marauders swaggered away, leaving Wang Wen collapsed alone in the freezing hallway, weeping in despair. Her cries echoed through the empty corridor like the wails of a ghost. In apartment 1801, Lu Ming turned off the audio collector and wiped the juice from his lips with a napkin. This drama was quite entertaining. Aunt Liu had fully descended into darkness, just as he expected. Once such a person tastes blood, they become the greediest of beasts. She wouldn't be satisfied with just this bag of rice. And indeed, in the surveillance feed, after dividing the spoils, Aunt Liu didn't return to her own home. She stood in the corridor of the 12th floor, clutching the jug of oil, her gaze drifting. She looked up at the ceiling, or more precisely toward the floor above. The 18th floor, home to the fattest sheep in the entire building. Though Liangzi's body still hung there, though that arrow looked terrifying. But? He dared to kill Liangzi, but would he dare to kill me? The thought suddenly sprouted in Aunt Liu's mind. She was old and elder. She had watched Lu Ming grow up. The boy was usually quiet, but always polite to everyone. Liangzi was a bad guy, a thug. He deserved to die. But I'm a good citizen, his aunt. If he so much as touches me, I'll lie down and sue him into bankruptcy. This twisted logic took root in her muddled mind, and greed eventually overpowered fear. Besides, she now had backup. Aunt Liu glanced at Dagong and Ergang, who were wolfing down sausages beside her. These 2 simpletons were easy to manipulate. Promise them enough benefits, and they'd smash down any door. Aunt Lu let out a cold snort. Lu Ming, your good days are numbered. Auntie is teaching you a lesson. When you have good things you need to learn to share. Late on the night of December 3rd. The blizzard outside seemed to have quieted slightly, yet the biting chill grew more intense. It was as if countless icy daggers were burrowing through the window cracks, emitting a mournful wail. Apartment 1801. Lu Ming stood before the kitchen island holding a crimson package in his hands. Quoto Old Hotpot Base Extra Spicy Beef Tallow Edition. This was a stash head picked up during his trip to Chongqing. Authentic potent, a solid 500-gram block of beef tallow hard as a brick. With a sharp rip the package tore open. An aggressive invasive aroma of chili and Sichuan pepper burst forth instantly. Even before it hit the pot, the scent alone could make one's mouth water. Lu Ming tossed the base into the pure copper dual flavor pot. Gurgle gurgle. Soon the red oil melted, filling the room with a rich, profound, soul-shivering spiciness. In peacetime, this aroma was a delicacy. In the apocalypse, it was a biochemical weapon. Lu Ming then pulled items from the massive double-door refrigerator, a box of M9 grade Australian Wagyu chuck roll, its marbling as exquisite as a work of art. A box of fresh tripe, the large leaf kind, looking crisp, along with shrimp paste, duck intestines, and aorta. The table was laden with bounty. All set? Lu Ming sat on a high stool, but didn't rush to pick up his chopsticks. He glanced up at the powerful range hood above him. This thing had immense suction. Normally even frying chilies would leave no trace of the smell. Shared joy is a double joy. A mischievous smirk curled at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. Before his rebirth, he wouldn't have dared to entertain such a perverse idea, but now he saw it as the ultimate test of human nature. With a beep, he pressed the switch, setting the range hood to its highest setting. Stir-fry boost. With a roar, the motor whirred at high speed. The billowing white aroma from the pot, a fusion of beef tallow, chili, Sichuan pepper, and meat, was instantly sucked into the vent. Traveling through the shared flue and the unsealed ventilation opening without a backdraft damper, the scent began to race wildly through the deathly still residential building. 16th floor. Old Joe, still terrified by Liangzi's gruesome death, huddled under his covers, trembling. He was starving, his stomach churned with nothing but acid, a twisting pain. Suddenly his nostrils twitched. Sniff, sniff. What was that smell? So good. It smelled like beef tallow. Old Joe sat bolt upright, his eyes wide as saucers. Hot pot! It's the smell of hot pot! The scent was overwhelming, backflowing through the poorly sealed range hood duct and instantly saturating the entire room. Old Joe's mouth watered uncontrollably. He could almost see slices of fatty beef coated in red oil swaying before his eyes, see tender tripe being dipped in and out of the pot. His stomach let out a thunderous growl. The hunger amplified 1,000-fold, shattering his earlier fear into fragments. Who's eating hot pot? Old Joe rushed to the kitchen, pressing his face against the flue opening, inhaling desperately. It smelled so good. So good it made him want to cry. 12th floor. The Lu family was celebrating. On the table sat the pot of rice porridge they had just seized. Though there were no side dishes, the warm broth brought them back to life. Dagong and Ergang were licking the bottoms of their bowls. So good! Ergang belched. Just then an even richer, more aggressive, maddening scent invaded their nostrils. It was the smell of meat, the aroma of sizzling fat. Compared to their bland porridge, this scent was an intoxicating lure for the soul. Dagong's bowl clattered onto the table. Meat! It's meat! He stood up like a wild dog, catching the scent of blood, his nose twitching wildly in the air. Damn! This smells way too good! Ergang couldn't take it either. Drool dripped from the corner of his mouth onto his full belly. Auntie Liu's face turned ashen. She had just felt smug about snatching some rice, but now someone was eating hot pot. The contrast was like her gloating over finding a penny only to see someone win the lottery. It's from upstairs. Auntie Lu ground her teeth, her face twisted like old bark. It must be that little bastard Lu Ming. We're here drinking porridge, and he's feasting on lamb. He doesn't deserve it. At that moment the entire building erupted. In every room that had been shrouded in lifeless despair, survivors rose like the undead. The aroma had an incredible penetrating power. Even with doors and windows shut, it seeped through the cracks, tantalizing everyone's most primal desires. Hunger was a demon, and this scent was the key that unleashed it from its cage. What corpse of Liangzi? What instant death by arrow? Faced with this steaming pot of beef tallow, hot pot fear was rapidly receding. The agony of starving to death was far worse than being shot. The pain of an empty stomach scraping against itself could drive anyone insane. Apartment 1801. Lu Ming picked up a slice of curled duck intestine. Crunch. Crisp, tender, coated in red oil and minced garlic. The numbing, spicy, savory explosion in his mouth shot straight to his crown chakra. Heavenly! Lu Ming took a sip of ice sour plum drink to cut the heat and grease. He turned to the surveillance monitors. The show was about to begin. On-screen figures began to peek out from the stairwell. Not just one or two, but many. The neighbors, who usually kept to themselves, were now drawn by an invisible force, stepping out of their homes one by one. They gathered in the hallway, craning their necks, greedily inhaling the air drifting down from the 18th floor. They looked like a pack of zombies waiting to be fed. Gulp. The sound of someone swallowing saliva was audible even through the monitors. Fucking smells amazing. That Lu Ming. What a bastard. We're starving to death, and he's gorging himself. Whispers spread through the corridor. Lu Ming watched it all, not a trace of panic on his face. Instead, he smiled even wider. This was right. This was the effect he wanted. Just making them afraid would be too boring. He had to make them hate, make them jealous, let their desires burn their minds. Only then would they recklessly charge up to meet their deaths. This was called luring. In the owner's group chat, messages were flooding in, not with panic this time, but with fury. 1204 Auntie-Lu, everyone smells it, right? Huh? You all smell it. 1204 Auntie-Lu, we're suffering, and someone's living it up. That hot pot smell is so strong it makes me sick. Is this any way for a human to act? 702 Brother Wang, too much. This is really too much. Even a spoonful of broth would be something. Are they trying to starve us with envy? Lynchian, Brother Lu Ming. How could you? You know I love hot pot the most. Boo-hoo. Lynchian sent a voice message, her voice weak and tearful, heartbreaking to hear. But no one comforted her this time. Everyone was driven mad by the scent of meat. Seeing the time was ripe, Auntie-Lu began aggressively stirring the pot in the group. 1204 Auntie-Lu, everyone be the judge. This building belongs to all of us. Why should he hog all the resources? 1204 Auntie-Lu, he must have a ton of meat and food stashed in his place. Even a little share for each of us could keep us alive. 1204 Auntie-Lu, he's watching us die. It's murder. We can't just sit here and take it. 903 Zhang Chong, long silent, damn it. I can't take it anymore. This smell is too tempting. Tomorrow. Who's coming up with me tomorrow? Zhang Chong finally surfaced. Freezing his ass off in the first floor lobby, the aroma drifting down made his instant noodles taste like pig slop. He remembered the supplies had seen at Lu Ming's place. The boxes, the liquor, and now this hot pot. Rob him! Once that thought surfaced, it couldn't be suppressed. The group erupted in agreement. 1602 Old Joe, am in. Count me in. Am going crazy with hunger. 501 Grandpa Zhao, am coming too. That kid's too selfish. Well, make him cough it up. 1204 Dagong Annie's right. Good things should be shared. Count us brothers in. Even the usually timid folks were chiming in. There's safety in numbers. This was the ingrained flaw in human nature. One person wouldn't dare. Two wouldn't dare. But a crowd. If dozens charged together, could Lu Ming really kill them all? Even if he had a crossbow, how many hands did he have? How many arrows? As long as they broke in, as long as they got a bite of meat, it would be worth dying for. Greed completely overpowered reason. Liangzi's corpse on the wall was no longer a warning, but just an unlucky fool. He went alone, so he died. With so many of us, nothing will happen. Everyone thought the same. Each believed they'd be the lucky one to get the last bite of meat. Apartment 1801. Lu Ming read the fiery messages in the group, watching his neighbors already planning how to divvy up the spoils tomorrow. He set down his chopsticks. He was full, both in spirit and body. He chuckled softly, grabbing a wet tissue to wipe his mouth. Like a master angler, he had cast the bait named Desire, watching the fish fight to bite the hook. Tomorrow, huh? Lu Ming stood up and walked to the entryway. The compound tactical crossbow hung silently on the wall, its black body gleaming coldly like a sleeping beast. He reached out and stroked its icy limbs. Looks like everyone's in a hurry. Then I'll give you all a proper welcome. Sunday, December 4th. Ming slept exceptionally soundly that night without an alarm clock or the pre-work anxiety of a wage earner. He didn't wake until 10 in the morning. The room was warm. He was only covered with a thin blanket. As he stretched, every joint in his body cracked. Comfortable. Barefoot on the solid wood floor, Ming walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to see if the snow outside had stopped. At this sight, his eyebrows arched. Whoa! The world outside had changed, utterly transformed. The residential greenery that was visible last night was now completely gone. The ornamental trees, usually 2 or 3 stories high, now only showed their white tips protruding from the snow, looking like grave mounds. The first floor lobby. Gone long ago. The second, third, fourth floors. All buried. The snow, like poured concrete, had mercilessly sealed these floors shut. Outside was a dead white silence. Inside, it had likely become a pitch-black coffin. That was fast. Ming clicked his tongue casually, took a bottle of Evian from the fridge, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. Cool and smooth. At this rate, in another 3 to 5 days, even the 10th floor and below would be deprived of light. Ding! His phone chimed. Ming looked down. It was a system notification. All right, today is Sunday. Monday through Saturday were trash. Oh, no minor rewards. Sunday was for the medium reward. Ming sat back on the sofa, tapping the black app icon. The skull in the center of the screen glimmered with a faint light. Open! Without any flashy special effects, a flash of light later, a black briefcase materialized directly on the coffee table. The case looked professional, made of engineering plastic with reinforced corners and a line of small text printed on it. Tactical Surveillance and Sound Amplification System, Urban Counterterrorism Edition. Ming's eyes lit up. This was excellent. He opened the case, revealing a neatly arranged set of equipment. Item list: 1. Laser listening device X1, effective range 500 meters, penetrates double pane glass, 99 pickup accuracy. 2. Wall-mounted high-sensitivity audio pickup X2, also known as a wall ear, capable of hearing a heartbeat from the next room. 3. LRD long-range directional speaker X1, portable version, but capable of emitting 150 decibel high-frequency sound waves, can be used for hailing or as a sonic weapon. 4. Full-spectrum signal receiving terminal X1, if it's a radio wave it can capture it. Brilliant. Ming picked up the laser listening device, which looked like a small radar, and fondled it with delight. He had been worried about how to watch the show, having only the visuals, felt incomplete, especially since his surveillance equipment had no power and quickly died. Now it was all sorted. This system was like a worm in his belly, providing exactly what he lacked. Ming didn't dawdle. He immediately set up the equipment, mounting the directional speaker behind the shooting port on the balcony aimed downwards. The audio pickups were attached to the entrance door and the floor. He put on the headphones. ZZZ. After a burst of static, the world in his ears instantly became lively. Not the lively bustle of New Year, but the chaotic noise of a vegetable market, specifically a market after closing time, filthy and disorderly. In the stairwell. Because floors 1 through 4 were buried by snow, the residents on those levels couldn't stay. The windows were blocked by snow, leaving the rooms pitch black, and with no air circulation, suffocation was a real threat. With no other choice, they had to go up. The building had 24 floors. Now dozens of people were crowded into the stairwells from the 5th to the 17th floors. Ming switched the surveillance feed to the 8th floor. Good heavens, the stairs were packed with people, some sitting, some lying down. The air was truly eye-watering. With no water or electricity for days, the toilets were long clogged, and no one dared to flush. Initially everyone held it in, but eventually they couldn't bear it anymore, and relieved themselves in the corners of the stairwell. Now the stairwell was filled with frozen lumps of yellow and black filth, mixed with the stench of unwashed bodies, foot odor, and the aura of death emanating from the despairing people. If this smell could be materialized, it would probably corrode even a gas mask. Move it! This is my spot! A roar came through the headphones. On the monitor, a middle-aged man in a torn leather jacket was kicking a young man. All for a cardboard box. The cardboard box laid on the ground could insulate against the cold. In times like these, it was a Simmons mattress. Why should I? I was here first. The young man refused to back down. Though gone from hunger, he was greedy for this small patch of living space and lunged, biting. Literally biting like a dog. The two rolled on the filthy floor. No one around intervened. They watched with cold indifference. Some even took the chance to snatch the cardboard box away. This was the stairwell now. Civilization. It had vanished along with the unstoppable tide of filth. Lu Ming took off his headphones, rubbing his ears. Though it sounded miserable, he felt no sympathy. Couldn't handle this. If they knew that in the later stages of his past life people would even sleep, holding the bodies of the recently deceased to keep warm, that would be true hell. Lu Ming got up and went to the kitchen, taking a carton of fresh milk from the fridge and pouring it into a glass. Ding! He microwaved it for a minute, and the warm milky aroma wafted out. He returned to his surveillance post with the milk. Just then, there was a stir in the crowd. The figure in the big red cotton-padded jacket appeared again. Auntie Lu looked more energetic than the others, holding half a sausage in her hand, a trophy from yesterday's plunder. She stood at the corner of the stairs on the 10th floor, a high vantage point where everyone below could see her. Everyone quiet down. Listen to me. Auntie Lu had a loud voice. In the lifeless stairwell, it was quite penetrating. The numb crowd slowly raised their heads, looking at her with hollow eyes. You all smelled that smell last night, didn't you? Auntie Lu dropped a bombshell right away, rubbing salt into the wound and pouring oil on the fire. The mention of last night's overpowering hot pot smell instantly triggered a wave of swallowing sounds in the stairwell. It was a physiological reaction, uncontrollable. So fragrant. Someone muttered, a green glint appearing in their eyes. Yes, it truly was fragrant. Auntie Lu waved her sausage like a banner. We're here eating scraps, can't even get a sip of hot water, and we have to smell this stench. But what about him? That Lu Ming is upstairs eating hot pot. Lamb slices. That's him, 9 Wagyu. I could smell it. Auntie Lu had a silver tongue. It was a waste she wasn't a pyramid scheme lecturer. Why should he? This building belongs to everyone. Those supplies belong to our whole compound. That young punk Lu Ming, what has he done to deserve hoarding all the good stuff? It's illegal. It's profiteering. The crowd began to stir. Those who were still wary of Lu Ming's crossbow were now driven by hunger, watching their rationality crumble bit by bit. But he has that crossbow. Liang Zi is dead. A man with glasses whose phone had long died said weakly, not having seen yesterday's group chat. Scared of what? Auntie Lu glared, spittle flying. So what if he has a crossbow? He's just one man. How many bolts can he have? How many of us are there? 30 or 40. If we all rush him together, a mouthful of spit each could drown him. Besides, laws don't punish the masses, understand? We're doing this to survive. For justice. Auntie Liu's words were highly inflammatory, especially the phrase "to survive," which shattered everyone's psychological defenses. They were hungry, truly hungry. A fire burned in their stomachs, gnawing at their hearts and pulling at their guts. For a full meal, they wouldn't hesitate to charge up there and rob, and some might even eat human flesh. Lu Ming watched Auntie Liu's performance on the screen, a cold sneer curling on his lips. This old hag should have gone into politics. She had a whole spiel, shift the blame, rationalize the robbery, and drag everyone down with her. Just then a deep voice came from the back of the crowd. Auntie Lu is right. The crowd parted automatically as Zhang Chong stepped forward, wrapped in his military greatcoat. He carried no weapon, but behind him followed 4 or 5 lackeys wielding steel pipes and cleavers. This presence instantly commanded the scene. Zhang Chong walked up to Auntie Lu and glanced upwards, his eyes sinister. Times have changed. Whoever has food is king. That Lu Ming kid is a jerk, keeping it all for himself and ignoring his neighbors. People like him deserve to die. Zhang Chong didn't say much, but every word struck a chord. As the security chief with muscle, he was the authority in this small society. With his endorsement, this robbery instantly became a legal requisition. Brother Chong, will you lead us up? Someone asked. Zhang Chong narrowed his eyes. He wasn't stupid. Liang Zi's body was still hanging there. Had seen the crossbow's power. Whoever charged first was cannon fodder. He wasn't going to be that sucker. Me. Zhang Chong sneered, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He took one out, but his lighter was frozen and wouldn't light after several clicks. I'll provide backup. And putting this out there, whoever brings food down from upstairs, I Zhang Chong guarantee they can walk tall in this building. And whatever you get is yours. I only want 30%. Boom. At these words the crowd erupted. Those who were hesitating now had completely red eyes. 30%. That meant they could keep 70. If they could snatch a bag of rice, they could survive a month. If they could get meat, I'm in. Damn it. Starving to death is still death. Let's risk it. Go. Head up. A series of roars burst from the crowd. Ming watched the scene and shook his head. A mob. He finished the last of his milk and set the glass on the table. These people looked fierce, but they were just a flock of sheep blinded by hunger, thinking that banding together would turn them into wolves. Still, a large number was troublesome. If they all charged to the 18th floor door and started banging on it, it would be noisy even if the door wouldn't break. And if they tried to smoke him out by lighting a fire at the door, that would be a nuisance. Ming tapped his fingers on the table, considering whether to give them a show of force first. For example, using the long-range speaker to play a horror sound effect. Or just shoot a few bolts for fun. Just as he was about to get up for his crossbow, the scene on the monitor suddenly changed. The group was swarming upwards, armed with cleavers, mop handles, and even frying pans, looking fierce. But when they reached the 10th floor, the procession suddenly stopped. Leading the pack were Air Gang and Andy Liu. They didn't continue climbing but stopped in front of door 1002. On the 10th floor corridor, the air felt as if it had congealed. Dozens of pairs of eyes green with hunger were fixed intently on the security door of apartment 1002. Andy Liu stood at the forefront, straightening her dust-stained red padded jacket, a rodent-like smirk plastered across her face. Shout and open the door. It's your Andy Liu. I know things are tight for you too, but the kids downstairs have fainted from hunger. Just be a dear and spare half a bag of rice. Consider it a loan from me, all right. Her voice sounded sincere, but the hand behind her back gestured a prepare signal to the gang and Air Gang. There was no movement from inside. After several seconds, a trembling male voice, thick with tears, finally responded. Andy Liu, we really have nothing left. Yesterday's last packet of instant noodles went to the child. Please try another apartment. No rice. The fake smile vanished from Andy Liu's face in an instant like a changing mask. She spun around, pointing at the door, and shouted at the ravenous crowd behind her. Hear that, everyone! Hear that! Is that any way for a human to talk? We're starving to death, and his family still has food but won't share. This selfish petty scum doesn't deserve to live in our building. This is standing by and watching people die. It's murder. Moral coercion was nauseating in peacetime, but in the apocalypse, it was a blade that could cut down a man's soul. The crowd, which had been hesitant, was ignited by these words. The flames of rage shot up. Smash it! Damn it! If they want, give, we take. Am starving. Charge in. The gang, unable to contain himself any longer, hefted a fire axe he had pried from somewhere. Open up for your uncle. With a thunderous crash, the security door shuddered violently, dust raining down, and the screams of women and children erupted from within. Crash. Crash. This security door was only meant to deter honest folks, not a pack of ravenous thugs. After 3 swings, the lock cylinder flew right off. The door swung open. In that instant, the gang and Air Gang charged in like hyenas, catching the scent of blood. The crowd surged forward, afraid that if they were late, they'd miss even a drop of soup. Don't hit my husband. Don't. Please. Leave us alone. Chaos erupted inside. The sounds of screams, smashing, and weeping mingled together, piercingly loud in the cold morning air. Apartment 1801. Ming sat in an ergonomic chair, legs propped on the desk. On the monitor before him, the tragedy on the 10th floor was playing out in real time. Though the footage had no sound, the newly installed laser listening device brought the commotion to his ears, as if it were happening right beside him. It was hell. Ming watched as the gang kicked the male homeowner onto the coffee table, shattering the glass. The man, his face bloodied, was desperately shielding the half bag of noodles beneath him. Let go! Damn it! The gang smashed the back of the axe onto the man's spine. A sickening crack. The man screamed and released his grip. The half bag of noodles was snatched up and stuffed into the gang's clothes, as the crowd swarmed in like a plague of locusts. The fridge was ransacked, cabinets smashed, even the trash can was overturned and sifted through. Someone grabbed a piece of moldy bread, but before they could stuff it into their mouth, a fist smashed into their nose, blood spraying everywhere. Others tore at each other's hair over a bottle of soy sauce. When the bottle shattered, they both dropped to the floor, licking at the sauce mixed with broken glass. Lu Ming chewed on a peanut, his face utterly expressionless. He felt no urge to go down and help. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded, this was simply the rule. This family was too weak from lack of weapons, and weaker still from clinging to illusions. If the husband had stabbed out through the door the moment Auntie Lu first knocked, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Alas, there were no ifs. Lu Ming picked up a fountain pen and began writing in a black notebook, jotting down the characteristics of those who were the most aggressive and vicious. These people could not be left alive. Having tasted the sweetness of violence, they were no longer ordinary neighbors, they were man-eating beasts. And beasts could not be kept close at hand. The looting on the 10th floor ended quickly. That family was too poor. Aside from the half bag of noodles the gang had taken, the others found little of value. The apartment was in shambles. The male homeowner lay in a pool of blood, his condition unknown. The wife, clutching her child, cowered in a corner, her eyes vacant and trembling. Auntie Lu clutched a bag of salt she had dug out from the back of a cabinet during the chaos. "Pa! Broke bastards!" She spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the floor, landing right on the man's face. "All that effort for this!" She was unsatisfied. How was this paltry amount supposed to be shared? It wouldn't even fill a crack between her teeth. The people around her were equally vicious. Some were battered, others had their clothes torn. After paying such a heavy price, their stomachs were still empty. The hunger pangs struck back even fiercer, twisting their guts. "Auntie, what do we do now?" Gang wiped the blood from his mouth, cut from licking the soy sauce. "This isn't enough to eat." Auntie Lu squinted her triangular eyes, looking at the bag of salt in her hand, then at the surrounding pairs of green-tinged eyes. She knew the fire she had kindled could not be extinguished. It needed an outlet, or these starving wolves would eventually turn on her. She lifted her gaze towards the ceiling, towards the 18th floor. The memory of last night's overpowering aroma of spicy hot pot seemed to waft back into her nostrils, making her throat itch. "What's there to fear?" Auntie Lu brandished the bag of salt. "This is nothing." This was just a warm-up. Upstairs. She pointed upwards. "That little bastard Lu Ming has plenty of food up there. Meat, rice, and hot pot. We've already proven that this door is just for show. A few swings of the axe and it's open. No matter how tough Lu Ming thinks can he stand against all of us? If we break in, there's enough in there to feed the whole building for a year." Boom! These words were like a shot of adrenaline injected directly into the veins of the mob. Yes. While the raid on the poor family's home yielded little, the thrill of trampling someone underfoot and plundering at will made them feel invincible. Murder. Robbery. In this frozen world without law, that was the privilege of the strong. "Let's go! Up to the 18th floor! Eat meat! Eat meat!" The crowd erupted once more. This time their momentum was fiercer and more ruthless, for their hands were already stained with blood. The first blood had been spilled, so what was a little more? Over 20 people climbed the stairs, stepping over frozen blood and filth. Their heavy, chaotic footsteps sounded like a horde of demons crawling out of hell. The cleavers, axes, and mop handles in their hands glinted coldly in the dim light. An overwhelming aura of bloodlust filled the air. In room 1801, Lu Ming closed his notebook. "They're here." On the surveillance feed, the group had already passed the 14th floor, drawing closer. The nauseating aura of greed was palpable even through the screen. Lu Ming rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, snow continued to fall, blanketing the world in white. The room was warm, but the temperature in his eyes plummeted to freezing. He approached the control panel on the balcony and activated the black loudspeaker device. LRAD long-range acoustic device status activated, power 100. Lu Ming put on the microphone and lightly tapped the pickup head with his finger. Meanwhile, the stairwell from the 17th to the 18th floor was packed like a sardine can. The air was thick with a sickening blend of odors: the sour stench of unwashed bodies, the tarry smell of cheap tobacco, the lingering blood from the earlier slaughter, and the sharp tang of urine. Dagong led the way, clutching a fire axe still stained with blood. As he reached the corner of the 17th floor, he suddenly halted. On the wall ahead hung Liangzi's corpse. Preserved by the extreme cold instead of rotting, it had become a grotesque specimen. The black carbon fiber crossbow bolt remained embedded in his throat, a silent warning. A ripple of unease passed through the crowd. The bloodlust that had flared on the 10th floor was doused by the sight of the frozen corpse. Do we really have to go up? Someone swallowed hard and edged back. Scared of nothing. Aunt Lu pushed forward from the back, clutching a bag of salt. Liangzi brought it on himself. He tried to break in. We're different. Aunt Lu raised her voice, her eyes gleaming with near fanatical fervor. We're here on behalf of all the homeowners. We're here to negotiate. There's safety in numbers, you know. Would Lu Ming dare kill all dozens of us? If he had the guts, the cops would have already got him. The words were a shot of adrenaline. Right. Dozens of them. Besides the few burly men with weapons, the group included women clutching children, and even some elderly. With this lineup, who would dare strike? Lin Qian was also mixed in the crowd, wrapped in a dirty white down jacket, a knit-cap pulled low, only her red swollen eyes visible. She held half a biscuit looted from the 10th floor, picked up from the ground during the chaos. Though dirty, she gripped it tightly. She didn't want to die, she wanted to live. Since Lu Ming refused to give her food, she had to follow these people to demand justice. Move. Up. Dadong bellowed, masking his underlying fear. The crowd trampled over the icy patches on the stairs and surged onto the 18th floor. Outside room 1801, the heavy black glass door stood like an impassable mountain, cold and imposing. The motion sensor light had long since failed, leaving the hallway in dimness, with only dozens of wolfish eyes gleaming green. Aunt Lu stood at the front, adjusted her collar, and took a deep breath. She didn't dare pound on the door like Dagong. Instead, she raised her frostbitten hand and knocked gently. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was soft and polite. If not for the mob with axes and cleavers behind her, one might think it was a neighbor paying a visit. Xiao Lu, are you home? Aunt Liu's voice dripped with false warmth, like an elder giving out red envelopes during New Year. It's Aunt Lu. I'm not here for anything else today. I'm here on behalf of the building's interim homeowners committee to discuss something with you. In room 1801, the air was filled with a rich caramel aroma. Lu Ming sat on a leather sofa holding a freshly made latte. It was brewed with a professional semi-automatic espresso machine, rich crema, silky microfoam topped with a beautiful heart design. He wore a gray cotton loungewear set and soft wool slippers. Ah! Lu Ming blew on the steam and took a sip, smooth, mellow. The 85-inch TV before him displayed the door feed and split screen. Through the laser eavesdropping device, Aunt Liu's hypocritical voice came through clearly, even the sound of her swallowing. Homeowners Committee. A mocking curl touched Lu Ming's lips. These people were amusing, robbing and killing, yet they had to cloak themselves in a veneer of justice. As if that title justified all their vile deeds. Such was the hypocrisy of human nature, wanting to have their cake and eat it too. Lu Ming said nothing and made no move. He watched like a spectator at a farce, curious to see what new tricks this old monkey would perform. Outside, hearing no response, Aunt Lu grew bolder. She cleared her throat and raised her voice, an octave brimming with self-righteousness. Xiao Lu, I know you're in there. Don't blame me for being blunt. You see what's happening outside? It's a natural disaster. A national crisis. In such extraordinary times, all supplies should be collective. Belong to everyone. Aunt Lu grew more animated, turning to the crowd for support. You live alone in this big place, hoarding so much food. But what about your neighbors downstairs? The children are crying from hunger. The elderly are freezing to death. What kind of behavior is this? It's selfish. It's criminal. It's inhumane. A hefty accusation branding Lu Ming an enemy of humanity. Aunt Lu pointed at the door, spittle flying. I've watched you grow up. I don't want to see you go down the wrong path. Listen to me, open the door. Hand over the food to the homeowners committee for fair distribution. If you cooperate well, still be good neighbors. I promise we won't take a single needle from the masses, just the food. Yeah. Open up. We want to eat. Give us the food. Voices from the crowd began to chime in, growing louder, echoing through the narrow hallway. Lin Qian, shrinking at the back, listened with flickering eyes. She felt Aunt Lu was right. Why should Lu Ming live so well? Why could he eat meat while she had to subsist on trash? Since he had so much, what harm was there in sharing a little? Hadn't he always listened to her before? A surge of unjustified grievance and anger welled up, and Lin Qian joined in. Brother Lu Ming, open the door. No one will hurt you. Inside the room, Lu Ming listened to Lin Qian's familiar voice, almost laughing out loud. Won't harm me. He stared at the blood-dripping axe in Dagong's hand on the monitor, and the thick steel pipe in Ergang's. Is this what "won't harm me" looks like? This is the logic of a giant baby. What's mine is mine, and what's yours is also mine. If you don't give it to me, you're wrong, selfish, and evil. Ming shook his head, setting down his coffee cup. The base met the marble coffee table with a crisp clink. He picked up the remote and turned down the volume on the surveillance feed. Noisy. Too noisy. Like a swarm of flies buzzing in his ears. He had thought these people might have learned something after the slaughter earlier, but they were still the same as ever. They couldn't even rob without hesitation, always needing an excuse. Truly. Ming picked a bright red apple from the fruit bowl and rubbed it against his clothes. Crunch. He took a bite, juice spilling out. Since they wanted to put on a show, head let them act all they wanted. He wouldn't say a word just to see how long they could keep up their charade. Outside the door. Aunt Liu's voice was hoarse from shouting, but there was still no movement from inside. No opening of the door, no cursing back, as if the place were dead. This feeling of being ignored was worse than being scolded. The atmosphere in the air began to shift. The fake veneer of civility was being peeled away bit by the cold and hunger. Damn it, is this kid messing with us? Dagong was losing patience, swinging his axe. I think he's scared. Ergang chimed in, his face full of quivering fat. He must be pissing his pants from our show, hiding under the covers, too scared to make a sound. Yeah. He's a coward. He usually acts all high and mighty, but when it comes down to it, he doesn't dare to fart. The fear in the crowd was fading, replaced by a blind confidence and swelling arrogance. There's strength in numbers. These 5 words gave them boundless courage. Smash it. Someone shouted. That shout lit the fuse. Aunt Lu dropped her axe, stepping back to make way for Dagong. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Dagong. Smash it. If anything happens, Auntie will take the blame. That same old line, Auntie will take the blame. Dagong grinned, revealing yellow teeth. He couldn't wait. The thrill of smashing down the door on the 10th floor, the feeling of kicking in someone else's door and controlling their life. He was addicted to it. Open up for me. Dagong stepped back, twisted his waist, and swung the fire axe with all his might. The blade traced a cold arc through the air, whistling as it slammed into the black blast-proof door. Clang. A deafening crash echoed, like a temple bell being struck, making the entire hallway ring. Dust flew. Everyone's eyes were wide, expecting the door to shatter. But as the dust settled, the door stood unmoving, with only a faint white scratch on its black surface, not even a dent. He let out a sharp yelp, the axe flying from his hands and clattering to the floor. The massive recoil split his palm open, blood streaming down, and his entire arm went numb, feeling like it was broken. What? What kind of damn door is this? A dead silence fell over the hallway. Dagong clutched his still numb right hand, the fat on his face twitching in pain. His bull-like eyes were filled with disbelief. This was a fire axe. Back on the 10th floor, the security door had been like paper in his hands, opening after just a few hits. But now, this black door was like a piece of extraterrestrial iron. Forget smashing it open, he couldn't even make a dent, and it had injured him instead. Damn it. Dagong refused to give up. He was a crude man who stuck to his beliefs. I won't believe I can't crack this turtle shell. Ignoring the pain, he picked up the axe with his left hand. Ergang. Together. Ergang didn't hesitate, his solid threaded steel pipe already itching for action. Break for me. Thud. Thud. Clang. The dull impact sounds rang out again, this time a duet. The chop of the axe and the slam of the pipe echoed in the narrow hallway, piercing their eardrums. The crowd joined in cheering. Harder. Hit the lock. Hit the lock cylinder. Don't let him laugh at us. As if shouting loud enough could force the door open. Inside room 1801. Ming sat on the sofa, leisurely swirling a glass of red wine. He couldn't be bothered to glance at the monitor. This door was custom-made for 500,000 yuan. No human strength could break it. Keep it up. He raised his glass to the air, as if cheering on the free labor outside. He even felt like playing them a song: "We workers have strength." Outside the door. 10 minutes had passed. Dagong and Ergang were exhausted, panting like dogs. Dagong's palm had split open again, blood trickling down the axe handle, making it slippery. Several times the axe nearly slipped from his grasp. Ergang was worse off. His steel pipe was bent, and the skin on his hands was rubbed raw. But the door. Aside from a few more white scratches, it stood firm. It was like a silent giant coldly looking down on these clowns, mocking their incompetence. What? What the hell is this made of? Dagong slumped to the floor, staring at the door in despair. He felt like he wasn't smashing a door, but a mountain. That helplessness was more crushing than hunger. The crowd fell silent. The arrogance from earlier had been worn down by the futile minutes of effort. We can't break it. This door's too hard. Some began to retreat. And Lu saw the tide turning. If they dispersed, her boasts would be shattered. Don't lose heart. Her eyes darted a venomous glint in her triangular gaze. If we can't smash the door, well, use another method. Fire. I don't believe this door is fireproof. Even if the fire can't destroy it, the smoke will choke him out. This old hag was rotten to the core. Yeah. Burn him out. Someone echoed. A few men pushed forward from the back, holding rags, waste paper, and a half bottle of strong liquor they'd scavenged from downstairs. They piled the flammables by the door, especially around the gaps. Light it. Whoosh, flames leaped up. In the dim, cold hallway, the fire was blindingly bright and oddly warming. The flames lit the black door panel with a sizzling sound. Thick smoke began to spread. Cough, cough. The hallway's poor ventilation made the smoke unbearable, tears streaming down faces. But no one backed away. Instead, they watched the door with excitement. As if they could already see Lu Ming scurrying out like a rat smoked out. Lu Ming, are you coming out or not? And Lu, pinching her nose, continued to taunt, if you don't come out, we'll roast you alive. In room 1801, Lu Ming watched the flames on the monitor without a hint of panic, instead letting out a chuckle. Naive! If this door couldn't even withstand such a meager fire, the manufacturer might as well jump off a building. The door's ceiling strip was made of special fire-resistant material that expanded upon heating, sealing the gaps so tightly that not even smoke or toxic gas could seep through. Moreover, the door panel had been tested against temperatures as high as 1200 degrees Celsius. This fire born from burning rags was nothing more than a gentle sauna for it. As for the smoke, Lu Ming glanced at the fresh air system above. Air quality excellent, circulation mode, internal circulation activated, HEPA filter operating normally, rock solid. Since you all enjoy playing with fire so much, Lu Ming set down his glass and walked to the control panel. He slid his finger across the screen, calling up an audio file he had prepared long ago. File name M9 Tomahawk Steak Supreme Enjoyment Edition. MP3. He had recorded it 2 days ago while pan-searing a steak, finding the sound particularly satisfying. He never expected it would come in handy now. Then let me add a little extra to your meal. Lu Ming pressed play and cranked the speaker volume to the maximum. Outside the door, the fire still raged, smoke billowed, and everyone waited for Lu Ming to beg for mercy. Suddenly, a sharp, tantalizing sound, sizzle, came from above, the unmistakable noise of hot oil meeting cold meat. Then, sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound grew dense and cheerful, the crackling of fat under high heat, the symphony of proteins restructuring through the Maillard reaction. Even without a visual, the sound alone painted a vivid picture in everyone's mind: a thick marble-veined steak hitting a scorching cast iron pan, fat melting, juices sealing the surface, turning golden and crispy, while the inside remained pink and tender. Some even hallucinated the rustle of sea salt and black pepper being sprinkled. Gulp! Someone swallowed first, and the sound spread like an infection. Gulp, gulp! The chorus of swallowing echoed through the hallway, drowning out even the roar of the fire. Meat. It's meat. Dagong sat on the floor, eyes glazed, a trail of drool dripping from his lips. Exhausted from his earlier assault on the door, the sound was sheer torture. Hunger spread from his stomach to every fiber of his being, every cell screaming, I need meat. This smells too good. He's pan-searing steak. He's actually pan-searing steak. Someone broke down. Wah! I want to eat meat. Lin Qian clutched her stomach, tears streaming uncontrollably. She recognized the sound best, as Lu Ming used to cook steak for her often. Back then, she had only complained about the greasy smell, disdaining his lack of romance. But now, this sound was the most beautiful music in the world, more enchanting than any sweet talk. Lu Ming! You monster! How dare you cook steak at a time like this? This is torture. Psychological abuse. And Lu trembled with rage, pointing at the speaker and hurling curses, though her voice was punctuated by unmistakable swallows. This cruelty, hearing the food without being able to taste it, was worse than death itself. This was Lu Ming's counterattack. No knives, no guns, just a recording that shattered everyone's mental defenses. Psychological blows were the deadliest. The audio played for a full 5 minutes. When the last sizzle faded, the hallway fell into a dead silence broken only by the crackling of the dying embers. The door remained perfectly intact, not even a wisp of smoke having seeped through. Meanwhile, those outside lay slumped on the ground, as if their souls had been drained. Tired, hungry, cold, and craving, these four sensations intertwined, driving them to despair. Just then the speaker crackled again, this time not with the sound of searing meat, but with Lu Ming's voice. Amplified by the high-fidelity speakers, his voice carried an electric texture, piercing clearly into everyone's ears. Tired of banging? Had enough of the smell? If you're tired, get lost. Don't leave your trash at my door. It's disgusting. The crowd outside stood frozen. Aunt Lu was so furious that the fat on her face trembled. Wiping the drool from her mouth, she pointed at the speaker and cursed. Lu Ming! You heartless bastard! If you've got guts, open the door. Hiding inside, what kind of man are you? You're hogging all the food. You'll get your comeuppance. We're all starving out here, and you still have the nerve to cook steak. Have you no conscience? Da Dong scrambled to his feet, hands still bleeding, but rage at the humiliation burned in his eyes. Screw you, Lu Ming. I'll tear this whole building down if I have to, just to drag you out. Smash it. Keep smashing. The crowd stirred again, curses and children's cries blending into a chaotic din. Inside room 1801, Lu Ming listened to the cacophony, outside not angered but rather amused. Such was human nature. They had come with axes to rob him, and failing that, they now stood on a moral high ground to condemn the victim. In truth, by Lu Ming's nature, these people deserved death. And Lu aside, Lin Qian alone was a must-kill. After all, in his past life, she had been one of his murderers. Lu Ming was no saint, and to think that returning from rebirth meant letting bygones be bygones would be pure idiocy. The problem was that Lu Ming currently had only one crossbow with 49 bolts left, enough to kill everyone outside. But then what? Though the items from the mystery boxes were mostly crucial, they were also diverse. Who knew when the next offensive equipment would appear? Moreover, of the dozens outside, at least half would be dead within a week. Wasting crossbow bolts on them now was utterly unnecessary. Thus Lu Ming's current strategy was to endure. After all, he was bored alone watching them. Like a monkey show added some amusement to the apocalypse. Besides, Lu Ming wasn't entirely defenseless. If physical attacks were off the table, he still had his magic. Since you all want to eat so badly, Lu Ming pulled a brown paper bag from under the coffee table containing freshly made American-style fried chicken, golden crispy, and still steaming. Beside it was a 2.5-liter bottle of cola, beads of condensation clinging to its surface. He arranged them neatly beside the microphone. Then let me give you an earful. Lu Ming put on his headphones and adjusted the microphone sensitivity. A burst of static followed, and the hallway suddenly fell silent. Everyone assumed Lu Ming was about to play another recording, and they pricked up their ears, caught between anticipation and dread. Then, crack! A crisp, vivid sound emerged, the sound of teeth breaking through a crispy crust, followed by the chewing, the sizzle of oil bursting in the mouth. Lu Ming's voice came through laden with satisfaction. This fried chicken skin, so crispy. A bit hot, but the meat juice inside. TSK, TSK. Ah, this drumstick is so tender, no need to chew, it just melts away. Every word and every detail of his chewing was broadcast through the high-power speaker. Gulp! The sound of swallowing echoed through the corridor louder than before. Some couldn't take it anymore, clutching their stomachs and squatting on the ground, their stomachs twisting in pain. Stop eating! Please stop eating! A child burst into tears. Mom, I want fried chicken too. I want meat. The cries were heart-wrenching, tearing at people's hearts, but to Lu Ming it was just background noise. Fizz! Another sound came, the hiss of gas escaping as a cola bottle cap was twisted open. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The sound of large swallows of liquid. Ah! Lu Ming let out a long carbon dioxide-filled burp. Refreshing. Having an iced cola after fried chicken, even the gods wouldn't trade places. This was pure torture. The crowd outside the door completely broke down, the despair of seeing but not tasting tearing apart their sanity bit by bit. Some started banging their heads against the wall, others pulling their hair, and still others kneeling and kowtowing to the door. Lu Ming! Brother Lu! Master Lu! Please! Give me just one bite. Just one. It'll be your dog. It'll be your dog anything. Dignity. At that moment dignity was worth less than nothing. As long as they could have a bite of that golden crispy fried chicken, they'd do anything. Lin Qian huddled in a corner, tears carving 2 streaks through her dirty face. She listened to the familiar chewing sound, remembering how in the past every time Lu Ming bought fried chicken, the first bite was always for her. Back then she complained the chicken was too high in calories, took just one bite, and threw the rest to Lu Ming. But now, that leftover halfies of fried chicken was the most precious treasure in the world to her, and regret gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. Whoa! Lin Qian couldn't hold it in any longer. She rushed to the door, pressed her face against the crack, and cried out, "Brother Lu Ming! It's Qian. I know you're in there. You can hear me right. Everything before was my fault. Please give me something to eat. Even just a bone, anything. Brother Lu Ming, I miss you. I really miss you." Her voice was pitiful and plaintive, like a forsaken young wife. In his past life, Lu Ming's heart would have melted at that voice. But now, chewing on the chicken, he let out a cold sneer. "Miss me? More like miss my fried chicken." He reached out and pressed the microphone button. "Lin Qian." Lu Ming's voice came through, laced with mockery. The crying outside stopped abruptly. Lin Qian was ecstatic. He responded. He still cared. "Yes, it's me, Qian." Lin Qian's voice trembled with excitement. "Brother Lu Ming, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Oh, that green tea bitch." Lu Ming's voice rang out flatly, devoid of any warmth. "I remember someone posted on social media a few days ago, saying that a simp like me wouldn't even get a second glance even if I begged on my knees. And that she'd rather starve than eat a single bite of my food. What lost your memory so soon?" Lin Qian's face turned deathly pale. No. That was said in anger. In anger, Brother Lu Ming. I love you. I really do. Love me." Lu Ming acted as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Fine, since you say you love me, then let everyone hear just how deep your love is." With a tap of his finger, an audio clip began to play. It was a voice message Lin Qian had sent him just days before his rebirth, when he worried she had nothing to eat and brought her a box of instant noodles. And what happened? The speaker broadcasted Lin Qian's shrill, vicious voice with perfect clarity. "Lu Ming, are you disgusting or what? Who would eat that garbage instant noodles? Keep it for yourself. Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? With your pathetic looks you think you can chase after me. In telling you, even if every man in the world died out, I'd never look at you. Get lost. Don't bother me anymore." Hearing Lin Qian's words, the entire corridor fell silent. All eyes were fixed on her, eyes filled with mockery, contempt, and schadenfreude. So this was the Lin Qian who usually acted so pure and innocent. So she's a bitch after all. Gang spat to the side, a lecherous glint in his eyes. Usually acts like a saint, but behind the scenes she's this nasty. Tisk, Lu Ming must have been a fool to be her simp for so many years. Lin Qian felt as if she had been stripped naked in front of the crowd, humiliated, desperate. "No, it's not like that." She shook her head frantically, trying to explain, but in the face of that recording all explanations were powerless. "Enough." Lu Ming's voice cut through again, ending the farce. "Lin Qian, stop acting. Your performance is too pathetic. What fried chicken? Not in this lifetime. As for the rest of you..." Lu Ming paused, his voice turning icy. "I remember who was banging on the door the hardest. De Gang Air Gang and Aunt Lu. Your performances were quite impressive. I hope you can stay that tough." With that, a buzz came from the speaker, and it went dead silent. Lu Ming turned off the microphone. He had seen enough of the show, humiliated them enough. Now he would leave the rest to time and the cold. Outside the door, Aunt Lu was trembling all over, from anger and from fear. Lu Ming had named her, and a strange dread surged within her, but it was quickly drowned by fury and shame. Since the gloves were off, there was no turning back. "Don't listen to his nonsense." Aunt Lu shrieked, her voice like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "He wants to starve us. Wants to see us tear each other apart. Don't be fooled by him. What does he mean by remembering? Does he dare to come out? He's just a coward with his head in the sand. Aunt Lou turned to look at the still intact blast door, malice practically dripping from her eyes. "The gang. Air gang. Keep burning. It didn't work before because the fire wasn't hot enough. I don't believe this door is really fireproof. Bring all the junk from the corridor. Set this whole floor on fire. Even if we have to smoke him out, well, suffocate him in there." Outside room 1801, the original chill was replaced by a wave of scorching heat. With Aunt Liu's sharp cry of "burn him," everyone's madness was fully ignited. Burn him to death. Damn it, since we can't break it open, let's just burn it clean. Dogong tossed his axe to the ground and turned to run downstairs. "I'll go get stuff. Who has old broken furniture? Bring it all out." Ergang with reddened eyes directed the others, "Go find old clothes, rotten quilts. And alcohol. By Joe. Anything that burns, bring it all." The crowd scattered like a disturbed hornet's nest, chaotic, then quickly regrouped. Soon a small mountain of debris piled up in the hallway of the 18th floor. Broken chairs, moldy cotton, foul-smelling old sofa cushions. All were stacked in front of the blast-proof door, even blocking half the corridor. "Pour the liquor." Aunt Lou held a half bottle of ergwo to snatch from an old man who usually cherished it like his life, now forced to hand it over. Splash! The pungent smell of alcohol spread, mixing with the moldy odor of the debris, making one dizzy even before the fire was lit. "Light it." Dogong struck a match, his hand trembling, as he tossed it into the pile of junk. Whoosh! The flames instantly leaped up, rapidly consuming everything around. The once dim and cold hallway was now lit up, bright red waves of heat rolling and forcing everyone to step back. Cough, cough, cough. Thick smoke began to rise, black smoke with the acrid smell of burning plastic rolling and spreading through the narrow corridor like a living thing. "Burn this bastard to death." Aunt Lou covered her mouth and nose, coughing and glaring viciously at the door. She even found two young men with large palm leaf fans frantically fanning the smoke into the door cracks. "Fan. Fan harder. Push all the smoke in. Choke him to death." She looked like a witch casting a spell. Room 1801. Ming sat before the surveillance screen, still holding the half-eaten chicken leg. Watching the sea of flames and rolling smoke on the screen, instead of panicking, he felt like laughing. These people must have had their physics taught by the gym teacher right. Fire attack. Smoke screen. If it were an ordinary security door, this tactic might have worked, since even the best sealed regular door can't withstand such sustained heat and pervasive smoke. But what kind of door was this? It was a bank vault grade blast-proof door with high temperature expanding ceiling strips that seal automatically upon heating. Not even bacteria could get through. More importantly, Ming glanced up at the central fresh air system display on the ceiling. Current indoor air pressure, standard atmospheric pressure, external environment detection, high smoke concentration, rising temperature system, activate positive pressure protection mode. Ming issued the command calmly. Command confirmed. Positive pressure mode starting. Air intake increased to 150, exhaust reduced to 20. Hum. A low hum of the motor gradually rose. The so-called positive pressure mode meant making the indoor air pressure higher than outside, like a fully inflated balloon. Air only flows outward and nothing from outside can get in. Not even smoke, let alone biochemical toxins, could breach it under this mode. Just defending is no fun. Ming tossed the chicken bone aside and wiped the grease off his hands. "Since you love smoke so much, I'll let you have your fill." He walked to the kitchen, turned on the exhaust fan of the high-power integrated stove, then took out 2 packets from the cabinet, one of leftover chili powder, extra spicy, and another of finely ground black pepper. "Here we go." Ming poured the 2 powders into a small basin, then activated the reverse blow function of the exhaust fan, a special feature designed to clean the duct capable of blowing things back out. Whoosh! The powerful wind instantly swept up the basin of redand white biological weapon, rushing through the exhaust duct and roaring out toward the hallway vent. Outside the door, Aunt Lou was directing people to fan vigorously, her face blackened with soot, looking like the kitchen god. Cough. "How's it going? Any movement inside?" She coughed as she asked Dogong, who was pressing his ear to the door. He was also choking badly, tears and snot streaming down his face. "No." No sound. Cough. "This door is too tight." Just then, whoosh! A strange roaring sound suddenly came from the vent above. Then a powerful gust of air burst out from the gaps of the tightly sealed blast-proof door and the vent overhead. It wasn't ordinary wind. It was a mixed storm of chili powder black pepper, and the air forced out by the indoor positive pressure. Ah! Dong, who had been peering through the door crack, took the brunt of it. The spicy pungent powder blasted directly into his face, invading his eyes, nose, and mouth. My eyes! My eyes! Dong screamed, clutching his eyes, and rolling on the ground in agony, as if someone had thrown a handful of burning sand into his eyes. Then the air current swept through the entire hallway. Achoo! Achoo! Cough, cough, cough. The already barely tolerable smoke became even more violent due to the stirred air combined with the pervasive chili and pepper powder. It was a living hell. Cough. What? What is this? Cough. It's burning me. Help. I can't take it. Cough, cough. My eyes. I can't open my eyes. The once ferocious crowd instantly fell into chaos. Over 20 people crammed in the narrow hallway, coughing uncontrollably, tears streaming down their faces, like rats thrown into a gas chamber. The cries of children, the screams of adults, and the coughing rose and fell, shaking the floorboards. Aunt Lou suffered the most. She had been shouting orders with her mouth wide open, and a mouthful of chili powder went straight into her lungs. Cough, 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 cough. She coughed so hard she couldn't straighten her back, feeling like her lungs were about to come out, her throat burning as if scorched by fire. Retreat! Retreat! She wanted to shout retreat, but only a hoarse bellows-like rasp came out. Run! Someone shouted, and the crowd began to surge madly downstairs. But the hallway was narrow, still cluttered with debris, and the fire was burning. The stampede became even more chaotic. People tripped and were trampled. Ah! Don't step on me. Cough. Move. Get out of the way. But in the fight for survival, who cared about neighborly bonds? Ergang kicked an old man blocking his way and trampled over him as he rushed downstairs. Lin Qian was also pressed against the wall, a strand of her hair singed, her face covered in soot and tears, looking as wretched as a beggar. Block it. Cough. Block his vent. Though Aunt Lou was coughing as if on the verge of death, her venomous spite kept her from giving up. She pointed hysterically at the vent above, which was spewing toxic fumes, and screamed. On December 5th, Monday at midnight, the commotion outside hadn't ceased. Though the recent wave of combined assault had deterred many, there were always those reckless souls willing to risk death for survival. Especially Auntie Lou, that stubborn old woman whose lungs seemed to be coughing themselves apart, yet she still barked orders. Block it. Use wet towels to cover your mouths and noses. His exhaust fan stopped. No more poison gas. Doggone. Get the drill. The hallway was in chaos, like a midnight market. Inside the room, Lu Ming sat on the sofa watching the clock on the wall strike 12. Monday. He yawned casually, turning off the tablet, playing Tom and Jerry. It was time for the blind box again. Though Mondays usually offered trash, a box of toothpaste, or a few pairs of socks, at this critical juncture Lu Ming habitually opened the black app. The skull icon flickered. Open. No golden light, no special effects. Just an ordinary flash of white. Then two red metal cans appeared on the coffee table, looking like fire extinguishers, but slightly thinner, entirely crimson, with a prominent yellow skull emblem. Congratulations. You have obtained Police Riot Control Pepper Spray 500 ml Large Capacity Pepper Spray version X2. Description: this is no toy like the small personal defense sprays. It's a riot-grade device containing a high-concentration mixture of OC oleoresin capsicum and CS tear gas. Range 58 meters. Diffuse spray. Effect: contact with skin feels like burning. Inhaling it is like being cut with a knife. Instant blindness, respiratory spasms, violent coughing, incapacitation for over 30 minutes. Note: do not use in a headwind unless you want to commit suicide. Heh. Lu Ming chuckled. This system was truly brilliant. It delivered a pillow just when he felt drowsy, giving him exactly what he needed. The chili powder and pepper earlier were irritating, but were just dust. A wet cloth over the mouth could endure it. But this was chemical warfare, a liquid mist that seeped everywhere. Not even a gas mask, if slightly loose, could prevent choking one into a fool. Zzz. At that moment, the piercing sound of a drill came from the door. The noise of an impact drill on metal grating on the teeth. Dong returned with a few reedy desperados, their faces wrapped in wet towels, only their fierce eyes visible, carrying power drills snatched from neighbors. Drill it, damn it. I don't believe this door can stop a drill bit. Dagong pressed the drill hard against the lock of the blast-proof door, sparks flying as it spun wildly. Though progress was slow, the noise was unbearable. Frowning, Lu Ming picked up the heavy can of pepper spray and walked to the entrance. But he didn't act rashly, courtesy before force. He pressed the intercom button, and his voice echoed through the high-fidelity speaker. Last chance. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get downstairs. The hallway fell silent for a moment, at the sudden voice, only the drill still buzzing. Fuck you. Dagong stopped cursing through the wet towel, his voice muffled. Lu Ming, you little bastard. Scared, huh? I tell you, not even the Jade Emperor can save you today. Brothers, keep at it. The door's about to open. Once it does, we feast. These people had gone mad. Hunger and the earlier humiliation had stripped them of reason, leaving only one thought: break and loot, kill. As for the warning, to them, it was just Lu Ming's last desperate struggle. Good words are wasted on the damned. Lu Ming shook his head, the last trace of warmth leaving his eyes. He gently slid open the cover of the tactical firing port. Click. But Dagong, absorbed in drilling, didn't notice this detail, and even if he had, he couldn't have reacted in time. Lu Ming extended the red nozzle of the spray into the opening, aiming at the heads of the crowd outside. Time for a facial. He pressed the red trigger. PSSH. A dense orange-red mist shot out instantly, with immense pressure sounding like a pressure cooker releasing steam. What the? Dagong managed only 2 words. Then a blood-curdling scream exploded in the hallway. It wasn't a human cry, it was the sound of a pig being slaughtered. The high-concentration pepper spray erupted in the narrow enclosed space, hitting Dagong first and hardest. The orange-red liquid splattered across his face, seeping through his eyelids and the edges of his wet towel. Pain, excruciating pain. It felt like a red-hot branding iron pressed against his eyeballs, or as if his entire face had been peeled off and doused in sulfuric acid. Dagong dropped the drill, clawing frantically at his face, his nails tearing his skin, blood mixing with the pepper spray. But it wasn't over. He took an involuntary breath. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Ugh! The acrid gas invaded his lungs, triggering immediate respiratory spasms, his lungs feeling as if countless knives were slicing them. Help! Help! Dagong writhed on the ground, banging his head against the wall in a desperate attempt to alleviate the unbearable torment. Those behind him fared no better. The spray was diffuse, and with the 500 milliliters capacity Lu Ming had used half in one go. The entire 18th floor hallway instantly turned into a red gas chamber. Ah! It burns. So hot. Cough, cough. I can't take it. I'm dying. I'm blind. I can't see. Screams rose one after another, 100 times more harrowing than the smoke-induced chaos earlier. Some covered their faces and ran wildly, crashing into walls with bloody heads. Others lay on the ground, vomiting, even bile spilling out. A young man with a crowbar, who had been hiding at the back, tried to flee as the mist drifted over, but his eyes wouldn't open, and he slipped tumbling down the stairs. Ouch. My back. This set off a chain reaction like dominoes. Others in their blind panic stumbled toward the stairwell and rolled down like balls, crashing into those below. Holy shit. Who stepped on me? Don't push. Ah. The stairwell was utter chaos, the cries of agony echoing all the way down to the 16th floor. In the corridor, the screams continued, the heart-wrenching sound oddly appetizing. Lu Ming stood at the entrance, playing with the half-empty spray bottle in his hand. Can't take it anymore. He shook his head. They were still too young. This was nothing. Though the pepper spray was potent, these people would hold a grudge once they recovered. Especially that Aunt Lu. That old woman's heart was smaller than a needle's. After suffering such a loss today, she would surely plot revenge. I need to teach them a lesson. A profound one. Lu Ming tossed the spray onto the shoe cabinet and turned into the bathroom. Under the sink coiled a black high-pressure hose, which he had specially installed during renovation. It connected to a massive 5-ton water tank in the second bedroom, even equipped with a booster pump. He had originally intended to use it as a water gun to spray anyone who dared to defile his doorstep, but today it came in handy. Click! He connected the water gun nozzle, powered it on, and the booster pump hummed low. Lu Ming tried squeezing the trigger. Sizzle! A powerful jet of water shot out, smacking against the tiles with a loud patter. This pressure could strip car paint. What would it do to a person? Heh. The sheer agony. Lu Ming dragged the hose to the door, took a deep breath, and placed his hand on the handle of the blast-proof door. Click! It was the sound of the lock retracting. Amid the chaotic screams it was faint, but those outside had sharp ears. The door's open! Someone shouted. De Gang, who was rolling on the ground clutching his eyes, stopped. Water! There's water inside! I need to wash my eyes! Let me in! Charge! Human survival instinct was truly terrifying. Even with eyes burning and lungs coughing the moment they heard the door open, they crawled toward it like zombies drawn to meat. Aunt Lu led the charge. Though coughing half to death, her greed drove her. Move! Everyone move aside! His aunt! Let me go first! She scrambled toward the slowly opening door. The door opened, truly opened. The warm air inside mixed with a faint scent of incense rushed out. It smelled like heaven. But before they could step in, a sharp bang echoed. They were stunned. Behind the heavy blast-proof door was another door, a grille door welded from thick solid steel bars. It was like a prison gate separating the inside and outside into two worlds. Lu Ming stood behind the grille, dressed in clean loungewear, cotton slippers on his feet, holding a black high-pressure water gun. His eyes were cold, as if looking at the dead. Lu Ming! You little beast! Aunt Lu grabbed the grille, her smoke-blackened face pressed between the steel bars, twisted like a demon. Open the door! Give me water! I need to wash my eyes! Hurry! Or it'll die on your doorstep! The others surged forward, filthy hands reaching through the gaps to grab Lu Ming. Water! Give me water! Please! Lu Ming stepped back, a cold smirk curling on his lips. You want water? Fine. Plenty to go around. He raised the water gun, aimed at Aunt Lu's chattering mouth, and pulled the trigger. Sizzle! The high-pressure water jet shot out like a cannonball, blasting Aunt Lu square in the face. MPH! Aunt Lu was sent flying backward, her head thudding against the wall. Ah! Water! It's water! Spray me! Hurry, spray me! Those behind weren't afraid, they grew more excited. Their eyes burned fiercely, and any water was a lifesaver. De Gang even pressed his face forward. It'll wash you all! Lu Ming didn't hold back, his wrist flicked, and the water gun danced like a silver serpent. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle! Water splashed everywhere, turning the corridor into a waterfall cave. Everyone was drenched, and the burning sensation eased. Ah! I'm alive! De Gang wiped his face and gasped. But before he could catch his breath, a more terrifying sensation struck. What was the temperature outside? 50 degrees below zero, or even 60. Water turning to ice on contact wasn't a metaphor, it was a statement of fact. In the freezing corridor, the water began losing heat the moment it left the nozzle. On their bodies. Seconds, just seconds. Crack! Crack, crack! A faint sound of freezing arose. Aunt Lu tried to get up and curse, but her cotton coat suddenly felt heavy. Truly heavy, like carrying a boulder. Her prized red cotton coat, soaked through, rapidly stiffened. The soft fluff turned into hard ice chunks. Cold. Aunt Lu shivered. Before the shiver ended, she found she couldn't move. Her clothes froze, her joints locked, she was sealed in ice. Frost hung on her eyebrows and hair. Ah! My hand! De Gang also screamed. He tried to tear off the towel on his face, but it had frozen to his skin. With a yank. Rip! Skin and flesh tore away, blood froze into red ice beads as it flowed. Cold. So cold. Help! I'm frozen. The pleas for water turned into cries of despair, consumed by the extreme cold. The floor tiles were coated with a thick layer of ice, treacherously slippery. De Gang tried to run but slipped. With a loud thud, he fell flat on his back, hitting his head and seeing stars. He tried to get up, but as his hands touched the ground, he slipped again, face first. The corridor transformed into an ice rink with obstacles. Over a dozen people tumbled in the narrow space. Some tried to grab others for support, only to catch ice shards, and both rolled down together. Ow! My leg! Get off me! Damn! Chaos. Absolute chaos. Lu Ming stood behind the grill, still holding the water gun, but he had stopped. No need. Watching his neighbors put on a clownish performance, he found it amusing. This was a double whammy of physical and magical attacks. Tisk tisk. Quite a unique pose. Lu Ming looked at Aunt Lu. The old woman was frozen in a half-crawling position, like a hardened shrimp. Her face was covered in ice, lips purple-black, only her eyes moving, filled with despair. Lu! Lu Ming! She stammered, teeth chattering. You? You're so vicious. Vicious? Lu Ming laughed. Auntie, you asked for water, didn't you? I'm just fulfilling the neighbor's needs, even wasting my own water. Why blame me? Killing with words. Aunt Lu rolled her eyes, nearly fainting. All right. Lu Ming glanced at the ice layer. It would probably last a month. Bath's done, chills taken. Take care, I won't see you out. Oh, right. Lu Ming seemed to remember something. Friendly tip, go home and take off those wet clothes, or amputation would be the least of your worries. With that, ignoring the wailing outside, he slammed the blast-proof door shut and locked it. Silence. Lu Ming put away the hose in a good mood. This floor would be peaceful for a while. Climbing stairs with ice shards. The thought alone was painful. Outside, the wind howled. The mob, once aggressive, now scrambled down the stairs like beaten dogs. Truly sliding. From the 18th floor to the 17th, then the 16th. Sparks flew. Aunt Lu was kicked down, rolling like an ice ball for several floors. When she got home, her red coat couldn't be removed. She had to cut it off. Beneath, her skin was purplured and rock hard, severe frostbite. In room 1801, Lu Ming returned the water gun to its place and washed his hands. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The snow outside was still falling, burying all sins beneath a blanket of white. This is the apocalypse, he murmured. He took the bottle of ice cola from his ring. With a hiss, bubbles burst forth, and he gulped it down, a chill spreading through his heart, his spirits soaring. Just cooling you down a bit. No need to thank me. Lu Ming raised his bottle to the darkness outside the window, then turned back to continue his life as a shoot-in. As for whether those people would freeze to death, none of his business. After all, they chose their own path and wet their own shoes. Since they wanted to be bandits, they had to be prepared for the consequences of being struck down. It was only fair, wasn't it? The corridor on the 12th floor was now filled with whales. The group that had once charged up with murderous intent to plunder the rich now lay sprawled across the floor like mangy dogs scalded by boiling water. The air was thick with an indescribable stench. The smell of melted snow, the sour odor of unwashed bodies, the metallic tang of blood, and the acrid scent of urine from those who had lost control. Da Dong sat on the floor, half his face swollen, like a leaven-steamed bun, a purplish-black bruise spreading across it. One of his eyes was squeezed shut, the eyelid crusted with blood scabs. During the chaos, someone's fingernail had gouged it, and his eyeball was likely ruined. Ah! It hurts! It's killing me! He covered his face, groaning. Ergang wasn't much better off. His leg was broken, the shin bone twisted at a grotesque angle, as he leaned against the corner, gasping in pain. As for the others, though the ice crystals had melted, their clothes were soaked through. In this -50-degree environment, wet clothes were a death sentence. Many could only shiver as they stripped off their wet garments, wrapping themselves in ragged quilts salvaged from their homes, looking like a band of beggars. Someone's dead. Old one's dead. Suddenly a tearful cry came from a corner. Everyone turned to see two old men lying motionless by the stairwell. During the escape, they had been pushed down from behind and trampled alive. Their chests were caved in, blood frothing from their mouths. They had long since stopped breathing. No one spoke, no one grieved. Their eyes held only numbness and a smoldering volcanic rage ready to erupt. They had failed to seize food and had only brought trouble upon themselves. This anger needed an outlet. Lu Ming. They dared not. The memory of his fatal arrow and the water gun that could freeze men into ice sculptures had become a nightmare etched into their hearts. He was a demon not to be provoked. Since they couldn't face the demon, they would settle accounts with the guide who had led them there. Someone's gaze shifted to the red figure huddled in the corner. Auntie Lu was now the worst off. Her bright red padded jacket was torn to shreds, revealing skin mottled with bruises. Her hair was a tangled mess, and her face was covered with scrapes from tumbling down the stairs, making her look like a female ghost clawed out of a grave. It's all your fault! A middle-aged woman suddenly shrieked, her finger trembling as she pointed at Auntie Lu. Lu Guifan! You damned old hag! You were the one who urged everyone to go up. You said Lu Ming wouldn't dare fight back. You said the law couldn't punish the masses. And now... Huh? My husband's leg is broken. How are we supposed to survive? This shout was like a spark thrown into a pile of dry tinder, igniting everyone's fury instantly. Yes, it was all that old woman's fault. If she hadn't stirred things up claiming there was meat on the 18th floor, and that Lu Ming was easy prey, would they have suffered this? Pay up. Compensate me for medical expenses. My dad was trampled to death. You'll pay with your life. Beat this old witch to death. A crowd eyes bloodshot surged around her like madmen. Human nature was so twisted. When they fantasized about eating meat from the pie she had painted, Auntie Lu was their leader and good big sister. Now that the pie had vanished and they had been beaten, Auntie Lu instantly became the chief culprit. You? What are you doing? Panicked, she shrank back, trying to squeeze into the corner. This isn't my fault. I was only thinking of everyone's good. Who knew that little bastard Lu Ming would be so cruel? Before she could finish, a sharp slap landed on her face. The one who struck was none other than Dagong, now blind in one eye. His belly full of pent-up fury, hearing Auntie Lu still making excuses nearly made his lungs explode with rage. For everyone's good? Screw you. Dagong kicked Auntie Lu in the stomach. Ouch! She screamed, rolling like a ball until she hit the opposite wall. If it weren't for you, you old fool spouting nonsense, would I have lost my eye? Beat her. Beat her to death. With Dagong taking the lead, the others didn't hold back. Fists, feet, even shoesoles rained down on Auntie Lu. Stop! Please stop! Ouch! My back! Help! Murder! Auntie Lu curled up on the ground, rolling and screaming, her cries more piercing than when she had been sprayed with water. She couldn't understand why, when it was Lu Ming who had done the evil deed, she was the one being beaten. Weren't these people just shouting about sharing the blessings? How could they turn their backs faster than turning a page? Sadly, no one listened to her explanations. In this narrow, dark, stinking corridor, the mob that had just suffered a crushing defeat was venting their fear and impotence in the most primal, savage way. Just as Auntie Lu was about to be beaten to death, a cold voice came from the stairwell. It wasn't loud, but it carried weight. Everyone stopped and turned to see Zhang Chong standing there, wrapped in a military coat, an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips. Behind him were a few underlings holding steel pipes. Chong! Brother Chong! Dagong covered his eye, his voice tinged with respect. In this building, aside from the unfathomable Lu Ming, Zhang Chong was the absolute king. He was ruthless and had people backing him. Zhang Chong ignored Dagong striding into the middle of the crowd. He looked down at Auntie Lu, her face swollen from the beating, his eyes full of contempt. Tsk. Auntie Lu, aren't you supposed to be capable? Didn't you say you could handle Lu Ming? He crouched down and poked her swollen face with the unlit cigarette. It hurts. Xiangzi. Save your auntie. Auntie Lu, clutching at straws, reached out a bloodied hand to grab his pant leg. Save you? Zhang Chong laughed. I'd like to, but as you can see, everyone suffered heavy losses. There's got to be some compensation for medical expenses and emotional damages, right? Compensation. Aunt Lu froze in place. She had not a single coin left on her person. Where then could such a claim possibly come from? Zhang Chong hadn't expected her to produce anything at all. His gaze swept dismissively over her tattered cotton-padded jacket before settling on a corner behind her. There sat an oil drum, Golden Dragon blended cooking oil, 5 liters. Aunt Lu had seized it from Wang Wen's apartment and clung to it like a sacred treasure, refusing to let go even as she was beaten moments earlier. This oil is quite fine. Zhang Chong reached out and hoisted the drum. Mine. That's mine. Aunt Lu panicked. This was her last sustenance. She lunged forward to reclaim it, only to be kicked backward by one of Zhang Chong's underlings. Scram! Zhang Chong gave the drum a shake. The weight within was substantial. Consider this meager offering your compensation to everyone, and the rice remaining in your home shall also be requisitioned. From now on, I alone shall govern the distribution of supplies across this building. This was a classic case of robbery among thieves. Though Zhang Chong had never ascended to the 18th floor, he had watched closely all along. Now the group lay wounded or maimed. Aunt Lu, the most defiant thorn, had been thoroughly subdued. It was the perfect moment to absorb this disorganized rabble into his command. No objections, I trust. Zhang Chong scanned the room, his eyes sharp and merciless. Who dared object? The gang was blind, air gang crippled, the rest spineless cowards. Heads bowed low, no voice dared rise. Very well. Zhang Chong nodded satisfied. Disperse. Tend your wounds. Rest. Sleep. From now on you follow my orders. As for Lu Ming. Zhang Chong glanced upward, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes, but greed burned brighter still. Sooner or later he'll be ours. With that he strode off with his cronies, the oil drum swinging in his grip, leaving behind nothing but chaos and scattered debris. The crowd dispersed slowly. No one paused to aid Aunt Lu on the floor, some even spat upon her as they passed. The hallway sank once more into deathly silence. Only Aunt Lu remained lying motionless upon the icy concrete. She could not move. Every limb screamed with pain, her bones felt shattered. Cold. That biting chill seeped through her ragged jacket, making her teeth chatter violently. Lu Ming! Zhang Chong! And Lu stared up at the dim ceiling. Her once sharp triangular eyes were now swollen shut, yet through the narrow slit a venomous light glinted colder than a serpent's gaze. She seethed, with Lu Ming for withholding food, with Zhang Chong for seizing advantage in crisis, with her neighbors for abandoning her in her hour of need. I'm not done yet. She forced the words between clenched teeth. As long as I don't die, I will kill you all. December 6th, Tuesday. At last the hallway fell utterly silent. The nauseating stench of blood and urine, frozen solid in the sub-zero 50-degree cold, had crystallized into odorless brittle lumps. Before apartment 1801 the black blast-proof door stood immovable and unyielding, a silent stoic gatekeeper. Only a thick layer of ice coated the floor before it, sealing within its translucent shell several lost shoes and splotches of dark crimson. Inside the apartment Lu Ming sat in an ergonomic chair, idly manipulating a remote control. Buzz, buzz, buzz! A palm-sized micro-drone hovered at the entrance hall, responding precisely to his fingers' subtle motions as it drifted toward the small firing port. Since the hallway outside had fallen quiet, it was time to assess the situation. Though surveillance cameras were installed, blind spots remained, and last night's condensation had fogged the lenses, rendering them nearly useless. The drone slipped silently through the firing port, transmitting live footage to his tablet. Horrendous. That was Lu Ming's immediate impression. The corridor resembled a landfill. Torn cotton jackets, ruined footwear, shattered thermos linings littered the floor. Walls bore thick soot stains, the grim legacy of fire-based assault. And those patches of frozen blood, vivid, grotesque, and unmistakable beneath a high-definition lens. Utterly filthy. Lu Ming frowned. These people might be inept warriors, but masters of generating filth they certainly were. He guided the drone in a slow circuit through the hallway, confirming no ambushes lingered. Then, descending cautiously down the stairwell, the 17th floor empty, the 16th floor equally deserted. Evidently they had truly been cowed. The two elderly corpses had been removed, leaving only long dragging streaks across the floor, chilling to behold. Temporary safety secured. Lu Ming retracted the drone and sealed the firing port tight. Though chaotic, this skirmish had conclusively validated the shelter's defensive integrity. Physical defense flawless. Even drills and fire failed to budge the door an inch. Chemical defense equally impeccable. Pepper spray and tear gas proved devastatingly effective within confined spaces. Still, Lu Ming set down the remote and tapped lightly on the tabletop. Active defenses require reinforcement. This time their inexperience saved us. But what if next time they arrive with explosives, or lower ropes from above to shatter the windows? Though the windows were bulletproof, enduring the psychological torment of intruders dangling outside them was intolerable. A deterrent was needed, one so fearsome that none would dare approach within range. As he pondered, his phone vibrated softly. Ding! An app notification. Lu Ming checked the time: midnight. Open! He tapped casually, without expectation. A faint pulse of white light shimmered and two objects materialized upon the carpet. Congratulations, medical-grade UV sterilization cart, mobile dual-tube 1. Congratulations, high-explosive double-pop firecrackers box of 100. Description: double-pop, not for children. Designed for the Nyan beast. Enhanced powder load, dual detonation, shockwave rivaling that of a miniature hand grenade. Warning: never ignite manually, unless you wish to lose your hand. Rather intriguing. Lu Ming regarded the sterilization cart. Excellent. Deploy it into the hallway, activate for 10 minutes, and not even dust mites would survive. not to mention bacteria or viruses. As for the box of double pops, Lu Ming walked over, opened the crate. Each crimson firecracker was as thick as a rolling pin, dense, heavy in his palm. This was no mere firework, it was a crude bomb. Imagine launching one through the firing port. Boom! Just picturing it brought a rare wry smile to his lips. Clang! In good spirits, Lu Ming waved his hand, and both items vanished into his spatial storage. With 100 double pops now in reserve, his physical arsenal had gained meaningful augmentation. Lethality against humans remained uncertain, but crippling injuries highly probable. He moved to the bar counter and brewed himself a cup of coffee, hand-ground Blue Mountain, rich and aromatic. Within these walls, tranquil serenity. Beyond them, a living hellscape. Carrying the steaming mug, Lu Ming approached the control console and switched on an antique shortwave radio, the sole auditory lifeline, since all networks and communication towers had collapsed. Hiss! Hiss! Patiently he adjusted the tuning knob. At last a fragmented voice emerged, hoarse, weary, saturated with despair. Hiss! This is Municipal Emergency Command Center. All shelters at capacity. Hiss! Critical shortages of supplies. Rescue teams unable to deploy. Roads frozen, too thick. Citizens are urged to self-rescue. Hiss! Remain indoors whenever possible. The signal faded rapidly, drowned at last by static. Lu Ming switched off the radio, and as he had anticipated, everything had utterly collapsed. Even the official forces appeared powerless in the face of this global calamity. The fact that even rescue teams couldn't deploy meant that a state of complete anarchy had arrived. No law, no morality, only survival. The real darkness has only just begun. Lu Ming took a sip of hot coffee, the bitter taste spread across his tongue. He gazed out the window at the raging snowstorm, his eyes as calm as a pool of dead water. Last night's farce was merely an appetizer. Those neighbors were just ravenous dogs, fierce but brainless. As long as you struck hard enough, they would retreat. But some were different. Lu Ming's mind conjured the face of Zhang Chang, a man with a face full of brutal flesh. He was a wolf that could endure scheme and had yet to bare its fangs. Throughout the chaos last night, Zhang Chang had never shown his face. He was surely waiting for the cannon fodder to die, waiting for Lu Ming to reveal a weakness. Let's see who dies first. Lu Ming set down his coffee cup, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Downstairs, in the corner of the fourth-floor hall, the air was cold enough to crack a person's lungs. Zhang Chang, wrapped in a grime-stained military overcoat, sat on a pile of broken timber, holding a whetstone. Squeak! Squeak! He was sharpening a knife. It was a watermelon knife looted from some unknown place, its blade notched, but now gleaming with a frigid white light under his grinding. The underlings around him huddled nearby, not daring to breathe. Chang's aura was too terrifying today. At Zhang Chang's feet lay a person, Lin Qian, who no longer even had the strength to shiver from the cold. She wore a filthy down jacket, a spoil Zhang Chang had stripped from a corpse and tossed to her. Her face was now a patch of purple, her lips cracked, and her once expressive big eyes were filled with terror and the pallor of death. Cold. So cold, she murmured faintly, like a dying cat. Zhang Chang paused his work, testing the blade with his thumb. It was sharp enough to kill now. He turned to look at Lin Qian on the ground, his eyes devoid of any pity, only the cold indifference of appraising goods. Cold? Zhang Chang grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. Cold is right, only the dead don't feel cold. He nudged Lin Qian's backside with his foot. Stop playing dead. Get up. Lin Qian struggled to lift her head, her gaze unfocused as she looked at him. Changge, give me a bite to eat. It'll do anything. 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 Zhang Chang repeated the words with a mocking tone. Suddenly he reached out and grabbed Lin Qian by the hair, forcing her head up. You do look pitiful. But? Zhang Chang studied her face, dirty but still revealing its underlying features, a flicker of lechery in his eyes, but more calculation. Just sleeping with me won't get you food. In this world now, food is worth more than people. Lin Qian felt despair. Was she really going to starve to death here? Just then Zhang Chang suddenly released her, tossing her to the ground like trash. But? That face of yours. It might still be useful. Zhang Chang stood up and looked at the ceiling, his gaze seeming to pierce through a dozen floors to land on the warm room 1801. A direct assault wouldn't work. He'd have to change tactics. A honey trap. Zhang Chong stroked the stubble on his chin, his smile growing more ferocious, like a demon crawling out of hell. In the fourth-floor hall, the air was cold enough to freeze the marrow of one's bones. It wasn't ordinary cold. It was a damp, bone-piercing chill. Zhang Chong held the watermelon knife, scraping the blade twice against the sole of his shoe, producing a grating sound. Lin Qian huddled in a corner, the filthy down jacket on her, felt as if she were wearing nothing. Now not a trace remained of her former influencer persona. Her hair was a tangled mess, her face covered in grime and frostbite, her lips chapped and peeling. She looked no different from a stray dog on the street. "Hungry?" Zhang Chong suddenly asked. Lin Qian shuddered, looking up at him, her eyes filled only with fear and a starved greeny greed. "Hungry? Changge, I'm hungry." Zhang Chong grinned, revealing his smoke-stained yellow teeth. He fumbled in his pocket for a moment and pulled out half a loaf of bread. The bread had been sitting for who knows how long. The edges were hard as stone, and a patch of green mold had grown in the middle, disgusting to look at. "Here." Zhang Chong tossed it casually. The bread fell onto the dusty floor, rolling to Lin Qian's feet. In the past, she wouldn't have given such a thing a second glance. But now, she lunged at it, grabbed the dust and mold-covered bread, and shoved it into her mouth without even looking. Cough! Cough! The bread was too dry, choking her until her eyes rolled back, but she couldn't bear to spit it out. She pounded her chest, forcing the rock-like morsel down her throat. It was delicious. Even with the musty taste, it was carbohydrates. It was life. Zhang Chong watched her finish unhurried and slowly lit a cigarette. The lighter clicked several times before catching the flame flickering in the cold wind. "Full!" Zhang Chong blew out a smoke ring. "No, not yet." Lin Qian licked the breadcrumbs off her fingers, looking at Zhang Chong pitifully. "Changge, is there more?" "There is." Zhang Chong smiled, a particularly bright smile. "I have plenty of food. You saw earlier, I was doing it for everyone's good, collecting all of Aunt Liu's stash. Want some?" Lin Qian nodded frantically, like a chicken pecking at rice. "If you want to eat, you have to work." Zhang Chong stood up, walked over to Lin Qian, and looked down at her. His gaze wasn't that of looking at a person, but rather at a commodity waiting to be appraised. "We don't keep idlers here. If you want my protection and something to eat, you have to prove your worth." Lin Qian froze, instinctively pulling her collar tighter. Changge, I can." She thought he wanted that. "What are you thinking?" Zhang Chong snorted derisively, kicking her in the shin. "In your current state, I wouldn't touch you even if you paid me." The kick was hard. Lin Qian curled up in pain, tears welling in her eyes. "Then, I want you to deal with Lu Ming." Zhang Chong crouched down, grabbing Lin Qian by the hair and forcing her to look upward. "Lu Ming!" At the name, Lin Qian trembled all over, her eyes filled with terror. "No, I can't. Hell, kill me." The scene from last night still haunted her. The high-pressure water gun, the frozen old lady, and those merciless taunts. Lu Ming was no longer the Lu Ming of old. Now, he was a devil, a merciless king of hell. "Kill you!" Zhang Chong released her and smoothed her messy hair, his gesture almost gentle. "Silly girl, think about it. Last night he sprayed everyone, even that old hag Lu. Why didn't he spray you?" Lin Qian was stunned. Yes. Last night was such chaos that everyone suffered. The gang was blinded, Air Gang was crippled, and while she too had endured the cold, she was practically unscathed compared to the others. "Why?" she murmured to herself. "Because he's a man." Zhang Chong leaned close to her ear, his voice low and laced with a seductive persuasion. "Men are all the same, cheap bastards. Back then they worshipped you like a goddess. Even if they turn on you now, there's bound to be some lingering affection. He didn't kill you because he can't bear to part with you. That's your chance." Though Zhang Chong's logic was pure sophistry to Lin Qian, at this moment it felt like a lifeline. Was it true? Did Lu Ming still harbor feelings for her? After all, he used to fawn over her so much, bringing breakfast and gifts. No matter how cold she was to him, he never lost his temper. How could such feelings just vanish? "But what he said last night, that was just angry talk." Zhang Chong cut her off. "Men need face. You embarrassed him in front of everyone. How could he not be furious?" As long as you're willing to bend, willing to. Zhang Chong made a vulgar gesture and chuckled slyly. No man can resist easy prey, especially a goddess he once couldn't reach, now groveling at his feet like a bitch in heat. That kind of conquest, no man can withstand it. Lin Qian bit her lip, her mind in a fierce turmoil. Was it shameful? Yes. But compared to starving or freezing to death, what was a little shame? I'll try. That's right. Zhang Chong patted her face with satisfaction, his hand heavy enough to make a sharp smack. If you succeed, we split the supplies in that room. But if you don't... His expression suddenly shifted, his eyes turning colder than the ice and snow outside. Then get out. It's 60 below zero out there. Perfect for a frozen statue to guard the door. Lin Qian shuddered in fear, nodding frantically. I'll go. December 7th, Wednesday. Just past midnight. The wind outside was still howling fiercely, a mournful wail, like countless tormented souls. Inside room 1801 it was warm and cozy. Lu Ming, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, sat cross-legged on the carpet. Time to claim the prize. He rubbed his hands together and tapped open the black app. The skull icon flickered twice. Wednesday's rewards were usually random. Sometimes something good, sometimes a pile of useless paper. Give me something big. Lu Ming muttered a silent prayer and tapped his finger. A flash of white light. Damn it. Congratulations. You have obtained top-tier Muzang King Durian X5 5 kilograms per fruit premium tree ripened version. Description: this isn't the unripe garbage from supermarkets. These are premium picks freshly harvested from old Malaysian trees and sealed immediately. The flesh is golden smooth as ice cream with an aroma. Well, overwhelmingly dominant. Note: ensure ventilation when eating or risk neighborhood disputes, though neighborhood relations are hardly a concern now. Holy shit! Lu Ming stared at the 5 massive objects that had appeared on the carpet, his eyes wide. Before the apocalypse, this was the Hermes of fruits, insanely expensive. And now in this wasteland. This was a biological weapon. The spiky green shells looked prickly to the touch, but more than that, it was the smell. Even before cracking it open, a faint, unique fragrance began to waft through the room. Durian! Lu Ming swallowed hard. He was a die-hard durian addict. That odor, both foul and fragrant, sickly sweet, was torture to those who hated it, but an addictive poison to those who loved it. Let's crack one open. Without a second thought, Lu Ming grabbed a knife from the kitchen, pressed it against the largest durian, found the seam, and pried with all his might. Crack! It split open. A burst of rich, overpowering aroma exploded into the air. How to describe that smell? It was like mixing 100 pairs of month-old sweaty socks with the finest cream ice cream, then letting it ferment for 3 days and 3 nights. Foul. Yet so fragrant it made your scalp tingle. Lu Ming took a deep breath, his face a picture of bliss. Incredible. He pulled apart the shell, revealing the plump segments of flesh within. Golden, glistening with a waxy sheen on the surface. It looked soft and sticky. A gentle press with a finger left a deep indentation. Lu Ming grabbed a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. The creamy texture melted on his tongue like the richest cheese or the finest butter. Sweetness that reached the heart. The aftertaste carried a hint of that distinctive bitterness, a complexity only found in premium old tree durians. Heavenly! Lu Ming took a sip of ice-cold cola, the contrast of hot and cold sending a shiver of pleasure through every pore. As he ate, he glanced at the exhaust fan nearby. The positive pressure system was on, ensuring one-way airflow. Which meant the smell in the room would be channeled through the vents, continuously pouring into the hallway. Heh? Lu Ming let out a sly grin. With such good stuff, why keep it to himself? Let the neighbors get a whiff, too. He walked to the control panel and cranked the exhaust fan to maximum power. Whoosh! The powerful draft swept the overwhelming durian scent through the ducts, blasting it directly into the sealed hallway. 4th floor. Zhang Chong was plotting how to make Lin Qian play out this sob story. Suddenly his nose twitched. What's that smell? One of his underlings caught it too. Something stinks. Did someone crap their pants? The odor came on fast and strong, seeping down the stairwell. Though it had faded a bit by the 4th floor, its penetrating power was impossible to ignore. No! Zhang Chong shot up, sniffing hard. The stench was laced with a cloying sweetness. Back when he worked as a gym coach, he'd often see rich women bringing this stuff to eat, claiming it was nutritious. It's durian! Zhang Chang's eyes lit up, gleaming with greed. Durian! Lin Qian smelled it too. That familiar scent instantly stirred the cravings in her stomach. She used to love this stuff. She'd always make Lu Ming buy the most expensive kind, taking a bite and tossing the rest. Such extravagance. But now, growl. Her stomach betrayed her with a thunderous rumble. It smelled so good, so incredibly good. In this apocalypse filled with the stench of mold and decay, that scent of food was like a summons from heaven. Damn. That guy is living it up. Zhang Chang licked his cracked lips, his Adam's apple bobbing. He could picture Lu Ming sitting in his warm room wolfing down that golden oily flesh. That stuff was high calorie. One piece was worth 3 days of dry bread. Smell that? Zhang Chang turned to Lin Qian, who was practically drooling, his expression growing even more savage. He's eating durian. If you can get him to open that door. Zhang Chang pointed upward, his voice dripping with irresistible temptation. All that stuff will be yours. The hall on the 4th floor was as cold as an enormous ice cellar. The frigid wind poured in through the broken windows, seams wailing like the cries of ghosts. Zhang Chang finished his last cigarette, tossed the butt on the ground, and stamped it out. He pulled a windproof lighter from his bosom and kicked a broken iron tin toward Lin Qian. With a clang, the tin rolled to her feet. Go get some snow and melt it to wash your face. Zhang Chang stared at Lin Qian's face, smeared with black soot. Looking like that, even ghosts would have nightmares. You think you can seduce Lu Ming? Lin Qian trembled in fear. She dared not retort, and could only obediently pick up the iron tin. Outside it was 60 degrees below zero. The water pipes had long frozen and burst, even the sewage in the drains had turned into solid blocks. To wash her face, she had to scrape snow from the windowsill. Shivering, she crawled to the broken window, grabbed a handful of blackened snow, and stuffed it into the tin. The moment her fingers touched the icy shards beneath, they went numb instantly. She tried to light the lighter, but her hand shook so violently that it took several attempts to spark a flame. A faint tongue of fire licked the bottom of the tin. But such meager warmth was utterly insignificant in this extreme cold. After more than 10 minutes of heating, only a thin layer of snow had melted. The water was icy and biting, with black dust floating in it. Lin Qian gritted her teeth and dabbed the freezing water onto her face. Hiss! Cold. So cold. The moment the icy water touched her skin, the chilblains ached with a piercing pain, as if needles were stabbing her. After forcing herself to rub a few times, half the black grime was washed away, revealing frostbitten purplish skin beneath. There were several bruises around her eyes and mouth left from a fight over supplies 2 days ago. But Zhang Chang paid no heed. Leaning against the wall, he continued, Fix yourself up. Don't tell me you didn't even bring any makeup. Lin Qian quickly nodded. She had a small LV bag. When fleeing for her life, she had brought nothing else, clutching this bag tightly to her chest. Inside there was no food, only high-end cosmetics from top brands. Once, these were her lifelines, foundation worth thousands of yuan, a bottle, limited edition lipsticks. Now when she took them out, they were all ruined. The foundation had frozen into a hard stone, impossible to pour out. The lipstick was rock solid too, like a piece of chalk. Panic surged in Lin Qian. This was her last chance. She clenched the lipstick in her palm, breathing hot air on it, and rubbed it for ages until she managed to soften a thin layer on the surface. By the dim light of a flashlight, she leaned close to a shard of broken glass and began applying it to her face bit by bit. The foundation wouldn't spread, so she had to scrape it off with her nails and smear it onto her cheeks, leaving patchy white spots like peeling plaster. The lipstick on her cracked lips was glaringly red. The bruises couldn't be covered, so she layered on more foundation. After all this fuss, her face looked nothing like a glamorous internet star. Instead, she resembled a corpse just wheeled out of the morgue. The ghastly pale base paired with the blood-red lips was truly eerie in this gloomy stairwell. Enough, stop that damn messing around. Zhang Chang couldn't bear it anymore. He grabbed a piece of clothing from a pile of junk and flung it at Lin Qian's face. Put this on. Lin Qian caught it, and her eyes widened instantly. It was a black silk slip dress with a deep neck and lace trim so thin it was almost transparent. It was something Zhang Chang had dug out from a dead person's house yesterday. Brother Chang. This. Her voice quivered, teeth chattering. Wearing this now. ITLL, kill me. Cut the crap. Zhang Chang's eyes bulged as he raised his hand as if to strike. You can't catch a wolf without risking the bait. Dressed like a bear, you think Lu Ming would look at you. What he lacks is a woman. Strip. Change right here. Lin Qian bit her lip until it bled, the taste of blood spreading in her mouth. Several of Zhang Chong's underlings were watching. De Gang, blind in one eye, was leering with a greenish glint in the other. Gang with a broken leg craned his neck to stare as well. With no choice to survive, for that fragrant durian, she had to obey. She unzipped her filthy down jacket, and the cold wind rushed in instantly. Lin Qian shook all over, goosebumps covering her body. She quickly stripped off her ragged sweater underneath and slipped into the flimsy silk slip dress. The silk clung to her frozen skin like a solid block of ice, her long legs trembling uncontrollably in the 60 below zero air. Tisk tisk, so fair. Gang swallowed his saliva beside her, almost drooling. De Gang chimed in. With a figure like that, it's a shame not to sell it. Zhang Chong kicked Gang's broken leg. Aw, damn it. Gang screamed in pain. What are you looking at? This dish is reserved for Lu Ming. Zhang Chong cursed. He picked up the tattered down jacket from the floor and tossed it to Lin Qian. Wrap up. Take it off when you get up there. Lin Qian quickly pulled the jacket tight, zipping it all the way up. With a sheer slip dress underneath and a ragged coat on top, this stark contrast was a cruel joke in this devouring apocalypse. Just then a woman emerged from the stairwell, Sister Wang from the 8th floor. This woman had always been jealous of Lin Qian's youth and beauty in the neighborhood's group chat. Sister Wang was carrying a broken basin, also out to gather snow. Looking up, she saw Lin Qian's get up, her face painted like a paper effigy, with a strip of black lace peeking out from under the down jacket. Sister Wang froze for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. Oh, what times are these? And you're still putting on a show. Think you're something special. Sister Wang rolled her eyes. Can't even get a bite to eat, and you're still thinking of selling your body for food. Who's that slutty outfit for? Take a look at your ghostly self in a puddle. Do you think Lu Ming with all his food and drink would want a worn-out shoe like you? Sister Wang's words were venomous, each one stabbing into Lin Qian's heart. Lin Qian trembled with rage, her fingers digging into her palms until they left bloody marks. But she didn't dare talk back. Zhang Chong was watching. She was just a tool now, worse than a dog with no right to lose her temper. She could only silently vow in her heart, go on, curse all you want. Once I latch onto Lu Ming, once I eat durian, and live in a heated room, once I get those supplies. The first thing he'll do is kill you, you old hag. Room 1801. The heating is set high, and the lingering aroma of premium Maoshan Wang durian has yet to dissipate. Lu Ming, dressed in a short-sleeved pure cotton t-shirt, lounges comfortably on a genuine leather sofa. He holds a cup of freshly made hot latte in his hand, topped with a thick layer of milk foam steaming warmly. In front of him, a high-definition tablet sits on the coffee table, its screen divided into several surveillance feeds displaying every movement in the 4th-floor lobby in real time. There's also a micro-drone that was just deployed this afternoon. Its cold resistance is exceptional. It clings to the corner of the ceiling, capturing the antics below with its night vision lens, clearly showing even the frostbite spots on Lin Qian's face. Lu Ming burst into laughter, almost spilling his coffee. He gazed at Lin Qian's pale face on the screen, and her lips red, as if she had eaten a dead rat. Is she going to perform in a zombie apocalypse? This is absolutely ridiculous. Lu Ming shook his head, setting his coffee cup down. Painting a face in minus 60 degrees, hell takes guts. And she's wearing a summer silk camisole. These people truly have a unique way of thinking. Do they really believe they are filming a terrible drama about a domineering CEO falling in love? Just taking off a piece of clothing, and the male lead can't move. Lu Ming has already died once in his past life. His kindness only led to him being butchered into pieces. Women. In the apocalypse, women are nothing but trouble, entirely worthless except for wasting food. If they only have looks without value, he wouldn't even want them taking up space, let alone one who had pushed him toward death in his past life. A green tea. Lu Ming picked up a wet wipe from the table, cleaning the oil stains from the durian off his hands. He casually pressed a button on the control panel, turning on the sensor lights outside the blast door. The blinding cold white light instantly illuminated the corridor on the 18th floor, the ground covered with a thick layer of ice, a remnant of last night's water gun fight. The stage is already set, the lights are on now, they just await the female lead to take the stage. Just a bit of fun in a dull life. Lu Ming changed to a more comfortable position, grabbing a handful of plain sunflower seeds to snack on. In the stairwell, it was pitch black. Lin Qian was climbing up step by step on the icy stairs. With each step, the cold wind rushed in through the hem of her down jacket, slicing against her bare legs like knives, making her teeth chatter uncontrollably. Upon reaching the 10th floor, a familiar stench assaulted her senses. It was the bloody scent left from the robbery 2 days ago by De Gang and the others. There were still frozen bloodstains on the ground that nearly made Lin Qian vomit. She covered her nose and continued climbing. Upon reaching the 17th floor, as she turned the corner, she was met face to face with Liang Zi's corpse still hanging on the wall. The crossbow bolt in his throat was dark, and Liang Zi's eyes were wide open, staring fixedly at the corridor. Lin Qian's legs turned to jelly, and she fell directly onto the ice, her knees thudding painfully. But she dared not stop nor turn back. It felt as if Zhang Chang's gaze was still fixed on her back, a gaze that could kill. If she didn't act, Zhang Chang would really throw her outside to freeze into an ice sculpture. Ahead was the 18th floor. It was warm barbecue, the only hope of survival. Lin Qian gritted her teeth, supporting herself against the wall to stand up. Almost there. Just a bit further. As long as she could reach that black blast door, let Lu Ming see her pathetic appearance, and then take off this filthy outfit right in front of him to reveal her favorite sexy nightgown underneath. He would definitely soften up. He must. Lin Qian continuously brainwashed herself, pumping herself up. This is the last chance she must win over Lu Ming. Moments later, Lin Qian finally crawled to the 18th floor. The bright white light in the corridor was blinding, and the ice on the ground was slippery. She slipped slightly underfoot, nearly falling again. Frightened, she hurriedly leaned against the wall to steady herself, gasping for air. The cold wind filled with ice shards froze her chest painfully. She rubbed her frozen fingers, raised her hand, and pressed the doorbell with a camera. Ding dong. The doorbell echoed in the empty corridor. Lin Qian leaned towards the blast door, deliberately making her voice very soft, tinged with a hint of a whiny cry. Lu Ming, you're in there, right? It's me, Qian. But after waiting for a while, there was no response from inside. Lin Qian bit her frostbitten lips and continued her performance. Lu Ming, I miss you so much. I've been dreaming about our past days these few days. It was all my fault before. I was too willful and had a bad temper. I really know I was wrong now. Can you forgive me? Seeing Lu Ming not responding, she started fabricating lies to play the emotional card. Do you remember when we were in college? That winter was especially cold. You stuffed my frozen hands into your clothes to warm them, saying you'd always be good to me in this lifetime. And that time I had a high fever, you ran through the rain for several streets to buy me porridge. I remember all of that. I've always had you in my heart. These words are quite touching. If it were a naive person unaware of the truth, they'd probably soften up and open the door by now. In room 1801. Lu Ming leaned back on the leather sofa, looking at the white face with bright red lips on the surveillance screen, sneering softly. This woman truly has thick skin. In his past life, it was this pitiful guise that deceived him. Now that he has a second chance, she's pulling the same trick, truly thinking he's some kind of begging dog. Lu Ming pressed the switch for the microphone and turned the volume up to maximum, broadcasting it throughout the entire floor. Oh, is that so? Lu Ming's voice transmitted through the loudspeaker, booming loudly, shaking the entire corridor. You have such a good memory. Then how can I remember that during our senior year winter you cried and made a fuss to get me to give you all my living expenses for some limited edition Chanel bag? I was forced to eat pickled vegetable noodles for a month, and you turned around and got into someone else's BMW. Did you forget about that? The sound traveled down the stairwell. Downstairs. On the 16th floor, 15th floor, all the way to the 4th floor. Zhang Chang and De Gang were all ears, listening intently. This crumbling building was now eerily quiet, with a loudspeaker blaring. Everyone in the building could hear it clearly. Those starving neighbors perked up one by one. Oh my, turns out she's a gold digger. De Gang, who had lost an eye on the 4th floor, was currently grinning widely. She usually acts like a saint, but for a bag she made someone eat instant noodles for a month. This girl really plays dirty. Sister Wan even laughed out loud. You're exposed now, still pretending to be innocent. Do you really think all men in the world are fools? At the entrance of the 18th floor, Lin Qian's face flushed a deep red to her neck. Although her face was frostbitten, and it was hard to see any color, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Now the entire building was listening to her plea for reconciliation, and her past was thoroughly exposed by Lu Ming. It was practically a public execution. So embarrassing. Yet Lu Ming completely ignored her thoughts. He turned to grab a black box from a nearby cardboard box, self-heating Himalaya Hot Pot Supreme Beef Tripe version. This wasn't one of those cheap vegetarian hot pots filled with low-quality noodles. Upon tearing the packaging open, it was filled with large slices of black tripe snowflake beef rolls and beef balls. Lu Ming arranged the ingredients, tossed the heating pack to the bottom, and poured in more than half a bottle of Evian mineral water. With a hiss. In less than half a minute, white steam began to billow out of the box, the rich aroma of beef hot pot wafting through the air. This was authentic Sichuan-style hot pot base, both numbing and spicy, fragrant and savory. The earlier durian scent had long faded, now entirely replaced by the domineering aroma of hot pot. Lu Ming deliberately drew the microphone a bit closer, lifting the lid of the hot pot. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of red oil bubbling in the box was transmitted out. He picked up a large piece of tripe, swished it in the boiling red oil several times. The tripe curled slightly crunchy and covered in red oil, which he shoved directly into his mouth, chewing away. Crunch, crunch. The sound of chewing was amplified tenfold through the loudspeaker, echoing back and forth in the cold corridor. This tripe is really crunchy. Lu Ming commented into the microphone. The flavor of the beef oil is just right. It's numbing, spicy and aromatic. It's quite the high. After saying that, he picked up a large chopstick of beef rolls, blew on it to cool it down, and swallowed it whole. The meat juices burst in his mouth. The luncheon meat was cut thick, and a bite was filled with meaty goodness. The chewy beef rolls soaked in red oil burst with flavor upon biting. Outside, Lin Qian, swallowing, was startlingly loud, her stomach growling like thunder. The aroma of the spicy hot pot seeped through the door crack, relentlessly invading her nostrils, making her dizzy with craving and her legs weak. Downstairs, a frenzy of swallowing echoed. Some, driven mad by hunger, began banging their heads against the wall. Let me have a bite. Just one bite. I'll trade my wife for a box of hot pot. The corridor erupted into chaos. Zhang Chong tightened his grip on the rusty cleaver, his teeth grinding in fury. That bastard's living like a damn king. He kicked over a frenzied underling. Shut the hell up. I'll butcher anyone who makes another sound. Lu Ming ate with greasy satisfaction, finishing more than half the large hot pot box. He wiped his mouth with a wet wipe and yawned. Enough, Lu Ming said coldly into the microphone. The show's over. Get lost. You're blocking my view and ruining my appetite. Lin Qian panicked completely. Her emotional plea had backfired miserably. Not only were her secrets exposed, but she had become a laughingstock for the entire building. If she didn't pull something off now, returning empty-handed to the 4th floor meant certain death. Zhang Chong would throw her out the window. She gritted her molars, steeled her heart, and decided to go all in. She brought her frozen hands to the zipper of her tattered down jacket and yanked it down. Rip! The zipper slid all the way down. She shrugged off the filthy coat and tossed it onto the icy ground. Beneath it, a black deep lace camisole was revealed, exposing large expanses of pale skin. The moment Lin Qian shed her down jacket, the cold white light of the corridor fell upon her, adding a glaring patch of white to the surveillance feed. Yet this patch of white failed to spark any interest. In this hellish weather of -60 degrees, the hallway was coated with thick ice from the previous night, no different from an ice cellar. Lin Qian stood in that flimsy black lace camisole, its fabric scant. The instant she was exposed to the frigid air, her entire body convulsed violently. Goosebumps erupted across her pale skin, dense and unsettling. Within seconds, her skin began to change color. From pallor to flushed red, then to a mottled purple-blue, with veins visible beneath the surface. Unable to withstand the icy wind, her teeth chattered uncontrollably, producing a rapid clicking sound. The noise echoed through the silent corridor, even drowning out her own words. Yet to survive, to get a hot meal. She forced her stiffened legs to move, shuffling painfully to the spot directly beneath the security camera. She crossed her arms over her chest, struggling to force out a smile she once used often. But her facial muscles were frozen solid, her lips refusing to curl. Paired with her garish red lipstick, the smile looked utterly grotesque. Brother Lu Ming. Look! Lin Qian twisted her hips at the camera, striking what she thought was a seductive pose. But the icy floor was too slippery, and she nearly pitched forward. She steadied herself against the wall, her voice trembling like a leaf in a storm. I'm still your Qian Qian. Could you please open the door? If you just open it, I'll do anything. Really. I'll do whatever you want. As she spoke, her purplish fingers tugged at the edge of her camisole, trying to appear more alluring. Inside, Lu Ming lounged on a leather sofa, his feet propped on the marble coffee table. After finishing the hot pot, his body was pleasantly warm. The room was a constant 24 degrees, and he even felt a bit overheated. He picked up the remote and activated the fresh air system's cooling mode at the lowest setting. A refreshing breeze blew across his face, absolute bliss. He then retrieved half a chilled watermelon from the double-door refrigerator, a premium Black Beauty variety with thin rind and crisp flesh. He took a large stainless steel spoon and dug straight into the center. As a generous chunk of red flesh entered his mouth, the icy sweet juice flowed down his throat, cutting through the grease and quenching his thirst. Eating chilled watermelon while watching a striptease on the screen, this life was better than any deity's. After a few bites, Lu Ming felt something was missing. Background music. He grabbed his phone, connected to the room's Bluetooth speaker, and played a cheerful pop song. The lively rhythm filled the safe room. This was the ultimate contrast of fire and ice. Watching Lin Qian shiver uncontrollably, while forcing herself to sway, Lu Ming found it absurd. He spat out a watermelon seed, pressed the microphone switch, and spoke like an unfeeling judge. "Your performance is seriously lacking." Lu Ming's voice, dripped with blatant mockery, broadcast through the loudspeaker, outside reverberating through the corridor. "Your posture is off, your moves are ugly, like a writhing maggot. And your expression is way too stiff. What are you, frozen pork that couldn't sell at the market?" His words were merciless, shredding Lin Qian's dignity and trampling it. On the 4th floor, the neighbors hiding in the corner also heard the broadcast. Though they couldn't see the scene on the 18th floor, everyone understood the frozen pork remark. Dadong, covering his blinded eye and sniffling from the cold, couldn't help but grin. Boss John's plan really worked. That bitch Lin Qian actually stripped. Usually she acts so aloof, but now she's dancing naked for a meal. Ergang, leaning against the wall with his broken leg, chimed in, "Exactly. Too bad we can't see that white flesh. Lu Ming's a lucky bastard." Wang Jie from the 8th floor sneered in disdain, her voice dripping with Indian venom. "What a slut. She's thrown away all dignity for a bite to eat. Does she really think she's still appealing? Lu Ming has plenty of food and drink. Why would he want her rotten scraps? She deserves to freeze out there." Outside, Lin Qian heard the broadcast and froze, tears of humiliation streaming uncontrollably. But the moment they left her eyes, they froze into tiny ice beads on her lashes, stinging painfully. She couldn't take it anymore. If this continued, she would die. Trembling, she reached out a purplish hand to grab her discarded down jacket, hoping at least to shield herself from the wind. But just as her fingers were about to touch the code, her peripheral vision caught a stubbled head peeking around the corner of the stairwell. It was Zhang Chang. He was hiding on the steps between the 17th and 18th floors, clutching the rusty cleaver, its blade glinting white in the dim light. He stared fixedly at Lin Qian, making a sharp slicing motion across his throat with the knife. He mouthed a silent curse. The message was unmistakable: "Dare to put that code back on, and I'll rush up and butcher you right now." Lin Qian shuddered in fear and immediately withdrew her hand. Compared to being frozen to death, she was more afraid of being slowly hacked to death by Zhang Chang. She dared not pick up her clothes any longer, and could only continue standing barelegged in the cold wind, despairingly staring at the black blast-proof door. Lu Ming watched everything clearly on the screen. He knew there were definitely people hiding around the corner of the staircase, and could guess it was Zhang Chang and his gang. However, he didn't care at all. He put down the watermelon spoon in his hand, leisurely wiped his hands with a tissue, and then opened the recording and screenshot function on his tablet. Click, click. He took more than a dozen high-definition photos. The cameras outside were military-grade, equipped with infrared night vision and macro functions, capturing even the goosebumps on Lin Qian's legs in clear detail, including her heavily made-up face and her purple lips. Lu Ming selected all these photos, created a new folder to save them, and casually named it Frozen Pork Exhibition. These materials would be incredibly useful in the future. If she ever dared to pretend to be a pure goddess again, he would print these photos and plaster them all over the building. This was sheer humiliation, and it was simply too enjoyable. Time passed second by second. 5 minutes had gone by. Standing bare in such a harsh temperature of -60 degrees for 5 minutes, the human bodice functions had long reached the brink of collapse. Her hands no longer obeyed her commands. She had originally wanted to tug at the hem of her skirt, but now she didn't even have the strength to lift them. Her fingers were stiff like 5 carrots, and her nail beds had turned deep purple. The cold was not just an external chill, it was a sensation that made her internal organs feel like they were about to stop functioning. Breathing became increasingly laborious. The cold air that entered felt like blades slicing through her trachea, causing sharp pain with each breath. Lin Qian felt as if her blood had stopped flowing. Her legs had completely lost sensation, feeling like 2 frozen pieces of wood unable to stand steady. With a thud, her legs suddenly gave way, and she knelt directly on the ice, her knees hitting the hard ice shell with a muffled thud. But she didn't even feel the pain, as her lower body had become completely numb. Lu Minggu. Her voice was now quieter than a mosquito's buzz. Her teeth accidentally bit into her purple lower lip, and as soon as a drop of blood flowed out, it instantly froze into ice. I beg you. Please open the door for me. I'm really about to freeze to death. She lay her whole body against the cold door, tears streaming uncontrollably. As long as you let me in. Even if I have to be a dog, that's fine. I beg you. Lu Ming looked at Lin Qian, who was kneeling and knocking her head on the ground, and shook his head in silence. Be a dog. This request was truly peculiar. Previously, this woman wouldn't even spare a glance at others, always holding herself in high regard. Now, for the sake of food, she had even given up her humanity. Lu Ming put down the half-eaten piece of watermelon and walked to the heavy blast-proof door at the entrance, reaching out to push aside the tactical shooting hole. With a crisp sound, the metal cover of the shooting hole was pulled open a crack. A gust of cold air rushed into the room, bringing with it the distinctive icy smell. Lin Qian, who was already frozen stiff outside, had frost forming on her eyelashes. But upon hearing the sound, she immediately lifted her head. She thought Lu Ming was finally softening and about to open the door, and she crawled towards the small ventilation hole. Her 2 bare thighs left red marks on the ice, and her frozen fingers clung tightly to the edge of the shooting hole. Lu Minggu. I knew you wouldn't be able to bear it. Her cracked lips desperately pressed against the small hole, gasping in the warmth leaking from inside. The sweet smell of watermelon and the rich aroma of hot pot beef oil rushed through the small hole to her brain, making her swallow several times in greed. Her empty stomach twisted painfully, causing her to break out in cold sweat. But she didn't care about any of that, her eyes fixed on the door crack, trying to see the man who could save her. Lu Ming stood behind the door without even lifting his eyelids. He turned around and walked to the snack supply rack beside him, which was piled high with various imported snacks and luxury goods. After scanning around, he casually picked a pack of Oreo cookies, which were high in calories, perfect for teasing a dog at this moment. He tore open the packaging and pulled out a black and white cookie, the rich aroma of chocolate wafting out. This industrial saccharine flavor was not unusual before the apocalypse, but in the extreme cold apocalypse, it was a supreme delicacy. He held the cookie in his hand, slowly bringing it to the shooting hole and shaking it. Want to eat? Lu Ming's voice came through the door crack, carrying a tone of high-handed mockery. Lin Qian's eyes immediately widened, her gaze glued to that cookie, unable to move away. The black cookie glimmered enticingly under the white light, calling out with the allure of fat and carbohydrates. She nodded frantically, a gurgling sound coming from her throat as she swallowed. I want to eat. Please give me some. She tried to stretch out her fingers to grab the cookie, but the shooting hole was too small, and she couldn't get her hand in, only anxiously knocking on the door outside. Lu Ming let out a cold laugh and pulled the cookie back slightly. Did you not just say you wanted to be a dog? I'm a fair person, I always distribute according to labor. If you want to eat the cookie, fine, bark like a dog for me to hear. As soon as those words came out, Lin Qian froze, her eyes widening as she stared at Lu Ming through the small hole. Bark like a dog. This was pure humiliation, as if her pride was being crushed and ground into dust. If this were a few days ago, she would have jumped up and cursed, even splashing a cup of hot water in Lu Ming's face. But now outside was a frigid -60 degrees. She was only wearing a thin lace nightgown, and her limbs had long since frozen to immobility. Her stomach twisted painfully, and any notion of face and dignity was nothing compared to survival. If she couldn't eat that cookie, she could only last another 10 minutes at most, and Zhang Chan around the corner downstairs would definitely not spare her. Not hesitating for even 2 seconds, her survival instinct completely overwhelmed her bottom line. Lin Qian opened her purple lips towards the small shooting hole. Woof. Woof woof. The sound was hoarse and unpleasant, trembling as it came out, but it was indeed a genuine bark. As that bark echoed out, it traveled far in the silent corridor. It drifted down the stairwell, and the neighbors on the 4th floor, who were eavesdropping, were left dumbfounded. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Dogong picked at his ear. Is that really Lin Qian howling? She's abandoned all dignity for a bite to eat. Ergang swallowed hard, his expression a mix of shock and amusement. Unbelievable. She used to not even deign to glance at us. Now she's barking like a dog for a cookie. This world has truly gone mad. Sister Wang from the 8th floor curled her lip. Spineless wretch. She actually has the nerve to make those sounds. But even as she cursed, the sound of her own swallowing was unmistakable. That was a chocolate cookie, its rich sweetness carried by the wind. In her place she'd do anything, even eat filth. Chang's plan backfired spectacularly, Dogong muttered under his breath. The person beside him quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. Are you out of your mind? Chang is listening from above. Dogong fell silent, but his eyes gleamed with schadenfreude. At the corner of the stairwell, Zhang Chang tightened his grip on the knife, his face ashen with fury. He had counted on Lin Qian using her charms to trick the door open, but instead, she had become Lu Ming's entertainment, a dog to be trained. It was a direct slap to his own face. Useless, Zhang Chang spat under his breath, scraping the rusty cleaver against the wall, leaving a white scratch mark. He was itching to charge up and butcher Lin Qian, but the memory of Lu Ming's devastating crossbow kept him cowering in the shadows, grinding his teeth in frustration. Zhang Chang viciously spat the saliva, freezing into a lump of ice before it even hit the ground. That bitch is utterly worthless. The honey trap is useless against that bastard Lu Ming. I need a more ruthless plan. His mind began to churn with even more venomous schemes. The number of survivors in this building was dwindling. If they couldn't find food soon, they would have to start eating each other. Outside the door on the 18th floor. After barking twice, Lin Qian quickly pressed her eye to the peephole. Brother Lu Ming. I barked. Give me the cookie. I'm starving to death. Lu Ming looked at her contorted face, devoid of any pity. He pinched the Oreo between 2 fingers and applied slight pressure. Crack. The intact cookie was crushed into crumbs, black wafer and white cream mingling together. Lu Ming flicked his wrist, scattering the crumbs through the small opening. They fell in a flurry outside the blast door, landing on the filthy floor. What was on that floor? Bloodstains from last night's robbery left by Dogong and his crew, thick layers of black grime, mud caked from countless footsteps. There were even scraps of rotten flesh from a previous fight. The cookie crumbs mixed with the filth, making a faint sound as they landed on the icy surface. Lu Ming watched coldly through the door. Eat. This is your ration. With that, he leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, waiting for the ensuing spectacle. Any normal person would refuse to eat from a pile of garbage. But Lin Qian was no longer normal. Seeing the cookie on the ground, she lunged for it, but her frostbitten fingers couldn't grasp the tiny crumbs. Her black lace camisole was plastered against the ice, the skin on her chest frozen to the icy crust. Every movement brought searing pain as the skin tore, but she paid it no heed. Her mind was consumed by a single thought: eat. She bent over, pressing her face to the ground, greedily licking the cookie crumbs off the ice along with the black grime and bloody ice shards. She scooped it all into her mouth, crunching loudly. The cold floor tiles mixed with years of accumulated filth, a stench of decay assaulting her nostrils. But the sweet chocolate masked it all. She crunched a bloody ice shard, cutting her gums. The taste of blood mingled with the cookie's sweetness, creating a surprisingly palatable flavor. Finally, a trace of carbohydrates entered her stomach. The meager warmth was instantly absorbed by her body. She even licked the residue from between her fingers. That single note of sweetness became a deadly poison, driving her to madness. She ate with relish, her face smeared with grime, a scene more horrifying than any horror film. Lu Ming watched from behind, a cold sneer on his lips. So much for a goddess for aloofness. Starvation reduces one to less than a stray dog. Watching Lin Qian scavenge outside the door, a memory from his past life flashed through his mind. He had given her his last piece of bread. What did he get in return? He was locked in the bedroom, listening to her and Su Fei discuss how to carve him up. The bone-deep hatred of that betrayal was 100 times colder than this Arctic chill. This revenge was incredibly satisfying. Physical annihilation would be too merciful. He would break her piece by piece. He would make her understand that in this apocalypse no one would cater to her, and her once prized assets were now worthless. After consuming the last crumb, Lin Qian even licked the icy surface twice more. Confirming there were no remaining particles, her frostbitten face was a mask of pure greed. Light from the room streamed through the peephole, illuminating a face that had once driven countless fans to lavish tips, now swollen like a pig's head. Cheap lipstick mixed with grime and blood. She looked worse than any mangy cur. Slowly, she raised her head, her mouth full of black soot, and her eyes fixed on the peephole filled with desperate fawning. Brother Lu Ming, was I good? I did everything you said. Please let me in. Lu Ming looked at the face in the peephole. Lin Qian had just finished licking cookie crumbs off the ice. Her face was smeared with black filth cut by the frost into several bloody gashes. Blood and grime covered her face. It was truly nauseating. Lu Ming leaned against the doorframe of the blast door, watching her with cold eyes, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Not a bad performance just now. His voice was low, but it carried through the narrow slit with devastating effect. You barked quite loudly, just like a real stray dog. That Oreo was your payment. But your skills need improvement. Next time try to sound more pitiful. Lin Qian was stunned. Her frozen mind was slow to process, unable to grasp the insult. Survival instinct made her filter out the mockery. She only heard the word payment. Brother Lu Ming. Open the door. She pressed her face against the cold metal door, her frostbitten purple fingers clawing desperately at the peephole, her nails screeching against the steel. I don't need the payment. Just let me in. I'll be your dog. I'll do anything. Let me wash clothes, cook, just give me a bite to eat. I'm really starving to death. She wept, tears and snot smearing all over the door panel. Lu Ming let out a derisive laugh, his voice cold as ice, devoid of any sympathy. Come in. You? Unworthy. He mercilessly shattered her illusion. My home doesn't take in trash. Someone like you would dirty my floor tiles just by stepping inside. Lin Qian shook her head frantically, tears and snot frozen solid. No. Brother Lu Ming. I can be useful. I can serve you. Lu Ming snorted coldly. You used to hold yourself so high. Now you've thrown away all dignity for a mouthful of food. It's sickening to watch. Get lost. Don't dirty my door. Lin Qian stood frozen in place. These words pierced like knives, shredding her illusions into pieces. Lu Ming, however, paid no heed to her thoughts. He turned and walked toward a shelf piled high with various supplies. He picked up a bottle of medical alcohol spray, 75 concentration, typically used for sterilization. He approached the door. Open your mouth. Lu Ming uttered the two words coldly. Lin Qian, thinking there might still be a chance, quickly pressed her mouth against the shooting hole, desperately parting her frozen lips, hoping for a morsel of food to fall out. Even a sip of water would do. Instead, a high-pressure spray of alcohol greeted her. PSSHH, PSSHH. The pungent liquid shot directly into her mouth, her eyes, and her nose. The alcohol was intensely irritating, causing her to cough violently as tears streamed down her face. Cough, cough, cough. It burns. My eyes. She stumbled back, covering her eyes. To get rid of the stench. Damn reeks. Lu Ming cursed, pressing his fingers down hard on the metal plate. Click. A crisp sound. The shooting hole was sealed shut, leaving not even a crack. The warmth was completely cut off, plunging the outside back into a frozen hell. Hearing Lu Ming's mocking voice and witnessing his resolute action, Lin Qian completely broke down. The hunger and cold of the past few days erupted, along with a deep fear of death. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. The hard ice cracked her kneecaps, but she couldn't even feel the pain. No! Lin Qian let out a piercing scream that echoed through the empty corridor, traveling far. She pounded on the blast door like a madwoman. Lu Ming! You'll die a miserable death. You bastard! You tricked me! You're messing with me on purpose, aren't you? Her palm struck the thick steel plate, leaving bloody marks as her hand bones nearly shattered. But there was no response from inside. The blast door was soundproof. Even if she screamed her throat raw outside, it would only be a muffled sound within. She knew it was over. She was truly going to die out here. On Thursday, December 8th at midnight. Inside the room was a constant 24 degrees Celsius with warm air blowing gently. Lu Ming, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, lounged on a leather sofa. He paid no attention to the pounding on the door. He picked up his phone and opened the black app icon right on time, perfectly controlling the moment. The skull icon on the screen flickered twice. It was time for the most anticipated part of the day. Open! With a light tap of his finger, a white light flashed across the coffee table. A silver-gray metal box materialized out of thin air. Its metallic surface gleamed with a cold luster, looking quite sophisticated. Congratulations, portable Blu-ray projector, Sony Custom Edition X1 description: native 4K resolution, built-in Harman Kardon sound system, supports all formats, includes a vast offline library, and features language translation to help you understand foreign languages. In the apocalypse, this is the ultimate spiritual nourishment. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Perfect. He had been tired of watching on a small phone screen, and this system was truly thoughtful. This gadget was a godsend. In this post-apocalyptic world with no internet or signal, being able to watch high-definition movies was a divine luxury. Moreover, the language translation feature was excellent. Sometimes it had to be said, certain domestic action films just couldn't compare to those from the cherry blossom country. His only frustration had been not knowing foreign languages, which prevented him from following the plots. Now he could even learn a language, though according to his past life memories, that tiny place sank into the ocean a month after the apocalypse. The bastards there were also submerged and permanently frozen beneath the sea, perhaps the only contribution the apocalypse made to humanity. After examining it once more, Lu Ming set up the projector on the coffee table, aiming it at the large white wall opposite. He plugged in a backup power source. The machine booted up with a faint hum, auto-focusing instantly. A massive screen of full 120 inches appeared on the wall. The image quality was astonishingly clear, the brightness remarkably high, and even the edges of the subtitles were razor sharp. But watching a movie alone wasn't enough. He needed some snacks to set the mood. Lu Ming stood up and walked to the large double-door refrigerator in the kitchen, which was packed with supplies. He took out a can of iced cola. Sometimes the canned version just felt better than the bottled one, so he had stocked up on plenty. The aluminum surface was covered in dewdrops. He pulled the tab. Fizz, white cold vapor billowed out. He then rummaged through the snack cabinet, tore open a bag of Lay's original potato chips, and grabbed a handful, stuffing them into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The chips shattered in his mouth, crisp and savory, filled with the aroma of potatoes and salt. The flavor was utterly addictive. But snacks alone were a bit dry, so Lu Ming went to the constant temperature storage room and picked out a box of imported cherries. Each cherry was larger than a coin, with plump, juicy, purplish red flesh. He gave them a quick rinse, placed them in a white ceramic bowl, and set them on the coffee table. Biting into a cherry, the sweet juice burst in his mouth, an unparalleled delight. Not quite in the mood for an action blockbuster, Lu Ming chose a classic comedy instead. Stephen Chow's Flirting Scholar. He pressed play and turned the volume down a bit. He couldn't have it too loud, otherwise he wouldn't be able to hear the miserable sounds outside. Outside the door, Lin Qian was still wailing, her voice intermittent and filled with a sense of despair. Exhausted from cursing, she shifted to sobbing quietly, occasionally interrupted by coughs. Inside the room, the movie had just reached the part about roasting chicken wings. "I love eating braised chicken wings." Cheerful music streamed from the Harman Kardon speakers, the bass vibrating the floor slightly. Lu Ming hummed along, popped a cherry into his mouth, and the sweetness made him want to close his eyes in bliss. Outside, Lin Qian's desperate pounding on the door grew sporadic. "Lu Ming! Please! I'm freezing to death!" On one side the laughter and joy of a comedy film, on the other the deathly cries of an apocalyptic nightmare. Tsk. Lu Ming reclined on the sofa, shifting into a more comfortable position. He held a can of iced cola, his feet near the constant warm air vent, the 24-degree warmth soothing his soles. Time ticked by. The movie was more than halfway through. Outside, the temperature in the corridor had dropped to -60°C or even lower. Lin Qian had been wailing for nearly an hour, her voice long gone hoarse, unable to make a sound. But no one paid her any attention. The blast door remained shut, not even a crack open, and even the motion sensor lights in the corridor had gone out. Cold. So cold. The thin lace nightgown was useless. The silk clung to her skin colder than ice, leaving her body blue and purple, her blood vessels threatening to burst. Her fingers were stiff as carrots, barely able to bend. Her toes had lost all sensation. Driven by survival instinct, she crawled over to retrieve the torn-down jacket she had thrown onto the ice. It was stained with black soot. She wrapped it tightly around herself, zipping it up to the top. But the jacket had frozen solid on the ground. Wearing it was like stepping into an ice cave. She knew she couldn't stay here any longer. She had to go back to the 4th floor. Even if Zhang Chang beat her to death, even if his underlings bullied her, it was better than freezing into an ice sculpture out here. She stood up, leaning against the ice-covered wall, her legs trembling like sieves on the verge of collapse. She turned her face ashen and looked toward the stairwell. Just then, she froze completely. At the corner of the stairs on the 17th and a half floor, Zhang Chang stood in his worn military coat, holding a rusty cleaver. His face was dark and grim, his eyes fixed on her. On the steps of the 17th floor, Zhang Chang fixed his gaze on Lin Qian, the rusty machete in his hand gleaming with a cold light. Lin Qian was so terrified that she lost control of her bladder. The warm liquid trickled down her thigh, instantly freezing into yellow ice crystals upon contact with the icy ground. "Q Chang! Brother Chang!" Lin Qian's voice trembled uncontrollably, her teeth chattering audibly. She tried to retreat, but her back was pressed tightly against the freezing wall, leaving her no room to escape. Zhang Chang didn't strike her with the blade. Instead, he strode forward, grabbed her hair with a jerk, and yanked her down. Lin Qian let out a shrill scream, feeling as if her scalp were about to be torn off. She crashed onto the icy steps, her knees slamming against the hard frost, the impact threatening to shatter her bones. Zhang Chang dragged her by the hair down the stairs like a dead dog. The steps were brutally cold and hard. Lin Qian's legs scraped against them, tearing off a layer of skin and leaving raw bloody flesh exposed. She didn't even dare to cry loudly, fearing Zhang Chang would cut her down with one swing. As they passed the 16th floor, a frozen corpse lay on the ground. Zhang Chang didn't even blink as he stepped over it. Lin Qian was dragged into the corpse, the dead person's face pressing against her legs, sending shivers down her spine. The cold wind howled through the stairwell on the 15th and 14th floors, cutting like knives against her skin. Lin Qian's scalp grew numb, losing all sensation, leaving only a trail of blood behind. On the 12th floor corridor, Zhang Chang had taken advantage of Lin Qian's earlier crying spell to move their temporary base here. There was no choice. The snow kept falling endlessly, and he truly feared waking up one day to find himself buried alive. De Gang leaned against the wall, groaning, his face wrapped in a filthy rag frozen solid with blackened blood. Several underlings were shivering uncontrollably, huddled together for warmth. The brazier on the floor had long gone out, not even a single ember remaining. Zhang Chang reached the 12th floor, released his grip, and flung Lin Qian to the ground with brutal force. A dull thud echoed as she crashed into the wall like a tattered sack. Her forehead was split open, blood streaming down her cheek and blurring her vision. Zhang Chang delivered a vicious kick. The hard sole of his leather boot struck Lin Qian squarely in the stomach. "Useless trash!" Zhang Chang roared, spittle flying. "I wasted so much bread on you. You can't even trick open a single door. What damn good are you? I've been keeping a freeloader for nothing." Lin Qian curled up in pain like a boiled shrimp. A violent spasm gripped her stomach. After a few dry heaves, she vomited the biscuit crumbs she had licked upstairs. Mixed with stomach acid and the black grime on the floor, it was a truly nauseating sight. De Gang, hearing the commotion, opened his one remaining eye and fixed a greedy stare on Lin Qian. "Brother Chang, this bitch couldn't even trick the door open in the end." De Gang shuffled over, covering his blind eye, and kicked Lin Qian in the back. "Damn it! I lost an eye just for a bite of meat, and you come back with nothing but dirt." Still not satisfied, Zhang Chang slapped Lin Qian's face with the flat of his machete. The icy blade bit into her skin with a bone-chilling cold. "Still think you're some high and mighty streamer? Still dreaming of being my woman? Pa!" Zhang Chang spat a thick glob of phlegm onto her face, right in the middle of her forehead. Lin Qian didn't dare to move, letting the spittle trickle down the bridge of her nose. Zhang Chang raised his foot and stomped on her frostbitten fingers. He ground his leather shoe tip down hard, and her fingernails split open. The pain shot straight to her heart. Lin Qian gasped sharply, but gritted her teeth, refusing to cry out. "From today on," Zhang Chang said, pressing down with his foot, "you're the lowest dog. If De Gang needs to take a shit, you'll lick his ass clean." De Gang grinned widely beside them, his rotten yellow teeth giving off a foul stench. "You heard the boss. With that smooth skin shall make a fine chamber pot." The other underlings joined in the jeering, their looks at Lin Qian shifting entirely. Zhang Chang's eyes fell on Lin Qian's down jacket, a white LD collaboration piece. Though dusty, it was thick and warm, filled with premium polar goose down. In this apocalypse, that was a lifesaver. He grabbed Lin Qian's collar and tore it open with force. A sharp ripping sound filled the air. The zipper burst open. "A fine thing like this, and you think you deserve to wear it?" Zhang Chong stripped the jacket off her and pulled it on under his own army coat. It was genuinely warm. Lin Qian lost her last line of defense. She was left in nothing but a thin see-through lace camisole nightgown. The dress was already torn, revealing large patches of her fair skin, which had turned purple from the cold outside. Though the 12th floor corridor wasn't as windy as outside, it was still over 50 degrees below zero. She would freeze into an icicle in no time. Her entire body trembled violently, her teeth chattering like a typewriter. The cold seeped into her very bones. Zhang Chong kicked a tattered coat from a pile of corpses, one stripped from an old man who had frozen to death yesterday. It was full of holes stained with blackened blood and excrement, and reeked of a pungent stench. "Put this on," Zhang Chong said, kicking the coat in front of Lin Qian's face. "Or freeze to death, you worthless thing." Lin Qian's fingers were stiff. She didn't cry, her tears had long since dried, and frost clung to her eyelashes. She picked up the stinking tattered coat and mechanically pulled it over herself. The fabric was as stiff as an iron plate, scraping her skin raw as she put it on. The stench assaulted her nose, but she seemed oblivious. De Gang stared at Lin Qian. Even in the ragged coat, glimpses of her pale skin were still visible. He swallowed hard. "Brother Chong. Since she's useless, the brothers haven't had any fun in days. How about letting them have a little sport?" As he spoke, De Gang reached out to grab Lin Qian's coat. Lin Qian clutched the collar tightly, her eyes venomous. Zhang Chong slapped De Gang's hand away. "Cut the crap. We've got bigger problems than your dick. Pull your pants down in this weather, and you'll freeze it clean off." "She is still useful. She can break ice for water and scavenge supplies from the dead. All the dirty work is hers." De Gang clicked his tongue. "Fine. Whatever you say, boss. Lucky bitch." He kicked Lin Qian, and Zhang Chong gave her 2 more kicks for good measure. Lin Qian didn't beg for mercy, didn't even make a sound. She kept her head down, her disheveled hair hiding her face. Gone was the coquettishness of before. There was no trace of self-pity in her eyes, only pure unadulterated hatred. Hatred for Lu Ming, that bastard who made her lick crumbs off the floor, sprayed alcohol in her eyes, and watched her freeze like a clown. She would make him pay for that, even if it killed her. And there was the fear and hatred for Zhang Chong. These people were true cannibals. She was now a walking corpse, her only desire to survive. And to survive, she would kill them all, skin them alive. Even if it meant eating their flesh, she would do it. The apocalypse had truly turned people into monsters. After a while, Zhang Chong tired of beating her. He plopped down onto a nearby cardboard box, panting heavily. His breath froze instantly in the air, forming a layer of frost. "This is fucking insane," Zhang Chong muttered through gritted teeth. He grabbed a handful of snow and stuffed it into his mouth to quench his thirst. He had tried the soft approach, even the honey trap. Lin Qian had stripped and writhed, but Lu Ming hadn't even opened the door. Had tried the hard way too. Fire drills, tear gas, high-pressure water, and the blast door didn't even have a scratch. That Lu Ming was an immovable rock, a damn turtle hiding in his steel shell. De Gang shuffled over, his single eye gleaming with malice. "Brother Chong, we can't win. That door's too tough. I can't let my eye go for nothing, and this bitch is useless. We can't just sit here and die." Zhang Chong rubbed his frostbitten hands, his face a mask of terrifying gloom. They really couldn't win, but he couldn't just let it go. The food in that room. Premium durian Haidaleo hotpot. Just thinking about it was enough to drive a man mad. Zhang Chong stared up the dark stairwell, his eyes narrowing slightly. If soft and hard tactics wouldn't work and the blast door couldn't be breached, he needed a more extreme plan. Even if he had to tear the whole building down, he would drag Lu Ming out and flay him alive. In a large bedroom on the 12th floor, the windows were boarded up with a few rotten planks, the gaps stuffed with stinking rags. The room was pitch black. The cold wind still seeped through the cracks, making everyone shiver. Zhang Chong chewed on a half-smoked cigarette, but leaning against the frigid wall. He tapped the rusty machete against the floor tiles, producing a rhythmic clang. After a long moment, he spat out the cigarette, but, and a glob of phlegm which instantly froze into a white dot on the ground. He kicked one of his cowering underlings. "Go! Get old Chen from the 11th floor and bring him here." The underling nodded, quickly scrambled to his feet, and stumbled out the door. Before long, a scrawny old man was dragged in by force. Old Chen used to be a contractor, having worked in renovations for most of his life. Before the apocalypse, he was relatively well off, but now he was nothing but skin and bones without even the strength to walk. "Brother Chang, please don't hit me. I really have no food left." Old Chen knelt on the floor tiles, kowtowing frantically, his head thudding against the ground. Zhang Chang walked over, grabbed Old Chen's greasy hair, and yanked his head up. Old Chen let out a scream from the force of the pull. "I'm not after food today," Zhang Chang said, his eyes boring into Old Chen's wrinkled face. "You're in construction. You know the ins and outs. I'm asking you, does a high-end blast door like Lu Ming's have any blind spots? Or where is the weakest point on the load-bearing wall of that apartment?" Old Chen was trembling so hard his teeth chattered uncontrollably. "Brother Chang, that door was custom-made. The steel plates are terrifyingly thick. There's probably a rebar mesh inside the walls, too. Going through the front door is absolutely impossible." De Gang grew impatient and slapped Old Chen hard across the face. "No shit. You think I don't know the front door is a no-go?" De Gang cursed, his single eye blazing with fury. "I'm telling you to think of a sneaky way, or he'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs right now." Zhang Chang pressed the rusty machete against Old Chen's neck, the icy blade touching his loose skin. "Talk or it'll bleed you dry right here." Old Chen was so terrified he pissed himself, a foul stench spreading through the room. "Don't kill me. I'll talk. I'll talk." He held his nose and frantically racked his frozen brain, his survival instinct forcing him to recall the building's structure. After a moment, Old Chen's dim eyes lit up. "There's a way. There really is. Lu Ming lives on the 18th floor. That's the top floor. The door and walls are tough, but the roof might not be." Old Chen shouted, as if grasping at a lifeline. "There must be ventilation shafts, exhaust flues, and maintenance hatches on the rooftop. If we get to the roof and go down through the ducts or use something powerful enough to blow through the floor slab, the top is definitely the weak point." Zhang Chang stroked the stubble on his chin, his eyes malevolent. The plan had merit, not through the door, but through the roof. "How do we blow it?" he asked. De Gang chimed in. "We don't have any explosives. What are we supposed to blow it with?" Zhang Chang smacked De Gang on the head. "You idiot. Have you forgotten what the fat guy on the 6th floor does for a living?" De Gang paused, a flicker of confusion in his single eye. "Old Wang from the 6th floor. He's a fireworks wholesaler." Zhang Chang grinned, his yellow teeth looking utterly sinister. "That's right. Old Wang has half a room full of aerial shells and double-bang firecrackers, all the leftover stock from the new year that didn't sell. Let's go gut them all and pour out the gunpowder. Pack it tight in an iron bucket, and it'll be no less powerful than dynamite." De Gang finally understood, a gleam of excited malice in his eye. "Got it. Boss, that's a brilliant move. That miser Old Wang never shares anything. This time we'll just smash his door down and take it. If he dares to resist, we'll split his skull with an axe. With a few 100 pounds of gunpowder stacked up, there's no way that turtle shell won't crack." Zhang Chang nodded. "Take a few more men. Strip all the fuses and tie them together to make a long one. We'll light it and retreat to the 10th floor. Even if the roof blows sky high, we'll be safe. I'm going down now to clean out Old Wang's stash." De Gang turned and left, brimming with excitement. In room 1801, a humidifier sprayed a fine mist. Lu Ming lounged on the genuine leather sofa. On the marble coffee table in front of him sat a plate of Portuguese egg tarts fresh from the oven. The puff pastry was golden and flaky, and the custard filling was still bubbling, exuding a rich aroma of butter and milk. Lu Ming picked one up and popped it into his mouth. As he bit down, the hot, sweet, milky flavor exploded on his tongue. He couldn't be bothered to brush the pastry crumbs off his clothes. After finishing the tart, he grabbed an ice-cold cola from beside him and took a long gulp. The icy carbonated liquid rushed down his throat and into his stomach. Burp! Pure bliss. Lu Ming was still wearing a pair of high-fidelity headphones, and the flat screen in front of him displayed a green audio waveform. The laser listening device, he had gotten from a blind box the day before was now precisely aimed at the broken window of the room on the 12th floor. Lu Ming could hear every detail of Zhang Chang's meeting, from the sound of the gang's slap to old Chin's pleas for mercy. Chewing on the tart, Lu Ming frowned slightly. "Through the rooftop, making a bomb from firecrackers," he sneered. The rats had grown a brain trying an indirect approach since they couldn't win Heaton. He had to admit the plan was insidious. If they really managed to pile dozens of pounds of gunpowder on the roof and detonate it, the blast door would be fine, but the floor slab might not hold. True, he had reinforced the top floor ceiling with a steel plate during his Doomsday renovation. But if the explosive charge was big enough, even if it didn't break the steel, the shockwave could shatter his high-end furniture. Moreover, the fresh air intake duct for the ventilation system was on the roof. If the exhaust pipe got destroyed, it would be a major headache. "Trying to blow me up." Lu Ming tapped his fingers on the marble coffee table. Next to him sat a box from his last blind box reward, high-explosive double-bang firecrackers. The bright red paper tubes were thicker than a rolling pin, each stamped with a yellow skull. Items from the system were guaranteed to be far more powerful than civilian-grade goods. Since they wanted to play with explosives, let's see who had the bigger boom. Lu Ming sipped his cola while considering the rooftop layout. He had checked the rooftop iron door before. It was an ordinary rusty gate secured with a U-lock. It would be easy for Zhang Chang and his men to get up there. But the rooftop was spacious, and the exhaust fan duct was over a dozen meters from the iron door. If he laid mines along the only path from the door to the duct, he could ensure they never returned. Those 100 high-explosive double-bang firecrackers were no joke. Disassembling a few to make a chain of tripwire mines would be enough to blow Zhang Chang and a gang into a cloud of gore. Lu Ming stood up, finished the last 2 tarts in 2 bites, and wiped his hands with a wet wipe. It seemed he couldn't just lie around watching the show these next few days. He needed to prepare a big surprise for those bastards on the rooftop. Unless he crippled or killed them all, they would never learn what despair truly meant. These desperados fighting for survival at the edge had been pushed to the point of madness. In the dark room on the 12th floor, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Zhang Chang's face was grim. He paced back and forth on the icy floor, occasionally scraping his machete against the wall with a grating screech. "Brother Chang," one of the underlings stammered nervously, "what if we use too much gunpowder and bring the whole building down? If this building collapses, we'll die down here too." Zhang Chang stopped abruptly and fixed the underling with a glare, his eyes bloodshot with madness. His face, covered in scars, was twisted with a ferocity that made him impossible to look at. "Afraid to die? We have no food left. If we don't loot, we die anyway." Zhang Chang clenched his jaw. "That bastard Lu Ming is living like a king, eating pastries and drinking soda. Even if I die, I'm taking him with me." With that, he raised his machete and brought it down with all his might on a broken wooden door nearby. Wood chips flew, stinging the faces of the men around him. "Since we can't get his supplies, since he won't give us a way out, we'll blow this whole building to hell." Zhang Chang's eyes blazed with madness. "We'll all die together." December 9th, Friday. The snow continued to fall, and the frigid wind howled relentlessly through the cracked window panes. The corridor on the 12th floor was bitterly cold, littered with frozen excrement and black ash. Zhang Chang stood at the stairwell, rhythmically tapping his watermelon knife against the iron railing. The clanging sound sent shivers down everyone's spines. To consolidate power for the assault on Lu Ming, Zhang Chang began establishing absolute dictatorial control over the lower floors. Dagong, leading a dozen underlings armed with steel pipes, began kicking down doors one by one. Boom! A flimsy wooden door splintered open under Dagong's kick. "Hand over all your food!" Dagong bellowed. Inside, an elderly couple trembled in terror. The old man clutched a half bag of rice tightly, their only remaining lifeline. "This is ours! You can't take it!" Dagong strode over, grabbed the old man by the hair, and slammed his head against the wall. The old man screamed in agony, collapsing to the floor with blood streaming from his head. Dagong snatched the bag of rice and tossed it to a lackey behind him. "Brother Chang says we're on a ration system now." Dagong grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Anyone caught hoarding gets thrown out to freeze to death." The old woman wailed, throwing herself over her husband, but Dagong paid no heed, turning to lead his men to the next door. Ergang, dragging his broken leg, directed from behind. "No food. Strip off that down jacket to pay your debt." A woman clung desperately to her padded coat, her only protection against the cold. A lackey stepped forward and delivered 2 sharp slaps, forcibly tearing the coat from her. Clad only in a thin autumn shirt in the -60-degree air, she turned blue from the cold within minutes. The entire 11th and 12th floors descended into chaos. Cries and pleas for mercy merged into a single desperate chorus, but no one dared resist. These thugs wielded knives and steel pipes. Anyone who stood up would meet certain death. Half an hour later, all the looted supplies were piled in the hall on the 12th floor. Rice flour and oil were scattered about, along with a few packs of expired biscuits and several bottles of mineral water. Not even a moldy sausage was spared. Dozens of survivors crouched shivering on the ground. Their eyes, burning with hunger, were fixed on the food as they swallowed hard. Zhang Chong stood on a broken wooden crate surveying the pitiful crowd. "From today on I am the law," he declared, pointing at the pile of rice and instant noodles. "We need to save our strength for what matters. Those who follow me to fight Lu Ming will eat their fill. Women and old folks who don't work get 1 bowl of rice gruel a day. Anyone who disobeys gets nothing." These words ignited an uproar among the crowd. What good was a bowl of watery gruel? In this -60-degree hell, without enough food, one couldn't even maintain body heat. It was a slow death sentence. A bespectacled young man stood up from the crowd. "What gives you the right to do this? You have no authority," he shouted, trembling with rage. "The supplies belong to everyone." Before he could finish, Zhang Chong shot a glance. Dodong lunged forward, grabbed the man by the collar, and dragged him to the shattered window. Outside, a blizzard raged, snowflakes stinging like knives against the skin. "All right, go argue out there," Dodong said, shoving him hard. The man screamed as he plummeted from the 12th floor. A dull thud followed. Below, thick snow muffled all sound and silence reigned. Dead silence gripped the corridor. Everyone cowered, hardly daring to breathe. This was naked terror, a rule of fear that left them seething but voiceless, forced into submission. Zhang Chong sneered at the terrified crowd. Lin Qian, wrapped in a tattered coat, huddled in a corner, her head bowed, afraid to meet his gaze. She had received a bowl of watery gruel with only a few grains of rice floating in it. After a few sips, her hunger only intensified. But she could only lick the bowl and swallow her pride. In room 1801, Lu Ming, wearing a gray short-sleeved shirt, stared at his phone. As midnight passed, the skull icon on the screen flickered. "Open," he said, tapping the screen. A flash of white light swept across the coffee table. 10 small black boxes were neatly arranged. "Congratulations. Obtained high-precision infrared alarm X10 description, military-grade sensors with built-in independent power supply. Any living being crossing the infrared grid will instantly send an alert to the main unit." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He picked up a box and examined it. "Perfect, just what I needed." He had been worrying about how to secure the rooftop against those fools, since cameras couldn't cover that area. Now with this, he could seal off every blind spot. Lu Ming took the device to the corridor. The cold was biting. He quickly tightened his tactical jacket and climbed the stairs to the rusted iron door leading to the rooftop. He attached several infrared sensors to hidden spots behind the door. If anyone dared to push it open, the alarm would sound immediately. Not stopping there, he retrieved the firecrackers from before and set up a chain of booby traps near the ventilation ducts. The moment the alarm triggered, he would ignite the gunpowder, ensuring those bastards got the surprise of their lives. After setting everything up, Lu Ming clapped his hands and returned to the warm safety of his haven. Feeling a pang of hunger, he decided to prepare a meal. He walked to the double-door refrigerator and took out a premium Australian Wagyu tomahawk steak. He cut a slice of expensive French artisan butter and dropped it into a hot skillet. The butter melted, bubbling into a golden froth. He placed the steak in the pan. As the heat rose, the sizzle of searing meat filled the air. A sprinkle of black pepper and sea salt released a rich, savory aroma that enveloped the entire room. The surface was seared to a crispy golden brown, while the inside remained a tender pink. He cut a large piece and chewed. The juices exploded in his mouth, delivering pure satisfaction. He even opened a bottle of Lafite red wine, pouring it into a goblet and swirling it gently. The ruby-red liquid exuded a mellow fragrance, perfectly complementing the rich, fatty beef. "Tis, this piece is too fatty, really greasy," Lu Ming muttered, frowning. He tossed the remaining half of the steak into the trash bin. What a waste of food. If the people downstairs saw this, they would probably lose their minds. They killed and robbed for a few grains of rice, while Lu Ming discarded beef worth hundreds of yuan a pound like garbage. This was the cruelest class divide of the apocalypse. He turned on his Bluetooth speaker playing a soothing melody, and sat before the surveillance screens waiting for the show to begin. Meanwhile, in the large room on the 12th floor, Zhang Chang's forces were fully assembled. A dozen burly men stood in a row, each having eaten their fill of dry rice, their eyes gleaming with reckless brutality. Each man gripped a weapon. Dong carried a heavy iron barrel packed with gunpowder looted from a fat man's apartment on the 6th floor. Dozens of pounds of it tightly compressed. Dong had attached a long fuse to the top. This homemade bomb was more than enough to cause serious damage. On the floor beside them lay a dozen empty bottles filled with medical alcohol, their mouths stuffed with rags. These were homemade Molotov cocktails. Once lit and thrown, they could burn a man alive. Zhang Chang gripped his razor-sharp watermelon knife, its blade glinting coldly. He stared fixedly at the ceiling above. This time they were no longer a chaotic mob, but an organized suicide squad. "Once we're on the rooftop, move quietly," Zhang Chang gritted out. "Dong, take your men to find the ventilation pipe and place the explosive barrel next to it. That's the weakest part of the floor below. The rest of you ready the Molotov cocktails. As soon as the floor collapses, light the bottles and throw them down. Smoke out that bastard." Lu Ming got it. The lackeys nodded in unison, each swallowing hard. This was their only hope for a decent meal. "No matter how hard his shell is," Zhang Chang spat, "it'll blast it to pieces." Dong, a wild glint in his one good eye, echoed in agreement. "Brother Chang's right. We've got explosives, nothing to fear." Zhang Chang slashed the air with his knife. "Grab the gear. To the rooftop. Blast through the floor. Kill that bastard." The night was deep, and the wind and snow raged outside. The wind battered the bulletproof glass, and snowflakes slammed against the windows with a loud roar. Lu Ming stood before the floor-to-ceiling window holding the carbon fiber compound crossbow in his hand. He found a clean, soft cloth and meticulously wiped the bow limbs, carefully removing even the dust from the pulleys. Then he drew the bowstring. It was taut, brimming with resilience. This weapon had resolved numerous troubles for him. Liangzi had met his end beneath this very crossbow. Yet the situation ahead was different. Zhang Chang's gang had acquired real firepower. They had raided the fireworks warehouse on the 6th floor, obtaining dozens of pounds of gunpowder, which they tightly packed into iron barrels to create explosives. Coupled with homemade Molotov cocktails, they planned to blast through the floor from the rooftop, intending to burn Lu Ming alive in his room. Lu Ming ceased his motions, placing the crossbow on the adjacent genuine leather sofa. He visited the rooftop once more, where he had deployed 10 infrared alarms. Yet alarms alone were insufficient. He needed to prepare a welcoming gift for them. He turned and strode to the bathroom, pulling a high-pressure water hose from beneath the sink. The hose was long, extending into the corridor. Above the corridor lay a square access panel, which led directly to the ventilation shaft on the rooftop side. Lu Ming fetched a solid wooden chair, stepped onto it, and pushed open the access panel. A blast of frigid air instantly poured in, carrying ice shards that stung his face with biting pain. Gritting his teeth, he climbed up. From this vantage point, he could see the rusty iron door on the rooftop and the dozen-meter stretch of open ground in the middle, the only route to the exhaust pipe. Lu Ming dragged the water gun, poked his head out, and flipped the switch on the high-pressure pump. With a hiss, a powerful jet of water shot forth. In the -60-degree night wind, the water instantly froze upon hitting the ground. He swung his wrist, sweeping back and forth, coating the entire area from the iron door to the exhaust pipe with a thick layer of water. As the water spread, the ground turned to ice. The ice was solid, covering the floor tiles completely, making them exceedingly slippery. No one could stand on it, let alone carry a dozen-pound barrel of explosives. Lu Ming sprayed extra water at the edge of the stairs. If the gang and his men stepped onto it, they would surely break their bones. After setting these traps, he retreated into the room, securely fastened the access panel, and patted the water stains from his hands. This tactic was called instant ice from splashed water, and it was the first trial Zhang Chang's men had to face. Returning to the spacious living room, Lu Ming began to inventory all of his assets. The great battle was imminent. He had to ensure flawless preparation. He laid out all his gear on the marble coffee table. First, he counted the arrows for the compound crossbow. There were 14 in total. All were stainless steel with barbed tips gleaming with a cold, sharp light. He neatly arranged the arrows into his portable quiver. Next he inspected the tear gas spray, 2 large red cans. One was half-used, sloshing with liquid when shaken, while the other remained completely sealed. This was chemical warfare. A mere touch could drive a person mad with agony. He clipped the half-full can to his belt. The high-pressure water gun also needed checking. He walked to the secondary bedroom and glanced at the dashboard. The 5-ton water tank was still full, and the booster pump was functioning properly. As long as the power was connected, it could spray people. Finally, he lined up a row of lighters on the coffee table, windproof ones with a fierce flame, and placed 2 bottles of high-concentration medical alcohol beside them. If Zhang Chong wanted to play with fire, then he would play along. With everything ready, Lu Ming sat on the sofa and took out a bottle of ice cola. He twisted off the cap, tilted his head back, and gulped down most of the bottle. As the carbonated bubbles erupted and churned in his stomach, he let out a long, resonant burp. Satisfying. But at this moment, his eyes were icy cold, brimming with lethal intent. The coming fight was no child's play. Zhang Chong's men were like cornered beasts, and he had also witnessed the bloodshed on the 12th floor. Facing such a fearless suicide squad, he had to strike with deadly force, showing no mercy. The moment they dared to show their heads, he would riddle them with holes, never allowing them to approach the blast door by even half a step. In his past life, he was too kind and was devoured by others. Now he would ensure these people perished. Lu Ming leaned back against the sofa, his gaze shifting to the large surveillance monitor above. The screen was divided into several segments. The largest one showed the iron door on the rooftop, now quiet, with only the wind and snow. Another monitor was aimed at the 12th floor. Zhang Chong and his men had already set out. The 12th floor hall was empty, with only a few people huddled in a corner. Lin Qian was in that dark corner. She was wearing that foul, tattered coat curled up against the wall. Her bare legs were frozen black and purple, covered in bloody cuts from bumps and scrapes. The blood had frozen into black ice shards. Her hair was tangled, her face smeared with mud and tears. Her eyes stared blankly at the floor tiles ahead, while her chest rose and fell faintly. She no longer even had the strength to shiver. Lu Ming looked at Lin Qian on the screen, feeling nothing. This former haughty female streamer, the green tea, who had caused his death in his past life. Now fallen into such a miserable state, he couldn't even muster the interest to mock her. She was nothing but a discarded pawn. Zhang Chong had taken his men to fight without her, leaving her on the 12th floor to die. Lu Ming picked up a half-eaten slice of pizza and tossed it directly into the trash bin beside him. "It's cold, even a dog wouldn't eat it," he muttered casually. Time passed quickly. It was 1 o'clock, then 2 o'clock in the morning. Soft music played in the room, and Lu Ming even closed his eyes and dozed off. He was in no rush at all. Zhang Chong and his men were carrying dozens of pounds of gunpowder barrels and numerous flammable glass bottles. The stairwell was dark and slippery. They moved slowly, shuffling step by step. They had to be extremely careful on every floor, fearing that a fall would blow themselves up. Finally, the clock on the wall struck 3. At 3 in the morning, the wind and snow outside grew fiercer. Suddenly, a sharp alarm sound erupted from the main console. A red light flashed at the edge of the screen. The infrared alarm had been triggered. Lu Ming's eyes snapped open, darting to the main surveillance screen. The rusty iron door on the rooftop had finally stirred. The large lock on the door had been cut and lay in the snow. The iron door was pushed open a crack, and the cold wind howled loudly onto the rooftop. Several figures emerged onto the rooftop. The moonlight was bright, casting their shadows extremely long, stretching all the way to the exhaust pipe. Leading them was De Gang. One of his eyes was wrapped in a blood-stained cloth, while the other was wide open. He clutched the large iron barrel tightly in both hands. The barrel was filled with gunpowder, its fuse trailing on the ground. Behind him followed Zhang Chong, carrying a cleaver in one hand and a lighter in the other. Further back were a dozen lackeys, each holding a Molotov cocktail. At 3 in the morning, De Gang stood behind the iron door, panting heavily. His remaining single eye was filled with ferocity, his hands gripping the large iron barrel tightly. "Everyone stay close to me." De Gang turned and cursed at the lackeys behind him. Those thugs all had a wild gleam in their eyes. They were starving and desperate now, only wanting to fight to the death. De Gang stepped out with his right leg, his heavy work boot crossing the iron threshold and landing on the floor tiles outside. He expected the ground to be snow or ordinary non-slip surface. But he was wrong. As soon as the soul touched the ground he slipped, and De Gang completely lost his balance. Because Lu Ming had already set a deadly trap here, drenching the area thoroughly with the water gun. At -60 degrees the water had long formed a thick layer of ice on the tiles. The perfectly flat ice was terrifyingly slick. De Gang was also carrying a dozen-pound iron barrel. With the weight and momentum, one of his legs slid far forward while the other lagged behind. His legs were forced into a split on the ice. With a tearing sound accompanied by a sickening thud, the muscles in his groin were ripped apart. This was an adult man who had never practiced splits. The forced split tore his ligaments and muscles completely. De Gang let out an extremely agonizing scream, his voice even drowning out the howling wind. In excruciating pain, he released his grip, and the heavy iron barrel flew out of his hands. The barrel slid across the smooth ice. Zhang Chong had just stepped out with one foot, and when he saw the barrel flying, his face instantly turned green. That thing was filled with gunpowder, if such a heavy object flew and hit the low wall on the rooftop. If it sparked even a single ember, all dozen-plus people present would be blown to the heavens together. Fuck. Catch the barrel. Zhang Chong's voice cracked with terror. The lackeys behind him were also scared out of there, with scrambling and crawling onto the ice to intercept the deadly barrel. But the ice was too slippery. As soon as they stepped on it, their feet slid out from under them. Zhang San lunged the hardest. After sliding 2 steps, his feet lost ground, and he fell face first onto the ice, his chin smashing hard against the frozen surface. With a crack, 2 of his teeth shattered and his mouth filled with blood. Lisi tried to grab Wang Wu ahead of him, but his feet slipped, and he crashed headfirst into Wang Wu's waist. The two tumbled and fell together. Over a dozen grown men slipped and fell one after another on this man-made ice rink. They collided into each other, all tumbling into a heap, sliding several meters across the ice. The large iron barrel spun around on the ice, sliding along the slope to the edge. Finally, with a clang, it gently bumped against the low wall. It stopped. No sparks flew. Zhang Chong let out a long sigh of relief, the cold sweat soaking through his tattered cotton jacket. What a fucking close call. They had nearly wiped themselves out. In room 1801, Lu Ming lounged comfortably on the genuine leather sofa, a high-definition tablet on the marble coffee table. The screen was split into several views, the main one being the night vision surveillance of the rooftop. The drone captured everything outside clearly, even De Gang's expression during his split. Watching the thugs fall like dogs on the ice, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. In his hand, he held a can of cola freshly taken from the fridge. The aluminum can was covered in condensation. He tilted his head back and took a large gulp, the cold fizzy liquid rushing into his stomach. Burp. Lu Ming let out a sonorous gas-filled belch. So satisfying. Then he picked up a piece of Black Forest cake nearby, scooped a large spoonful, and stuffed it into his mouth. What a bunch of idiots. Lu Ming ate while watching the screen. Isn't this a case of failing before even starting? These people thought their plan was flawless, coming with explosives to blow up the roof, only to fail at even walking properly. Lu Ming tossed the remaining half of the cake into the trash, grabbed a tissue, and wiped his hands. On the rooftop, the cold wind cut like a knife against their bodies. De Gang was still writhing on the ice. One of his legs was completely ruined, unable to close. His crotch was stained crimson, all blood. The pain from torn muscles was unbearable, especially in such extreme low temperatures. The blood froze into ice within seconds of flowing out. Brother Chong. My leg is ruined. De Gang's lips were purple, his eyes rolling back in pain. Zhang Chong's face was grim and terrifying. He carefully stepped on the threshold and retrieved his cleaver. He stabbed the tip of the knife firmly into the ice, barely maintaining his balance. He looked at the path ahead. From the iron door to the exhaust pipe was over 10 meters, all covered in solid, smooth, thick ice. That bastard Lu Ming had completely blocked the way. No one could walk on it standing up. If they slipped and ignited the gunpowder barrel, they'd all be finished. Everyone get down. Zhang Chong's brutish face twisted, and he cursed through gritted teeth. If you can't walk, then crawl. If we don't blow that turtle shell open today, none of us will live. He slammed the back of the knife against the wall nearby. The few lackeys who had just gotten up exchanged glances, looking at the gleaming ice beneath their feet, their hearts pounding with fear. It was -60 degrees crawl across the ice. But Zhang Chong's knife was pointed at them. If they didn't crawl, they'd die now. The lackeys could only steel themselves and obediently lie down on the ice. As soon as they touched it, the bone-piercing cold penetrated their clothes, making them shiver uncontrollably. Their thin clothes stuck directly to the ice. The heat from their bodies melted a little water on the ice, but the surrounding cold instantly refroze it, firmly gluing their clothes and pants to the ground. Zhang San pushed himself forward with his hands. With a tearing sound, the fabric over his knees ripped. Not only the pants, but a piece of his skin was also torn off, stuck to the ice. Zhang San screamed in pain. His leg was a bloody mess, missing a large patch of skin. Blood gushed out and immediately formed crimson ice flowers on the ice. Li's situation was even worse. He wasn't wearing gloves and his bare hands pressed against the ice. When he crawled forward, the flesh on his palms froze to the ice. When he pulled with force, an entire layer of skin peeled off his palms, revealing the bright red flesh beneath. As the old saying goes, the fingers are connected to the heart. Li cried out in pain, but the tears froze into ice beads on his face as soon as they fell. This 10-meter stretch had become a path of torture. Every inch they crawled forward cost them torn skin and flesh. De Gang dragged his broken leg at the back, every movement sending excruciating pain through the torn area. He bit his lower lip until it was bloody. "Brother Chang, I can't crawl anymore." De Gang's voice grew weaker, he was breathing out more than in. Zhang Chang crawled behind, tightly gripping his knife. His own clothes were also stuck to the ice, and his belly was rubbed raw. "You have to crawl even if you can't." Zhang Chang slammed the back of the knife onto De Gang's back. The dozen men wriggled painfully on the ice like half-dead maggots. This 10-meter stretch, which would normally take just a few seconds to walk, took them nearly 20 minutes to crawl. Every one of them was injured, their palms and knees shredded. Finally, the lackey at the front crawled to the pipe. The exhaust pipe was made of stainless steel, covered with a thick layer of frost, its opening facing the rooftop. "We're here, Brother Chang. We're here." The lackey's voice trembled, his teeth chattering. Zhang Chang was lying 2 meters behind, panting heavily, his breath forming white clouds. "Quick! Push the barrel over. Place it tight against the bottom of the exhaust pipe." The lackey didn't dare delay. He hugged the heavy iron barrel and inched it towards the base of the exhaust pipe. His fingers were already frozen stiff, numb, and feeling nothing. He just wanted to set down the explosives, quickly light the fuse, and get back inside to warm up. The barrel slowly leaned against the pipe, and the lackey reached out a hand to feel for the gap under the exhaust pipe. He was looking for a flat notch to secure the barrel. His purplish fingers slid down the pipe wall, probing the crevice between the pipe and the accumulated snow. His fingers seemed to brush against something, a very thin, fine thread. The lackey's fingers were completely numb, he couldn't tell what it was. He thought it was just a blade of grass blown by the wind or an ice crystal. Without caution, he applied a little force to push it aside. The thin thread instantly tightened, then snapped. A very faint metallic click sounded, minuscule amidst the howling wind and snow. An ordinary person wouldn't have heard it, but Zhang Chang was only 2 meters away. Having navigated the underworld for years, and countless life-and-death brawls, he had an instinctive, sharp sense of danger. That sound was too wrong. It wasn't the sound of ice cracking, but rather the crisp click of a metal mechanism springing open. Every hair on Zhang Chang's body stood on end, and his scalp went numb. He stared fixedly at the snow beneath the exhaust pipe. Right where the lackey's hand was, a tiny orange spark burst forth, glaringly bright in the darkness. The fuse had been ignited. There was something hidden under the snow. "Fall back! Fall back!" Zhang Chang screamed at the top of his lungs, his voice distorted by sheer terror. "There's a mine. Fucking fall back!" He didn't even care about how slippery the ice was. Using his hands and feet, he scrambled backward with all his might, even discarding the cleaver he had been gripping so tightly. In room 1801, Lu Ming set down the cola can he had been holding before the screen. The can of chilled soda had long been drained. He picked up the military-grade noise-canceling headphones from the marble coffee table and leisurely placed them over his ears. On ordinary days, he enjoyed listening to music in this room, kept at a constant 24 degrees Celsius. But today, there was better entertainment. In the night vision feed on the tablet screen, the moment the thug snapped the thin wire, an orange-red blaze erupted abruptly, its blinding radiance instantly swallowing the black night sky. That was no ordinary street firecracker. It was a chain of booby traps Lu Ming had laid in advance. A full dozen or more high-explosive double-kick firecrackers were tightly bound together. He had obtained them through the Doomsday Blind Box app. The power of items produced by the system was far beyond what any civilian-grade products on the market could match. Just looking at the thick red tube with a black skull emblem, its power was directly comparable to a high-yield military grenade. Boom! An earth-shattering roar tore through the blizzard, and the entire 18-story residential building shook violently with a thunderous blast. A massive fireball erupted directly on the rooftop. The violent shockwaves swept outward, and the white snowflakes were instantly vaporized into steam by the extreme heat, only to be frozen into ice crystals by the frigid air outside. The thick layer of ice on the ground was ripped up, and shattered hard ice chunks flew in all directions like sharp blades. The lackey closest to the exhaust pipe bore the brunt of it. His hand was still on the snapped wire. Before he could even let out a scream, his body was torn into dozens of bloody shreds by the savage blast wave. The two thugs helping to push the large iron barrel also suffered. Their bodies, like broken cloth sacks, were hurled several meters away by the powerful blast and slammed heavily into the rusty low wall at the edge of the rooftop. The immense impact shattered their bones and severed limbs, and broken ice sprayed everywhere. Blood had just spurted from the ruptured vessels when it encountered the -60-degree extreme cold midair. The warm blood instantly lost its heat, freezing into red ice beads the size of fingernails, which pattered down onto the surrounding ice. Some ice beads struck the rusty iron door with sharp clinks, falling more densely than hail. The explosion was so ferocious that it instantly blew the three men to pieces. The ground was covered with a mess of red and white mixed with black gunpowder residue, steaming in the extreme cold before quickly congealing into disgusting hardened bloodstains within seconds. It was nauseating to behold. But the power of this chain blast was far from over. The massive shockwaves swept across the slippery ice surface, and the group of lackeys crawling behind suffered terribly. Remember, they had been clutching homemade Molotov cocktails. Those were bottles filled with high-concentration medical alcohol intended to burn Lu Ming to death. Caught by the violent blast, several of them tumbled across the slick ice. They could no longer hold onto the glass bottles, which smashed heavily against the hard ice crust. With a series of sharp cracking sounds, over a dozen Molotov cocktails shattered instantly. High-concentration medical alcohol gushed everywhere, filling the air with a pungent smell. Before the alcohol could evaporate, sparks from the explosion rained down. The sparks ignited the alcohol covering the ground, and with a whoosh, flames over a meter high erupted across the ice. Red and blue tongues of fire danced wildly in the rooftop gale, turning the terrace into a bloody slaughterhouse. The padded jackets of 4 lackeys were soaked in alcohol. As the sparks landed, they instantly became 4 human torches. Blazing with fire, they rolled and struggled frantically on the thickly iced floor tiles. But the high-concentration alcohol fire was impossible to extinguish. "Help! Chong, save me! It burns! I'm burning to death!" Their twisted screams pierced through the thick floorboards, echoing endlessly in the dark stairwell. The flames licked fiercely at their skin, burning through their clothes and scorching their flesh, emitting an intensely pungent smell of burnt meat. They tried to smother the flames with the cold of the ice, but the ice was covered in spilled alcohol, and the more they rolled, the fiercer the fire grew. One burning lackey, writhing in agony, scraped long bloody trails on the ice with his blackened fingernails. Before long he stopped moving. Zhang Chong, that old fox seasoned in the underworld, had the fastest reaction among them all. The moment he heard the click of the mechanism under the exhaust pipe, he knew something was terribly wrong. Without a thought for the lackeys behind, he scrambled desperately back toward the rooftop iron door. In his retreat, he didn't care that his padded jacket was stuck to the ice. He tore it off, ripping a large piece of skin from his belly in the process. A second before the explosion, he flung himself like a beaten dog behind the iron door, clutching his head and curling into a ball. But he had severely underestimated the power of the explosives. The violent blast, mixed with sharp ice shards, roared against the thick iron door of the rooftop. The immense force knocked him flat. Zhang Chong rolled several times in the snowdrift, his head smashing hard against the edge of the stairwell landing. He gasped, mouth wide open, a deafening roar filling both ears, and even his eardrums oozed red blood. Several sharp ice chips flew through the crack in the door at terrifying speed, slashing across his cheek and neck. A long, deep gash was cut into one side of Zhang Chong's face. The wound ran from the corner of his eye down to his chin, deep enough to reveal bone, a bloody mess. He rolled on the ground in agony, clutching his face, his frostbitten bloody hand mixing with the mangled flesh. This time he had truly come within a hair's breadth of losing his wretched life. If he had been a second slower, he would have been nothing but mincemeat on the ground. De Gang, dragging his crippled leg, collapsed at the edge of the area. Because he had pulled a muscle in his leg from doing the splits earlier, he was crawling at the very back, and the towering flames didn't reach him. But a flying piece of scrap metal embedded itself in his upper thigh. He wailed on the ice, clutching his bleeding crotch, his one eye wide with utter terror. The thugs were completely stunned. They had come with a large barrel of explosives to ambush him, planning to blast through the floor and force Lu Ming out to burn him alive. Instead, they hadn't even touched the handle of Lu Ming's blast door, and more than half of their group was already dead or wounded. Annihilation in an instant. Fortunately, the large iron barrel packed with dozens of pounds of gunpowder hadn't been detonated. The lackey had pushed it into a blind spot behind the exhaust pipe. Although the blast wave was fierce, the compacted gunpowder barrel was merely knocked over by the shockwave, rolling heavily to one side of the ice. If that thing had also been set off by the chain of booby traps, the entire roof of this floor, along with the 18 floors below, would have been blown sky-high together. Inside room 1801, the air conditioner was set to a constant 24 degrees, and the heater hummed diligently, blowing warm air. The temperature inside was comfortable, perfect for wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Lu Ming took off his military-grade noise-canceling headphones and tossed them casually onto the spacious leather sofa. The sounds of the explosion and screams from outside were mostly blocked by the heavy blast door. Only a faint muffled rumble reached inside. On the tablet screen, the night vision feed briefly went white after the blast, then restored. The orange-red light of real flames illuminated the severed limbs on the rooftop. Watching the thugs struggle in the inferno of ice and fire, Lu Ming rubbed his chin and let out a cold snort. Can't handle this much. He got up and went to the large refrigerator in the kitchen to grab another can of iced cola. With one hand, he pulled the aluminum tab. A soft hiss sounded as white vapor escaped. Cold air billowed and carbonated bubbles surged. Lu Ming drank the icy soda, watching the thugs scuttling like headless flies on the screen. This scene of real vengeance was more thrilling than any action movie. For these selfish, vicious beasts, a little pain of the flesh was nothing. In his past life, his soft-heartedness in giving them food had led to them holding him down on a chopping board and butchering him for the pot. He remembered the pain of every single cut. The traps he had set for them now were merely appetizers. Watching the gruesome scene on the screen, Lu Ming felt no satisfaction. Instead, he felt that this level of punishment was far from enough. Unless they were utterly crushed and driven to despair, these cannibalistic thugs of the apocalypse would never know fear. They had to be eradicated root and branch, not one left alive. Lu Ming set the half-finished cola can down heavily on the marble coffee table. He stood up, walked to the shelf by the entrance, and reached up to take down the compound tactical crossbow hanging on the wall. This black compound crossbow was a weapon that had helped him kill before. The steel limbs gleamed with a cold metallic luster, the pulley system was well maintained, and the draw weight was formidable. He grabbed a handful of bolts from the tactical quiver beside it. These custom crossbow bolts all had barbed tips. Once they struck a target and embedded in the flesh, pulling them out would surely tear out a chunk of meat. Lu Ming, carrying the compound tactical crossbow, walked with steady steps to the immensely heavy blast door. This door was the dividing line between life and death. Outside the door was a brutal hell of -60 degrees. Inside was a warm spring-like paradise with ample supplies. He reached out and slid open the cover of the tactical firing port on the door. With a soft metallic click, the bulletproof cover of the firing port was pulled open a crack. A bone-chilling wind thick with the smell of blood and burnt flesh immediately rushed in through the opening. The warm air inside, meeting the extreme cold, instantly turned into a white mist at the crack. The emergency lights in the hallway on the 18th floor flickered incessantly. The light pierced through the white mist. Lu Ming leveled the tactical crossbow in his hand, securely seating a barbed bolt into the groove. He squinted, aiming through the firing port. But the sights were not directed at the distant stairwell. Instead, they were aimed directly at the floor of the corridor. Because he had seen on the monitor screen that a burning thug hadn't waited to die on the rooftop, but had instead rolled all the way down the icy stairs. The fire on this man had mostly gone out during his tumble, but his torn clothes had been burned to charcoal. The scorched flesh and fabric were stuck together, and the thug let out garbled moans of agony, crawling desperately forward inch by inch along the corridor tiles. and the target of his crawl was the impregnable blast door before Lu Ming's eyes. Outside the door lay Lei Yu, the arsonist now charred black beyond recognition. He was no longer even human. His tattered cotton jacket fused inseparably to his blistered flesh, rendered fat sizzled, and oozed, under the fire's wrath, releasing a pungent acrid stench of burnt meat. Agony had shattered his mind. Only one thought remained: enter the house. That warm, well-stocked sanctuary, safe, abundant, alive. Lei Yu dragged his mangled legs across the maintenance hatch, leaving behind a long viscous trail of blood-black sludge. The moment it touched the frigid tile floor, it froze instantly into a glossy obsidian-black ice layer. "Open! Save me!" A guttural, garbled wail escaped his throat, his vocal cords seared beyond repair, more chilling than the wails of phantoms in midnight's grip. With his hand reduced to bare bone, Lei Yu slammed it desperately against Lu Ming's reinforced blast-proof door. Thud. Thud. Faint, hollow, like knocking on death's own threshold. Embers still smoldered across his body. To open the door would be to invite wildfire into the sanctum. Clearly he intended mutual annihilation, to drag everyone down with him into oblivion. Inside, Lu Ming stood poised, gripping a matte black composite tactical crossbow. Icy wind streamed through the firing port, biting his face. A piercing cold, for this was 60 degrees below zero, laced with the coppery tang of blood and the acrid reek of charring. Lu Ming wrinkled his nose in distaste. The stench polluted the air within. His eyelids did not so much as flicker. Through the red-hot sight, the crosshairs settled unerringly upon the man's skull. No words. No pity. No saintly hesitation. Mercy held no place in his heart for such as these. His finger tightened on the trigger. Twang. A deep, resonant snap, the bowstring recoiling like thunder trapped in wood. A carbon fiber bolt tore through the air, impossibly swift. Then thwip. The razor-sharp tip pierced Lei Yu's right eye socket with surgical precision. The barbed steel head punched clean through the fragile cranium. The bolt's kinetic force hurled him backward violently. Lei Yu never uttered a final cry. He collapsed like a sack of rotten grain onto the corridor tiles. Gray matter and blackened blood oozed sluggishly down the shaft of the black bolt. In the extreme cold, the blood congealed within seconds, hardening into grotesque, glistening ice clots. His legs twitched thrice, then fell still. His eyes remained wide open, locked forever upon that unyielding sealed blast door. Behind the rusted iron door atop the roof, Zhang Chong huddled in the corner, shivering uncontrollably. Half his face was drenched in blood, deep bone-exposed wounds frozen solid by the wind, the flayed skin hardened into brittle icy plates. That raw, tearing agony could break even the strongest man. He'd witnessed the corridor's carnage in full. The black bolt vanished before the eye could track it. Only the sharp thwang and the sudden collapse remained. This was no brawl. It was slaughter, absolute and unilateral. Zhang Chong's Adam's apple bobbed twice. Terror flooded his face, cold sweat mingling with blood, immediately freezing into crimson shards upon his skin. Zhang Chong knew Lu Ming possessed such a crossbow, and had feared it above all else. Yet now something far more terrifying revealed itself: Lu Ming's very nature. After all, the apocalypse had lasted less than 2 weeks, and until recently Lu Ming was nothing but an ordinary man. Yet here stood a man who killed without blinking, without uttering a word, whose ruthless decisiveness chilled Zhang Chong to the marrow. "Brother Chong." De Gang crouched at the rooftop's edge, clutching his bleeding thigh. His single eye bulged wildly, pupils darting in panic. Zhang Chong didn't glance at him. Instead, his gaze swept over the massive iron drum, and the charred, twisted forms of his fallen underlings strewn across the ice. Human torches still writhed and screamed, their stench of scorched flesh carried on the wind. All was lost. Resistance was futile. To remain meant certain death, for every last one of them. "Retreat! Now, move!" Zhang Chong bellowed, voice shredded, trembling with raw terror. "De Gang, grab that drum and get down now!" In his desperate flight, Zhang Chong abandoned even his cleaver, once stained with countless lives, now discarded like trash in the snow. He scrambled down the stairs, slipping repeatedly on the treacherously slick ice. Lu Ming spilled water, frozen solid. He crashed headlong 3 times, his front teeth smashing hard against the concrete steps, shattering half clean off. Yet he paid no mind to the blood flooding his mouth. Pushing himself up, he fled onward, tumbling and crawling toward the 12th floor. De Gang, dragging his impaled, ruined leg, heaved the heavy iron drum downward with desperate strength. The drum clanged and clattered violently against the icy steps. On the rooftop several wounded men still writhed amid fire, and thrust half-full of half-consumed. "Brother Chong, take me with you! Save me!" Their cries echoed pitifully in the storm. Zhang Chong didn't turn. Didn't pause. Didn't breathe. Who cared for cannon fodder now? Better a dead comrade than a dead self. Survival demanded ruthlessness. He and a gang fled like broken dogs, spine shattered, dignity erased. They sprinted down the frozen staircase, leaving streaks of crimson on each step. Meanwhile, inside apartment 1801, Lu Ming lowered his crossbow and slid the bulletproof shutter over the firing port. A crisp click. The alloy latch snapped shut, sealing out the Arctic gale completely. The imported air purifier whirred softly to life, scrubbing away the lingering stench of smoke and char within minutes. The air regained its subtle citrus fragrance. Lu Ming returned to his spacious sunlit living room. On the marble coffee table, a high-definition tablet displayed Zhang Chong and a gang's frantic, undignified retreat in perfect clarity. They fled like startled hares, armor discarded, weapons abandoned. Lu Ming took a long, icy gulp from his can of cola and smirked. Lucky you ran fast. He had no intention of pursuing them beyond the door. Though many residents had gathered around Zhang Chong, the building stood 18 stories tall, with 4 apartments per floor. Accounting for the dead and absent, over 100 souls remained scattered across the floors. Zhang Chong commanded at most a few dozen. Lu Ming refused to believe the rest were all dead, or too timid to act. His crossbow packed devastating power, but his physique remained utterly ordinary, a lifelong homebody sustained by sugary sodas, likely outmatched even by elderly Tai Chi practitioners in the park. Thus his enduring philosophy remained simple: hide, endure, conserve. His pantry held enough food to last 8 lifetimes, and with his system surviving 10 or 20 years posed no obstacle. Surely alien-grade technology would emerge eventually. He had resolved only when he unlocked something truly extraordinary, like powered exoskeleton armor, would he step beyond his sanctuary. Otherwise his world remained strictly bounded by the doorway and the rooftop. Nothing more. Reciting the mantra of patience inwardly, his stomach growled faintly once more. Lu Ming strode toward his premium double-door refrigerator, opened the chilled compartment, and beheld a bounty of elite ingredients. He selected a slab of Australian Wagyu beef grade M9, its marbling rich and luminous as polished marble. He added a box of premium sea urchin and a small jar of Russian beluga caviar. Then he laid the beef evenly across the preheated electric griddle. Sizzle. Fat melted instantly, releasing an intoxicating savory aroma, utterly divorced from the foul stench of burning flesh outside. He lifted a piece perfectly seared and crisp edged straight to his mouth. Tender, succulent, dissolving on the tongue, enhanced by a sip of icy soda, its fizz sharp and invigorating. This life, this perfection, was divine. Not even immortality could rival it. Beyond the door, corpses and lethal cold. Within, sizzling beef and chilled drink. Only in the crucible of apocalypse could such stark visceral contrast be felt so profoundly. Sated and refreshed, Lu Ming reclined into his leather sofa. Minutes ticked by. Outside the blizzard intensified, howling winds driving thick feathery snow onto the rooftop. The burning bodies were swiftly buried beneath deep pristine snow. Flames extinguished entirely, only thin acrid ribbons of black smoke curling upward into the gale. Even the bloodstains vanished beneath the white shroud. When he awoke again, dawn's first pale light pierced the storm-laden sky, gray, silent, desolate. December 10th had arrived. A new day began. Lu Ming rested with eyes closed, when suddenly the screen of his phone resting on the coffee table lit up brightly. Today's mystery box has refreshed. Lu Ming lounged on his leather sofa, cradling a steaming mug of hot cocoa, its fragrant vapor rising in delicate curls. The phone screen remained illuminated. He picked it up and tapped open the mystery box app. A black skull icon pulsed once, then flashed. Today's mystery box has refreshed. The most addictive moment in all the wasteland. Open! Without hesitation he tapped the screen. A shimmer, blue light, cold and technological, flared across the coffee table. Then with a resonant thud, a heavy matte black metallic case materialized, slamming onto the marble surface. Congratulations! You have obtained portable high-voltage electroshock generator modifiable version 1. Description: equipped with ultra-capacity graphene batteries capable of unleashing catastrophic voltage on contact, instantly incinerating living tissue into charred remains. An unparalleled tool for defense and counterattack. Lu Ming set aside his cocoa and lifted the black metal case. It weighed considerably, dense, purposeful, unyielding. Its shell was forged from aerospace-grade aluminum. Two thick gleaming copper electrodes protruded from either end, a brutal, elegant testament to raw power. A genuine defensive marvel. Lu Ming rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then turned his gaze toward the heavy blast-proof door at his entryway, and an idea sparked instantly in his mind. His safehouse door featured a dual-layer design, an inner primary door, 20 centimeters of solid steel, and an outer security grille fully metallic and permanently locked. If I wire this directly to the metal grille, anyone foolish enough to touch the door barehanded will experience ecstasy, brief, violent, and terminal. Lu Ming acted immediately. He fetched a German-made professional toolkit from storage and sat cross-legged on the entryway tiles to begin disassembly. Warmth suffused the space, no chill at all. Remarkably, the modifiable version proved exceptionally intuitive. Internal wiring was cleanly labeled and accessible. With steady hands and precision pliers, he exposed the device's positive and negative leads, taking nearly an hour to complete. He secured the wires firmly to the metal grille using industrial-grade insulating tape, then installed a remote-controlled switch concealed behind the door frame. Once finished, he brushed dust from his palms, and retrieved a voltage tester. Aiming it at the door, he pressed the remote button. A blinding arc of cobalt blue electricity erupted across the grille, crackling violently, leaping between bars with deafening crack-crack bursts. Ozone filled the air, sharp, metallic, overwhelming. The dazzling, snapping discharge sent shivers down the spine. Hundreds of thousands of volts, lethal, instantaneous, absolute. Any fool daring to grasp that door barehanded would be flash-fried, crisp on the outside, charcoal within. With the entrance now fortified, Lu Ming stretched lazily and prepared to reclaim the battlefield outside. He entered the spacious dressing room and donned his top-tier polar tactical suit, engineered for the harshest extremes. Its inner lining contained cutting-edge aerogel insulation, the outer shell repelled wind, water, and even blade strikes. On his feet, tactical polar boots, fitted with stainless steel ice claws. On his head, a full-coverage Kevlar combat helmet sealed tight with anti-glare windproof goggles. Ensuring not a single inch of skin remained exposed to the cold, Lu Ming dragged over a solid wood chair, stepped up, and pushed open the ceiling maintenance hatch with both hands. Whoosh! A white blizzard gale, 60 degrees below zero, roared inward, hurling needle-like ice shards that struck his helmet with sharp percussive pops. Temperature plummeted. Lu Ming braced, vaulted upward, and landed squarely inside the ventilation duct. After days of absence, he stepped once more onto the familiar snow-choked rooftop. The storm raged fiercely, the roof buried beneath thick, untouched snow. Last night's explosion crater had been smoothed over corpses, and mangled flesh lay frozen solid, hard, inert, like discarded stones. The entire expanse exuded deathly stillness, only the wind's howl broke the silence. Lu Ming crunched forward across the snow, then paused. His peripheral vision caught a shadowed recess behind a vent pipe. There, half-buried, lay a haphazard mound of snow, its edge revealing a sliver of black plastic. "What's this?" Frowning, he approached and kicked it twice with his boot. It felt dense, solid, unyielding. Crouching, he dug away the snow with gloved hands and pulled free the ragged black plastic bag. Inside, tightly wrapped in thick craft paper, lay a cylindrical object, bulky, heavy, its base capped with a short, unburnt fuse. Lu Ming slit the paper with his combat knife. Beneath lay densely packed industrial black powder, dry, pure, impeccably preserved. A substantial charge. He hefted it, easily 5 or 6 kilograms. A slow, sharp smile curled beneath his face mask. This must have dropped from the gang's crew during last night's panicked retreat. They'd brought a massive iron drum to blow the building. This was likely a reserve charge hastily hidden and forgotten in the chaos. Truly generous fools! Without hesitation, Lu Ming unzipped his tactical backpack and stuffed the powder inside. In the apocalypse, gunpowder was irreplaceable strategic gold. Lu Ming had merely intended reconnaissance, yet fate had gifted him enemy ordnance free of charge. These things would later serve as a chain of booby traps capable of sending these thugs straight to hell. The wind on the rooftop grew fiercer, making it nearly impossible to stand steady. After confirming that his setup was flawless, Lu Ming did not linger outside. He turned and swiftly climbed back into the corridor through the maintenance hatch. He secured the alloy cover plate tightly, then opened the door and entered the stairwell. Those men had been driven off just yesterday. They surely wouldn't dare to return. Lu Ming decided it was time to retrieve his 2 crossbow bolts. Lei Yu and Liang Zi's bodies were frozen stiff. One had a black crossbow bolt lodged in its right eye socket, the other near the neck. These were custom carbon fiber arrows, each one precious and irreplaceable. In the apocalypse, such consumables were invaluable. Without hesitation, Lu Ming stepped on the dead man's face, feeling a hard iron-like resistance. He gripped the arrow shaft and yanked it out with force. With a squelch, the barbed steel arrowhead tore free, bringing with it a chunk of frozen black blood and rotting flesh. He casually wiped the blood clean on the snow, then inserted the crossbow bolt into the tactical quiver strapped to his thigh. After finishing, he hurried back to his room, having no desire to linger in that dreadful place outside nor any yearning for it. Back inside, he shed his heavy polar cold-weather suit and hung it on the coat rack. To celebrate the day's bountiful spoils, Lu Ming retrieved a slice of tiramisu from the double-door refrigerator. The premium animal cream exuded a sweet fragrance, its surface dusted with a thick layer of cocoa powder. This would serve as his breakfast and a reward for his hard work. He scooped up a large spoonful and stuffed it into his mouth. The icy soft texture melted on his tongue, the sweetness rushing straight to his head. He then grabbed an endless supply of iced cola, the carbonated bubbles churning wildly in his stomach. Life was damn good. Meanwhile, in the dim hall on the 12th floor, the temperature was bone-chillingly cold with holes and drafts everywhere. Zhang Chong, wrapped in the stolen white down jacket, had a face dark enough to drip with gloom. He stared at the wounded and defeated soldiers scattered around, deeply troubled. Last night's crushing defeat had drained their strength. De Gang leaned against the corner, clutching his crippled leg and groaning in pain, while the remaining underlings shivered, their bodies turning blue from the cold. Morale had plummeted to rock bottom. In the farthest corner of the group, 2 treacherous outlaws huddled together. One was Wang Er, his face pockmarked, and the other was Li San, as skinny as a monkey. Their teeth chattered from the cold, but their eyes gleamed with greedy malice. Pockmarked Wang Er unzipped his tattered cotton jacket, revealing a black cloth bundle clutched tightly to his chest. He carefully lifted a corner of the cloth, revealing a heavy rechargeable angle grinder inside. The cold wind howled through the broken window cracks, carrying icy shards that cut like knives against their faces. The floor was covered in frozen excrement, urine, and blood, emitting a pungent stench. The few torches used for light had long gone out, leaving only a faint glimmer of cold moonlight. The room was shrouded in gloom, filled with wounded men. De Gang leaned against the innermost wall, his crippled leg pierced by a piece of iron left untreated. The flesh and blood had frozen together with his torn pants. The wound had turned black and purple, with no anti-inflammatory medicine in sight, leaving him to groan in pain. His voice echoed through the empty stairwell, sending chills down one's spine. Zhang Chong sat in the darkest corner, tightly wrapped in the stolen white down jacket, head bowed and silent, his face dark as night. Normally, he would have cursed up a storm in such a situation, but today he dared not utter a word. The battle on the rooftop had been too brutal. He had lost most of his men without even touching the doorknob. His authority was completely shattered, barely better than Aunt Liu's at her worst. Zhang Chong felt lost. Being slaughtered single-handedly was too much for anyone to bear. Now everyone in the group was lying stiff. They were dizzy with hunger, lacking even the strength to complain. The air was eerily silent. Lin Qian huddled behind a broken cardboard box across the room. Her stinking coat was stiff, its collar caked with foul grime. Her bare legs were blue and purple from the cold, covered in bloody scrapes. She stared at Zhang Chong's dejected state, a bitter smile twisting her lips. No matter what, she felt a deep satisfaction. These beasts who had treated her like a dog finally got what they deserved. At the corner of the stairs beneath the wind-sheltered steps, Wang Er and Li San sneaked over and crouched down, their teeth chattering from the cold. Wang Er fished a half-smoked cigarette, but from his torn pants pocket scavenged from a pile of corpses that afternoon with traces of black blood on the filter. He lit it with a windproof lighter, took a deep drag, the cheap tobacco burning his lungs. He passed it to Li San beside him. "This life is fucking unbearable," Wang Er cursed in a low voice. He glanced around, confirming no one was watching, then opened his tattered cotton jacket, again revealing the heavy rechargeable angle grinder. Its yellow and black casing gleamed coldly, an industrial-grade high-powered tool heavy in hand. Beside the grinder were 2 fully charged backup lithium batteries, their power indicators glowing green. Most deadly were the 3 diamond grit cutting blades, their sharp edges reflecting a chilling light. Both men had worked construction before, specializing in installing security doors and cutting through locks. This was their forte. The machine was secretly stashed by Old Shin last night, but they had swiped it ahead of time. When the group followed Zhang Chong into battle, they deliberately hid the grinder, keeping it for themselves. "Brother Chong is completely cowed now," Li San said, taking a drag from the second-hand smoke and exhaling a cloud of white breath. "He doesn't even dare to fart. Expect him to lead us to the spoils. We can't win. We'll all starve to death sooner or later." Wang Er's eyes blazed with ferocity. He reached out and touched the icy diamond grit blade. "That Lu Ming's blast door may be tough, but can it stand up to this? This thing is the ancestor of cutting steel, capable of slicing through bank safes. That kid was up all night on the rooftop setting explosives and chain traps. He's definitely dead asleep by now." They exchanged glances, their greed impossible to suppress. They planned to break away from the main group and go solo, aiming to hog all the spoils. "Just cut a slit, slip a Molotov cocktail inside, and once the fire spreads, all those supplies in the room will be ours." Li San licked his cracked lips, his eyes gleaming. "Deal? Then we'll be the new bosses of this building. Zhang Chong can kiss our asses and serve us bedpans." The 2 cannon fodder grew more excited, even planning how to divide the roasted meat inside. They completely forgot that it was the 18th floor's hell. The scene shifted to room 1801. Lu Ming, wearing a loose cotton short-sleeved shirt, sank into the soft leather sofa. On the marble coffee table sat a cup of hot milk tea, terra-flavored, loaded with tapioca pearls and coconut jelly. Steam rose from the cup, filling the room with a sweet aroma. Next to it was a plate of freshly fried crispy pork, golden and tender, dusted with chili powder and cumin. He held a high-definition tablet, its screen split in 2. One half played an old movie, a comedy quite relaxing, while the other showed surveillance footage, the green grid lines glowing quietly. Lu Ming took a big gulp of the milk tea, the warm liquid sliding down his throat, blending rich milk and tea flavors. "This life is absolutely perfect." He leaned back, adjusted to a comfortable position, and propped his feet on the edge of the coffee table. The entire house's surveillance system hummed silently. The infrared alarms he had set up on the rooftop were all connected to the main unit. At the slightest disturbance outside, the alarm would sound immediately. Not even a fly could escape. Not to mention the formidable setup on his door. The newly installed high-voltage electric shock generator was wired securely, delivering hundreds of thousands of volts. Anyone daring to touch the door with bare hands would be instantly electrocuted into charcoal. Lu Ming popped a piece of crispy pork into his mouth, chewing with a crunch, the meat's fragrance filling his mouth. Those fools were still coveting his supplies. Let them come. As long as they touched the door, he would make them utterly regret it. Late at night, the hall on the 12th floor fell completely silent. The wounded had passed out from pain, their breaths growing weaker. Zhang Chong had also fallen asleep against the wall, snoring loudly. The windproof torches had burned to ash. Everyone was dead asleep. Wang Er and Li San quietly crept up from their corner. Wang Er clutched the heavy angle grinder tightly to his chest, while Li San carried 2 homemade Molotov cocktails filled with high-concentration medical alcohol, their mouths stuffed with rags. They skirted around the bodies on the floor, stepped over the frozen bloodstains, and tiptoed up the stairs, stealthily making their way to the 18th floor. Their footsteps on the icy crust made no sound. The higher they climbed, the colder it grew, the howling wind swirling through the stairwell. The 14th, 15th floors were littered with frozen corpses. At the 17th and a half floor, Liang Zi's body still hung on the wall, its hollow eyes staring fixedly at the stairwell, a terrifying sight. But they were not afraid. Greed had blinded them completely. Their minds were consumed by the supplies behind the blast door. Inside room 1801, the high-definition tablet screen on the marble coffee table suddenly flashed a large red frame, while the alarm prompt of the micro-host had been muted by Lu Ming beforehand. He casually pressed the pause button on the Bluetooth remote. The movie scene instantly froze on the large 120-inch custom Sony projection wall. Lu Ming picked up the tablet and took a closer look. In the night vision surveillance footage, 2 furtive figures were creeping along the wall toward the 18th floor. They were pockmarked Wang Er and scrawny Li San. The pair were carrying a large yellow and black machine and had just stopped outside his metal security grill door. "Some people really aren't afraid to come and die," Lu Ming muttered, curling his lips. He pulled out a wet wipe to clean the grease from his fingers. Outside, the temperature was minus 60 degrees Celsius with howling winds. The corridor was covered in thick ice crusts from last night, along with frozen, disgusting bloodstains. These two had managed to climb all the way to the top floor, showing some perseverance. But unfortunately, they weren't very bright. The scene shifted. The hallway on the 18th floor was pitch black with a bone-piercing cold that could crack one's joints. Wang Er was shivering violently, his teeth chattering. But his eyes were filled with greedy malice. He placed the heavy rechargeable angle grinder on the icy floor tiles, a genuine industrial-grade high-power Makita model. Then he pulled a fully charged spare lithium battery from the inner pocket of his tattered cotton coat. This battery was usually treasured by Old Chin, but the two had secretly taken it. "This battery has plenty of juice," Wang Er said, patting the battery casing. With a click, he snapped it into the machine's rear slot. The power indicator immediately lit up with a harsh green glow. "It can cut through 3 doors without a problem," Wang Er muttered under his breath, rubbing his stiff, frozen fingers together. "Third brother, keep watch for me." "Got it, second brother." "Hurry up." Li San nodded vigorously, placing a glass bottle filled with medical alcohol at his feet, clutching a windproof lighter tightly. "The wind in this stairwell is brutal. Once we cut through the door, let's beat that kid half to death first. Make him kneel and watch us eat his supplies." Li San stared at the explosion-proof door, his face twisted with extreme greed. Wang Er gripped the rubber handle of the angle grinder with both hands and pressed the start switch with his thumb. V-room. The high-speed motor instantly roared to life, the piercing machine noise exploding abruptly in the silent corridor, rattling their eardrums. The diamond-ribbed blade of hardened steel spun at high speed, creating a fierce draft of cold air. Wang Er gritted his teeth and lunged forward, pressing the blade hard against the outermost security grill door. Sizzle. A large spray of blinding sparks erupted, glaringly bright in the dark corridor. They scattered across the icy floor tiles, leaving small steaming puddles where they landed. Soon a heavy smell of burnt metal wafted through the cold air. Inside the room, the deadly noise reached room 1801 only as a dull, muffled hum. The 20-centimeter thick solid steel explosion-proof main door provided excellent soundproofing. Lu Ming wasn't panicked at all. He didn't even reach for the composite tactical crossbow hanging on the wall. Dealing with such low-level fools didn't require weapons, and going out to fight them with knives would be sheer madness. Lu Ming walked steadily to the entrance, casually tossing a black remote control in his hand, the switch for the high-voltage electric shock generator he had just installed earlier that day. This device was his own modification, taking over an hour. 2 thick positive and negative pure copper wires were tightly wound around the outer metal frame with joints wrapped in layers of thick black electrical tape. With a press of the button, the instantaneous voltage could reach hundreds of thousands of volts, turning any living thing into charred black coke. Lu Ming leaned his back against the explosion-proof door, watching the outside through the high-definition peephole display. Outside, Wang Er was sweating profusely despite the freezing cold. The metal grill was made entirely of solid hardened steel, ridiculously tough. The angle grinder had been cutting at full power for nearly 3 minutes, only managing to carve a notch into one steel bar as thick as a little finger. The notch was deep, but there was no movement from inside. Not even the peephole light on the explosion-proof door lit up. Wang Er stopped the machine, panting heavily, and exchanged a glance with Li San. "Second brother, that kid must be dead asleep in there," Li San said, excitedly rubbing his hands together, his face uncontrollably manic. "With all this noise, and he hasn't woken up. Once this metal grill is completely cut through, well, throw Molotov cocktails through the gap of the inner door. The fire will suck out all the oxygen inside. When he can't stand it and opens the door, we'll rush in and slit his throat. Then all the roasted meat and drinks in there will be ours." Wang Er grinned widely, exhaling a large cloud of biting white breath. These two cannon fodder thought their plan was flawless, dreaming of feasting inside. If they couldn't beat that bully Zhang Chong, surely they could handle an ordinary person. Once they got through that door, they would be the new bosses of this building. Wang Er hesitated no more, putting even more force into pressing the machine hard against the grill's steel bar. The machine immediately emitted an overloaded screech, sparks flying everywhere, even scorching the dirty cuff of Wang Er's tattered coat. But he didn't care. The cut was getting deeper, and the first steel bar was about to snap. Just then the intercom system at the door suddenly crackled with static. Then the voice cut through the grating noise of the angle grinder, Lu Ming's low cold tone, abruptly sounding outside. "Doing renovations in the middle of the night." These few words struck Wang Er and Li San like a hammer, freezing them in place. Blood rushed to their heads, their scalps tingling. Lu Ming continued, his tone dripping with the mockery of watching a clown show. "How much battery is left in that thing? You come to rob a house with such crappy equipment. Having trouble cutting through this ordinary security grill? Think it'll be enough for the 20-centimeter solid steel explosion-proof door inside." These words shattered their composure. Wang Er, startled by the sudden taunt, jerked his hand, causing the heavy angle grinder to slip from its steady position in the notch. The high-speed diamond blade jammed into a dead angle of the steel bar. Bang! With a loud metallic crack, the brittle blade couldn't withstand the immense torque and shattered into several pieces. One extremely sharp fragment was past Wang Er's thigh and thudded into the concrete wall behind him. Though he wasn't injured, the fragment tore a half-foot-long gash in his tattered cotton pants, narrowly missing his femoral artery. The cold wind poured through the tear into his crotch, a truly life-threatening situation. The broken blade pieces not only cut Wang Er's pants, but also struck Li San's instep. Despite the thick work boots, the impact made him cry out in pain. Li San hopped on one foot on the ice, nearly kicking over the homemade Molotov cocktails on the ground. If the alcohol spilled and met a spark, they'd be cremated right there in the corridor. Wang Er collapsed onto the icy floor in terror, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The sweat froze into hard ice pellets as soon as it emerged. The angle grinder fell from his hand, the half blade still spinning uselessly. Humming. "He's been awake all along," Wang Er stammered, pointing a trembling finger at the camera. "He saw everything. That bastard is messing with us." Li San was also at a loss. His legs were shaking, and he swallowed hard, gulping down a mouthful of icy saliva. After all this time, the guy was just watching them like a monkey show from behind the door. The suffocating pressure of being watched was overwhelming. Despair and fear filled their minds. But Li San, a reckless thug by nature, grew bolder in his desperation. He screamed wildly at Wang Er on the ground. "Damn it! Who's afraid of him? Don't listen to his bullshit. If he dared to come out, he would have done it already. Hurry up and change the blade. This security door is about to break. Once it's through, well, throw the firebomb and burn him to death." Li San waved his homemade alcohol bottle frantically, his eyes bloodshot. Inside the door, Lu Ming watched the crazed pair on the screen, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He raised the black remote control, his thumb hovering over the red trigger button. These cannon fodder had no idea what the metal grill outside was hiding. It was directly connected to the high-voltage electric shock generator packed with ultra-high voltage from graphene batteries. Wang Er's hand was still gripping the crossbar of the metal grill to stand up, and his feet were standing in conductive icy water. This was the perfect environment for a physical execution. "Since you like this door so much, then," Lu Ming spoke coldly into the microphone, his voice flat. 3, 2, 1. Inside room 1801. Lu Ming did not hesitate for a moment as he pressed the black remote control in his hand. His thumb slammed heavily onto the red button, producing a crisp click. Outside the door, Wang Er's hand was still clenched tightly around the metal security grill. He tried to use it to pull himself up, but the ground beneath him was nothing but frozen water that had melted and refrozen into ice. The conditions for electrical conductivity were terrifyingly perfect. The high-voltage electric shock generator, retrieved from a blind box, was instantly triggered. The built-in graphene battery erupted with all its stored energy, sending hundreds of thousands of volts of terrifying high voltage through the pure copper wires. With a sizzling crack, a blindingly bright blue arc of electricity exploded across the metal door. The powerful current surged through the steel grill and directly into Wang Er's body. Wang Er couldn't even make a sound. The overwhelming high voltage instantly severed his nervous system. His entire body convulsed violently like an electrified motor, his hands frozen in a death grip on the railing, unable to let go. Under the intense current, his muscles locked completely. The sound of bones cracking and popping echoed through the corridor, a cacophony of snapping and bursting noises. A thick plume of black smoke erupted from his tattered cotton coat. The rotten cotton inside instantly carbonized and turned black under the extreme heat. A pungent, nauseating smell of burnt flesh mixed with the ozone odor of the high-voltage discharge filled the air. The stench was enough to make anyone retch. In just a few seconds, Wang Er's hair was completely burned away, and white steam hissed from his scorched scalp. The skin on his face visibly blackened and carbonized before one's eyes. Lu Ming released the button on the remote, and the humming of the electric current abruptly ceased. Wang Air fell straight backward, crashing heavily onto the thickly iced floor tiles with a dull thud. His entire body had turned into a charred log, wisps of hot steam still rising from its blackened surface. He was undeniably dead. Li San, standing less than half a meter away, had nearly been grazed by the blinding blue arc. He had witnessed with his own eyes as the living, breathing Wang Air was electrocuted into a piece of charcoal. Li San was completely broken. His legs turned as weak as noodles, unable to support him any longer. He collapsed onto the ice, his crotch suddenly growing warm as yellow urine streamed down his pant legs. It froze into yellow ice crystals the moment it touched the icy ground. He was utterly lost. This wasn't a raid for supplies, it was a one-sided public execution. Terrified, Li San abandoned even his Makita angle grinder. The homemade Molotov cocktail he clutched fell from his hand. The glass bottle shattered on the hard ice, spilling high-concentration medical alcohol everywhere. He scrambled to turn around, fleeing downstairs like a madman. But the icy shell on the ground was too slippery. He fell face first several times, his chin smashing hard against the edge of the concrete steps, knocking out 2 teeth. But he paid it no mind. Just like Zhang Chong 2 days ago, he was now scrambling up to the 17th floor on all fours. Inside the room, Lu Ming watched Li San's frantic escape on the monitor and let out a cold snort. "Come and go as you please. Do you take this place for a public latrine?" He casually tossed the remote control for the shock device onto the leather sofa. He walked over to the heavy blast-proof door and reached out to slide open the tactical firing port cover. The metal cover slid to one side, creating a narrow slit. The warm 24 degrees Celsius air from inside the room met the cold wind, instantly forming a cloud of white mist in the crack of the door. Lu Ming picked up the composite tactical crossbow hanging nearby with one hand. Its black steel barb gleamed with a cold metallic luster. The pulley system was already cocked. A stainless steel carbon fiber bolt with barbs was seated in the arrow groove. He walked steadily to the door, firmly resting the front of the crossbow on the firing port. Closing one eye, he peered through the red-dot night vision scope. The green crosshair moved across the dark corridor. Moments later, the crosshair locked directly onto Li San, who was sprinting wildly at the stairwell corner. The man's back was completely exposed in the scope, a perfect live target. Li San ran stumblingly, losing a shoe in his desperate flight for survival. Lu Ming was in no hurry. He placed his finger on the cold trigger, slightly raising the muzzle. After calculating the lead, he decisively pulled the trigger. With a deep muffled twang of the bowstring, the carbon fiber bolt shot out, with a piercing whistle moving at a terrifying speed. It left a black afterimage in the white mist. A wet tearing sound echoed in the stairwell, as the barbed steel arrowhead sunk deep into Li San's calf. The immense kinetic energy shattered his leg bone. The arrowhead pierced through the front of his calf, bringing with it a spurt of warm red blood. "Ah!" Li San let out a piercing scream, more wretched than a pig being slaughtered. The arrow in his right leg caused him to lose all balance. His foot slipped. He tumbled down the stairs from the 17th floor, his head smashing heavily against the concrete wall. Blood flowed from the gash on his forehead, leaving a long, horrifying trail of crimson on the freezing steps. He rolled all the way down to the landing on the 17th floor before stopping. He writhed on the ground, clutching his pierced calf, his fingernails scratching bloody marks into the icy surface. Blood flowed more and more, the wound agonizing. This was a freezer at minus 60 degrees Celsius. Massive blood loss would cause his body temperature to plummet rapidly. He couldn't last long. Sure enough, after a short while his screams grew weaker, turning into faint moans, as he breathed out more than he breathed in. After his legs twitched violently a few times, Li San fell completely still. In death, his eyes were still wide open, making him another corpse in this frozen hell. After a short time, the body was frozen solid by the low temperature, as hard as a rock. The entire battle had lasted less than 3 minutes. This was the absolute dominance of superior equipment. These self-proclaimed clever cannon fodder had used their own lives to test the power of Lu Ming's new weapon. Lu Ming hung the tactical crossbow back on the wall by the entrance. He glanced at his large screen. The charred corpse by the door was still emitting a foul odor, and Li San downstairs was also dead. Lu Ming did not close the firing port. Instead, he walked back to the living room and picked up a top-tier tactical cold-weather parka. The jacket was windproof and waterproof. He pulled it on over his short-sleeved shirt, zipped it up, and put on a pair of Kevlar tactical gloves. Prepared, he walked back to the entrance and directly unlocked the electronic lock on the main blast door. He was going out to retrieve something. The explosion-proof main door of room 1801 slowly swung inward. Amidst the extremely dull grinding of metal bearings, Lu Ming, clad in his top-tier polar tactical cold-weather jacket and wearing a 3M full-face gas mask, stepped out. These were genuine military-grade protective gears with impeccable sealing. The main reason was the nauseating stench of burnt flesh and excrement outside. He had no desire to let such filth dirty his lungs. The moment the door cracked open, the -60-degree white wind howled in from outside, violently dispersing the 24-degree warmth of the room. As the blistering cold clashed with the warmth, a thick layer of frost instantly formed on the blast-proof glass lens of Lu Ming's mask. His exhaled breath immediately turned into fine ice crystals, settling on his tactical neck gaiter. The extreme cold mercilessly enveloped his entire body. Despite wearing high-tech cold-weather gear, his hands and feet exposed to the air still felt a bit stiff. This damned place outside was truly unfit for the living. Lu Ming, wearing polar tactical boots with steel crampons, stepped over the threshold of the safe room. The ice beneath his feet was extremely slick, the artificial ice rink he had personally laid the night before. The crampons bit deep into the ice shell, emitting crisp, cracking sounds. Lying on the ground was a charred, reeking corpse, Wang Er, who had just been instantly dispatched by hundreds of thousands of volts of high-voltage electricity. The man was now nothing but a lump of charcoal devoid of any recognizable form. Lu Ming stepped over him with disdain, scraping his boots twice on the clean ice. On the ground lay a yellow and black heavy-duty angle grinder. He glanced down. It was a genuine industrial-grade high-power model from Makita. The metal casing gleamed with a cold sheen, and 2 fully charged spare lithium batteries lay scattered nearby. Lu Ming bent down, picked up the machine, and the batteries, feeling their satisfying weight in his hands. "This tool's not bad." Lu Ming's voice came out muffled through the gas mask. "I'll keep it for my own DIY projects later." This demolition marvel was worth several thousand yuan even before the apocalypse, and now it was priceless wartime supplies. A free trophy delivered to his doorstep. Why refuse? He casually stuffed the angle grinder into the tactical backpack behind him. Then he turned to glance at the charred corpse on the ground. Having this lump of coal right at his doorstep was truly bad luck. Lu Ming raised his right leg, the steel-reinforced toe of his boot striking the charred corpse's abdomen. With a dull thud, the blackened body slid away like a massive ice block. The corpse, frozen rock solid by the extreme cold, scraped against the ground with a piercing screech. It tumbled down the icy stair steps all the way to the landing on the 17th floor. Already there hung the corpse of Liang Zi, whom Lu Ming had kicked down, and the recently deceased Li San. Now the charred Wang Er joined them. The 3 bodies lay side by side. The icy water and blood on the floor quickly froze the charred corpse solid, sticking it firmly to the tiles. It looked like an incredibly ugly black art sculpture. Lu Ming surveyed the scene he had personally arranged and nodded with satisfaction. After retrieving the crossbow bolts, he turned and walked back into the warm, safe room, pressing the electronic lock switch. The 20-centimeter-thick pure steel blast door sealed shut again. The air purifier, worth over 20,000 yuan, whirred furiously inside, its blue indicator light blinking. Within minutes, it had sucked away all the ozone smell that had seeped in. Lu Ming took off his polar jacket, hung it on the coat rack by the entrance, and removed his gas mask. The heater in the room hummed with warm air, quickly restoring the temperature to a constant 24 degrees. Lu Ming went to the kitchen to wash his hands. After all that fuss in the dead of night, he was actually a bit hungry. Since the apocalypse began, Lu Ming had found himself turning into a nocturnal creature. But he had no choice. Who could blame him when those fools insisted on acting at night? Now the entire neighborhood had no electricity. Those people were groping their way up in the dark step by treacherous step. They were simply desperate to survive. But Lu Ming felt no sympathy. When in abundance, share with the world, but his resources were far from that point. And most importantly, he was no saint. After pondering the great question of what to eat, Lu Ming opened the fresh food compartment of his double-door refrigerator and pulled out a large slab of M9 grade Wagyu beef. He had to admit this stuff was incredibly fragrant. He craved it if he went a day without. He tossed the beef straight into the heated pan and the sizzling sound of frying oil immediately filled the air. Sprinkling a handful of black pepper and sea salt, the fat melted, and the room was saturated with a rich, meaty aroma. Lu Ming cut off a large piece of the pan-seared steak and stuffed it into his mouth. The juices exploded on his tongue. So tender. Washed down with a universal ice-cold cola, he took a big gulp. Burp. The night passed without incident. The morning of December 11th arrived. Lu Ming lounged on the spacious leather sofa in a loose cotton t-shirt. His phone screen lit up right on time. The Doomsday Mystery Box app refreshed its daily icon. The black skull bounced on the screen. Open! Lu Ming tapped it without hesitation. A soft white light flashed across the marble coffee table, and then a small white medical kit materialized out of thin air, landing heavily on the surface. Congratulations. You've obtained medical emergency hemostatic powder spray type X3. Description: a military industrial product, ultra-fast clotting factors. No matter how large the wound, spray to stop bleeding and form scabs within 3 seconds. Note: an absolute life-saving miracle drug. Lu Ming picked up a white aluminum spray can. It was very light. But this was truly a good find. In this frozen apocalypse with scarce medical supplies, bleeding from a wound meant 1 foot in the grave. Hypothermia was a guaranteed death sentence. With this stuff, he now had an extra trump card for future supply runs. Better safe than sorry. He neatly placed the 3 spray cans into the medical kit and carefully stored it on the bottom shelf of the storage rack. After a hearty breakfast, Lu Ming picked up the DJI high-definition micro-drone and skillfully connected it to the tablet controller. He hadn't bothered much with the people downstairs for the past couple of days. It was time to give them a warning. Lu Ming piloted the drone out of the rooftop ventilation duct and down the stairwell. The DJI's cold resistance was excellent. The rotors hummed lowly in the -60-degree air. In the hall on the 12th floor, cold wind howled in through the broken windows. Zhang Chong and his gang of lackeys huddled in a corner, shivering violently. No one had eaten enough. They were dizzy with hunger, only able to keep warm by pressing together. Suddenly they heard a buzzing noise overhead and all looked up. A black drone hovered in midair, its lens fixed squarely on them. In room 1801, Lu Ming pressed the microphone button on the tablet, and the drone speaker broadcast his voice. The voice was utterly devoid of emotion, echoing through the empty hallway. 2 new landmarks have been added at the entrance of the 18th floor. The Ice Sculpture Exhibition Hall is officially expanding. You're all welcome to come up and visit anytime. As the message ended, the drone ascended straight up and zipped back to the 18th floor, leaving them no chance to even give chase. The people on the 12th floor were all stunned, exchanging bewildered looks. Da Gang, with his one remaining eye, stared at Zhang Chong. Brother Chong, what does he mean? What new landmarks? Zhang Chong's face was as dark as a frying pan. He had long noticed that Wang Er and Li San had sneaked up last night to get a share of the spoils. He had deliberately not stopped them, wanting them to scout the way. Now it seemed those two were finished up there. Lousy, go up and take a look. Zhang Chong kicked a scrawny lackey beside him. Lao's face turned white with fear. He waved his hands and backed away. Brother Chong, I dare not. Stop your fucking whining. If you don't go, I'll cut you right now. Zhang Chong brandished a newly acquired cleaver, slamming its back against the wall and dislodging a chunk of plaster. Lao had no choice but to steel himself and climb the stairs. He moved extremely slowly, his legs trembling. When he finally reached the 17th floor landing and poked his head out to look, Lao was completely stunned. 3 corpses were frozen solid on the ground. One was Liang Zi with an arrow through his throat, another was Li San with his thigh pinned. Both died horribly, their mouths wide open. The third was a pitch-black human-shaped charcoal, its posture twisted, grotesquely nauseating to behold. Lao's Adam's apple bobbed up and down several times. Extreme terror shattered his rationality. Urine streamed down his pant leg. He scrambled to turn around and run down, wailing and screaming like a child. They're dead. All dead. Second brother was electrocuted into a dry corpse. There are dead bodies everywhere up there. The fourth brother tumbled down the stairs in a frantic scramble. He was running so fast that his feet kept slipping on the icy coating, causing him to fall several times in a row. His knees slammed against the concrete steps, tearing through his trousers. But he couldn't afford to feel the pain, charging like a madman into the lobby on the 12th floor. His crotch was soaked, yellow urine streaming down his pant legs. The moment it hit the -60-degree air, it froze into yellow icicles, crunching loudly with every step. The lobby on the 12th floor was deathly silent. Dozens of people huddled in the corners, shivering. "They're dead. All dead." The fourth brother's voice cracked shrill, as a rooster being strangled. He collapsed onto the thickly iced floor tiles, too weak to even get up. Second brother was electrocuted into a lump of charcoal, completely charred. Third brother's calf was pierced by Lu Ming's crossbow bolt. He died on the steps. That place upstairs isn't fit for humans. They're all corpses, every last one of them. The fourth brother's cries echoed through the dilapidated corridor, these words becoming the final straw that broke the camel's back. Dodong leaned against the corner, his one remaining eye wide as saucers. "Bullshit! That bastard Wang Er wanted to hog the spoils, but he took an angle grinder with him. How could he die without even touching the door?" The fourth brother lay on the ground, shaking his head wildly, snot flying everywhere. "Really? I saw it clearly. Wang Er was burned beyond recognition. That bastard Lu Ming must have electrified the door. It's all traps up there. Anyone who goes is dead." Zhang Chong stepped over and kicked the fourth brother hard in the stomach. "Shut up! Don't you dare demoralize the troops." The kick sent the fourth brother tumbling, spitting up sour bile. But Zhang Chong's own hands were trembling in his pockets. He was genuinely terrified. Last night, he had actually known that Wang Er and Li San had gone up with a high-powered angle grinder. That industrial machine could cut through steel bars. He had hoped it would cause Lu Ming some trouble, but they hadn't even made a sound before they were finished. Lu Ming's blast door was a man-eating meat grinder. Whoever went died. Explosives were useless, ambushes even more so. Their meager group was nothing but cannon fodder, unable to stir even a ripple. The survivors in the lobby were utterly despairing. They had been forced by Zhang Chong's cleaver to hand over their last rations, hoping to storm the 18th floor for a hot meal. Now even that last hope was shattered. That Lu Ming was like a demon. Logically, with their repeated assaults, his defensive supplies should have been dwindling. But how did he now have high-voltage electricity running to the door? Had he set up a military factory in his measly 100-square-meter space, churning out new inventions daily? If that were the case, their group was unworthy of ever provoking Lu Ming. Now attacking him meant death, staying here to starve and freeze also meant death. Either way, death was inevitable. Someone in the crowd broke down. A plump woman covered her face and wailed. "We can't beat him. We'll never beat him. I want to go home. I want a hot meal." Her sobbing threw the entire lobby into chaos. Some people rolled on the ground, clutching their heads, others huddled in corners, with vacant stares, muttering madly. The once violently subdued group had scattered like grains of sand. Zhang Chong stood there, knife in hand, this time too drained even to curse. He knew their psychological defenses had completely collapsed. If he forced them to charge again, they would surely turn on him first. Several large holes gaped in the 12th floor windows. The boards used to seal them had long been chopped for firewood, now replaced by a few tattered cotton jackets. But they couldn't keep out the howling blizzard. Wind and snow swirled through the room, turning piles of excrement and urine into frozen lumps, emitting a nauseating stench. Yet no one complained about the smell, even breathing was a struggle. A bespectacled frail man, usually a programmer, was now gnawing on a table leg. The solid wood leg was pitted and scarred from his chewing, his mouth filled with splinters and blood. He had completely lost his mind. This was the apocalypse after the collapse of order. Humans were worse off than rats. Lin Qian huddled in the darkest corner, her stinking tattered coat stiff as a board. Her frostbitten, blue-eating face was hidden behind tangled hair. When she heard the fourth brother describe the deaths of those two, her whole body trembled violently, and sour bile rose in her shriveled stomach. But after the peak of fear, a perverse sense of relief crept into her heart. Good thing. Good thing she hadn't been forced by Zhang Chong to knock on that door last night. Those two clever fools had taken the hit for her. Lu Ming was no longer human. He was a complete god of death, a madman who showed no mercy. At this thought, Lin Qian bit down hard on her cracked lips, tasting blood. She shrank further behind a broken cardboard box, trying to make herself invisible. She wanted nothing now, her mind consumed by a single thought: survive. No matter how degrading or disgusting, she would live. She stole a glance at Zhang Chong, a deep venom in her eyes, wishing them all dead, wishing they would tear each other apart. By now the last of the rice scavenged from the 12th floor was long gone. The big iron pot used for rice porridge held only a bit of blackened residue at the bottom. A man driven mad by hunger couldn't take it anymore. He rushed over, scraped the black soot from the pot, and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing until black foam covered his lips. Even dry heaves couldn't bring anything up. The sight was horrifying. The combination of extreme cold and hunger could really turn the living into demons. The cold wind howled through the broken windows, the snow showed no sign of stopping, and the temperature kept dropping. The atmosphere in the lobby grew increasingly unsettling. No one spoke, only the sounds of heavy breathing and chattering teeth amplified tenfold in the quiet corridor. Zhang Chong leaned against the corner, suddenly noticing a shift in the eyes around him. The dozen or so starving neighbors no longer feared his cleaver. Instead, they stared fixedly at his white down jacket. He had stripped that jacket off Lin Qian, thick, warm, filled with premium polar goose down. But more critically, those gazes weren't just on the jacket, they also lingered on his muscular arms and thighs. A gaunt woman stared unblinkingly at Zhang Chong's arm, a long string of drool even trickling from the corner of her mouth. That wasn't the look of a person looking at another person, it was the look of someone looking at food. These once honest neighbors had finally at this moment completely transformed. No one had anything to eat. To survive, they had to eat meat. Whoever had more meat on their bones was a walking pantry. Without a doubt, Zhang Chong's gym-honed muscles had become the coveted monk's flesh in everyone's eyes. A cold sweat broke out on Zhang Chong's back, freezing instantly into ice, chilling him to the bone. He knew that look too well. Just a few days ago, Da Gong and his crew had looked at their victims the same way when they looted. This group was beyond leading order, had completely collapsed. Da Gong also sensed something wrong. His one eye darted around nervously, his grip on the steel pipe tight, his palms slick with cold sweat. Chong! Something's off with these people! Da Gong lowered his voice, trembling. The way they're looking at us. It's not right. Zhang Chong swallowed hard. If he stayed any longer, once these starving wolves went completely mad and swarmed him, he would be torn apart alive, not even a bone left. The blast door couldn't be opened, and a direct assault on the 18th floor was suicide. Zhang Chong reached into the inner pocket of his tattered army coat and felt the long screwdriver hidden against his body. The touch of metal gave him a sliver of courage. He glanced down the pitch-black stairwell devoid of any light, but he had no choice. There were still plenty of unsearched apartments on this floor, surely some living people, some soft targets with food. He decided to abandon the attack on the 18th floor. Staying here would only make him someone else's meal. He needed to find a new path to survival. Da Gong. Zhang Chong leaned close to Da Gong's ear, speaking in the faintest whisper. Round up a few trusted brothers, grab your gear, and we head down. We can't stay here. These rats are about to eat us alive. Da Gong nodded repeatedly. Got it, Chong. I'll go get them. December 12th. Unbeknownst to all, 12 days had slipped by since the apocalypse descended. In less than half a month, Ming felt he had experienced more thrills and excitement than in the previous half of his life. Yet today was different. The 18th floor had fallen utterly silent. Throughout the day, not a single sound of pounding on doors reached his ears. Those irksome flies had finally ceased their buzzing. Outside, only the howling of the wind and snow could be heard, the blizzard rattling the bulletproof glass. But inside room 1801 it was cozy. Ming sat on the genuine leather sofa in the living room, his gear laid out on the marble coffee table. He held a clean piece of chamois cloth, carefully wiping down his carbon fiber crossbow. The steel pulley system gleamed with a cold metallic luster as he meticulously removed every speck of dust. This crossbow was a true hero. It had pierced Li San's calf just 2 days ago, so it deserved proper maintenance. He also applied some specialized lubricant to the bowstring. He drew the bowstring. It was taut and full of power. Then he picked up the high-voltage electric shock generator. This device had performed brilliantly last night, turning Wang air into a human charcoal briquette, its casing still stained with dark scorched marks. Ming grimaced and scrubbed the stains off with a wet wipe, then plugged in a backup power source to recharge it. The green indicator light soon began to blink. On the table also lay the machine he had looted last night after turning the tables, a yellow and black Makita angle grinder. He picked it up, weighing it in his hand. It was quite heavy. This was an industrial-grade genuine high-power tool accompanied by 3 diamond cutting discs. Their razor-sharp edges glinted coldly, capable of slicing through steel bars as easily as tofu. He opened the German hardware toolbox in the corner and stuffed the machine along with spare batteries inside. After finishing these physical tasks, his stomach began to protest. Lu Ming stood up and walked toward the spacious kitchen. Having expended considerable energy, he decided to prepare a feast to replenish his calories. The double-door refrigerator was packed with top-tier ingredients. He pulled open the freezer drawer and took out a giant Australian wild lobster, its shell a vibrant red. Using a thick-bladed cleaver, he split it in half lengthwise, revealing snow-white firm meat. He piled a generous layer of shredded mozzarella cheese on top and slid it into the preheated oven, setting the timer with a crisp beep. Next, he brought out an M9 Wagyu beef Wellington. The pastry shell was already prepared, layered with ham and mushroomed excel. Butter sizzled in a pan, forming golden bubbles. He laid the steak flat in the pan. It hissed and crackled, and a rich, meaty aroma instantly filled the kitchen. Finally, he brought out a pot of borscht that had been simmering for hours, the tangy sweet scent of tomatoes and beef wafting up. Seated at the large solid wood dining table, Lu Ming picked up a stainless steel fork. He first dug into a large piece of lobster meat with stretched stringy cheese, stuffing it into his mouth and chewing heartily. It was sweet, fresh, and springy. His mouth was full of scalding hot juices. He then cut a piece of steak. The crispy pastry shell crumbled, revealing tender meat with a hint of pink blood. Washed down with a mouthful of rich borscht, this was truly a divine life. Holding the white ceramic soup bowl, Lu Ming looked up at the large surveillance monitor on the wall. The infrared night vision image was clear. In the corridor on the 12th floor, Zhang Chang's group had completely disbanded. Zhang Chang carried a watermelon knife wrapped in 2 stolen down jackets, his face taut with harsh lines. The gang limped behind, clutching the large iron barrel filled with gunpowder. They couldn't bear to abandon those dozens of pounds of gunpowder. After all, if they couldn't handle the 18th floor, could they not handle the lower ones? They took a few sturdy underlings and headed down to the 11th floor without looking back. These thugs had finally given up on the 18th floor, seeking out new, weaker prey below. Unable to crack Lu Ming's tough nut, they could only terrorize the ordinary neighbors on the lower floors. As for the remaining weak and infirm, they were all abandoned, dozens of people lingering in the hall on the 12th floor. Lin Qian was also in that dead corner, wrapped in a smelly tattered coat, huddled against the wall, shivering from the cold. Surrounding her were hungry, green-tinged eyes. The starving neighbors stared at their own kind, swallowing hard. This group had been utterly forsaken, left to die in this frozen hell. Without Zhang Chang's knife to keep them in check, they would soon devour each other. In less than 2 days, the 12th floor would become a true hell on earth. Lu Ming let out a cold laugh and drained the last of the borscht from his bowl. From initial verbal evictions to successive traps, and finally last night's merciless slaughter, Lu Ming had finally brought these people to heel. They dared not provoke him again. The 3 frozen broken ice sculptures at his doorstep served as the perfect warning markers. Now the 18th floor had become an absolute no-go zone. Anyone who came up would meet certain death. Lu Ming had become the true reaper of this building, like a max-level boss, casually crushing newcomers in a beginner zone. It felt damn good. Full and satisfied, Lu Ming tossed the dirty dishes into the sink and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, pulling the thick blackout curtain shut. The bleak wind and rain outside were blocked, the gray, deathly silent world completely sealed off. The room was now lit only by the warm glow of an eye protection desk lamp. A heater hummed, blowing warm air. It wasn't cold at all. He walked into the spacious master bedroom, peeled off his cotton short-sleeved shirt, and threw himself onto the soft large bed. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, only the truly ruthless could enjoy such peace. The do-gooders and saints had long since perished. The soft-hearted wouldn't survive the first episode. Lu Ming pulled the light silk quilt over himself, turned over, and prepared to sleep, soundly replenishing the calories had burned over the past few days. The room was very quiet, only the faint hum of the air purifier breaking the silence. But just as he was about to drift off, a sound came from the tablet on the bedside table. It was the receiver connected to the corridor's infrared monitor, usually emitting only a faint electrical hum. Suddenly, an extremely muffled thud emerged from the speaker. Bang! The sound was deep, definitely not from the upper floors. It came from the very lower levels, penetrating the thick concrete slabs. Lu Ming's eyes snapped open, all drowsiness gone. Having watched countless foreign war and action films, he was all too familiar with that sound. That was not the noise of a hard object hitting a door, nor the sound of a heavy object falling. It was a gunshot. Someone had a real firearm. There was actually a firearm hidden in this building. Things were getting interesting. It seemed Zhang Chang and his crew had kicked a real hornet's nest when they ventured downstairs. Flesh and blood against hot weapons. It would be a one-sided massacre. This was the rhythm of the apocalypse. A cold smirk curled on Lu Ming's lips as he threw off the quilt and sat up. He grabbed the tablet and tuned into the surveillance feed from the lower floors, ready to see what this newly arrived rat looked like. Lu Ming's fingers slid swiftly across the screen. The mainframe in the safe house was constantly linked to the backup surveillance network in the corridor, a standalone power system he had acquired at great expense. The images on the screen shifted rapidly. Downward they went. Eventually the infrared night vision lens locked onto the corridor of the 5th floor. The picture soon became clear. The hallway was in disarray. A security door on the 5th floor stood wide open. A middle-aged man lay on the frozen floor tiles, both hands clutching his right shoulder tightly. More precisely, he was gripping his collarbone. Dark red blood gushed wildly through his fingers, and as soon as it hit the ground it quickly congealed into a pool of blood-red ice crystals. The man writhed in agony on the floor, letting out an extremely harrowing scream. It seemed that this man was not the one holding a gun. Instead, it was Zhang Chong who stood before the man, and he too held no real firearm. In his hand was a large heavy construction tool, a powder-actuated nail gun. Its yellow and black metal casing gleamed with a cold luster. This device was fired by blanks, packing a terrifying punch normally used to drive steel nails into load-bearing walls. At close range, hitting a person could easily shatter bones. The loud bang earlier had come from this very tool. Lu Ming found it odd. Though he hadn't kept his eyes on Zhang Chong the entire time, he had been closely monitoring him, and had never seen this item before. Moreover, if Zhang Chong had possessed this, though it would still be useless against him, he wouldn't have had to retreat from the 12th floor with his men. Judging by this, it was highly likely that Zhang Chong had just looted another open apartment. After all, the men he had led before were a motley crew incomparable to the elites now by his side. Previously, he had mostly seized food, and no one had paid attention to such a formidable weapon, or rather the concept never crossed their minds. Lu Ming rubbed his chin, surprised at Zhang Chong's unexpected luck. Though still powerless against him, Zhang Chong now had a crushing advantage over ordinary people. A thick steel nail 5 centimeters long had pierced through the homeowner's collarbone, lodged deep in the bone. It hurt far more than a knife wound. Ungrateful bastard. Zhang Chong's face twisted with brutality. He raised his worn leather shoe and stomped hard on the homeowner's chest. The homeowner's eyes rolled back in pain, gasping sharply. "I kindly asked to borrow some food, and you dared to hide it from me." Zhang Chong spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the homeowner's face. The corridor was packed with people, all the 5th floor residents drawn out by the loud noise. These people were skin and bones from hunger, with sunken eyes that gleamed with a greenish light. Yet everyone stared fixedly at the blood on the floor, and the nail gun in Zhang Chong's hand, none daring to step forward. Zhang Chong was pleased with this effect. Though he had been slaughtered like a dog by Lu Ming on the 18th floor before these lower floor residents, he was still an absolute demon. "Listen up, all of you." Zhang Chong bellowed at the top of his lungs, brandishing the heavy nail gun in the air, its muzzle aimed at the terrified neighbors around. "From today on, this building will have a neighborhood mutual aid association. Everyone must join, remember, everyone. And I am the president. Your supplies, whether a handful of rice or half a steamed bun, will all be handed over and redistributed. Anyone caught hiding will end up like this." He pressed down with his foot, and the homeowner beneath him let out an agonizing wail. The wound on his collarbone was torn open, blood flowing even more fiercely. In the crowd, a gaunt old man's legs gave way in fear, and he collapsed onto the icy floor. The rest trembled violently, not daring to utter a sound. The situation was settled. Zhang Chong shot a meaningful glance at the gang behind him. "Search every house. Don't let even a rat slip through." The gang, dragging his crippled leg and clutching a rusty iron pipe, led a few thuggish underlings charging into the apartments on the 5th floor. Many of the lower floor security doors were cheap wood-wrapped ones, no match for these ravenous wolves. With a few violent kicks, the wooden doors and frames were shattered, splinters flying everywhere. Several underlings rushed inside, ransacking everything. The sound of breaking glass, women's screams, and old people's cries mingled into a cacophony. Within minutes, an underling ran out excitedly, holding up half a pack of stale soft soda crackers and a few moldy dried peanuts. Brother Chong found under the bed. These scraps, not even fit for dogs, were priceless treasures in the eyes of these starving thugs. Zhang Chong snatched the half-pack of crackers, tore it open, and stuffed 2 into his mouth, crumbs falling from the corners. The underling nearby swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. Good. Keep searching. All of floor 4, 3, 2, 1, then, the 17th. No, start from the 16th downward. Search everything. Zhang Chong gave orders while chewing the dry crackers. De Gang sidled up and winked. Brother Chong can't go down any further. The snow outside is too fierce. Floors 1 to 4 are completely buried. The stairwells are packed with frozen ice blocks, the doors won't budge. Zhang Chong frowned. The snow outside was now over 10 meters thick, making the 5th floor the new ground level. Then drive everyone from the 5th floor up to the 6th. Zhang Chong wiped the cracker crumbs from his mouth. Meeting. In this frozen apocalypse without power or water, there were no WeChat groups or loudspeakers. De Gang simply found a broken iron basin and banged it loudly with an iron pipe. The piercing metallic clang echoed through the dead silent corridor, and everyone still breathing was violently herded into the spacious hall on the 6th floor. The 6th floor had once been a public activity area, quite spacious. Now even the windows had been shattered by the fierce wind, letting in cold air mixed with snow and ice. Zhang Chong had some solid wood furniture dismantled and lit a large fire in the middle of the corridor. Flames leaped half a meter high. The cheap paint on the wood burned, emitting a pungent, acrid smell. But no one complained about the stench. Dozens of people crowded toward the fire like flies drawn to meat. The flames cast a red glow on the walls, illuminating a sea of numb, lifeless faces. Some wore tattered quilts, others layers of filthy clothes, their bleeding lips trembling slightly. Despair? Utter lifelessness. That was their reality. The scene shifted back to the 18th floor. Inside room 1801, Lu Ming leaned back on a leather sofa, watching on the tablet screen. The survivors huddled around the fire, shivering. Neighborhood Mutual Aid Association. Quite a name. Lu Ming sneered. This was nothing more than a pack of starving wolves huddling together for warmth. Unable to overcome the tough nut that was Lu Ming, Zhang Chong could only descend to the lower floors to play the tyrant, preying on the weak and sealing off their survival to prolong his own. This was the apocalypse. No moral boundaries, only the law of the jungle. Shaking his head, Lu Ming continued to watch the spectacle. In the surveillance feed, the 6th floor hall was in chaos. Zhang Chong had someone set up a large iron pot found from who knows where, filled with dirty snow scraped from the corridor outside. The fire beneath blazed fiercely, quickly melting the snow into bubbling water. Black ash and wood chips floated on the surface. Zhang Chong pulled out a small handful of moldy rice from his pocket. Without washing it, he tossed it directly into the filthy water and stirred it a couple of times with a dirty wooden stick. All of you watch closely. Zhang Chong wrapped the edge of the iron pot with a half a watermelon knife. Stick with me, and there'll be meat and soup. Though the scant rice in the pot gave off no hint of grain aroma, just a pot of starchy, muddy water, to these people who had starved for over 10 days, it was a life-saving elixir. Dozens of eyes were fixed on the battered iron pot, the sound of swallowing rising and falling. A young man, unable to bear it any longer, lunged forward to scoop the hot water with his hands. Zhang Chong was quick. He kicked the man hard in the ribs, sending him flying 2 meters away, crashing heavily into the cold cement wall. No manners. Zhang Chong cursed loudly. This first batch of soup is only for able-bodied workers. The old, weak, and sick get to the back. He was blatantly recruiting enforcers. In this apocalypse, only the strong had the right to survive. The selected strong men had eyes gleaming with avarice. Former neighbors or not, they had all become Zhang Chong's vicious hounds. With broken bowls or chipped mugs, they lined up for a small ladle of the watery, sparse rice porridge. They swallowed it without chewing. The scalding, dirty water flowed down their throats into their shriveled stomachs, eliciting sighs of comfort. Amidst the chaotic distribution, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from the darkest corner of the 6th floor corridor. It sounded like something crawling on the ice. A gaunt, skeletal figure slowly emerged along the wall. His clothes were tattered beyond recognition, their original color lost. He had no shoes on his feet, standing barefoot on the icy crust, his toes already black and necrotic from frostbite. His entire body shook violently, his lips a terrifying purple, his face ashen like a corpse. He was at the brink of death, on the verge of expiring at any moment. He raised his hands covered in frostbite and bloody cracks, gripping the edge of the wall tightly. By the dim firelight, Lu Ming recognized the emaciated face on his high-definition tablet. He raised an eyebrow, pausing mid-chew of a piece of beef jerky. It was an acquaintance, and one Lu Ming dreamed of killing with his own hands. Su Fei. The hall on the 6th floor was thick with acrid smoke. The stench of burning cheap wood mingled with the sweat of dozens of people, creating an odor so pungent it stung the eyes and made them water. Zhang Chong sat arrogantly in the center, perched on a genuine leather sofa looted from someone else's home. He held a half-eaten shriveled sausage in his hand, its red plastic casing already wrinkled. This was a trophy from his recent scavenging. He tore open the packaging with his teeth, stuffing bits of plastic into his mouth along with the meat. The taste of meat scraps mixed with cheap starch was now the ultimate delicacy. Everyone around him stared at the sausage in his mouth, swallowing hard. Su Fei huddled in a corner, having just crawled out with all of his might. Yet he didn't even earn a glance from Zhang Chong. A subordinate kicked him over to a pile of cardboard boxes, where he shivered uncontrollably, completely ignored as a half-dead waste. Zhang Chong swallowed the last bite of sausage and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He slapped the heavy nailed gun in his hand onto the coffee table. Clang. The metallic sound made everyone flinch. "Listen up, all of you." Zhang Chong's fleshy face trembled. "The Mutual Aid Society isn't a place for loafers. From today, everyone is divided into 3 classes." The dozens of people below held their breath, not daring to make a sound. "Those who can take a blade and fight with me," he said, "are first class. You get 1 dry meal a day, maybe no meat, but at least a flatbread." The few burly men standing behind him straightened their backs, immediately unable to hide their smug expressions. "Those with special skills, like fixing generators or knowing some medicine," he continued, "are second class. You get a bowl of thick porridge daily." Zhang Chong sneered, his gaze sweeping over the elderly and weak in the corner. "As for the rest of the useless trash and worthless women," he declared, "you're third class. You get a mouthful of dirty water to keep you alive. You'll all be my slaves doing hard labor. If you can't work, you get thrown out to the dogs." The moment these rules were announced, the crowd erupted. But one look at the bloodstained nail gun silenced any dissent. Just then, Auntie Liu's eyes darted around. She scrambled out from the crowd, crawling and stumbling, and threw herself at Zhang Chong's feet with a thud. Her plump, wrinkled face broke into a sycophantic smile. "Chong!" "No, President." Auntie Liu's voice was loud. "I know the rules. I know them well. I may be old, but I used to serve food in the cafeteria," she boasted. "I know how to manage a household. I won't waste a single grain. Let me be your logistics chief. If anyone steals a bite, you'll tear their mouth off." Zhang Chong stared at this old shrew. This old hag was ruthless and cruel. Just a few days ago, she had been the most savage when leading the looting of supplies. Having such a vicious dog guarding the food would indeed be reassuring. "All right." Zhang Chong kicked her over to the large iron pot. "From now on, you're in charge of cooking and distributing food. If anything goes wrong, I'll use this gun to put a hole in your head." Auntie Lu, instead of being frightened, beamed with delight. She scrambled to her feet, grabbed a wooden ladle from the pot, and stepped directly into the ranks of the first class. Her gaze swept triumphantly over the neighbors she had once been equal to. In the corner, Lin Qian shivered inside a tattered coat, not daring to lift her head, terrified of catching Zhang Chong's eye. But Zhang Chong's gaze fell on her anyway. Well, if it isn't our high and mighty streamer," he sneered, walking over and grabbing Lin Qian by the hair, dragging her out. "Aw, it hurts!" Lin Qian screamed as a tearing pain shot through her scalp. "Shut up!" Zhang Chong slapped her across the face, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. "I told you to seduce that Lu guy on the 18th floor, and you couldn't even get your foot in the door," he snarled. "You useless whore who can't even sell her body, what good are you?" Lin Qian covered her face, tears mingling with blood. She had once been an untouchable goddess, never subjected to such humiliation. "Brother Chong, you'll do anything, just don't make me a slave." But Zhang Chong was unmoved. He kicked her in the stomach, sending her sprawling onto the icy floor. "Lousy, bring a bucket of melted snow water." Zhang Chong pointed to the stairwell, filthy with frozen excrement. "Clean the toilet and the hallway with your hands. If you don't finish, you don't even get a sip of water today." Lin Qian's face turned ashen. A bucket of black water mixed with ice slush was dumped at her feet. She could only kneel, plunging her bare hands into the freezing water. Her hands were covered in frostbite and cracks. The icy water sent a searing pain through her, making her gasp. The goddess, who once drank only imported Evian water, had now been reduced to the lowest of slaves. The scene shifted to the 18th floor. Room 1801 was unbearably hot. Lu Ming, wearing only a thin cotton short-sleeve shirt, was starting to sweat a little. He walked over to the imported automatic hot beverage machine and pressed a button. The machine hummed softly, and a freshly brewed latte was ready in no time. The rich aroma of coffee beans filled the entire living room, topped with a thick layer of pure white milk foam. Lu Ming carried the white ceramic mug to the marble coffee table, where a plate held freshly baked croissants from the oven. The golden flaky pastry was perfectly baked, filling the room with a sweet scent of butter. He took a big bite, the crust shattering with a crisp sound, revealing a soft pull-apart interior. Washed down with a sip of warm latte, it was absolutely divine. Lu Ming watched the monitor showing Lin Qian kneeling and scrubbing filth, then glanced at the swaggering Andy Liu. "They've really created a feudal dynasty here," Lu Ming muttered with a cold smile, biting into his croissant. Watching these rats tear each other apart was just free entertainment for his daily routine. Back in the 6th floor hall, the farce of food distribution continued, with the enslaved watching helplessly as others drank their porridge. Just as Zhang Chong turned to sit back on the sofa, Su Fei, who had been lying by the trash heap, moved. Summoning strength from nowhere, he crawled frantically on all fours. After stumbling and rolling his way to Zhang Chong, he grabbed the man's leg, clad in a worn leather shoe, in a desperate embrace. "Brother Chong, don't kill me!" Su Fei's voice was hoarse, raspy, like a broken bellows. Zhang Chong frowned and raised his leg to kick him away. Terrified, Su Fei shouted, "I know circuits. I was his college classmate. I know how to break into that Lu guy's fortress on the 18th floor." At the mention of the 18th floor, the once chaotic hall on the 6th floor fell into a deathly silence. Not a single sound remained. In the hearts of those starving Hollywood people, that place was paradise, yet also a living hell that could claim their lives. No one dared to speak, only the sound of heavy, ragged breaths echoed through the corridor. Su Fei clung desperately to Zhang Chong's thigh, clad in a tattered leather shoe, knowing this was his last chance to survive. If he didn't show some value now, he would freeze to death here tonight. The frostbite on the back of his hands had split open, oozing yellowish fluid. "Brother Chong, he and I were college roommates." Su Fei lifted his gaunt, bony face, plastered with a nauseatingly ingratiating smile that even carried a hint of twisted excitement. "I know him inside out. I know every detail of the structure of his apartment." Su Fei shouted in his raspy voice, afraid no one would hear him. Zhang Chong's foot, which was about to kick out, abruptly stopped midair. He looked down at this shivering, pathetic wretch, his eyes filled with contempt and doubt. He pulled out the heavy powder-actuated nail gun from his waist and pressed it directly against Su Fei's forehead. The icy steel barrel sent a chill through Su Fei, raising goosebumps on his skin. "Talk!" Zhang Chong's face tightened, his features contorted. "Say one wrong word and it'll blow a hole right through your skull. I don't have time for your bullshit." Su Fei swallowed a mouthful of bloody saliva, frantically recalling the details of when Lu Ming had renovated his apartment. "The front door is solid steel and blast-proof, the windows are all bulletproof glass, and he's definitely set traps on the rooftop. Attacking Hedon would be suicide." Su Fei gasped for air, white mist curling from his mouth. He had to sell out Lu Ming completely. This was his only bargaining chip for survival. "But there's one place he can't defend." Su Fei gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred for Lu Ming. Why should he freeze and starve while that bastard lived in comfort up there? "The whole house ventilation system. To keep the air fresh, he must have left an external air intake hanging on the outer wall of his apartment. Just get a few agile people to climb along the air conditioner platforms on the 18th floor's outer wall and pump poison smoke into the intake." Su Fei grew more excited, waving his hands wildly in the air, spittle flying everywhere. "Whether it's burning rubber or using some chemical powder, as long as it gets sucked in by the fan, that turtle shell of his will turn into a gas chamber. ITLL force that Lu guy out. Then when the door opens, we charge in and kill him." Zhang Chong's dull eyes suddenly lit up as he heard this. What a damn vicious plan. That's right. No matter how tough the blast door is, he can't seal every vent. Once the poison smoke is in, Lu Ming will have no choice but to come out. As soon as he's out with the nailed gun in hand, he could riddle Lu Ming full of holes. The 18th floor was a massive pantry. Then the grilled meat, rice cola, and mineral water in that apartment would all be his. Plus those thick clothes and the generator. Zhang Chang could already picture himself lounging on the leather sofa on the 18th floor, a comfort 10,000 times better than being a petty king on this crappy 6th floor. Good kid. Zhang Chang slapped Su Fei's frail shoulder hard, the force nearly sending him sprawling onto the ice. You've really got something. Zhang Chang turned and shouted toward the large iron pot. Andy Liu, give this kid half a bowl of thick porridge. After this is done, you get a tenth of the supplies from the 18th floor. Andy Liu's face immediately soured at the mention of sharing food. But she dared not defy the nail gun in Zhang Chang's hand, so she reluctantly scraped the bottom of the pot with a dirty wooden board, filling a chipped ceramic bowl just over halfway. As she handed it to Su Fei, she shot him a vicious glare, as if she wanted to devour him alive. Su Fei, however, paid no attention. His eyes were fixed on that broken bowl. He scrambled over, clutching the half bowl of warm, murky water porridge with both hands, even if it was speckled with black ash and wood chips. He didn't care about the heat. He pressed the bowl to his face and gulped it down. Gulp, gulp. The sound of his wolfish devouring echoed clearly through the corridor, and in a few mouthfuls, he drained the gritty rice porridge. The scalding broth flowed into his stomach, bringing an almost unbearable comfort. Even the few grains of half-cooked rice that had fallen onto the icy floor during his excitement, he licked clean by lying flat on the ground. The dirty water mixed with rice grains slid down his throat. For survival for this mouthful of food, his dignity had long been fed to the dogs. The surrounding people, reduced to third-class slaves, watched Su Fei swallowing their saliva, their eyes filled with envy and madness. Some even wanted to snatch the spot he had licked. The scene shifted to 1801. Lu Ming looked up at the large surveillance screen on the wall. The infrared night vision lens was crystal clear, capturing even the subtlest expressions of people on the pitch-black 6th floor. On the screen, Zhang Chang and Su Fei were huddled together, whispering. Su Fei gestured and drew circles in the air with his hands, his movements and expressions clearly indicating they were plotting some scheme. Lu Ming furrowed his brows slightly. The rundown neighborhood had long lost power. He had only installed surveillance cameras outside, not high-sensitivity long-range microphones. So he could only see their lips moving, but couldn't hear what dirty tricks they were cooking up. That was quite annoying. The lack of intelligence was indeed a problem. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, it wasn't the thief you feared, but the one you couldn't see. He had to figure out exactly what these people were up to. After all, Zhang Chang now had that nail gun, a weapon with considerable lethality. If it came to a direct confrontation, Lu Ming wasn't afraid, wearing his bulletproof vest and helmet, and his crossbow was even more powerful than the nail gun. But he feared a sneak attack from the shadows. Watching Su Fei's venomous expression, Lu Ming could guess with his little finger that this bastard was definitely up to no good. In his past life, it was this viper who proposed carving him up for meat. In this life, he remained a snake ready to strike at any moment. A born degenerate. Lu Ming stuffed the last bite of the croissant into his mouth and brushed the flaky crumbs off his hands. Want to play dirty? He leaned back on the sofa, let out a cold laugh, and took another large gulp of his latte. Since these fools wanted to stir up trouble, head play along with them. At worst, head add a few more fresh ice sculptures to the hallway. Time passed quickly. There was no movement from downstairs for 2 days, clearly because Zhang Chang and his crew were preparing something all holed up on the 6th floor. They only occasionally sent a few first-class citizens to scavenge some broken wood for fire, never coming up to the 18th floor. This only made Lu Ming more vigilant. When things are too quiet, there's always a storm brewing. These starving wolves hadn't given up. This was just the calm before the storm. Soon it was the early hours of December 14th. Wednesday midnight, and the blizzard outside showed no sign of letting up, the wind howling like a banshee. Inside, however, it was quiet and comfortable. Lu Ming had just taken a hot shower, the perfect temperature washing away his fatigue. After changing into a clean set of cotton pajamas, he lay comfortably on the soft bed in the master bedroom. The blanket was top-grade silk, light and warm. His phone sat on the nightstand, and as the clock struck midnight, the screen lit up right on time. The familiar notification sound of the blind box app chimed. Ding! Today's blind box has been refreshed. Lu Ming immediately grabbed his phone. In this godforsaken apocalypse, this was his greatest trump card and reliance. The black skull icon pulsed on the screen, exuding a deadly allure. Open! Lu Ming tapped the screen without hesitation. Whoosh! A beam of light suddenly flashed on the nightstand. It wasn't the usual ordinary white light nor even the slightly better blue light, but a mysterious purple radiance. An intermediate reward. Lu Ming's eyes lit up instantly, his heartbeat quickening. It wasn't even Sunday, and he had triggered a low-probability event scoring an intermediate reward on a regular day. The items he had opened in the past 2 days were all just food, better than nothing, but they had left Lu Ming feeling quite frustrated. Now things were looking up. Who knew what amazing item might appear? The violet light was blindingly intense. Lu Ming instinctively narrowed his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the mysterious radiance dissipated, and a black tactical briefcase materialized out of thin air on the marble bedside table. The case was crafted from high-strength engineering plastic, its 4 corners reinforced with impact-resistant steel. It was exceedingly heavy, landing on the solid wood tabletop with a dull, muffled thud. Lu Ming sat up straight from the soft silk duvet. His feet touched the heated solid wood floor, warmed by the underfloor heating, and the soles felt pleasantly hot. He reached out and unlatched the metal clasps of the briefcase. With 2 crisp clicks, the lid sprang open, revealing a thick layer of shock-absorbing foam inside. Nestled in the center was a sleek cylindrical device with a cyberpunk aesthetic. It resembled a high-powered sniper scope, its casing gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. The device was covered in dense, precise scales and adjustment knobs with 2 small accessories placed beside it. There was also an all-black industrial-grade windproof lighter and a small can of military-spec Zippo fuel. The prompt from the blind box system flashed through his mind. Congratulations. You have obtained Remote Laser Listening Device Military Modified Version X1 Daily Supply Industrial Grade Windproof Lighter, and 1 can of Zippo Fuel. Description: the Ear of God. Simply direct the invisible laser at any glass or vibrating medium, and it will perfectly reconstruct indoor conversations through the vibration waves with an effective range of 1 kilometer. Built-in military-grade noise-canceling chip, impervious to wind and snow interference. A fine piece of equipment. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth as his fingers traced the cold metal casing of the listening device. This tool for breaking the deadlock had arrived at just the right moment, like a pillow delivered just as drowsiness set in. It almost made him wonder if the contents of this blind box were being manipulated by some unseen hand. Regardless, this blind box draw was incredibly generous, completely compensating for his bad luck over the previous 2 days. With this essential tool directly in hand, Lu Ming had regained the initiative. He had been fretting over his inability to overhear the schemes of those rats on the 6th floor, and now the Ear of God had been delivered to him. As the old saying goes, technological superiority is the ultimate trump card. Lu Ming grabbed the black cylindrical device and stuffed the lighter and fuel can into his pajama pockets. He strode out of the master bedroom. He arrived at the massive bulletproof glass sliding door in the living room. Outside, a blizzard still raged, with winds at -60 degrees howling against the glass, producing a grating screech like a demon clawing at the door. Lu Ming took a tactical tripod from a shelf, quickly fastened the laser listening device securely onto it, and pressed the power switch on the side. With a soft beep, a small green LCD screen lit up at the rear of the device. Lu Ming brought his eye to the infrared scope. His fingers turned the focus knob, and the view rapidly zoomed in, piercing through the heavy snowfall. He had seen it clearly on the monitor just moments ago. The hall on the 6th floor was too crowded and chaotic. For Zhang Chong and Su Fei to discuss such a malicious plan, they would never do it in front of so many people. As expected, Lu Ming moved the scope and soon found his target in a small, secluded room on the side of the 6th floor. It had originally been a storage room, its window glass still largely intact with only a few cracks. A faint yellow light from a flashlight shone through, with several figures moving behind the frosted window. This was the place. Without hesitation, Lu Ming pressed the lock button, and an infrared laser invisible to the naked eye shot out instantly. It pierced through the raging blizzard and struck the old window on the 6th floor. The light spot was silent, impossible for those below to detect. Lu Ming pulled out a pair of heavy monitoring headphones from the tactical case, put them over his ears, and flipped the switch on the connecting wire. The previously dead-silent world was suddenly flooded with a variety of clear sounds. The military-grade noise-canceling chip was exceptionally powerful, filtering the howling wind outside into a faint rustling sound. Then, the sounds from the room seemed to come from right next to his ears. The crackling of wood burning in a brazier, and the muffled sobs of a woman. The voice sounded like Lin Qian's, as if she had just been beaten, and was huddled in a corner crying. Then Zhang Chong's harsh grating voice poured directly into his ears. "You better explain this clearly to me, damn it." Zhang Chong was smoking loudly, the sound of cheap tobacco burning clearly audible. "If this gets screwed up, the nail gun in my hand doesn't have eyes." Su Fei's voice followed closely, carrying a sickening excitement and venom. "Brother Chan, don't worry at all. I've been to his place for dinner before. His apartment was done by a top-tier renovation company. To avoid being trapped in the dark during an apocalypse power outage, he specially installed an extremely expensive whole-house ventilation system." Lu Ming, wearing the headphones, leaned back on the nearby leather sofa with a cold sneer. This Su Fei was completely full of it. Since being reborn, Lu Ming would have gladly killed him himself. Inviting him over for dinner, he wouldn't even offer him a plate of crap. But Su Fei had indeed been here before. Relying on his familiarity with the environment plus a mix of guesswork and half-truths, he actually got about 80% of it right. Still, Lu Ming couldn't be bothered. Even if he guessed correctly, so what? In the headphones, Su Fei swallowed his saliva and continued. "That guy was afraid of someone messing with it. He hid the air intake really well. It's on the outside of the low-bearing wall between the 17th and 18th floors. It's covered with a steel louver, so most people would never think there's a hole there." Zhang Chan snorted. "That place is completely bare, all covered in frozen exterior walls. Who can climb up there?" "I have a way." Su Fei quickly tried to take credit, his voice urgent. "There's an exhaust window at the end of the hallway on the 17th floor. Just find 2 brave first-class citizens, tie nylon ropes around their waists. Have them climb out of the exhaust window, hug the wall, and crawl up 2 or 3 meters. They'll definitely reach that louver." Zhang Chong paced back and forth in the room, his heavy worn leather boots thudding against the floor tiles. "Even if they reach it, what then? That thing sucks air and we can't crawl inside." Su Fei let out a sinister laugh, a sound that sent chills down the spine. "Brother Chong, this is the key point. We can't crawl in, but we can let something else crawl in. With an 18th floor apartment that big, the suction power of his ventilation system must be enormous. We'll start a fire down below and blow poisonous smoke upward. The wind is strong in this snowstorm, so the smoke will disperse easily, but we can add some extra kick to it." Lu Ming leaned back on the sofa. He reached into his pajama pocket and pulled out the black industrial windproof lighter. Its body was matte finished, feeling excellent in his hand. He flicked his thumb, and with a crisp metallic ding, a blue windproof flame shot up. The air instantly filled with a faint scent of Zippo fuel. He toyed with the lighter, calmly listening to the venomous snake below spewing its poison. Su Fei's extremely malicious voice came through the headphones, every word dripping with lethal intent. "The air intake of his ventilation system is at the louver on the outside of the load-bearing wall between the 17th and 18th floors. As long as we get some quicklime and chili powder and blow it in through the intake." Through the earphones, Su Fei's grating voice kept ringing. "Brother Chong, quicklime and chili powder alone aren't ruthless enough. Would better add some sulfur to burn together. Once ignited, it produces nothing but toxic smoke." Su Fei's voice carried a morbid excitement. "As long as we pump it through the air intake into the 18th floor, it'll definitely blind that bastard. Even if he wears a gas mask indoors, it won't help." Zhang Chong took a fierce drag of his cheap cigarette in the corridor, the sound of his puffing extremely clear. "Where do we get sulfur? There's so much snow outside, we can't just dig it up now." Zhang Chong exhaled a thick plume of smoke, his voice hoarse. "The convenience store downstairs sells large packs of crude firecrackers." Su Fei's mind raced, eager to claim credit. "Taking them apart gives us high-quality yellow gunpowder, very potent. Old Wang's place on the 2nd floor was renovated 2 months ago. There must be leftover quicklime on the balcony." Zhang Chong laughed heartily after hearing this, his heavy worn-out leather boots stomping loudly on the floor tiles. "Good lad, that's a truly vicious scheme. All right, let's do it your way. If this succeeds, you'll get the top credit." Then came a clatter of footsteps as Zhang Chong bellowed down the corridor. "Lousy, call 3 first-class citizens with good skills. Pull out all the nylon ropes from the fire hydrant. Tie them tightly around your waists. Have them climb out the window at the end of the 17th floor." Zhang Chong began assigning specific tasks. "Crawl up the icy exterior wall, pry open the broken louvered window on the 18th floor, and use old Chen's manual bellows as a blower." Su Fei kept adding details, afraid someone might steal his glory. Brother Chong, that bellows has tremendous wind power. Just load the mixed lime and sulfur into it, and squeeze hard against the louver. The toxic powder will definitely all blow into that guy's room. Zhang Chong grew more excited as he listened. Once that Lu bastard can't take it anymore and opens the blast door, he'll crack his skull open with this nail gun. Then all the meat in his place will be ours. The voices of the 3 first-class citizens came through the bug. One was called Wang Matzi, and the other 2 were Ball brothers. These 3 men, their eyes green with hunger, were willing to risk their lives at the mere mention of grilled meat from the 18th floor. Brother Chong, the walls are all coated with thick ice in this blizzard. Wang Matzi sniffled from the cold. If we climb out barehanded, we'll definitely slip. We need some rags to wrap around our hands and sawls, or the wind will blow us straight down. Zhang Chong cursed. Then go strip the clothes off those third-class trash. Tear them into strips and wrap them around your hands. Do I have to teach you every little thing? Immediately after, a series of agonizing screams erupted. The group of weak and sick in the corridor suffered. Several gaunt survivors were pinned to the ice by the 3 burly men, their only tattered cotton jackets for warmth brutally torn apart. As the cold wind blew, those people turned purple from the chill, curling up on the ground to await death. Lu Ming sat in the living room, listening through the earphones, as those people fought tooth and nail over a few scraps of cloth. These fools actually thought they had planned flawlessly. Bellows and quicklime. Homemade poison gas. They really had thought it through. But their tactics were too low-level. Did they really think a high-end whole-house fresh air system was just a ventilator easily infiltrated with a manual bellows? Lu Ming sneered, the true face of that former good brother from his past life now perfectly aligned. If he had previously ignored Su Fei, now there was only pure killing intent. This man was a stink bug from the sewer, not only disgusting but always ready to bite. Su Fei, this venomous snake indeed, could not be left alive. He had originally wanted to watch them tear each other apart below. Since they insisted on coming to die, he would grant their wish. He must eliminate them cleanly and early. Lu Ming pulled open the drawer of the solid wood desk before him and took out a black leather notebook. The paper quality was excellent. He also drew out a red marker, uncapped at the tip, exuding a bloody aura. Lu Ming lowered his head. On the blank page, he wrote down names stroke by stroke. This was his personally drafted death list. Zhang Chong, Su Fei, and 3 unknown attackers from the exterior wall. After writing, Lu Ming exerted force, with his wrist slashing a heavy blood-red cross behind each name. The force penetrated the paper. The red ink seeped into the fibers, as glaring as real human blood. Once on this notebook, these people had truly reached their end. The earphones still transmitted the sounds of the men splitting up. The noise of smashing the second-floor security door for quicklime, the rustling of stripping firecracker paper for gunpowder, all perfectly captured by the bug. Zhang Chong was already painting a rosy picture for the 3 first-class citizens. After this job, that Lu Guy's place has plenty of good wine and meat. I promise you'll all eat your fill. The 3 men below repeatedly thanked him. In this frozen hell of hunger and cold, the chance for a full meal was enough to drive these fiends to fight desperately. They had already fully claimed the great granary of the 18th floor, and were even discussing cutting large pieces of meat. Lu Ming was thoroughly sick of listening. He directly took off the heavy monitoring earphones and tossed them onto the spacious marble coffee table. He stood up and stretched his joints, cracking crisply. He walked to the metal wall paneling near the entrance. Set into the wall was an industrial-grade fresh air control panel covered with dense indicator lights. Blue and green lights flickered alternately, exuding a high-tech feel. So what if Su Fei knew he had installed an expensive whole-house fresh air system? That pathetic loser couldn't get one himself, let alone know what military-grade equipment this was. The cost of this system alone could buy an apartment in a second-tier city. Lu Ming extended his slender fingers and tapped open the advanced settings on the touch screen. This system could not only draw air in and filter it, but also contained an extremely powerful reverse turbine designed specifically for biochemical attack countermeasures. Lu Ming swiped twice on the screen and directly found the hidden defense mechanism. A red warning box popped up on the screen displaying a dangerous operation prompt. Violent reverse blow mode ready, current power adjustable to 120. A red warning box flickered on the screen. Lu Ming stared at the power bar, reading 120%, a chillingly cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Su Fei's idea of using a bellows to blow powder inside was truly ingenious. Since these fools insisted on playing with dust attacks, Lu Ming decided to teach them a lesson. They wouldn't forget showing these low-level cannon fodder what real biochemical weapons meant. He turned and left the entrance hall, wearing comfortable cotton slippers, as he stepped onto the heated solid wood floor, pushing open the door to the spare bedroom. This room had long been transformed into a temperature-controlled warehouse, filled with custom-made heavy-duty metal shelves that reached the ceiling packed to the brim. Several tons of survival supplies were neatly organized by category: imported compressed biscuits, cases of canned luncheon meat, and towering stacks of mineral water and carbonated drinks, leaving barely any space to stand. Lu Ming walked straight to the miscellaneous area at the back and rummaged through a pile of dehumidifying materials. Soon, he dragged out a heavy woven bag filled with high-purity industrial quicklime. This stuff was originally bought to dehumidify the basement. It boils instantly upon contact with water, turning cold water scalding hot. But quicklime alone wasn't potent enough. He turned toward the seasoning area and pulled out a large bag of bright red powder from behind several large craft paper boxes. A full 10 of ghost pepper chili powder. Even through the thick sealed plastic bag, a pungent fiery aroma pierced the air. This was a devilishly spicy ingredient. A tiny bit in hot pot could make anyone break out in cold sweat. As a weapon, its power would absolutely make one question their existence. "Let me add some extra kick." Lu Ming dragged the 2 large bags out of the spare bedroom and dropped them onto the marble floor of the living room with a dull thud. He walked to the storage cabinet, pulled open a drawer, and retrieved a military-grade full-face gas mask from his tactical backpack. He secured it tightly over his head, the rubber straps pulled taut. His breathing grew heavy and muffled inside the mask. He put on a pair of thick rubber industrial gloves, fetched a large stainless steel bucket from the kitchen, and carried it back to the living room. With a sharp rip, he used a steel tactical dagger to slice open the woven bag's seal. The white industrial quicklime poured into the bucket, raising a cloud of choking white dust. Then he cut open the bag of ghost pepper powder, emptying all 10 of red powder into the bucket. The red and white powders formed a small pyramid inside. Lu Ming grabbed a long mop handle and stirred the mixture wildly inside the bucket until the red and white powders were thoroughly blended, creating a bizarre dark pink hue. This concoction was the ancestor of riot-controlled tear gas, a pure dual threat of physical and chemical poison. Once it contacted the eye's sweaty skin or respiratory tract, quicklime meeting water would instantly release extreme heat, boiling violently, while the ghost pepper's searing sting would literally burn a person's eyeballs to a crisp. Having prepared this lethal powder, Lu Ming carried the heavy stainless steel bucket to the metal baseboard near the entrance, where the fresh air system's main unit inspection hatch was hidden. He grabbed a Bosch electric screwdriver, and with 2 quick buzzes removed the metal panel of the hatch. He pulled out the thick primary filter and tossed it onto the wooden floor. This thick aluminum duct led directly to the louvered air intake on the outer wall, the exact spot where Zhang Chong and his crew planned to release their poison. Lu Ming tipped the bucket of mixed powder directly into the slot at the duct's opening. A large amount of dark pink toxic dust clogged the airway, ready to spray at any moment. But that wasn't all. To ensure this trap would firmly frame those cannon fodder and give them a proper dose of their own medicine, Lu Ming retrieved an industrial-grade high-pressure fan from his German tool kit. This device had immense wind power, usually used for blowing leaves. With a click, he secured the high-pressure fan firmly at the air outlet, wiring its power supply directly into the main unit's control board, syncing it with the system's 120% reverse blow mode. Prep work's done. Lu Ming dusted the white lime residue off his hands, removed his gas mask, and resealed the inspection hatch's metal panel. Now everything was set. All that remained was to wait for those 3 rats outside to walk right into the trap. This wave would definitely sort them out thoroughly. He walked back into the brightly lit living room and glanced at the vintage mechanical clock on the wall. The hour hand pointed straight at midnight. It was the dead of night on December 14th. Outside, a fierce blizzard raged. The bone-chilling wind at -60 degrees howled through the corridors, the white snow swirling like starving ghosts scratching at the windows. In this extremely harsh weather, the roar of the gale perfectly masked every subtle sound. For the 3 desperados about to scale the outer wall, this was the ultimate cover. They must have believed they could creep up unnoticed under the veil of snow and wind. But for Lu Ming, this was equally a perfect midnight execution. Lu Ming walked over and sat down on the spacious leather sofa. The indoor temperature was a comfortable 24 degrees Celsius, the air conditioner blowing warm air, making it pleasant in just a single layer of clothing. Had been eating rich food for days, and was getting a bit tired of it. The recent activity had also expended some energy. He casually grabbed a bag of imported Lay's potato chips from the snack basket under the marble coffee table. Original sea salt flavor. With a sharp rip, he tore open the plastic packaging. He scooped up a large handful and stuffed it into his mouth, crunching loudly. The chips were incredibly crispy, the aroma of potato and sea salt exploded in his mouth, filling it with a savory taste. He then unscrewed a bottle of room temperature sparkling water and took a big gulp. The fine bubbles burst in his throat, leaving his stomach feeling very comfortable. He turned his gaze to the HD tablet on the coffee table. The infrared night vision surveillance was fully active, the screen divided into a dozen small monitoring grids. Most of the frames showed pitch black snowy nights. But in one grid at the far right edge of the screen, a thermal imaging probe was installed on the anti-theft grill of the 17th floor outer wall. The green grid line suddenly flickered. On the previously empty ice-covered outer wall, 3 extremely slow-moving heat sources appeared. The red silhouettes were stark against the screen. These 3 men were tightly bound with red nylon ropes, likely pulled from a fire hydrant downstairs. Their bodies were pressed flat against the thickly iced wall using both hands and feet. Braving the extreme -60-degree wind outside, they slowly inched toward the louvered air intake on the 18th floor. The wind on the outer wall was ferocious. They hung midair, swaying violently, nearly slipping off several times. Their clothes were wrapped in various rags for grip. A single slip of the hand would send them plummeting dozens of meters to be crushed into pulp, but greed ultimately triumphed over the fear of death. These 3 first-class citizens were none other than Wang Matzi and the Bald brothers. With every inch they climbed, the rags on their hands were torn a bit more by the ice shards, their frozen fingers long numb. The howling wind and snow viciously poured into their collars, stealing the last traces of warmth from their bodies. Their facial skin was purple and blue from the cold eyebrows and beards caked with thick frost. Wang Matzi bit his chapped lips, a manual bellows blower tucked at his waist filled with their homemade mixture of quicklime and gunpowder. They thought their plan was flawless. By shoving the tube into the 18th floor's louver, they could smoke Lu Ming to death and seize his endless supply of provisions. The blizzard outside was terrifyingly fierce. The extreme cold, with temperatures plummeting below -60 degrees, raged wildly through the dilapidated neighborhood. The gale whipped up coarse, heavy snowflakes, lashing against faces like a dull blade slicing through flesh. The pain was excruciating. To climb the outer wall of a high-rise with bare hands in weather that could freeze a living person solid was an act fraught with peril, a gamble where death was far more likely than survival. Yet, in this cannibalistic apocalypse, substantial rewards always summoned brave souls. For the provisions Zhang Chong had promised, these 3 selected first-class citizens were willing to risk everything. Wang Matzi gritted his molars, his limbs clinging desperately to the security bars on the exterior wall. The Bald brothers followed closely below him. All 3 had red fire nylon ropes tightly cinched around their waists, lying defenseless against the icy shell of the building. The wind howled incessantly. Its immense force battered them, swaying them precariously, threatening to tear them from their holds at any moment. If they fell. A fall from this height dozens of meters up would surely splatter a person into a bloody pulp. Or perhaps not, for the snowdrifts now piled several meters thick. With the snow cushioning the fall, they might not die instantly. Instead, they would face a more torturous fate, becoming utterly lost in a world of white, feeling their body heat slowly drain away until death claimed them. The rags wrapped around Wang Matzi's hands were frozen solid, now covered in sharp, jagged ice crystals. These rags had been stripped from the third-class wretches the night before, reeking of fermented sourness. But in the -60-degree cold, even the stench had frozen solid. He struggled to move upward another small step. His right hand clenched an iron railing on the 17th floor's exterior wall. The railing was intensely cold, covered in thick hoarfrost. Touching it felt like gripping dry ice. A bone-piercing chill seeped straight through his joints. Gazing at the harsh environment, Wang Matzi felt an inexplicable dread. Suddenly, a violent, malicious gust of wind howled from the side. Wang Matzi's hand slipped his rag glove, tearing a large hole against the ice. His bare index and middle fingers instantly pressed against the iron railing, the heat from his skin fusing directly with the ice layer on the metal. Hissing sharply, Wang Matzi gasped in pain, but he dared not stop moving his feet. The bald elder brother below was also suffering the cold wind, funneling down his collar, making him shiver uncontrollably. "Second brother, hurry it up!" The elder bald brother shouted from below, his voice fragmented by the roaring wind. Below them was the dark, deep abyss. Wang Matsi had no choice but to yank his stuck hand violently upward from the iron mesh. With a crisp tearing sound, a whole layer of skin and flesh from his fingertips was ripped off, left clinging to the white ice on the railing. Blood barely seeping from the subcutaneous tissue instantly froze into red ice beads by the low temperature. This wasn't climbing a building, it was pure torture. But he had to grit his teeth against the pain and continue crawling up the icy wall, because reaching the top meant fragrant rice tea, failing meant starving to death below. It took nearly half an hour. All the body heat of the three men was drained by the icy wind, their hands and feet numb with cold, before they finally reached the air conditioner platform on the 18th floor's exterior wall. There was an extremely narrow concrete load-bearing ledge. Wang Matsi climbed onto it, panting heavily. Bloody snot had frozen solid on his purple lips. He raised his stiff neck to look at the row of steel louvers above, the fresh air intake of the 18th floor. "We're here!" Wang Matsi's voice was completely hoarse, raspy, like a broken gong leaking air. He waved at the bald brothers below, who shakily climbed up the railing and pressed themselves tightly against the freezing tiled wall. They feared being blown off by the howling blizzard. Wang Matsi untied the buckle at his waist and pulled out a black plastic funnel from under his tattered cotton coat. The elder bald brother then unstrapped a manual bellows from his waist, their powerful poison blower. The younger bald brother also produced a thick craft paper bag filled with their carefully mixed quicklime and gunpowder. "Second brother, pour it in quickly." The elder bald brother shivered violently, his teeth chattering audibly. The younger bald brother hurriedly untied the paper bag and poured the gray-white powder into the bellows intake. A gust of wind scattered fine dust everywhere. Some blew directly into the younger bald brother's eyes, the quicklime reacting with moisture burned painfully, forcing him to squeeze his eyes shut. Wang Matsi fished an old walkie-talkie from his tattered pants pocket. Its battery was critically low, the red indicator light blinking faintly. He pressed the black transmit button and static crackled from the speaker. Brother Chan, can you hear me?" Wang Matsi put his mouth close to the microphone. "We're here right under the louvers, about to blow it in hard." The walkie-talkie crackled with Zhang Chang's harsh, grating voice. "All right, good work. Blow it in hard for me. Force that bastard surnamed Liu out. When it's done, he'll add another whole bag of rice." With a promise secured. Greedy green light flickered in the three men's frostbitten red eyes, and even the biting cold felt somewhat lighter. Scene shift. Inside 1801, separated by a single wall. Lu Ming sat in an ergonomic chair holding a 12-inch high-definition tablet. The thermal imaging surveillance feed on the screen was perfectly clear. Three glaring red heat sources were clustered tightly beneath the louvers, their every move visible to Lu Ming. He looked at these three wretches, three perfect live targets delivered right to his doorstep. These bota-tier cannon fodder were still dreaming of eating rice, utterly unaware of the caliber of equipment they were up against. With a cold laugh, Lu Ming stood up and walked to the control panel on the metal wall. It was covered in dense, high-tech indicator lights, blue and green alternating in flashes, brimming with a sense of advanced technology. His long, clean fingers pressed directly onto the touch screen, making advanced settings without hesitation. He called up the deepest, reddest danger warning box. Violent reverse blow mode, ready, current exhaust power adjustable to 120. Lu Ming's finger hovered over the red start button. Outside the wall, Wang Matsi was completely out of his depth with this military-grade high-tech, naively believing it was just an ordinary exhaust fan. He first attached the plastic funnel to the front of the bellows, then jammed the tip of the funnel tightly into the gap of the steel louvers. "Is it full?" Wang Matsi asked urgently, his voice trembling in the wind. The younger bald brother poured in the last of the deadly powder. "Done, not a drop left, all poured in." The younger bald brother dusted off his hands. "Good. This plan will work." Wang Matsi stuffed the walkie-talkie back into his pocket, gripping the two wooden handles of the bellows tightly. The solid wood handles were frozen as hard as ice blocks, requiring brute force to operate. He took a deep breath of the bitterly cold air laced with sharp ice crystals, the chill stabbing painfully into his chest cavity. Wang Matsi gritted his teeth, just about to force down the archaic manual blower and blow the bag of quicklime and gunpowder into the room. Inside, Lu Ming watched the surveillance feed on the tablet, his gaze icy. This is a specially prepared enhanced feast just for you. Enjoy it thoroughly. Lu Ming let out a cold laugh without any hesitation. His thumb decisively pressed the red maximum power exhaust button. Click. A faint mechanical click echoed. And deep within the 18th floor wall, an industrial-grade high-pressure fan surged to life. A torrent of current flooded the thick copper cables. A deafening mechanical roar erupted inside the metal ducts, shaking loose plaster dust from the walls in trembling cascades. Outside, Wang Matzi stood wide-mouthed, his hands clenched tightly around the solid wood handle of the bellows, poised to drive it downward with every ounce of his strength. Suddenly, a ferocious gale exploded through the slats of the louvered window. This was reverse ventilation operating at 120 of rated capacity, driving air pressure in the exhaust duct to a terrifying catastrophic limit. 10 Gene of ultra-pure industrial quicklime blended with devil chili powder of excruciating heat was violently expelled by the high-pressure fan at extreme velocity. Crimson powder screamed through the narrow aluminum foil duct, shattering the black plastic funnel. The speed was blinding. Wang Matzi, standing closest, had no time even to blink. The lethal cloud struck him full in the face. Dust flooded into his eyes and nasal passages, his gaping mouth filled with acrid redand white powder, sealing his entire face in a suffocating stinging mask. The warmth and moisture of his exhaled breath met the quicklime. His natural tears too came into contact with the desiccated powder. A violent chemical reaction ignited instantly, even at -60°C. Quicklime reacted explosively with water, unleashing searing heat in an instant. Ah! My eyes! Help me! Brother Chang, save me! Wang Matzi let out a shriek so harrowing it tore through the howling blizzard outside, carrying far into the frozen night. His eyeballs were utterly seared by unbearable heat, their surfaces sealed beneath a thick opaque whitish sludge. Tears boiled away on contact, the eye sockets steamed, emitting thin scalding wisps of white vapor. Delicate ocular tissue charred and sloughed off entirely. Crimson blood wept forth, only to be instantly vaporized by the infernal heat. The devil Kylie's unbearable burn flared simultaneously, powder scouring down his trachea and deep into his lungs, triggering violent convulsive dry coughing. He coughed up bloody pulpy shreds of flesh, his throat rattled with grotesque broken sounds. This dual torment surpassed the absolute threshold of human pain perception. Agony obliterated Wang Matzi's reason. He forgot entirely that he clung to a security net dozens of meters above ground. Suddenly his frozen fingers released the steel railing, and in frenzied desperation clawed wildly at his own eyeballs. His facial skin tore open under his own nails. Raw blistered flesh ripped away in ragged smoking chunks. His foot slipped on the thick ice, balance shattered. He plunged headfirst from the narrow load-bearing concrete ledge. Below, Ball Brothers stood barely half a meter away. He tilted his head upward, just as the wind scattered the toxic cloud directly onto his face. Crimson chili powder flooded his nostrils and eyes. Ball Brother screamed, hands flying to his face, thrashing wildly across the icy security net, his safety boots skidding helplessly on the frozen surface. At the moment Wang Matzi fell, the red fire rope tied around his waist snapped taut, its immense downward force dragging Ball Brother over the edge. They flailed midair, limbs churning, the frayed nylon rope drawn drum tight by wind and gravity. A sharp tearing crack. The rope sheared clean against the jagged edge of the 17th floor windowsill. Nothing remained to hold them back. They plummeted freely from the 18th floor, icy wind screaming past their ears. Thud. Thud. Two muffled heavy impacts reverberated from below. They crashed deep into the first floor snowbank several meters thick. A fall from dozens of meters. The impact shattered every bone in their bodies. Internal organs ruptured under brutal inertia, reduced to pulp. Blood gushed from mouths and nostrils, staining the pristine snow crimson and spreading grotesque blooms. They twitched twice in the snow, then lay still, two twisted ruined corpses. Ball Brother 2, hanging lowest, survived by sheer luck. He had climbed slowest, lagging behind farther away. Yet he was not spared entirely. A trace of quicklime and chili powder lodged in his left eye socket, igniting searing drilling agony. Ball Brother 2 clutched his left face in shrieking anguish, his sole remaining right eye locked, wide and unblinking, on the severed red rope above. He had watched his elder brother and Wang Matzi vanish into the void, no survival possible from such a height. Terror seized him utterly, bowels and bladder surrendered at once. Warm urine and feces spilled from his torn trousers, quickly freezing into nauseating yellow ice in the biting wind. He ignored the agony in his left eye, only his right eye could still see. With one hand, he gripped the frost-trimed iron railing and scrambled downward with frantic, desperate speed, vomiting acidic bile onto the frozen wall with every heave. He now feared Lu Ming with visceral, soul-deep terror. The 18th floor was a living hell incarnate. Unbeatable. Utterly unbeatable. Bald Brother 2 only wished to flee this cursed place. Even the frigid, rubble-strewn stairwell below felt infinitely safer than clinging to this barren, exposed wall. On the landing halfway between the 17th and 18th floors, an old walkie-talkie lay discarded on the tile floor, beside the charred remains of Wang Er. Wang Matzi had dropped it in his panic, scrambling for survival. From its speaker burst Zhang Chang's frantic, furious shouts, voice raw with mounting dread. "Hey, Wang Matzi, what's happening? Did you succeed? Answer me!" His voice trembled with unmistakable, escalating panic. He had clearly heard the earlier agonized scream. It was no act. Yet the walkie-talkie remained silent, offering no reply. Only the howl of sub-zero wind and snow piercing the broken window, and the faint, insistent hiss of static, filled the silence. An eerie, absolute stillness reigned. Inside apartment 1801, Lu Ming sat beside the control panel before the metal wainscoting, left hand holding a 12-inch high-definition tablet. The surveillance feed captured every second in crystalline clarity. He watched 2 crimson thermal signatures drop vertically from the screen's edge, vanishing completely into the inky, storm-racked night. One remaining heat signature scrambled downward in blind, panicked flight. A cold, razor-thin smile flickered across Lu Ming's lips. This was the inevitable end of arrogance masquerading as cleverness. Before superior technological defense, all petty cunning is nothing but suicide. Lu Ming extended a clean, slender finger and tapped the touch screen, deactivating the runaway high-pressure fan. The colossal roar ceased instantly. The room settled into serene, profound quiet. He brushed his palms together, then rose and walked to the broad marble coffee table, retrieving a heavy-duty monitoring headset from the leather sofa. He flipped the metallic switch to activate the listening channel. These low-tier expendables posed no real threat, but they were undeniably irritating. The external dust counterattack crisis was now fully neutralized. It was time to listen, to hear what Zhang Chang's group was doing downstairs. Bald Brother 2 would soon crawl back into the 6th-floor lobby. When he returned, broken, bleeding, bearing witness, the truth of the upper floors would reach Zhang Chang's ears. Lu Ming leaned back into the deep embrace of his wide, comfortable leather chair, earphones pressed close, catching the faintest whispers. He knew. Within the 6th-floor Mutual Aid Society, a cataclysmic upheaval was about to erupt. This apocalyptic drama was growing ever more compelling. The exhaust window on the half-floor of the 17th story. Outside, the blizzard howled with savage fury, the wind sounding exactly like the wailing of ghosts and wolves. Bang! The dilapidated window frame was violently flung open, and Bald Second tumbled in from outside. He crashed heavily onto the floor tiles. The entire area was coated in thick ice, and the frigid wind poured relentlessly through the broken window. Bald Second's entire body convulsed violently, his left eye socket filled with mangled flesh and white powder. Quicklime heats up upon contact with water, his eyeball had been completely burned away. Pain. Fucking pain. He screamed with his mouth wide open, his voice echoing down the empty, pitch-black corridor, reverberating floor by floor. From the 17th floor to the 6th, it was an agonizingly long, icy staircase. Bald Second couldn't stand it all, and could only crawl down on his hands and knees. The stairs were covered in frozen blood and ice left by others. His remaining right eye couldn't see the path clearly either. He tumbled a dozen times, the ragged cloth of his pants at the knees worn completely through. But he didn't dare stop at all. The roar of the high-pressure fan on the 18th floor still echoed in his mind, a life-seizing demonic sound. Too terrifying. Can't win, can never win in this lifetime. The 6th-floor hall. A fire of cheap wood crackled, emitting a pungent, acrid smell. Dozens of survivors were huddled together for warmth. They were skin and bones from hunger, and all of them were jolted to their feet by the screams. Zhang Chang sat on a leather sofa looted from someone else's home, gripping his nailed gun tightly, his face twisted with brutality. Less than 20 minutes later, Bald Second finally appeared at the stairway entrance, stumbling and crawling. His tattered cotton jacket was in shreds, full of cuts from ice shards. His face was also covered in frozen blood and yellow pus. The miserable sight stunned everyone.
Second brother. What happened?
A burly man who usually got along with him rushed over to support him. Bald Second was in so much pain, he banged his head against the wall.
Can't win. Really can't win.
His voice was completely hoarse, severely cracked.
Inside, boiling hot poison powder sprayed out. It's all caked on my face. Big Brother and Wang Pockmark all fell down. Dozens of meters, they were all smashed into pulp.
These words plunged the entire hall into deathly silence. The news was so explosive that it drove the already low morale of the crowd to rock bottom once again. The 18th floor was no big granary to be plundered. After the brief silence, extreme fear quickly turned into an uncontrollable rage. Everyone was ravenous with hunger. Several members of the Mutual Aid Society whose brothers had died were completely reedied. They turned their heads and glared at Su Fei, who was cowering in the corner. Wang Pockmark's clansman was named Wang Zhu. Wang Zhu, wielding a rusty iron pipe, charged straight over, grabbed Su Fei by his greasy hair, and dragged him from the crowd to the side of the freezing fire.
Didn't you say it was foolproof?
Wang Zhu kicked Su Fei hard in the stomach.
Is this your masterstroke? He was clearly prepared. You killed my brother. I'll kill you today.
Several other burly men joined in the uproar, and the atmosphere in the hall instantly became tense, thick with the smell of gunpowder. Su Fei was kicked until he vomited sour liquid. He was as thin as a withered monkey and couldn't fight back.
I don't know. It's really not my fault. The plan I made.
Su Fei rolled back and forth on the ground, clutching his head. Zhang Chong stood by the fire, his face as dark as a pot bottom. The operation to poison through the outer wall had failed disastrously, a complete and utter rout. His authority had been severely challenged again. The way everyone looked at him had changed, filled with suspicion and profound distrust. He knew he had to find a scapegoat to quell the public's anger, or the group would disband immediately. Zhang Chong strode over. His foot, clad in a worn leather shoe, viciously stomped on Su Fei's chest. Crack. The sound of a rib breaking was very clear. Su Fei let out a miserable scream, sliding 2 meters across the icy floor. Zhang Chong didn't stop at all. He reversed his powder-actuated nailed gun and slammed the heavy metal stock down hard onto Su Fei's head. Bang. Bang. 2 consecutive heavy blows. A large bloody gash opened on Su Fei's head, and dark red blood streamed down his forehead, freezing instantly into red ice crystals on the ground. But Su Fei couldn't even care about the fatal wound on his head. He flipped over on the ice covered in filthy water and frantically kowtowed to Zhang Chong.
Spare me, Changgu. It was a coincidence. He must have been venting at that moment. Give me another chance and sure I can figure out a way to kill him.
Zhang Chong gave a cold snort. He didn't actually shoot to kill. In this apocalypse, cannon fodder for scouting was dwindling, and a wretched bone, like Su Fei, could still be useful later.
Want to live? Fine.
Zhang Chong spat out a thick wad of bloody phlegm, landing right on Su Fei's face.
You're cut off from all food rations for 3 days. Go stay with the slaves. Say one more word and I'll crack your skull open.
Su Fei didn't dare make a peep. Clutching his bleeding head, he scrambled and crawled to the darkest corner of the corridor. He ended up squeezed right next to Lin Qian, who had been reduced to a slave. Lin Qian was wrapped in a foul-smelling coat, holding a dirty brush used for scrubbing toilets. Seeing Su Fei crawling over with blood all over his face, her eyes were filled with schadenfreude and cold contempt. She disdainfully scooted away. Su Fei had now plummeted into the deepest abyss. Scene shift. Inside room 1801. The central air conditioning was on, keeping a constant temperature of 24 degrees Celsius, the vents blowing warm air forcefully. Extremely warm. Ming lounged on a wide soft leather sofa wearing a heavy pair of monitoring headphones. This was a military-grade cyberpunk-modified device. An infrared laser pierced through the blinding snowstorm, locked firmly onto the glass of the 6th floor, picking up every sound from below with perfect clarity. Listening to Su Fei's miserable screams as he was beaten, Ming's heart felt immense satisfaction. Of course, he didn't want Su Fei to be beaten to death, not out of kindness, but because such a bastard had to be killed by his own hand. Thinking about this, Ming felt a faint melancholy. It had been a month and a half since he got the system. Most of the things had drawn were useful, and a few were even extremely useful. But the only regret was that he still hadn't gotten an exoskeleton, which meant he didn't dare go outside. Although he had easily resolved every crisis, this state of only defending and never attacking was truly unbearable and stifling.
Sigh.
After a silent sigh, Lu Ming picked up the bone china teacup from the marble coffee table and took a large sip. Leaning back against the sofa, he continued listening to the faint sounds through the headphones. Besides Su Fei's unlucky wails, he also caught the low whispers of several people hiding in the shadows. The voices were extremely soft, like whispering directly into someone's ear, but they were crystal clear under the powerful surveillance of the ear of God. A first-class citizen of the Mutual Aid Society lowered his voice.
Zhang Chong is useless too. That fucker is a waste.
Another person immediately chimed in.
Sticking with him will get us all killed by that madman on the 18th floor. We need to find a backup plan for ourselves. We can't rely entirely on him.
Hearing this, Lu Ming set down his bone china teacup, a cold smirk curling on his lips. Zhang Chong ruled purely through violence. The advantage of this method was centralization of power, but the drawback was equally obvious. If you could keep leading everyone to victory, no one would complain. They would even fanatically support and worship you. But if you kept losing, then trouble was brewing. Now the cracks within the Mutual Aid Society of Villains had fully formed. If Zhang Chong couldn't give these people hope soon, he might well find his head lopped off in the middle of the night. On the morning of December 15th, the blizzard outside showed no signs of abating. The white wind howled with savage ferocity, as the extreme cold air plummeting to over -60 degrees rampaged wildly. Fierce winds hurled large coarse snowflakes against the bulletproof glass on the 18th floor with relentless force. The world beyond was completely blanketed in white, an endless expanse that entirely obscured the ruins and streets below. Inside room 1801, the air purifier hummed quietly, filling the space with a soothing orange blossom fragrance. Lu Ming reclined comfortably on a spacious leather sofa, having just finished a plate of Australian matsutake mushrooms pan-fried in butter. His mouth still savored the exquisite umami-rich aroma of the fungi. On the marble coffee table lay a black leather notebook, his personal ledger of grievances. Logically speaking, in a society like this, who would still keep such a thing? It would make one seem either troubled or simply idle. As it happened, Lu Ming was the latter. His days were spent solely on eating, sleeping, and watching the antics of those below like a circus performance. He had already gained over 3 kg in weight. Though he had bought a treadmill on a whim, its fate was predictable. Anyone who managed to use it for 2 days could consider it money well spent. Thus he had to find ways to pass the time, and this notebook was one of them. A decent person wouldn't keep a diary, so keeping a list of enemies was hardly excessive. The leather cover of the notebook felt exquisite to the touch. Lu Ming reached for a red marker, uncapped it, and flipped open the notebook to a specific page. The paper rustled with a crisp friction. On it were written names like Zhang Chong and Su Fei. Lu Ming lowered his head, his gaze settling on the column titled Participants in the External Wall Ambush. With a sudden surge of force from his wrist, he drew the red marker heavily across the page, leaving a glaring red cross that covered the entire line of text. The red ink seeped deep into the paper, as stark and jarring as real blood. 2 of those 3 cannon fodder had already been dispatched by the high-pressure blower the previous night, not even leaving a complete corpse behind. Needless to say, the thrill of personally striking out an enemy's name was immensely satisfying. Lu Ming tossed aside the red marker and leaned back, sinking into the plush sofa. Last night, armed with the military-grade listening device, he had eavesdropped on an excellent drama, thoroughly uncovering the details of Zhang Chong and his crew. Now Zhang Chong's authority had crumbled, held together only by the powder-actuated nail gun in his hand. But this was merely a temporary fix. After all, when people's eyes were green with hunger and death seemed inevitable, someone would surely choose to fight back. This rule, maintained purely by violence and coercion, was extremely fragile, devoid of any trust. The slightest setback or a little fuel added to the fire would cause this shoddy mutual aid group to disband entirely on its own. When that happened, those within would surely turn on each other, with lethal force bashing out each other's brains. And Lu Ming decided to give these fiends a helping hand. Just then the phone screen on the edge of the coffee table lit up. A familiar electronic chime sounded as the Black Skull logo of the Blind Box app pulsed on time. He hadn't opened the Blind Box yet this morning. It was the most anticipated moment of each day in this apocalypse. Lu Ming immediately grabbed his phone and tapped without hesitation. Open. Whoosh. A brilliant white light flashed across the marble coffee table. Then a black engineering plastic briefcase materialized out of thin air, landing heavily on the surface. Lu Ming flipped open the metal clasps on the case and lifted the lid. Inside, nestled in thick shock-absorbing foam, lay a complete set of black high-tech electronic equipment. Congratulations, obtained high-fidelity audio recording and playback device, X1 bonus wireless external speakers, X4 description military-grade anti-interference communication device with powerful sound penetration, ultra-long battery life capable of recording and high-intensity amplified playback. The external speakers come with strong magnetic suction bases. Lu Ming picked up the black recording unit. Its casing was made of frosted metal radiating a cold technological gleam. Beside it, the 4 fist-sized speakers were solid iron lumps. Indeed, this device couldn't have come at a better time. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth as a perfect plan instantly took shape in his mind. A plan to utterly break Zhang Chang's spirit, a scheme of psychological devastation. Having formulated his idea, Lu Ming didn't rush. He needed to polish the details. Some things couldn't be done on a whim, or problems would emerge everywhere, leaving no chance for recovery. Of course, one couldn't overthink it either, obsessing over a flawless plan. That was unrealistic. A balance had to be struck, and the precise measure depended on one's experience. After putting the equipment away, Lu Ming looked up at the high-definition surveillance monitor embedded in the marble wall. The infrared night vision lens was fixed on the hall on the 6th floor. The scene within was utterly grim. The campfire in the corridor had long died out, leaving only a pile of blackened ash. Dozens of surviving neighbors, wrapped in stinking tattered clothes, huddled in the corners, shivering violently. They were skin and bones, their eye sockets deeply sunken. In a corner of the screen, 2 people were fighting over a piece of moldy cardboard. It was inedible, yet they tore at each other like rabid dogs. One person bit down hard on the other's ear, tearing off a bloody strip of flesh and swallowing it directly. The other screamed and clawed at the opponent's eyes with long nails, their face covered in blood, refusing to let go. The onlookers watched coldly, too exhausted to even intervene. Gazing at these once familiar neighbors, Lu Ming's eyes were icy, devoid of any sympathy or pity. These people had long abandoned all human dignity. They were now worse than sewer rats, reduced to rabid dogs driven by instinct to find food. In the apocalypse, one must deal with rabid dogs using the cruelest methods. Killing such beasts would not burden his conscience in the slightest, nor would it bring even a shred of guilt. In the intelligence war of the past half-month, since the heavy snow had sealed the city, Lu Ming had emerged victorious. He had these people completely under his control. Not only had he thoroughly uncovered their secrets, but he had also made them suffer immensely, tormenting them to a state worse than death. Lu Ming stood up. His joints crackled audibly. He walked to the entrance and reached out to touch the compound tactical crossbow hanging on the wall. The steel bow arm was icy cold, and the pulley system was well maintained. Then he drew out a carbon fiber crossbow bolt with barbs and weighed it in his hand. "Since you're so eager to come up," he murmured, then prepared to welcome true hell. The scene shifted. In the mutual aid hall on the 6th floor, the cold wind poured in mercilessly through the broken windows. Extreme cold and prolonged starvation were utterly destroying the last vestiges of everyone's sanity. Every eye gleamed with a terrifying green light. In the darkest corner of the hall, a gaunt old man had just breathed his last. He had frozen and starved to death. His body lay on the icy, filthy water, quickly turning stiff with cold. The surviving onlookers stared at the corpse in deathly silence. An eerie quiet filled the hall, broken only by heavy, ragged breathing. Aunt Lu leaned against Zhang Chang. Her once plump face had sunken and now covered in repulsive wrinkles. But her eyes blazed with a voracious greed, the look of someone beholding a grand feast. She swallowed a mouthful of cold saliva tinged with blood. She glanced at the old man's body in the corner, then at the heavy nailed gun in Zhang Chang's hand. This old crone was bold and ruthless, with a black heart. She sidled up, lowered her voice, and whispered something in Zhang Chang's ear. Zhang Chang had been leaning back on a tattered sofa with his eyes closed. Hearing Aunt Liu's words, he snapped open his bloodshot eyes. In a corner of the 6th floor hall, the corpse of an elderly man, just frozen stiff, lay rigid on the icy floor. Before his death, Old Li had been a retired factory worker, gaunt and wiry. Now lifeless, his facial flesh had sunken inward, grotesquely hollowed. His expression was horrifying, and his body emitted a sour, rancid stench mingled with the faint, chilling aura of death. The hall was utterly silent, save for the howling wind of the white blizzard tearing through the broken windowpane. Dozens of survivors huddled motionless against the base of the walls. Their eyes gleamed with feral hunger. Their stomachs had long since fallen mute, yet gastric acid churned violently, within searing their innards with unbearable pain. Aunt Lu leaned close to Zhang Chong's ear, whispering insistently, "Xiangzi, this meat's freezing solid. If we don't act now, it'll be too hard to cut." Zhang Chong's bloodshot eyes contracted sharply as he turned, locking a venomous stare onto Aunt Lu's weathered face. Just days earlier, this pious old woman had wept and wailed, preaching righteousness and morality at the top of her lungs. Now starvation had stripped her bare of conscience, of restraint. Truth be told, Zhang Chong himself had already entertained the same grim thought, yet dared not voice it aloud. After all, this was a human being, not some stray dog roaming the streets. Aunt Lu flinched under Zhang Chong's gaze, but the scorching, gnawing void in her belly had obliterated her last shred of moral boundary. She clenched her brittle, toothless jaw and spoke plainly, "Xiangzi, we're not committing murder. Old Li is already dead, utterly irrevocably gone. Look, he's as rigid as an ice pop. Letting this meat rot away would be sheer waste. Better to feed it to the rest of us, and keep them alive." Her words flowed faster, now laced with a perverse sense of moral authority. "We do this so the living may endure. Look at Dagong and the others. They're too weak even to lift a knife. Only with full bellies will they muster the strength to confront that bastard Lu on the 18th floor. Once we seize the 18th floor, rice and flour will abound. We'll have no need to dwell on this morsel of dead flesh. Even old Li's spirit, wherever it lingers, must surely bless our resolve." Zhang Chong remained silent, gripping his black powder nailed gun so tightly that its chilled steel barrel bit into his palm like shards of ice. He raised his gaze, sweeping across the few remaining first-class citizens beside the dying embers of the fire. Dagong leaned against the load-bearing wall, thick with frost, his face a sickly shade of ashen blue-black, so weak he could barely hold the iron pipe he once wielded daily. The other burly men fared even worse. Once fully armed enforcers, they now trembled uncontrollably, too feeble to rise, only managing shallow, labored breaths. Without urgent replenishment of high-calorie protein, this squad of enforcers would perish by dawn, and with them Zhang Chong's hollow title as Mutual Aid Association president would vanish into irrelevance. Zhang Chong gritted his teeth, the coarse flesh of his face quivered violently. In this accursed apocalypse, survival was the only immutable law. Morality, legality, all had shattered beneath the weight of endless snow. If Aunt Lu, the wretched crone, volunteered to bear the infamy, why resist? Let the current carry him forward. Dagong. His voice emerged hoarse and guttural, echoing hollowly across the vast empty hall. Dagong forced himself upright on his ruined leg, bracing against the wall as he gasped for air. "Brother Chong, what's the order?" Zhang Chong reached beneath the tattered leather sofa and withdrew a rust-eaten fire axe. He'd pried it from a corridor fire cabinet earlier, solid hardwood handle blade crusted with dried dark red blood. Without hesitation, he hurled the heavy axe onto the filthy icy floor, sparks erupting on impact. "Take Old Li to the abandoned restroom at the end of the corridor." He pointed toward the stiffened corpse, his eyes blazing with cold, unflinching ferocity. "Clean it thoroughly, no mess left behind." Dagong froze. Staring at the corroded axe lying on the ice, he grasped Zhang Chong's meaning instantly, and his stomach convulsed violently, bile rising hot and acidic in his throat. Yet almost immediately a frantic, involuntary gulp echoed in his dry throat. Hunger, raw, primal, all-consuming. This hunger had long since driven them mad. To taste meat, even such meat, was infinitely preferable to starving to death. "Got it." Gritting his teeth, Dagong bent down and heaved the impossibly heavy axe from the ice. Inside apartment 1801, Lu Ming wore a pair of heavy-duty military-grade listening headphones. Every murmur, every footfall, every whisper from the rats below streamed directly into his ears. Aunt Lu's warped logic, Zhang Chong's ruthless command, the dull, resonant clang of the fire axe striking ice, all were captured with chilling clarity. Lu Ming made no move, only let out a low, contemptuous laugh. These bottom-dwellers had finally crossed the final line. In his past life, he'd opened his door out of pity, only to be torn apart piece by piece by these very wolves. He still felt the searing agony of blades slicing into his flesh. This time the script had replayed, but the role of sacrificial meat had shifted to his ill-fated neighbors. To survive, one discards all boundaries. That is humanity. Ugly, yes, but brutally, undeniably real. Lu Ming turned toward the broad solid wood desk in the living room and pulled open a drawer, retrieving a black leather-bound notebook. Bending low, he inscribed a single line across the blank page. December 16th. Their transformation into beasts is complete. Having written those words, he pressed down fiercely with his wrist, drawing a thick crimson line beneath them. The red ink bled deep into the heavy paper, vivid, visceral, indistinguishable from fresh blood. Lu Ming sank back into his wide executive chair, gazing at the names inscribed in the notebook: Zhang Chong, Aunt Lu, Su Fei, Lin Qian. From this moment onward, killing them would no longer be murder, it would be extermination. The last vestige of psychological resistance dissolved entirely. Not that he'd ever carried much burden to begin with. In this apocalypse, no method is excessive when confronting cannibal beasts. He casually picked up the newly unpacked audio playback device resting on the coffee table. Its matte metal casing shimmered with a cold, clinical light, a device perfectly timed, engineered solely to shatter minds. Combined with the God's ear surveillance function, he would orchestrate for the sixth-floor beasts a psychological banquet, exquisitely cruel, devastatingly rich. So you want meat? A cruel smile curled Lu Ming's lips as his fingers traced the metal keys. Then feast, until you choke. Back in the sixth-floor hall, frigid wind screamed through the shattered window. Dragging his crippled leg, Dagong limped forward, gripping the rust-stained fire axe, and stopped beside old Li's frozen corpse. He seized the corpse's stiff, threadbare collar and began hauling it toward the corridor's far end. The body, hardened like stone, scraped across the icy tiles with a grating, nauseating shriek. A long, chalky trail of ice marked its passage. At the corridor's terminus stood an abandoned public restroom, pitch black, its pipes burst and frozen walls slick with grime and frost. Dagong dragged the corpse inside and slammed shut the splintered wooden door. In the hall, the remaining survivors swallowed audibly, silent, paralyzed, breath held. No one dared speak. Only faint dying embers drifted upward like ghosts in the stagnant air, thick with suffocating tension. Zhang Chong sat slumped on the torn leather sofa, idly spinning his heavy nailed gun in his palm. Dagong was a brute. His task was to swing the axe. But processing such a massive frozen carcass demanded more than brute force. Someone must meticulously strip the meat from bone. Someone else must crush the bones to boil a rich, sustaining broth. Slowly Zhang Chong lifted his head, his bloodshot, predatory gaze sweeping across the shadows in the corner. There huddled a group of trembling third-class slaves. Su Fei clutched his bleeding head, buried deepest in the knot. Lin Qian still gripped the filthy toilet brush, her limbs bluish with cold, shaking uncontrollably. A grotesque rictus grin split Zhang Chong's face. He needed hands for this special ingredient, and at last these useless slaves had found their true purpose. In the sixth-floor hall, the cold wind howled fiercely through the broken windows, its sound piercing. Zhang Chong carried the heavy powder-actuated nail gun, its steel barrel gleaming with a frigid light. He strode boldly before the survivors labeled as third-class citizens. Since Old Li had been cut open, like a slab of meat, he had no intention of keeping these wastes of air. The meager grain stores of the Mutual Aid Society had long run dry. These frail and elderly were skin and bones, unable even to lift a knife for chopping wood. Keeping them was nothing but a drain on resources, utterly worthless. Listen up, every last one of you. Zhang Chong's harsh, grating voice exploded across the hall. From today, everything below the 15th floor is quarantine zone. Our Mutual Aid Society doesn't feed freeloaders, useless cripples, and the severely wounded. All of you get the hell down there. The moment those words left his mouth, the dozens below erupted into chaos. The snow had sealed the building for days, and below the 15th floor lay a frozen, silent tomb. Outside, the white wind howled at over 60 degrees below zero, a brutal force. Driven from the sixth-floor hall with its fire into the drafty lower levels meant only one fate: freezing to death. A few relatives still with some strength could bear it no longer. A middle-aged man in cracked glasses leaped to his feet, clutching a half-length wooden club. Zhang Chong, you can't do this. My mother is 80, she can't walk. She'll freeze to death down there. This is outright murder. The words had barely left his lips when a deafening bang rang out. Zhang Chong, without a word, raised his hand and pulled the trigger. The yellow and black nail gun emitted a pungent smell of gunpowder, and a 5-centimeter solid steel nail shot forth with brutal force. It tore through the man's right knee, embedding itself deep into the thigh bone. Ah! The man let out a blood-curdling scream, dropping the club. He crashed heavily onto the icy, filthy floor, dark red blood gushing from the leg of his tattered cotton trousers. As the blood met the freezing air, it quickly formed a thick blood-red crust of ice, glaringly vivid. Zhang Chong strode over his worn leather boot, kicking the man square in the face, sending him flying 2 meters. I am the law. Come on, throw these worthless pieces of trash down. Several thuggish first-class citizens immediately obeyed. They charged with rusted iron pipes and wooden clubs, beating and kicking the elderly and weak with ruthless savagery. The desperate wails of the old and the pleas of the women mingled into a cacophony. Dozens of helpless, frail survivors were dragged out of the 6th-floor hall. Like garbage, they were tossed into the pitch-black icy stairwell. The fierce wind outside hit them, making them shiver uncontrollably. They tumbled down the ice-covered stairs, the sound of breaking bones echoing endlessly. In a corner, Su Fei clutched his bleeding head. He trembled in terror, warm urine streaming uncontrollably down his leg. A man with an iron pipe glanced his way. Su Fei knew full well that his half-dead, useless state would put him at the top of the purge list. But being cast out meant certain death. With that thought, he dropped to his knees on the freezing floor. Like a dog with a broken spine, he crawled frantically toward Zhang Chong, ignoring the shards of ice cutting into his palms. He pressed himself at Zhang Chong's feet, his cracked lips kissing the blood-stained leather shoes. Brother Chong, I can still work. I know circuits, I have a sharp mind. Don't send me away. Su Fei's voice was hoarse as he knocked his head against the ice. The old wound on his forehead reopened, blood smearing half his face. I'll do any filthy job. Let me stay, even if it's as a dog. Zhang Chong's face twisted with brutality as he looked down at this pitiful wretch. The kid was a complete waste, but ruthless and cunning. Keeping him as a lowly slave to do chores wasn't out of the question. All right. Zhang Chong kicked Su Fei in the chin, sending him sprawling. Go crouch in the corner. Don't move unless I call you. Su Fei, as if granted a pardon, scrambled into the darkest corner, panting heavily with sweat. The scene shifted to room 1801. On the high-end marble coffee table before Lu Ming lay a high-definition tablet displaying a crystal-clear infrared thermal image of the corridor. The elderly and weak, violently driven out, huddled together on the lower floors. The red patches on the screen represented their remaining body heat. The extreme cold of over 60 degrees below zero was unforgiving. Within minutes, the red patches began to dim, fading into cooler yellow. Then green, and finally a piercing deep blue. One by one, the heat sources were extinguished. No sound rose from below, drowned out by the howling wind. Lu Ming knew well. These people had been frozen into grotesque solid ice sculptures. Lu Ming leaned back on the sofa, watching this brutal elimination game on the screen. His eyes were icy, devoid of any sympathy or pity. He picked up the heavy compound tactical crossbow beside the coffee table. Its steel limbs gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. From a drawer beneath the table, he took a small bottle of high-grade military lubricant, carefully dripping 2 drops into the metal-bearing gaps of the pulley system, then slowly wiped it with a clean piece of deerskin. The maintenance was meticulous. Afterward, he gripped the bow, pulling the tough carbon fiber string to check its tension. Twang. Twang. The string emitted a crisp, pleasing thud, the tension perfect. The best is yet to come. Lu Ming pulled a barbed steel armor-piercing bolt from the quiver. The razor-sharp arrowhead glinted with a bone-chilling cold under the bright ceiling light. If these starving beasts dared to come to the 18th floor seeking death, he would use this to pierce their skulls with brutal precision. In the 6th-floor hall, the long bloodstains from dragging old Li's body had frozen solid. They became glaring red lines. After Zhang Chong had cleared out all the useless elderly and weak, the hall felt much emptier. Only the slightly stronger first-class citizens remained, along with a few younger female slaves who could work. Lin Qian huddled in a stinking tattered coat. Her face was ashen, her lips covered in purple frostbite sores. Zhang Chong turned, his face twisted with cruelty, his fierce gaze sweeping over the terrified women. Dagong couldn't move well. Alone in the abandoned washroom, he couldn't manage the exhausting task of handling the frozen corpses. Slowly, he raised the powder nail gun, its barrel pointing toward the dark abandoned washroom at the end of the corridor. You lot. Zhang Chong gestured with the gun at Lin Qian and 3 other women. If you want to stay on the 6th floor and keep warm, get in there and help Dagong wash those things clean, then cut them into pieces. The words were brutally direct, with no attempt at concealment. The women's legs gave way, and they collapsed onto the icy, filthy floor with a splash. That was human flesh, cut into pieces. It was a horror beyond the limits of any living soul's endurance. If you don't go, then get the hell downstairs to freeze. Zhang Chan bellowed in impatience. He strode over, grabbed Lin Qian by her greasy matted hair, and dragged her violently to her feet. A tearing pain shot through her scalp as Lin Qian screamed and was forced upright. Weren't you a big shot streamer? Weren't your hands pretty quick? Go make us some good meat. Zhang Chan kicked her hard in the lower back, shoving her toward the dark corridor. Lin Qian stumbled several steps, steadying herself against the rough rust-covered walls. The washroom door at the end of the corridor was half open, revealing Dadong's heavy breathing and the dull, terrifying sound of chopping bones. Thud. Thud. Each heavy impact struck Lin Qian's fragile nerves. She trembled like a leaf, her legs heavy as lead, moving step by agonizing step toward it. This sunless apocalypse was unbearable. But she desperately didn't want to die. Rather than freeze into a solid popsicle below the 15th floor, she would endure this nauseating filth. She barely reached the washroom entrance. A pungent stench of blood mixed with the foul odor of excrement hit her. Lin Qian peered in by the dim, poor-quality firelight from the corridor. Old Li's body lay carelessly on the cracked tiles, while Dadong swung a rusty fire axe, sweat pouring from his brow. The axe blade was caked with frozen bloody flesh, red and white, and beside it sat a dirty iron basin filled with several rough, bloody chunks of meat. Lin Qian's stomach churned violently, bitter acid rising into her dry throat. She clamped her hand over her mouth, fighting with all her might not to vomit. She stared at the heavy fire axe on the washroom floor, caked with frozen blood and flesh, knowing full well, once she stepped through that broken wooden door and picked up that vile blade, she would become a beast that fed on human flesh, no longer human at all. There was not a single drop of water in the abandoned washroom. The pipes had long since burst from the cold, and a bone-piercing wind poured in through the broken window. The wind stung her face like needles. On the floor lay the rigid corpse of old Li. Lin Qian clutched a rusted fire axe in her hand. The handle was smeared with sticky, blood-frozen chunks. Her hands trembled violently, her teeth chattering together. She could not bring herself to do it. Suddenly, Auntie Lu squeezed in from the corridor. Auntie Lu's fleshy face pushed right up to Lin Qian's, a half-rotten soda cracker in her hand. Yellow crumbs fell straight onto the ice. Auntie Lu waved the dried cracker in front of Lin Qian. "See that?" she rasped. "Get the axe and get to work. Finish the work and that cracker is yours," she continued. "Or you can roll downstairs tonight and keep company with those dead people. It's freezing under the 15th floor. Spend a night there, and I guarantee your bones will shatter to dust." Lin Qian swallowed a mouthful of bloody spit and stared fixedly at the moldy scrap of biscuit. Hunger burned so fiercely she felt acid rising in her stomach. This was the apocalypse, a world of scarcity where even a moldy cracker could buy a life. Lin Qian bit down on her bluish lips until the cracked flesh bled. The sharp tang of rust flooded her mouth. She shut her eyes, and with all her strength lifted the heavy fire axe. Then she brought it down on the frozen stiff flesh with all her might. Bang! With a dull, monstrous thud, shards of ice and dark red flesh splattered against her face. In that moment, the goddess who once pampered her face with expensive imported masks was dead, and gone the coquettish woman who had sneered at Lu Ming as a poor nobody had vanished completely. All that remained alive now was a filthy, blood-soaked butcher. Lin Qian swung the battered axe mechanically, blow after blow. Her hand was split wide open between thumb and forefinger, blood running down her thin wrist. She barely registered the pain. Her mind was filled with the image of gnawing on dried rations. Su Fei crouched beside the cold corpse, holding a severely waxed, rusted kitchen knife, scraping every scrap of flesh from the bone with frantic effort. He worked desperately, trying not to be driven out to freeze. Each scrape was meticulous. He would not leave a single fragment of bone. "Auntie Lu, is my work okay?" Su Fei asked, a sycophantic, contemptible smile plastered across his face. "I'm very skilled at trimming meat." He finished and then turned to glare viciously at Lin Qian. "Can you hurry up?" he snarled. "You can't even hold a lousy axe steady, worthless trash. If you delay, everyone's eating Brother Chan will skin you alive." Su Fei was the kind of natural scoundrel who bullied the weak and cringed before the strong. Lin Qian did not lift her head. She let the nauseating blood smear her pretty face, and kept hacking at the frozen meat with desperate, brutal force. The washroom echoed with the shrill sound of bones being chopped. 18th floor, room 1801. The apartment upstairs was set to a constant 24 degrees. The powerful central heating blew warmly, making anyone in a thin t-shirt sweat slightly. Lu Ming lounged comfortably on a wide soft-top grain leather sofa. On the marble coffee table before him sat a high-fidelity playback device. Military-grade monitoring headphones were clamped over his head. Every sound from the 6th floor washroom reached his ears without omission. Su Fei's vicious curses, Lin Qian's heavy, ragged breaths, all clear and precise. Lu Ming sneered with utter contempt. It was almost entertaining to watch the scum at the bottom bite at one another. He reached into the small fridge and took out a large tub of Häagen-Dazs vanilla macadamia. He peeled back the lid with his hand, scooped a generous mouthful with a small silver spoon, and chewed it with relish. The cold sweet cream melted instantly, the cloying scent of dairy hitting his temples. Downstairs people were cutting up corpses to survive. Upstairs, he sat in the warm air eating luxury ice cream. Two utterly extreme separate worlds. Su Fei and Lin Qian, the two enemies who had killed him in a past life, had now fallen into the filthiest mire, living in utter degradation and squalor. Lu Ming swallowed the sweetness, flexed a finger, and pressed the metal save button on the recorder. The unbearable insults and the sounds of meat being chopped had all been captured. This was precious material. It would be extraordinarily useful later. Leaking a little of this raw audio could easily drive these guilty thieves to madness. Before long, the battered wooden door of the 6th floor washroom was pushed open. De Gang emerged limping, carrying a dented iron basin caked with black mud. The basin was piled with chopped meat. The dark red frozen flesh was rimed with frost. Lin Qian staggered behind him, her eyes hollow. Her hands were black with dried blood scabs. Her long, narrow face lacked any color. In the spacious hall on the 6th floor, several burly men had already split the solid wood furniture into firewood. A fire in the corridor had been rekindled. Flames leapt high as the battered iron pot was set over the blazing embers. The bottom of the pot glowed red-hot, stuffed with the dirty snow the men had scraped in from outside. Under the high heat, the ice melted into water, bubbling furiously. A layer of black charcoal ash floated on the scalding surface. De Gang hobbled forward and dumped the basin of frozen meat into the boiling water. Sizzle. The hot water, reeking of blood, splashed everywhere. Zhang Chong sat on a broken sofa, eyes fixed on the pot's turmoil, his swallowing loud and animalistic. People downstairs gathered around. Dozens stared at the battered pot in silence. The hall was terrifyingly still, broken only by the crackle of burning wood. As time passed, the pot boiled and bubbled, releasing an eerie meat aroma that spread through the hall. Beneath the steam, there was also a faint sour, rotten tang. Yet the smell of meat did nothing to make the mutual aid group feel satisfied or at ease. It only sharpened their nerves. Everyone's breathing grew coarse and ragged as they stared at the iron pot. A horrifying sheet of red veins crawled over their eyes. Hunger had turned the greenish pupils into a glare of red. Their expressions became cruel and frenzied. Everyone knew that once this meal was finished, the 6th floor would become a nightmarish slaughterhouse in earnest. But this was the end of the world. People were no longer truly people. The wind howled and Beijing was reduced to a city of the dead. Lu Ming sat on a leather sofa on the 18th floor, the indoor climate control system keeping the room warm and comfortable. He held a cup of freshly brewed coffee in his hand. The hallway outside the 18th floor had been thoroughly cleared. The once malicious neighbors were now nothing but frozen statues. In this entire building, only Lu Ming remained alive. The intelligent robotic dog Wangsai patrolled the corridors, its metallic body gleaming with a cold luster. Its infrared eyes vigilantly scanned every corner. At the slightest disturbance, Wangsai would pounce without hesitation. Lu Ming sipped his coffee, gazing contentedly at the surveillance monitors. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, he lived like a king perched high above. The large screen displayed a dozen clear surveillance feeds. Suddenly, the main radar emitted a piercing alarm. Red warning boxes flashed frantically across the display. Lu Ming set down his coffee cup, his gaze turning icy cold. On the snowy monitor, a massive convoy appeared. Over a dozen heavily modified off-road vehicles sped wildly, their wheels wrapped in thick anti-skid chains kicking up blinding snow. Inside were brutish thugs with fierce faces. These were escapees from the maximum security prison on the outskirts of Beijing. Each of them wielded sharp machetes and homemade shotguns. Their ultimate target was Lu Ming's residential complex. Like starving wolves, they scoured for survivors and supplies. Wherever they passed, they left nothing but devastation. Just then the vintage mechanical clock on the wall chimed. The midnight bell tolled precisely at 0 hour. The new year officially began amidst the ice and snow. Lu Ming's phone on the marble coffee table suddenly vibrated violently. The Doomsday Blind Box app automatically popped up a massive notification. Annual grand prize distributed. Lu Ming's breath quickened involuntarily. He reached out and tapped the treasure chest at the center of the screen. It was a mysterious chest as deep and dark as obsidian. A blinding black light burst forth instantly, as if it could devour one's very soul. When the light faded, Lu Ming's subspace ring felt heavier. The system wasted no time delivering a cold prompt. Congratulations. You have obtained an all-terrain heavy armored vehicle. Congratulations. You have obtained a heavy machine gun with unlimited ammunition. With a thought, Lu Ming peered into the vast space of the ring. He clearly saw a colossal steel beast. Lu Ming threw back his head and laughed heartily, filled with unbridled joy. This was a perfect New Year's gift. With this, what did he have to fear from a prison gang ambush? On the land of China, this war machine was the absolute ruler. Outside, the thug convoy had violently crashed through the community gate. The rusty iron gate was severely mangled by the off-road vehicles. The scar-faced leader standing on a car door shouted wildly, "Brothers, tear this place apart. Search every inch. If you find food, we feast tonight. If you find anyone alive, kill the men and keep the women." The thugs howled with savage excitement in the snow. Lu Ming stood up and quickly donned his heavy polar cold-weather gear. He put on a sturdy tactical helmet and secured his pistol firmly at his waist. He patted Wang Kai's metal head. "Let's go, Wang Kai. Time to greet our new guests." Lu Ming strode down the cleared stairs. Soon he reached the spacious lobby on the first floor. Beyond the reinforced security door, the wind and snow raged outside. Lu Ming's eyes sharpened, and with a thought he activated the subspace ring. A massive war machine materialized in the lobby. The black heavy armored vehicle resembled a prehistoric beast. Its thick bulletproof armor gleamed with a chilling metallic sheen. The wheels were enormous, and the tracks were lined with sharp steel spikes. On the roof, the heavy machine gun's dark barrel pointed forward. Lu Ming opened the heavy door and settled into the driver's seat. The cabin had its own climate control, offering warmth and comfort. Before him were high-tech displays and control panels. He pressed the red start button, and the engine roared to life. The thunderous engine noise instantly drowned out the howling wind. The thugs in the snowy courtyard were frozen in shock. The scar-faced man turned, glaring at the glass exit on the first floor. "What the hell is that noise? Someone go check it out." No sooner had he spoken than the glass doors exploded outward. The armored vehicle crashed through, charging out with savage force. Like a rampaging mammoth, the war machine slammed into the frozen snow. Every thug was stunned, their faces twisted in disbelief. In this post-apocalyptic wasteland without power or water, how could such a thing exist? In an ordinary Chinese neighborhood, how could there be a military-grade heavy armored vehicle? Lu Ming gave the scum no time to think. Gripping the controls, he pressed the red firing button for the heavy machine gun. A furious barrage erupted from the roof-mounted gun. The unlimited ammunition heavy machine gun roared like the Grim Reaper. Massive caliber bullets tore through the air with terrifying force. The two leading off-road vehicles were shredded into sieves. Several thugs hiding behind the vehicles were ripped apart by the heavy rounds. One bullet struck a fat man's waist, cleaving him in two. Limbs and hot blood splattered wildly across the snow. The pristine white blanket was stained a horrifying crimson. The scar-faced man, terrified out of his wits, screamed frantically, "Fire back! Kill him! No matter what!" A few thugs, trembling, aimed their crude shotguns at the vehicle and fired. The inferior bullets didn't even leave a scratch on the armor. Lu Ming sat safely inside the cabin, watching the desperate rats. His eyes held no pity, only pure exhilarating satisfaction. The tank's tracks churned through the snow, advancing relentlessly. The machine gun's deadly fire continued to reap lives. One by one, the modified off-road vehicles exploded from the heavy fire. Towering orange flames illuminated the pitch-black Beijing sky. It was a one-sided, brutal massacre. In less than 10 minutes, dozens of ferocious thugs were completely annihilated. The scar-faced man, his legs shattered, crawled desperately through the snow. Lu Ming drove the massive vehicle to a stop before the leader. The scar-faced man looked up in despair, his face covered in snot and tears. "Please, boss, spare me. Well, never do it again." Lu Ming said nothing, simply stomping on the accelerator. The heavy tracks with their sharp spikes rolled over him without mercy. A sickening crunch of bones and flesh echoed in the snow. The screams abruptly ceased, and the world fell back into the silence of the storm. Lu Ming didn't stop. He drove on, heading out of the complex. Since he had started, he would eradicate every threat, leaving no loose ends. The heavy war machine moved effortlessly through the deep snow. Guided by the vehicle's radar, Lu Ming headed straight for the prison gang's stronghold. The prison stronghold was originally fortified with high walls and sturdy barbed wire, but against the armored vehicles charged, the wire crumbled like tofu. Lu Ming smashed through the gate, initiating a merciless slaughter. Within a 5-kilometer radius, every thug base was systematically wiped out. The machine gun's thunderous roar echoed across the outskirts of Beijing all night. No force could stop this terrifying killing machine. All the raiders were reduced to bloody pulp under the absolute firepower. The next morning, the fear storm finally began to subside. The vast area of Beijing fell into silence. Lu Ming drove the blood-stained war machine slowly back to the complex. By then, the survivors in the other buildings had witnessed everything. They peered through frosted windows, terrified at the sight of the invincible vehicle. Everyone was utterly petrified by the night's horrific slaughter. Some neighbors, who had once considered raiding the 18th floor's supplies, wet themselves in fear. They slapped themselves, frantically grateful they hadn't acted on their impulses. Some even knelt before their broken windows facing Lu Ming's vehicle. They cowed out on the frozen ground, begging the god of death for mercy. This was the brutal truth of the apocalypse. The strong could have everything, while the weak breathed only at the whim of others. Lu Ming stopped the vehicle and activated the high-powered tactical loudspeaker. His icy voice cut through the frigid air, echoing across the complex. "Listen up. From today, I, Lu Ming, am the sole ruler of this complex. If anyone disagrees, come down now and face me." The entire complex fell silent. No one dared to utter a word of dissent. Absolute terror brought absolute submission. Lu Ming sat in the vehicle, a faint satisfied smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He knew clearly that he had become the absolute sovereign of this region. His first major plan had concluded perfectly on this bloody New Year's Eve. Next, he would build his own frozen empire upon these ruins. Lu Ming sat inside an exceptionally heavy armored combat vehicle. He had just mowed down the entire neighborhood with a heavy machine gun. The prison riders, who had tried to rob him, were now nothing but mangled flesh. He had thought he could finally live comfortably on the surface. But heaven had no intention of letting a single soul on the surface survive. Just then, an immensely muffled roar echoed across the sky of BJ City. It was no ordinary thunderclap, but the sound of air cracking from extreme cold. The entire sky instantly turned a deep black, suffocating and oppressive. The smart thermometer on the vehicle's console began flashing a harsh red light wildly. The red numbers representing temperature began plummeting without warning. -60 degrees was no longer the limit. -70 degrees. -80 degrees. The speed of the drop was suffocating and panic-inducing. In just 10 minutes, the outside temperature had plunged below -100 degrees. This completely defied the natural ecological laws of Earth. The biting cold wind, almost tangible, howled across the entire land of Huaxia. The few fresh corpses of riders lying in the snowy neighborhood instantly burst apart. The extreme cold caused all moisture in the bodies to expand and explode. They became a mess of icy blue flesh and blood, horrifying to behold. The surface of the heavy armored vehicle was also visibly forming a layer of white frost. The metal emitted an ear-piercing screech under the extreme cold. Even the unyielding bulletproof armor began to show fine cracks. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed sharply as he sensed a lethal crisis. With lightning speed, he gripped the steering wheel and stomped hard on the accelerator. The vehicle roared ferociously as it charged back into the first-floor lobby. Lu Ming leaped out and bounded up the stairs to the 18th floor. He had to get back to his meticulously crafted absolute fortress immediately. But the moment he pushed open the heavy blast door, his heart sank. The central climate control system in the house was emitting a shrill overload alarm. The high-tech temperature display on the wall flickered a frantic red. To combat the terrifying deep freeze of -100 degrees outside, every heater and air conditioner in the house was running at maximum power. The once reliable civilian-grade nuclear fusion battery was also nearing its limit. Its power output had reached a dangerously critical point. Lu Ming quickly removed his heavy tactical helmet, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. He knew with absolute clarity that the surface was no longer habitable. Even the sturdiest super blast door couldn't withstand this cosmic-level cold. The frigid, deathly air outside was seeping through the wall gaps. A thin layer of white frost had even formed on the high-quality wooden floor. Lu Ming exhaled a mouthful of warm air which instantly turned into ice crystals midair.
This damned weather is trying to kill every living soul in Huaxia.
He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists in frustration. Lu Ming turned his head, staring intently at the phone screen on the marble coffee table. There were still 3 agonizingly long minutes until midnight. This was his one and only daily chance to turn the tables completely. All his hopes now rested on the Doomsday Blind Box app. If he couldn't pull a god-tier item to change the harsh environment today, even with all his supplies, he would freeze to death tonight. The vintage mechanical clock on the wall ticked with a dull, heavy sound. Each second felt agonizingly long and unbearable torment.
Dong!
The chime of midnight finally struck. A new day had arrived. Lu Ming grabbed the phone and fixed his eyes on the screen. The Black Skull app icon began to pulse eerily on time. Daily Blind Box refreshed. Without hesitation, Lu Ming tapped it. The phone screen erupted with an unprecedented, dazzling brilliance. It wasn't ordinary white light nor rare blue light. It was a blinding, noble purple-gold radiance. This was the top-tier special effect of an extremely rare grand prize. The light swirled wildly in the spacious living room, forcing eyes shut. As the blinding glare slowly faded, a miracle occurred. 2 high-tech blueprints landed steadily on the marble coffee table. The system's icy mechanical voice rang directly in Lu Ming's mind. Congratulations on winning the annual grand prize, fully automatic tunnel boring machine matrix control hub. Congratulations on winning the annual grand prize, upgraded micro-nuclear fusion ecological reactor. Lu Ming's eyes flew wide open, his breathing instantly became heavy and rapid. He grabbed the 2 blueprints from the table with immense excitement. The blueprints were densely covered with complex, profound mechanical structures. This was undoubtedly a creation surpassing current Earth technology by centuries. Without a second's hesitation, Lu Ming activated the blueprints. A faint spatial ripple spread through the center of the hall. A massive, precise rectangular metal console materialized out of thin air. It was covered in flashing buttons and holographic projection screens.
Since the surface is completely unlivable, it'll just drill straight to the planet's core.
Lu Ming strode forward and pressed his hands firmly on the activation panel. Automatic tunnel boring machine matrix ready. Please select deployment depth.
Set depth to 500 meters underground directly beneath the neighborhood.
Lu Ming issued the command with extreme calm and decisiveness. Immediately, the entire 18th floor began to shake violently. It was no ordinary earthquake, but the vibration of massive machinery. Deep in the unseen, frigid earth, 10 colossal steel monsters materialized eerily out of nowhere. They were fully automatic super tunnel boring machines, each 30 meters in diameter. The high-temperature plasma drills at the front of these steel beasts began spinning at full speed. The hardest rock layers were like tofu before their terrifying might. They bored into the deep earth at an astonishing speed, accompanied by the sound of hard soil instantly vaporized by the high heat. A massive underground living space was rapidly taking shape. In less than 3 hours, a bright green prompt box appeared on the screen. Underground ecological sphere shell excavation complete. Please advise, Commander. Lu Ming let out a long sigh of relief, then activated the second grand prize. He carefully picked up the head-sized ecological reactor. Then with steady hands he placed it into the central slot of the metal console. A crisp, satisfying mechanical locking sound echoed through the hall. The reactor instantly lit up with a dazzling high-tech blue glow. The light surged through preset conduits, diving straight into the depths 500 meters below. Ecological reactor successfully ignited, outputting infinite energy. Inside the vast, deep underground cavern, a powerful light exploded. It shone like a true radiant artificial sun, completely and flawlessly illuminating the entire immense underground space. Lu Ming quickly gathered his most essential supplies and walked to the tunnel entrance. It was a dedicated tunnel thoughtfully left behind by the boring machines. He climbed into the heavy combat vehicle and sped down the tunnel. The tunnel walls were perfectly smooth, a solid shell of glass formed by the intense heat. The vehicle drove steadily for over 10 minutes, finally reaching the deep earth. Ming pushed open the door and stepped out utterly awestruck. It was a super cavern the size of dozens of large football fields. Above, the radiant artificial sun hung securely. The air throughout the space was filled with a warm, comfortable, and clean atmosphere. The ambient temperature was precisely maintained at around 25 degrees. There was no trace of the surface's terrifying -100 degrees. Ming quickly walked to the central control terminal to check the system data. Here there was no fear of being buried by blizzards or pierced by the extreme cold. This was his absolute domain, his true eternal fortress. The immensely powerful ecological reactor not only provided vast heat and electricity, it could also convert rock materials into pure high-quality water and oxygen. Ming excitedly began planning functional zones on the holographic screen. The far left area was his highly valued massive hydroponic farming zone. He would carefully plant all his precious seeds, with the absolute guarantee of fusion energy. Fresh vegetables would be abundant. The far right area was the hardcore heavy industry recovery zone. With unlimited energy, he could even start a blast furnace to smelt super steel. The central area was his most luxurious, comfortable, and vast private living space. Ming lay back comfortably on a newly placed leather sofa. He picked up a cup of freshly brewed hot coffee and took a gentle sip. In this merciless frozen world where even a breath could shatter you, he alone possessed a vast high-tech underground ecological city. Outside in BJ City, it was likely impossible to find even a single living microorganism. The once arrogant prison rioters had long turned into the stiffest blocks of ice. Across the land of Huaxia, countless shelters were struggling and dying in the extreme cold. Yet Ming was preparing to start his grand indoor farming project. He looked down at the obediently lying metal robot dog Wangcai and smiled with satisfaction.
This is the true apocalypse life. Absolute comfort, absolute safety.
Ming set down his coffee cup, stood up, and stretched with immense comfort. He pressed the highest level defense lock and absolute isolation button on the console. The superalloy blast door, dozens of meters thick, slowly closed with a final solid thud. It completely sealed the only passage to the surface, leaving not a single crack. From now on, even a large-scale nuclear war on the surface could not reach him. Ming gazed at the artificial sun above his eyes, deep and calm. He had completely solved the greatest energy crisis of the apocalypse and achieved an incredible revival. In this hell of absolute zero, he was the sole invincible underground deity. In the colossal eco-city 500 meters underground, it was as warm as spring. Ming reclined with utmost comfort on an exceptionally soft, genuine leather bed. The artificial sun above emitted a gentle radiance. This light illuminated the entire vast underground city with extraordinary brilliance. Ming stretched with supreme contentment, letting out a long yawn. Ever since he had taken refuge in this absolutely secure high-tech underground fortress, the abyssal cold of 100 degrees below zero on the surface had become utterly irrelevant to him. Yet Ming knew all too well that this damned apocalypse would never allow anyone true respite. The surveillance feed on the massive screen suddenly flickered with violent intensity. It was an urgent signal from the high-definition radar he had deployed on the surface. Ming immediately dropped his smile and strode purposefully to the metal control console. He extended his slender fingers and swiftly opened the main surveillance feed. On the surface, Beijing had transformed into a true and terrifying inferno. This was no ordinary ferocious blizzard. Unimaginably horrific mutant creatures were rampaging madly through the snow and ice. These mutants originally dwelled in the profound pitch-black icy depths of the ocean. Driven by the drastic shift in the extreme cold, they had all crawled onto the lands of Huaxia. These monsters were clad in thick, rock-hard ice-blue repulsive scales. Their forms were colossal, akin to heavy armored vehicles. They attacked the remaining official shelters on the surface with frenzied ferocity. The last defenses on the land of Huaxia were collapsing with terrifying speed. The regular army stationed in the shelters was locked in a desperate, hopeless struggle. Ordinary rifle bullets striking the scales of these deep-sea mutant beasts could only produce a series of feeble, impotent sparks. A single swipe from a mutant beast could shatter the thickest bulletproof walls. But this was not the most lethal of the terrifying apocalyptic calamities. Another section of the screen displayed a harrowing scene from within the shelter. A dreadfully lethal polar plague was spreading wildly through the populace. This plague was a super-deadly virus born from the horrifying reanimation of frozen corpses. Infected survivors were covered in grotesque, terrifying black spots. They coughed uncontrollably, hacking up large clots of dark, bloody phlegm. The entire vast shelter was filled with the desperate, piercing wails of the hopeless. The shelter's medical resources had long been completely exhausted. Faced with this terrifying new polar plague virus, even the most elite doctors were utterly helpless. Countless souls breathed their last in excruciating agony. Outside, ferocious deep-sea mutants ran the gates with savage force. Inside, the polar plague reaped lives with merciless efficiency. The official shelter had reached its final desperate stand. Lu Ming stood before the holographic screen, his gaze profound and icy. He watched these tragic scenes of death with no internal turmoil. Such was the cruel law of the apocalypse, only the fittest survive. He was immensely grateful to have taken refuge in this invincible underground city. Yet the terrifying destructive power of those deep-sea mutants served as a critical warning for Lu Ming. Relying solely on heavy armored vehicles would likely be insufficient to eradicate these deep-sea monsters. Although the steel shell of the underground city was incredibly robust, he had to guard against these creatures digging down in their frenzied assault. Lu Ming desperately needed far greater, almost inhuman personal combat power. Only by strengthening himself could he truly establish a foothold in this frozen wasteland. The vintage mechanical clock on the wall emitted a deep, resonant chime. Dong! The midnight bell told precisely on time. A new day had officially dawned in the tranquility of the underground city. The phone on Lu Ming's metal console began to vibrate violently. The black icon of the Doomsday Mystery Box app pulsed with eerie regularity. Today's mystery box has been refreshed. Lu Ming took a deep breath of the exceptionally clean, sweet air. With decisive resolve, he reached out and tapped the phone screen firmly. The phone screen instantly erupted with a blinding, dazzling light. It was a pure, profound, dark golden radiance. This light carried a terrifying pressure that made one's heart palpitate. The dark golden glow swirled wildly within the central control room of the underground city. When the light faded, a metal refrigeration case appeared on the marble tabletop. The system's frigid mechanical prompt exploded directly in Lu Ming's mind. Congratulations on winning the grand prize of the year, Perfect Human Enhancement Serum. Congratulations on the accompanying reward, Fully Automated Biocontainment Zone Construction Module. Lu Ming's eyes flew wide open, his breathing becoming heavy and ragged. He snatched up the metal case, radiating cold with immense excitement. He swiftly entered the complex unlocking code, and the case slowly opened. Inside lay an exquisitely crafted test tube filled with a cerulean liquid. Within that cerulean liquid seemed to contain a terrifying, boundless cosmos. Lu Ming knew full well that this was the ultimate opportunity for physical evolution he had always dreamed of. It was the divine absolute domain for a complete ascension of human genes. Without a single second of hesitation, Lu Ming pulled out the metal stopper and downed the blue liquid in one gulp. The moment the serum entered his stomach, a violent, terrifying wave of heat erupted. It felt as if the heat had transformed into countless razor-sharp searing blades. They sliced and restructured his genes with savage intensity throughout his limbs and body. Ah! Lu Ming could no longer suppress a pained, guttural roar. He collapsed heavily onto the hard marble floor of the control room. Every muscle in his body began to swell and contract with violent force. His skin oozed a foul, black, stinking sludge. His bones emitted a dense, horrifying cacophony of cracks and snaps. It was an excruciating ordeal of being shattered and reassembled. The intense agony blurred Lu Ming's vision. But he clenched his teeth, refusing to let himself black out from the pain. He knew with absolute clarity that this was the hell he must endure to be reborn. This hellish torment lasted for an excruciatingly long hour. Finally, Lu Ming rose slowly from the marble floor. He went straight to the luxurious bathroom to wash off the reeking black filth. When he stood before the full-length mirror, he was utterly astonished. The Lu Ming in the mirror possessed a perfectly proportioned lean physique with not an ounce of excess fat. Every strand of formidable muscle contained terrifying, world-shattering explosive power. He casually picked up a solid wooden chair and squeezed it gently. The hardwood crumbled like fragile tofu under his grip. Lu Ming clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him like a raging ocean. He was now certain he could punch straight through the thickest reinforced concrete walls. His vision, hearing, and reflexes had all shattered the absolute limits of humanity. He was no longer a fragile mortal, he had stepped into the terrifying domain of gods. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, he finally possessed absolute invincible physical combat prowess. Lu Ming dressed with immense satisfaction in a comfortable clean special tactical suit. He strode back to the vast central control room of the underground city. Next he had to deal with the second grand prize from the mystery box. He picked up the highly advanced biocontainment zone construction module activator. On the holographic screen, he marked out a large empty underground area. Immediately establish a top-tier fully automated biocontainment medical zone here. Lu Ming issued the supreme command for the underground city's construction with decisive authority. The city's massive mechanical matrix roared back to life at full speed. A tremendous rumbling echoed through the depths 500 meters below the surface. In just a few hours, a vast state-of-the-art biocontainment zone rose from the ground. It was equipped with all-powerful medical pods far surpassing current human technology. It even housed a fully automated high-tech pharmaceutical production line. In the face of this supreme invincible biocontainment zone, the terrifying polar plague outside seemed no more than a common cold. With these premium medical resources, any deadly virus could be easily cured. Lu Ming gazed at the flawless containment zone, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. He settled comfortably into his genuine leather executive chair, watching the scenes on the massive screen. The official shelter in Beijing was on the verge of total collapse. The ferocious deep-sea mutants had already smashed through the shelter's outer defenses with savage force. The polar plague was claiming lives within the shelter with horrifying despair. Everywhere lay grotesque mangled corpses. Just then the underground city's high-power communication equipment intercepted an urgent signal. It was a desperate highest priority distress broadcast from the official shelter to the outside world. This is Beijing City Official Shelter Number 1. We are under a devastating dual assault from mutant beasts and an unknown polar plague. We urgently need massive quantities of antibiotics. We need heavy firepower support. Anyone who can provide life-saving medical aid, we will pay any price. The voice in the broadcast was filled with desperate hoarseness and undisguised panic. In this frozen apocalypse, where the entire city lay dead, this broadcast was a final mournful cry. Lu Ming listened to the tragic broadcast, a cold mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He calmly opened his military-grade high-power wireless communicator. He precisely tuned the frequency to the shelter's desperate distress channel. His voice, icy and composed, exploded into the shelter's command room. I am Lu Ming, the sole absolute ruler of this eternal underground eco-city. I possess the perfect universal antibiotics you so desperately crave. I also command a vast top-tier biocontainment medical zone. The shelter's supreme commander, upon hearing this voice, clung to it as his last lifeline. Please, save the tens of thousands of innocent survivors here. As long as you provide the life-saving medicine, we will agree to any condition you set. Lu Ming's gaze was profound and icy, devoid of any pointless sympathy or compassion. My resources are never free. The price of salvation is exceedingly high. If you want to live, trade me your most precious core strategic assets. Rare gold core technological data, top-tier technical talent. I want all of these, Lu Ming, not a single item missing. Miss one and you can all wait in line to die from the polar plague. Lu Ming's words were domineering and ruthless, leaving no room for negotiation. The high-ranking officials of the official shelter were plunged into profound shock and despair. But under the deadly dual threat of the polar plague and the deep-sea mutants, they had no leverage to resist this unequal, brutal treaty. To survive, they were forced to make a humiliating total capitulation. Lu Ming leaned back with supreme comfort in his leather sofa, taking a sip of hot coffee. He had not only achieved the perfect genetic ascension of his own body, gaining invincible combat power, but had also firmly monopolized the only medical lifeline in this frozen apocalypse. All who wished to live, whether desperate commoners or the lofty officials, would have to grovel pathetically at Lu Ming's feet, begging for his charity. In this hopeless frozen world, he was the sole absolute arbiter of life and death. He was also the only supreme deity who could grant them a chance to cling to existence. Lu Ming's vast underground empire had finally perfectly completed its final crucial piece. In the ultra-large high-tech ecological city located 500 meters underground, Lu Ming was comfortably seated on a genuine leather sofa. The temperature here was perpetually maintained at a warm 25 degrees. The terrifying cold of -100 degrees outside had completely vanished. He held a glass of exceedingly expensive red wine, gently swirling it. He was now the absolute overlord of this frozen wasteland. The large official shelters remaining on the land of Huaxia had long submitted to Lu Ming in utter humility. In exchange for the precious life-saving antibiotics in Lu Ming's possession, the authorities had to obediently submit vast amounts of gold and supplies every month. Lu Ming even leisurely grew fresh vegetables underground, living a life of luxury even more extravagant than before the apocalypse. However, this brutal frozen apocalypse never truly experienced peace. A massive holographic monitor suddenly flickered with blinding red light. A highly urgent highest-level alarm echoed throughout the underground city. Lu Ming calmly set down his glass of red wine and gazed at the surveillance screen. A terrifyingly large army of mutated humans appeared on the surface. They were not officials, but a group of madmen. The extreme cold plague not only claimed the lives of countless innocent survivors, but also caused a portion of wicked villains to undergo horrifying mutations. These mutated leaders had completely united with the remaining brutal warlords, forming an enormous coalition army of tens of thousands. This group rampaged across the icy surface, like locusts ruthlessly burning, killing, and looting, committing every atrocity imaginable. Now this vast coalition army surrounded the community where Lu Ming resided, having accurately located the exact position directly above the underground city. The leader of the mutants, named Mad Beast, stood over 3 meters tall, covered in extremely hard, bulletproof, thick black scales. Mad Beast laughed maniacally in the icy wilderness. Brothers, there is an immensely warm fortress hidden underground. Inside there is an endless supply of fresh food and clean hot water. There are definitely countless beautiful and clean women inside. As long as we break through this crust, everything will belong to us. Tens of thousands of mutants and thugs let out a greedy roar that shook the heavens. They brought massive heavy industrial excavation equipment. Hundreds of large drilling machines began to crazily bore down into the snow. The enormous mechanical rumble echoed continuously across the surface. The eyes of the thugs glinted with a crazed, bloodthirsty greed. They believed that relying on their numbers would allow them to completely seize the underground city. They thought their mutated, robust bodies made them invincible. The sharp, heavy drill bits violently destroyed the frozen ground. Even if the drill bits broke, they would immediately replace them and continue to dig. These people had completely fallen into a frenzy of greedy delusions. They seemed to envision themselves lying on a warm bed. Lu Ming calmly watched the ugly thugs crazily digging on the screen, his eyes reflecting an icy indifference, as if he were looking at dead people. What a bunch of ignorant, disgusting fleas making such a racket. Lu Ming comfortably leaned back in his leather chair and took another sip of red wine. The underground city was equipped with super strong, several meters thick superalloy blast-proof armor. With the scrap metal on the surface, they wouldn't be able to break through even after a year of digging. Lu Ming could easily drive a heavy armored vehicle out to massacre them, or dispatch a deadly army of mechanical dogs to clear away this trash. However, he didn't want to waste even an ounce of his energy today, as it was an exceptionally special and important day. The retro-mechanical clock on the wall emitted a dull sound. Ding! The midnight bell rang on time. Moreover, today marked exactly 1 year since the apocalypse began. This was the extremely rare annual grand prize settlement day of the Doomsday Blind Box System. Lu Ming's phone, resting on the marble table, began to vibrate violently. The black Doomsday Blind Box icon bizarrely pulsated. Annual grand prize has been refreshed. Commander, please open it immediately. Lu Ming took a deep breath of the clean, fresh air in the underground city. He extended his long fingers and forcefully tapped the phone screen. In an instant, the phone screen erupted with a terrifying, deep, otherworldly glow. It was neither the usual white light nor an extremely dazzling purple light. Instead, it was an exceptionally pure black, deathly still light akin to obsidian. This black light seemed capable of devouring one's soul. The brightly lit space of the entire underground city seemed to momentarily dim. After the black light dissipated, a black suitcase appeared on the marble table. A cold mechanical prompt from the system exploded in Lu Ming's mind. Congratulations on obtaining the annual grand prize, Space-Based Kinetic Weapon Control Terminal. System prompt: this weapon possesses the absolute destructive capability of physical dimensionality reduction strikes. Lu Ming's breath instantly became heavy and rapid. A hint of intense fervor flashed in his previously calm gaze. Space-based weapons were the ultimate divine punishment that once only existed theoretically for humanity. It was the terrifying sword of Damocles suspended high above in the heavens. Lu Ming excitedly grabbed the cold black suitcase. He quickly input his fingerprint password and swiftly opened the case. Inside was a transparent control panel filled with high-end sci-fi aesthetics. Lu Ming directly pressed the conspicuous red activation button on the panel. The transparent panel instantly lit up, projecting an enormous global holographic map. Space-based satellite connected successfully. Commander, please input strike coordinates. Lu Ming's icy gaze fixed on the screen, showing the tens of thousands of arrogant coalition forces. Without hesitation, he locked the strike target directly above the community ruins. This was a precise military satellite positioning, with absolutely no margin for error. Target area locked, detecting tens of thousands of extremely dangerous lifeforms. Do you authorize the release of the ultimate kinetic divine punishment God staff? Lu Ming coldly laughed, cruelly decisively pressing the confirmation key. Let this garbage group experience what true dimensionality reduction strikes feel like. At this moment, high above the freezing and silent skies of BJ City, a massive and concealed super-military satellite slowly unfolded. A thick, over 10-meter-long heavy tungsten alloy rod emerged. This terrifying metal giant pillar was known as God's Staff. Under the influence of Earth's gravity, it violently plummeted towards the target below. It required no complex explosives or chemical fuels. What it relied on was merely the pure and terrifying gravitational kinetic energy. This metal rod charged down at a horrifyingly high Mach speed. It violently tore through the thin atmosphere. The tungsten alloy rod transformed into a dazzling meteor due to intense friction. The tens of thousands of thugs and mutants, who were crazily excavating on the surface, suddenly felt the previously dark night sky become exceedingly bright. It was a blinding light, so intense it could instantly blind a person. The leader, Mad Beast, perplexedly paused his digging. He stared with a dazed expression, looking up at the sky, his sturdy yellow pupils suddenly constricting to tiny dots. The massive meteor, carrying a world-destroying momentum, rapidly enlarged in his pupils. He didn't even have time to emit a mournful scream. The tens of thousands of thugs were completely terrified by this terrifying divine might. They were so desperate, they could only kneel in the snow, unable to even think of escaping. Boom! The terrifying explosion instantly ripped through the icy sky of BJ City. This was not an ordinary explosive detonation, but a release of pure, terrifying physical kinetic energy. The destructive power was equivalent to several tens of thousands of TNT-equivalent explosives violently pouring down onto this vast wasteland. A massive, terrifying gray-black mushroom cloud instantly shot up into the sky. An unstoppable shockwave swept across everything within a radius of several kilometers. The hard ice layers and thick snow on the surface were instantly vaporized by the extreme heat. The blizzard at this moment was directly cut off by the terrifying shockwave. The once proud coalition of tens of thousands of thugs and mutants crumbled before this absolute physical dimensionality reduction divine punishment. Their self-proclaimed tough mutated scales were thinner than fragile paper. They left not a drop of blood or a fragment of bone behind. Everyone was instantly reduced to dust in the blinding, terrifying light. The once rubble-filled community ruins were smashed into a massive abyss. This terrifying pit was several hundred meters wide. The rocks at the bottom of the pit had been burned into a flowing glass-like state by the extreme heat. In the solid ecological city 500 meters underground, Lu Ming sat comfortably without a trace of panic. He only felt a slight tremor from the ceiling above. The powerful underground shock absorption system perfectly neutralized all shockwaves. Lu Ming pleasantly lifted the very expensive fine red wine from the table, watching the holographic screen display the terrifying abyss that had just obliterated tens of thousands. He elegantly raised his wine glass in the empty hall. This grand New Year's firework is truly magnificent and beautiful. Now the surface can finally enjoy a period of peace. Lu Ming happily downed the wine in his glass. In this cruel apocalypse, truth always lies within the range of the most terrifying canon. And Lu Ming is that absolute deity who holds the only supreme truth. Yesterday's orbital strike carved a massive crater into FG City, instantly incinerating tens of thousands of riders into nothingness. Not even a single fragment of bone remained of those villains. This terrifying blow from the heavens utterly shook the land of Huaxia. Every remaining official shelter across Huaxia was gripped by fear. They finally understood a brutal truth with stark clarity. Before Lu Ming, the master of an invincible underground city, their vaunted armies and weapons were nothing but scrap metal. Crushing them would be as easy as stepping on an ant. Unless they surrendered completely to Lu Ming, every single one of them would die. They would be devoured by monsters or tortured to death by the freezing plague. The blizzard still raged this morning. The surface temperature in FG City remained stubbornly at -100 degrees. Outside the surface gate of Lu Ming's underground city, a vast sea of people knelt in the snow. These were the highest leaders from every official shelter across Huaxia. Once they were lofty figures who held countless lives in their hands. Now they wore tattered, filthy cold-weather suits. Shivering violently in the -100-degree wind, and snow-thick white frost caked many of their brows and hair. Some of the older leaders were so frozen they couldn't even speak. Yet not a single one dared to stand. Not one of them dared to utter a single complaint. They knelt obediently on the hard ice, their eyes fixed on the heavy blast-proof iron door. They were like a pitiful crowd of beggars waiting for a kind soul to offer them food. Lu Ming sat comfortably on the large sofa in the underground city's control room. The temperature inside the city was always a pleasant 25 degrees. He wore a light, soft black short-sleeved shirt and held a cup of freshly heated milk. Lu Ming took a leisurely sip of milk and looked up at the large screen. It displayed the scene of the leaders kneeling and begging for mercy on the surface. His gaze was icy and calm, utterly devoid of pity. He had long seen through the cruel logic of this cannibalistic apocalypse. In this frozen world, only the strongest fist commanded obedience. Lu Ming reached out and pressed the broadcast button on the console. All the loudspeakers on the surface of the underground city blared to life. Lu Ming's cold voice cut clearly through the raging storm. "You useless wretches finally learned what fear is." The leaders outside trembled at his voice and immediately began kowtowing frantically. "The leader of FG City's shelter, no," one cried out in a trembling voice.
"Mr. Lu, we truly know we were wrong. Please have mercy and save us. The number of sick in our shelter is completely out of control. Hundreds of innocent people are being tortured to death by this disease every day. If you are willing to give us the medicine to cure them, we will do anything you ask."
The other leaders joined in pleading miserably.
"Mr. Lu, please show some kindness and give us some clean food. We've already seen the terrible tragedy of people eating people."
Their cries mixed with the howling wind, sounding utterly desolate and hopeless. Listening to their pleas, a sneer curled on Lu Ming's lips. He was never a soft-hearted fool who was moved by others' misery.
"You want my medicine and food? Then you must follow Lu Ming's rules."
Lu Ming decisively pressed a few keys on the control screen. The heavy iron door on the surface slowly creaked open just a crack. Several large projectors rose from the gap. A golden document was projected into the air. At its top were 4 enormous icy Chinese characters.
"The Frozen Codex."
Lu Ming's domineering voice once again boomed from the speakers.
"From today, there is only one rule in all of Huaxia. And that is the Frozen Codex written by Lu Ming himself. Article 1, I, Lu Ming, am the sole master of this world. Anyone who dares to oppose me will share the fate of those tens of thousands from yesterday. Article 2, all trade will be dictated unilaterally by me, Lu Ming. You will exchange precious gold and blueprints for my scraps. Article 3, I do not feed useless loafers. All who come to pledge allegiance must wear explosive collars. Anyone who doesn't work hard enough, I will detonate with the press of a button."
This frozen codex was brutally harsh, leaving no room for survival. It was a complete contract of indenture. But the leaders kneeling in the snow dared not resist. They knew clearly that if they didn't sign, they would die immediately. If they signed, they could at least survive like dogs. The leader of FG City was the first to scramble forward. He quickly drew a small knife and cut his finger. He pressed his bleeding finger firmly onto the confirmation key on the screen. Following his lead, the other leaders rushed forward like madmen. They scrambled to sign this humiliating treaty, terrified that Lu Ming might change his mind and abandon them entirely. Lu Ming watched the list of names grow on the screen and nodded with satisfaction.
"Good. Since you've signed, you are now my men. Now hand over all the good things you brought."
The leaders quickly ordered their subordinates to pull over carts laden with heavy crates. Inside these crates were gold bars collected from all over Huaxia, along with various high-tech industrial blueprints and computer hard drives. Lu Ming used the underground city's robotic arms to bring everything inside. To curry favor, the leader of FG City also brought over a dozen women. These women were once high and mighty celebrities and business magnates before the apocalypse. They were beautiful, but now they were nothing but skin and bones from the cold. Dressed in thin clothing, they shivered violently in the wind and snow. The leader shouted into the loudspeaker to flatter Lu Ming.
Immortal Lu, these are the most beautiful women we specially selected for you. They are clean, specially offered to be your wives.
These beautiful women, who once looked down on others, were now all kneeling. They gazed longingly at the warm door, yearning to enter and live a good life. They thought their pretty faces would allow them to eat without working again. Lu Ming watched the pitiful women on the screen. There was no fondness or pity in his eyes. In the apocalypse, women who couldn't do hard labor were just useless trouble. His cold, merciless voice shattered their dreams instantly.
My underground city has no use for decorative vases who only know how to eat for free. Send these dozen women to the deepest coal mine. Each one must dig 100 gene of coal every day. For every gene they fall short, they get no water for the day.
The leader was startled by this order, but dared not say a word. He quickly ordered his soldiers to drag the women away like dead dogs. The beautiful women let out desperate, heartbroken screams. They painfully realized their pretty faces were utterly useless here. In this cold, cruel world, they were worse off than dogs. Having dealt with these trivial matters, Lu Ming completely sealed the surface gate. He slowly rose from the large sofa. He stretched comfortably, and accompanied by his robotic dog Wang Sai walked towards the elevator. It was a fast elevator that went straight up to the old apartment on the 18th floor. Lu Ming wanted to savor this perfect moment. The elevator ascended rapidly, and soon stopped at the 18th floor. This was the safe house living room he had painstakingly renovated. The huge bulletproof glass windows had been polished spotless. The air conditioner hummed diligently, blowing out warm air. Lu Ming sat comfortably in a large chair by the floor-to-ceiling window. He ordered the underground city's automated kitchen to quickly send up a feast. It was a beautiful copper hot pot. The spicy red oil broth inside was bubbling merrily. A rich, enticing aroma of spicy mala instantly filled the warm living room. The table was laden with fresh fatty beef and lively seafood. There were also vibrant green baby bok choy grown by Lu Ming himself in the underground city's vegetable plot. In this frozen world, where even a dry crust of bread was impossible to find, this hot pot was a delicacy fit for the gods. The robotic dog Wang Kai obediently lay at Lu Ming's feet, wagging its metal tail. Lu Ming picked up a piece of succulent beef and swished it in the boiling red broth. The meat changed color instantly, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. He put the beef in his mouth, closed his eyes, and savored it. The taste was exquisite, instantly conquering his palate. Dressed in just a short-sleeved shirt, Lu Ming ate until a fine sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead. He picked up the glass of ice-cold cola beside him and took a big gulp. This combination of hot and cold was incredibly satisfying. He turned his head to look outside the huge bulletproof glass window. Outside, the terrifying blizzard still raged. The sky was frighteningly dark, and there was no sound. The terrible -100-degree air was freezing countless people to death. Across Wuxia, countless living people were weeping in despair in the darkness. But all of this outside had nothing to do with Lu Ming anymore. He was the sole invincible master of this frozen world. All the food, all the weapons, and the lives of everyone were firmly in his grasp. He no longer had to beg pitifully for a single meal like he did in his past life. He had carved out his own empire with his fists and the blind box software. Lu Ming sighed contentedly and picked up a piece of vibrant green vegetable.
Life in this apocalypse is actually quite comfortable now.
On his invincible throne amidst the heavy snow, he slowly ate the steaming hot pot. This was Lu Ming's perfect ending. End of the book.